The moment this guy opens his eyes, he freezes. He is no longer in his own body, he is a barbarian. A huge muscular tank that lives. Monster meat and can crush goblins with a single finger. The barbarians in this world are incredibly strong and ridiculously tough. They're basically walking monsters, and that's exactly when Lee Hanzu realizes he's screwed. Because it is the world of a brutally difficult game that I used to play non-stop for 10 years straight. First, he took it out of boredom while he was trapped in a hospital, and now it's inside him. He is at the initiation ceremony of the young barbarians. One of them is asked to choose the weapon that they will carry with them for the rest of their lives. It was then that the guy next to him suddenly shouts, asking what they were doing in the game. One look at his panicked face and those terrified eyes, and Hanzu immediately knows this guy is another human summoned here. Like him, the old man who's been handing out weapons appears before the poor man without wasting a second, and he asks if he was the one who dared to speak. The old man pauses for a second, as if he were putting together a puzzle, then nods to himself. And when the other human tries again to ask if this place is a dungeon and a rock, the old man simply cuts his throat without a hint of emotion. The brutal vision sends a wave of fear through Hanzu. But knowing full well that showing even a hint of panic could get him killed just as easily, he clenches his jaw and forces himself to maintain his composure. The old fool claims that the guy he just massacred was Orm, the son of Kadua, and says that he was possessed by an evil spirit. He tells everyone to ignore whatever the so-called spirit is saying and casually returns to his ridiculous coming-of-age ceremony. Hanzu now understands that people like him who were drawn into the game are seen here as evil spirits, if someone realizes that he is one of them. Their heads will be the next to roll. With that in mind, the only conclusion he can draw is that he must survive this game without being exposed. But there's an important issue. He doesn't even know his character's name in this world. He silently curses the game for not even telling him something so basic, and desperately searches for something resembling a start window that might help him solve it because, at this moment, knowing his name is the only thing that can keep him alive. Although the odds are slim, Hanzu decides to follow the only idea he can think of. He waits. He plans to move only if no one else steps forward within 2 seconds of a name being called. That name could belong to another trapped player, but he decides to take the risk. The old man then calls Yandel's son, Bjorn. Nobody moves. After a brief pause, Hanzu takes a step forward, hoping that Bjorn is the name he has been given in this world. The expression on the old man's face sends a chill down Hanzu's spine, but to his relief, the man simply calls him Young Warrior and tells him to choose a weapon. Knowing that he just survived that disaster makes Hanzu smile for a moment. Before refocusing on the task at hand, Bjorn. He now knows that these brainless barbarians are cursed with no magical abilities, but in return are granted overwhelming physical strength. That's why he decides to become a hand-to-hand combat specialist. He engages in melee combat, choosing a simple shield as a mock-up of the shield hero. At that same moment, back in the real world, his computer begins to synchronize, and your game data is silently transmitted to one of their administrators. The first time Hanzu played this barbarian race, he opted for a huge sword, which was the girlfriend choice since it looked flashy and cool. But thanks to that decision, he ended up dying more times than he could count, he continued. Switching weapons, trying them all, the possible options in search of a better capacity for survival. So, one day he had the crazy idea that perhaps barbarians were not simply the cause of damage. It was senseless, and perhaps the true path forward was to sink. So he tried a shield, hoping it would complement his vitality, and the natural strength of the barbarians. Although becoming the shield hero seemed like the worst possible decision, he decided to try it, and to his surprise, the results are incredible. He even manages to defeat enormous dragon-like monsters and is left absurdly. He's mastered it, so now he's confident he won't regret it, of this choice. At that moment, the old man orders the gates to be opened and announces that the barbarians who attended the ceremony must now enter the labyrinth within the city of Raftonia. As soon as he raises his voice, everyone, the barbarians begin to run as if their lives depended on it, and Bjorn doesn't. He has no choice but to play along if he wants to avoid suspicion. All the muscleheads. They keep moving forward without any idea of where they're going, until one of them, who apparently has a brain that still functions, realizes that Kirak had led them astray. The whole group instantly turns on Kirak and shouts at him that he should never have taken the initiative in the first place. But Bjorn can't help but laugh at the chaos, knowing full well that none of these brainless idiots are any better. Poor Kirak admits he is not cut out for leadership and resigns without a fight. That's when Einar takes command and the whole pack of fools gladly follows her, claiming that he is actually quite intelligent, only for her to drag them into the exact same mess. The barbarians begin to complain again, shouting that they need to reach the labyrinth before the time limit and that Einar does not deserve their trust. One of them suggests that Jin should take charge, but that only generates more disagreement. Bjorn stands there thinking that if this circus continues, they might not even reach the labyrinth in time. The problem is, he doesn't want to draw attention to himself either, so he walks silently toward Aina. The poor girl, already exhausted and fed up, assumes he's just another one who's come to blame her, but Bjorn calmly says he's not there to scold her and only wants to help her reach the labyrinth. He tells him to keep it low, and then points towards a nearby group. He strolls casually, mocking the barbarians for their lack of brains. He simply tells her to follow him. Einar quickly runs to the group and announces that he has discovered the way to the labyrinth. She takes the lead. With confidence before long, the brainless, muscular heads finally reach the entrance. The violet glow surrounding the door seems majestic to them as they begin to call it the sacred dimension of battle. Bjorn stands there wondering if he should really stay with these idiots or quietly slip away. Because, frankly, with how absent-minded they are, they probably wouldn't even notice. Someone is missing. Meanwhile, Han-Soo, who has spent most of his life. In hospitals, he wonders if someone like him, who hasn't even thrown a punch, could survive a fight against dungeon monsters. Start thinking about another way to pay Rafdonia's taxes without entering the maze. This tax system is one of the most twisted parts of the game, where all citizens over the age of 20 must pay. Failure to do so means not only punishment, but execution. Han-Soo reminds us that in this world, money can be earned by entering the labyrinth or by doing jobs, like working in a bar, but being a barbarian comes with a major drawback. Villagers treat them like animals and never offer them any suitable work. Barbarians are seen as reckless rioters, so they're the only race to receive a weapon right at the start of the game. As Bjorn stands there, lost in thought, time continues to tick by, and there are only 10 minutes left before the door closes. The worst part is that this cursed door only opens once a month. Missing this opportunity would mean fighting for survival in the city for another entire month. Her thoughts race as she considers not being able to find a job or running out of options. She tries to keep going, thinking her condition might reach its lowest point if she stays here another month, but the fear is so overwhelming that her feet refuse to move. Just when she's about to break, Einar appears and tells them that they are the only ones left, and that they must also hurry. Bjorn tells the lady to go on ahead and assures her that he will follow shortly. Einar thanks him for his help, and asks what he must do to become wise like him, calling him the only intelligent barbarian he has ever met. Bjorn secretly mocks. She, thinking that she would probably need to be reborn into a different race. But he ends up giving her vague advice that she should always think before she acts. The lady takes the advice seriously and promises to repay her kindness if she ever returns from the labyrinth. Upon hearing this, to talk about the possibility of not returning, Bjorn asks her if she is also afraid of dying. Einar responds with another question, saying that it's natural. She admits she's afraid, but says that since she was born a warrior, she has no choice but to fight and survive. Bjorn. He realizes how human these barbarians really are. They fight not because they want to, but because they have no other choice. That's why they act with pride and always move forward. At that moment, they begin to admire them and feel proud to be one of them. When there's only 1 minute left, he runs towards the door with a smile. He reminds himself that he has experience creating thousands of characters and he feels confident he will get out alive. At that moment, everything. It turns black, and he finds himself in complete darkness when the system informs him that he has successfully entered the Level 1 Crystal Cave, though he has no idea where he is. He walks in the total darkness, remembering that he used to be an expert at this game, and realizes, if he could combine a barbarian's robust physique with his knowledge, survival might still be possible. But now, things seem to have taken a strange turn. He begins to panic since he's practically blind and has no idea where he ended up. What he remembers is that the game had crystals stuck to the walls of the maze, it made the torches completely unnecessary. By forcing what remains of his human brain cells to function, he imagines that this could be the dark region. This completely dark periphery is located in the furthest parts of Level 1 and is a super rare area with no light whatsoever. The strange thing is that this place shouldn't be a starting point at all. Bjorn reminds himself that this is reality now, so nothing should be guaranteed like in the game. If this world chooses a starting point randomly, then landing in the dark region is rare but still possible. And unfortunately, it turns out he's the one who gets stuck there. Trapped in it, he tries to open the status window using every word he can remember from all the webtoons he's read and games he's played, but none of them work. Giving up, he forces himself to calm down and starts moving in a random direction. Walking slowly, he jokes to himself that crawling might be faster, but then he remembers the possibility of monster traps and tries to be cautious. Even so, he ends up falling straight into a goblin trap that drives a nail directly into his foot, causing a wave of brutal pain through. Trapped in a rugged character, Hanzo clenches his jaw and endures the pain without making a sound, knowing that even the smallest noise could bring something close. Street. He collapsed to the ground in agony, fully aware that the imp who set this trap was probably lurking nearby, although a small part of him hoped it had gone on a picnic. He immediately realizes that this kind of hope could get him killed. Assuming the worst, he braces himself for the idea that even a single scream could send the goblin fleeing. Bjorn quickly pulls his foot out of the trap and notices the numbness spreading, indicating that a paralyzing poison is already taking effect. He curses. He's angry at that old barbarian for giving him useless slippers instead of proper leather boots, but he knows there's no point in complaining now. His only chance is to move and confront the goblin before the poison makes fighting impossible. Even the fear is starting to fade, probably because of the paralyzing poison. And at that moment he shouts at the goblin to show himself. When nothing answers, she begins to doubt if it was all in her head and decides to simply leave, praying that the goblin stays where it is. As our barbarian limps forward with blood flowing from his foot, finally he hears footsteps, although he now knows that the goblin is after him. He feels uneasy not being able to see it. He speeds up, but then realizes the creature never gets closer. It remains at the same distance and stops exactly when it does. That can only mean one thing. The goblin simply watches him bleed out and enjoys it. His chilling laughter confirms it. Knowing this is his last shot, he runs a little forward and fakes the perfect face-first dive, just like. It was planned the goblin takes the bait, but it turns out this isn't just any old fool. First he throws a stone, trying to find out if he is really dead or if he is pretending to be dead. For dead. But Ojen surpasses the goblin, and just as he approaches, he jumps and throws a punch, hoping to enrage the creature. Unfortunately, his reach is too short. However, somehow his barbaric body takes control. He reacts on his own, and with a clear idea of where the goblin is, he shouts that he is now the goblin. He seizes the prey and unleashes a storm of blows. He gives the creature a good beating for all that creepy laughter. Then he grabs a stone with both hands and crushes it, ending the goblin's life. The disgusting monster collapses without a sound, and Hanzo receives only one experience point for the whole ordeal. As always happened in the game, the goblin's body disappears and leaves behind a stone that serves as currency here. But the point is, however useless it may seem, a single grade 9 magic crystal is barely worth a piece of bread. Leave it. He could escape a pitying smile, almost laughing at himself for going through all that only to end up with garbage. Although he remembers everything about the game he once played, he reminds himself not to mix that world with the one he is now trapped in. And with that in mind, he walks away with his foot still bleeding heavily. The system keeps bothering him with the obvious, reminding him over and over that his foot is bleeding until he finally ends up dragging himself along the floor. It turns out that he probably. The thing is fractured, and to avoid the pain, he thinks it's best not to use that leg at all, somehow managing to crawl faster than he thought. All he wants now is a small reward, like not stepping on another one of those annoying traps. He barely manages to dodge one as he moves forward. But now the real problem is finding someone, especially after losing so much blood. He stays in one direction, going through the darkness, hoping to somehow get out alive. As death begins to approach, she starts thinking about that guy at the entrance ceremony, wondering what happened to him. Will he awaken in his old body, or will he simply remain dead forever? When he clings to the last 5% of his vitality, it explains why humans care about religions. And then the system reappears, flashing red, with a charming reminder that it's about to die if no one treats it quickly. Just when. It's about to come loose, see something of light ahead and hope that someone out there will bother to help him. Now he begins to see illusions of himself, mocking him and questioning whether he really thought anyone would show up just to repair an ugly barbarian, barely stronger than the average human. Bjorn. He believes it must be the blood loss affecting his head, but his survival instincts still keep him conscious, propelling it forward with a stubborn will to survive, just when his vitality. As the music plays deep, a nearby group notices the dying barbarian. Over time, the system rewards Bjorn with a 1-point increase to his mental stat for reducing his vitality to just 2%. The group approaches him, surprised to discover he's just a novice, and they find it suspicious that someone so inexperienced arrived here before them. Bjorn. He tries to speak, but not a single word comes out. He screams, inside his head, silently begging them for help. The blonde boy in the group approaches their priestess, Ursina, and asks if she can heal him. Seeing a priestess in their party tells Bjorn they must be a top-tier team, and he lets out a shaky sigh of relief, thinking that he will finally be able to heal. But things get worse when Ursina coldly refuses. Then the blonde boy asks Patsrun to give him a potion, one they had kept strictly for emergencies when divine healing. It doesn't work. She opens the lid and tells Bjorn to brace himself, warning him that this is no gentle divine blessing, and that it's going to hurt a lot. Hansu's vitality skyrockets almost instantly, but the moment the potion takes effect, he feels as if his entire body is melting from the inside out. The pain was unbearable, intense enough to drive anyone mad. It was then that he finally understood why the game never allowed the use of potions in the heat of battle, as the pain alone could render one unconscious. To someone. In a matter of seconds, their body recovers and somehow they become like that again, standing there completely stunned to be alive. The blonde boy looks at him curiously and asks how a novice managed to get to this place first, then them. He even offers to buy the information if it turns out to be some kind of hidden shortcut. Bjorn realizes that being ahead of the others is what saved him, since the blonde boy only seemed interested in getting information. Even so, it's probably for the best, because a favor without any reason is more suspicious than anything else. So our boy gives the most confident answer he can, saying that he doesn't know how he got here because the moment he entered the maze, he was already in it. The blonde knight seems convinced and says that he once read that dimensional instability can sometimes cause someone to appear just on the outskirts of darkness, although the chances of that happening are so low that it is only recorded once every 100 years. Bjorn grits his teeth, knowing that the nightmare he just went through is not even something this mid to high level group has ever faced before. As they begin to leave, the blonde boy congratulates him on the interesting story, and tells her not to worry about the cost of the potion. It was in. It's a long time then, when our boy finally realizes how lucky he was that someone stopped and helped, especially when every second inside the dungeon is as valuable as gold. Although you should be glad to have survived, his barbaric heart stirs with disgust at the thought of being pitied in that way. Meanwhile, after leaving him behind, the group chats amongst themselves about how lucky the barbarian was to step into a trap. His survival of the goblins, after all, was pure luck. One of them even mocks the potion maker, saying the barbarian was lucky the blonde helped, because if it had been just him, he never would have bothered wasting the potion on a greasy peasant. The potion master responds by mocking the priestess, saying that if there are so many barbarians like that, she probably wouldn't get lost. None but the priestess's face falls silent in before. If things go wrong, the archer intervenes on her behalf, stating firmly that she surely would have helped the barbarian if the temple rules hadn't prevented her from doing so. Arrested. Then he clings to the potions boy and tells him to learn something from Drouse, since that blonde only asked the barbarian about the secret path out of consideration, knowing how much barbarians hate being pitied like that. The group continues walking, but something still bothers them. The barbarian's trail seems to never end. As they advance, they finally reach the door of the second. They go to the apartment and activate the portal, but just as they are about to go through it, what they see there is something they can't even believe. Right next to the door are the barbarian sandals caught in a trap. Goblins, which means the lunatic didn't take any shortcuts and actually crawled more than 15 kilometers. And he did it all shrouded in complete darkness. The oldest member of the group thinks this is absolutely insane, and everyone else. They feel a chill run down their spines. It was. Then the potions boy remembers how the barbarian had extended his right hand toward them. Everyone. They finally realize that the brute was actually holding a magic crystal, trying to offer it as an exchange. The potions guy is portrayed for all the stupid things he said earlier and admits that barbarians are really something more than just being driven to keep moving no matter what, and too stubborn to treat death as a escape. After nearly dying, Bjorn keeps stumbling over more and more goblins. Although none of them seem to grant even a single experience point. It's a little tense at first, sure, but now that the place is finally well lit and he has regained his sight, these monsters no longer seem exactly threatening. This time he notices how the traps are scattered all over the ground as if someone had simply thrown them there without a thought, and he can't help but mock the goblins for being so stupid that it never occurred to them to cover them with even a handful of dirt. Luckily for him, the ambush plan is equally pathetic, and their hiding places might as well have come with a giant neon sign. Now for the real thing. The problem is that his stomach has been growling non-stop. He checks his bag and remembers that the deputy chief had given each barbarian enough rations for a week. But when she looks inside, the bag seems to have been torn off from all the crawling she did earlier, and so there's barely enough food left for 2 days, so he is forced to nibble as little as possible with the hope of stretching it out as long as possible. At this point, even that dry, crusty bread tastes like elegant dessert, although it has to rely on its own saliva to swallow it. But eating something so dry only makes you feel thirstier. Back in the game, Hansu only had to worry about bringing food. But now that this is no longer a game, running out of water is simply not an option if you want to stay alive. Imagine if that. The old chief didn't bother to distribute water, so there's probably a fresh supply hidden somewhere inside the dungeon. And just at the precise moment as he passes by, he hears the faint sound of water and heads towards it. There. That's where he bumps into a random adventurer sitting on the ground that he gets up and leaves without saying a word, as if there were an unspoken rule that no one speaks unless absolutely necessary. Then Bjorn examines the stones and begins to count, realizing that he has already gathered 44 of. With his basics sorted, he ends up facing one last problem since he's absolutely exhausted and about to collapse from sleep. Remember, there are only 2 practical ways to sleep inside a dungeon. One is, you can either leave it all to fate and sleep anyway, hoping no one attacks during the night. The other option is to team up with someone and take turns keeping watch. But thanks to his terrifying barbaric appearance, they all keep running away from him and they have nothing. No one to trust, that alone drives you crazy. Bjorn because all he wanted was to get some sleep and maybe have someone stand guard during the night. At that moment, a boy with a somewhat friendly face approaches and casually asks if Bjorn is looking for a partner for the night. He immediately finds it suspicious, but the guy says he only approached him because he seemed like a trustworthy barbarian, someone who could help him get a good night's sleep. Bjorn relaxes a little and admits that yes, he's been looking for one too. Once they agree to be night companions, which is an actual game mechanic, the boy introduces himself as Hans. He usually returns the favor, introducing himself as Bjorn, Yandel's son, and approaches to shake his hand. Hans says it might take a long time to find someone else, so why not just spend the night together? Which, honestly, it gives our boy some strong rainbow vibes. Then he suggests playing rock, paper, scissors to see who falls asleep first, and of course, the boy wins. Bjorn curses his bad luck under his breath. Then Hans takes out a watch and explains how it works, clearly assuming that the barbarian doesn't even know how to say it now. Bjorn he stares, wondering how expensive it must be, while the guy. He comfortably falls unconscious as if he were in a 5-star hotel. She watches him sleep and thinks he actually seems a little too cozy. For a second, she wonders if the boy would lend her the sleeping bag if she asked him nicely. He stares at the clock, praying that time will pass more quickly, and finally wakes Hans up when the shift ends. Now it's our boy's turn to sleep. But trusting someone so easily is not something that comes naturally, so he gives it his all to pretend to be asleep. He even lets out some loud snores on his own to sell it. In his mind, he's convinced that if the guy had ulterior motives, he'd definitely act now, since barbarians are supposed to be that stupid and obvious. But it turns out that our boy stays awake for 2 hours straight and doesn't blink, even when he has the chance. When it is finally their turn to stand guard, he mentally berates himself for being so paranoid, even though deep down he knows he can't help it. Trust. It's simply not in someone that fast. He's so exhausted now that he feels he might collapse from fatigue, and before. Upon realizing this, she faints and only. He wakes up when Hans starts pushing him while denying that he was drooling in his sleep. Hans. He says he won't complain much, since nothing really happened during his shift. Even so, our guide tries to make up for it by saying that Hans can rest even more, and that this time he'll take the next round without falling asleep. But the guy is almost irritatingly kind about it. He lets the barbarian rest without a single complaint and doesn't even mention how he fainted when he wasn't supposed to. Do it. Just when Bjorn finally lets his guard down and falls asleep, his eyes suddenly open and there he sees. To the guy who's rising up above him, gun raised just a second away from smashing it directly into him. Bjorn. He realizes this and quickly gets up to evade her attack, which leaves Hans quite surprised. Or, Hero quickly gets serious. And after looking at Bjorn's murderous face, he tells him to stop and listen to what he has to say. He thinks he's trying to make up some excuse, but without thinking twice, he angrily hits him while Hans screams, and he tells her to wait after a clean hook in. Her chin is in her throat. She can't stand because her legs are shaking with fear. She's still trying to tell him to wait and just listen to what he has to say. The boy ignores everything with blind rage and refuses to listen to a word. I think this guy has a tougher build than the goblins that fall after one hit, so he'll need to land a few more blows. This time he hits him with his shield, and the impact sends Hans flying before he crashes and begins coughing up blood. Barely surviving, Bjorn passes over him with his deadly pressure floating, while the trembling wreck murmurs its apologies and vows never to attempt anything like that again. Bjorn. He narrows his eyes and demands to know why he tried to kill him. His face smashed and with no excuse to trail behind him, Hans tells the truth. He says he only wanted the magic crystals, so he thought he could knock him out and take him without going that far. Upon hearing this, Bjorn is surprised and asks if he really tried to offer the barbarian for just a few crystals. Hans explains that barbarian artifacts sell for a fortune due to their solid quality. He then asks if that's enough to let him go now. But our boy still senses something suspicious and hits him in the chest again, warning him to tell the whole story. Bjorn is sure there's more to it, since trying to lure another adventurer into the labyrinth is no small feat. At that moment, Hans shouts that it is the heart leaving. Bjorn was astonished. He explains that barbarian hearts are also used as magical ingredients and fetch a high price. That's when Bjorn realizes that this guy sees him as a walking bag of loot, a giant goblin who is much more difficult of killing. He asks why Hans didn't try this while he was asleep earlier, and Hans casually replies that he needed to sleep too. After hearing that, Bjorn realizes that the guy is not only cunning but also intelligent because of the care with which he plays. Hans then asks if, now that he has confessed everything, Bjorn is willing to forgive him. But our hero smiles and says that he will continue to meet people like him, all begging for mercy, but that he is not actually soft enough to let it go. Hans insists that he is not like the rest, and promises to give up everything he owns once they return to the city, saying that Bjorn will not regret it. But our boy ignores the pathetic and Orikian nature of this trash. Human, and so on her first full day in the game, ends up killing a man. By the second day, he had the proper equipment to stay alive. He was no longer wandering around half-naked like a lost caveman. Now he was drinking water. Bottled up, she checks her direction with a compass, tells the time with a watch, and uses potions for her wounds. It's quite ironic that he can only live as a normal man after using a complete killing machine on a man. Even so, he is now powerful enough to crush a goblin with one blow. Hammer clean. At first, he never thought he'd be so good at fighting, so he didn't even bother choosing a weapon. Still stuck in his average Japanese man mentality. Age, but being a barbarian now is very different. On the second day in the labyrinth, the goblins begin appearing in pairs, but with their new equipment, their combat stats skyrocket. Bjorn. He's making good progress now that he can kill a couple of goblins without much effort, but exhaustion. It starts to build up due to the incessant fighting and brutal lack of sleep. Our boy realizes that he doesn't yet have a partner to cover the nights, but even so, he feels that his chances of surviving a goblin stab are better than his chances of being stabbed in the back by another Hans. He feels annoyed because every time he tries to fall asleep, goblins appear right in front of him. He strikes them furiously because barely 10 minutes have passed since he dealt with the last batch. What frustrates him most is that these filthy goblins somehow treat his nap time like it's playtime. He completely loses it and takes it all out on them because it's only been 10 minutes since he eliminated the previous group. Bjorn leans his back against a wall and thinks he's eliminated all the goblins in sight. He waits. They should stop showing up now because all he wants is to get some sleep. He closes his eyes as he falls asleep, but then a goblin stabs him in his sleep before he can even. He sits him down and immediately attacks with anger. The second one sees this and runs away, but Bjorn is grateful that he escapes because he has no energy left to. He chases after it. He realizes that if he had been a little shorter, or if the goblin had jumped a little higher, he could have slashed its throat. That thought sinks in, and he admits that he desperately needs a proper rest since he couldn't sense the goblin at all. He looks at the wound and knows he must treat it, though, unfortunately, the only option is a potion that itches even more than the wound itself. They pass. At 1400, the players begin searching for companions to spend the night. but Bjorn knows he can't afford to trust anyone, as a barbarian's heart sells for a considerable price. In this situation, the only one he believes won't try to kill him is another barbarian, so he sets out to find one. Unlike yesterday, a group of humans now ask him to be their companion for the night, as he is soaked in blood and lacking a shoe, so it looks like someone who's been through hell, and he's back. Before, he seemed too pathetic to team up with someone, but now he tells everyone who approaches him that he's just looking. One of the humans seems surprised after hearing that, and tells him that he probably won't find one because there are probably fewer than 100 barbarians left on this floor, as most have already moved on to the higher levels. After saying this, the boy wishes him good luck and he leaves. Bjorn feels it's tragic that someone as broken as him is trapped fighting in this apartment. He realizes there's no point in expecting another barbarian to appear, as it clearly won't be easy, so he needs to keep his expectations in check. He knows he doesn't want a human partner, so he has to find someone of another race. They may be fewer than humans, but they are more numerous than barbarians. It could be a dwarf who shares a barbarian's fiery spirit, or perhaps an elf who always keeps their word, but he doesn't really care as long as they're not human. Most of the other races have a sense of pride and loyalty, so they wouldn't harm adventurers unlike humans who are blinded by their greed. After deciding on this choice and wandering the area for almost an hour, our guy finally spots a potential waifu sitting injured in a corner, nervously looking around. Dior asks her if she is alone, and the moment she sees him, she looks absolutely horrified as she clutches her bow. He imagines she's just being defensive, and honestly he can't blame her, since anyone would react that way when they're hurt and suddenly see to a barbarian when he approaches to look. Upon closer inspection, he immediately notices the wound in his stomach, which is clearly not from a goblin's dagger. He asks her if a human did that to her, and to his surprise, she kneels down and begs him for help. He takes it for her, surprised when she begs him to forgive her just this once because she has a little brother waiting for her. His reaction. He's surprised, since elves are generally known for being conceited, but here she's acting like a helpless mess. If he'd known she was like this, perhaps he would have approached her differently. Who decides it's time to clear things up. He gives her a warm smile and assures her that he doesn't plan to kill her, but somehow, that just makes him look like a full-blown serial killer, and it almost gives him a heart attack. She asks him if he really plans to go through with this just because he's a barbarian, and then begs him to give her a chance. He gets annoyed, wonders what exactly the barbarians did to earn such a cursed reputation, and thinks about why she seemed terrified by just one sentence. Putting all that aside, he tells her to focus on treating her wounds first, and then they can talk properly. He hands her some bandages that she instantly recognizes as healing herbs. He thought they were poisonous, but hearing they're safe makes him feel much better. When she asks him why he's giving her the precious herbs, he wonders if anyone really needs a reason to help others, though deep down he has the small, cunning goal of perhaps becoming their partner overnight, if you understand. His idea. Our hero tells her to recover while he keeps watch, as she's in worse shape than he is at this moment. Hurt and exhausted, but also, let's be realistic, pretty sexy. While he's lost in thought, she finishes. And now that she is less cautious, she believes it is time to make the proper introductions. He introduces himself as Bjorn and she. Hesitantly, he replies that his name is Irving. He asks her why she seems so afraid of him, and she says it's because he's a barbarian while she is an elf, and the two races have been enemies for years. This is the first time he's heard about their bad blood since, in the game, he always thought they had good relationships. She quickly adds that she hasn't held a grudge against him since the war ended 10 years ago, and that she's not interested in fighting him. Even so, she finds it strange to hear this because she has no idea how much time has passed since the game's timeline. Either way, she can't afford to find anyone else right now. He tells her that he doesn't hold any grudge against her either, and that makes her truly happy. Finally, he asks her if she wants to be his companion for the night. In the morning, he noted that both were clearly exhausted and that it would help them survive if they cooperated for just one day. She mentions that her warrior's honor is very important, and he asks her to swear that he won't hurt her, telling her that in return she will swear by the name of her tribe. He thinks, who couldn't care less about the warrior's honor, so using that nonsense as a bargaining chip works well, and immediately accept it. With that out of the way, he decides to set the record straight. His name isn't Sir, it's Bjorn, and he's a handsome 20-year-old. Thank you very much. He swears on his warrior's honor that he will not harm her, and she swears by the name of her tribe that she will not attack him either. Now that the oath is settled, he is relieved to finally be able to rest. He tells her he'll sleep first, and hands her a watch, pocket, making sure he takes care of it as it is quite expensive. As he lies on the floor, he feels annoyed that sleeping has become such a mission. Still paranoid, he decides to pretend to sleep for 10 minutes just in case, but ends up falling asleep immediately. Suddenly she wakes him up, and for a second he assumes it's some kind of emergency, but she casually says that 2 hours have already passed. She realizes she didn't even manage to fake sleep properly, probably because the combination of a blanket and a backpack just sounds different. She figures that if Hans had let her have them, there's no way she would have survived that ambush. So he decides to lend them to her and tells her she's free to use the makeshift blanket and pillow if she wants. She wants it. The moment she takes them, she lights up with joy, and he loses consciousness faster than a crack addict, crashing midair. As soon as his head hits the pillow, seeing that, he assumes that she must have been really exhausted too, since she has clearly been through as much as he has. It feels as if they've already been in this hell for 5 days, even though only 3 have passed. Still, she feels much better now and blames her bad mood on the useless thoughts she keeps dragging around. He reminds himself that even if he could go back, there's nothing waiting for him there anyway. If he clings to that idea, his will to survive will crumble, after changing a few more shifts for the service. During the surveillance, the clock is approaching the next phase, and there are only 10 minutes left. He's starting to think that maybe he should ask her to team up again. As an elf, she can be a real asset in battle, but turning her. Being a teammate means splitting the rewards. That will reduce your loot. But for the last 3 days, the leprechauns have been appearing in unpleasant numbers. He can handle 3 or 4 on his own, but now he has to choose between a safe nap and bigger profits. Before he can decide, 2 adventurers appear and recognize Erwin by his equipment. They turn to him and ask him what kind of relationship he has with the elf. Bjorn tells them exactly what they can see, that she's his nightmate. The burly fellow finds it absurd that a barbarian and an elf would end up as sleepmates, and then asks how much longer they have. With a threatening look, Bjorn replies that he has no obligation to give an answer to humans without worlds. Upon hearing that, Mick, who eats a lot, feels a little intimidated. Look at Erwin as if he were a quarter-pounder Big Mac, and he's doing fine for now. Bjorn can't take it off. He has the feeling that something is wrong and imagines they must be there to help Erwin. He goes to them, to wake her up and tells her it's time to move, but she acts like a child being dragged out of bed for school and asks for a few more minutes. That bothers him a lot because this girl can get her cheeks applauded both figuratively and literally, but she still refuses to leave behind her little beauty nap. He urges Erwin to get up now, but she doesn't listen to him. He can tell she's just pretending to be asleep since she covered her face with the blanket. He forcibly pulls it off, which frightens her greatly, and she asks him why she's pretending to sleep. She tells him she thought that he would leave her alone if she woke up, since Erwin and Bjorn are only overnight companions. Their arrangement works by taking turns staying awake while the other rests, and their oaths end the moment she wakes up. He asks what's going on with those 2, and although she says it's nothing serious, he presses her to explain how they know her. She tells him, who might belong to the same clan as the human who attacked her, since they use the same symbol that represents the crystal group. Upon hearing that, the guy thinks he should probably go his own way before things go wrong, especially since it's a whole group and not just a random couple. Even so, he feels something for her since she is also 20 years old and has dreams and ambitions not so different from his own. Bjorn tells her they'll talk about it while they move, she asks him. He plans to help her, but says he'll decide after hearing the whole story. She begins to explain how it all started on her first day in the maze when she ended up with them as partners during the night. Something felt wrong. So she got up quickly and saw him trying to force himself on her, although she managed to escape. Sometime later, he discovers that he is the leader of a clan that mainly does business on the first floor. Her clan pursued her, and that's how she was injured, Bjorn asks. How is this possible, one imagines that. They must be tracking her through message stones. She realizes she has no idea what they are since they weren't part of the game she remembers. He asks for more details and she tells him. He explains that they are mysterious tools that allow you to talk to other people if you sync them before using them, and they have an approximate range, about 300 meters away. Bjorn thinks they sound like magic walkie-talkies, and now he knows that if he leaves Erwin, he will be a walking target since that clan has too many people and too many unfair tools. He asks her why the Union is persecuting her when she hasn't even done anything wrong, wondering if they are just trying to silence her. She shrugs and says that she swung her knife while trying to escape and accidentally cut something that never grew back, not even with potions. Seeing her laugh like a fool, Bjorn feels his soul leave his body. She believes that is definitely reason enough for them to pursue her. Although another way to look at it could be as good karma. Putting that thought aside, they continue, running until she suddenly realizes of something and tells her not to give the... He turns around. He listens carefully and estimates the distance to be about 150 meters, it seems to him. Too far removed for the average person to feel anything. So it must be some elven talent built into their genes since the birth. He checks if she's okay since they're about to go faster, and she tells him she can handle it. No problem. Bjorn is surprised that he's not even whining despite having an open wound and notices his courage. He then decides they need to be careful of whoever is following them because the gap isn't widening. Furthermore, there's the possibility that the pursuer is reporting your location to others will quickly turn ugly. Honestly, he would have done the same in his position. They won't be able to deny anything if that guy dies, so Bjorn has to carefully weigh the pros and cons. He'll need more details before making any smart moves. There's no going back once they're away from the guy, so Bjorn keeps running the risks and benefits through his head. He asks her what her points are. Strong, and she replies with a serious face that she is excellent at washing and cleaning, but that cooking is a lost cause. Annoyed, Bjorn repeats the question but adds a fight. And the wind shines as she boasts that she is a top-level archer and can also use a little flame spiritual magic. He thinks she's basically the blueprint for the elven archer, and if she can use flame spirits, which are almost mythical in rarity. Bjorn then asks her if she's ever killed to someone, and she freezes for a second. The idea terrifies her, but she recovers and says she'll do it if there's no other option. Then, after hearing all that, Bjorn asks him if he wants to team up with him. Until they get out of this labyrinth, they'll watch each other's backs and he won't accept any complaints. Erwin gets fired up and he says he's inside. The hero asks how far away the enemy is, and she says it's 100 meters. He realizes they've been running at full speed, but the distance is decreasing, not increasing. Therefore, he abandons the retreat plan and decides to fight. He tells her to summon the spirit because they are about to split up and attack. When he thinks they have gotten close enough, Bjorn tells him to cancel the invitation. That's when a dark figure appears in front of them. He imagines that even if the enemy couldn't see them, the fact that they stopped right in front of them means they have some kind of advanced tracking ability. Bjorn gives him the signal in a whisper, and Erwin lets the arrow fly without blinking. It pierces the enemy's head and knocks him down instantly. She seems sick about it, but Bjorn assures her that he did exactly what had to be done. If he had hesitated, they could have done it. Approach the corpse and pick up a green stone as soon as... As he touches his hand, a voice crackles. It reports that Surdin was killed while pursuing the elf and the barbarian, and tells whoever is listening to regroup in the goblin district. After looting the corpse, Bjorn collapses to the ground, clearly unimpressed. He expected this guy to have a decent haul, but there's really nothing worth mentioning. Just a few stray items and the clothes he was wearing, which Erwin is now wearing. Seeing her now completely covered in leather, he thinks she simply had an enormous level in her aura. He asks her if she has any idea how this green stone works. She says there's a button on the side. When Bjorn presses it, the stone begins to emit. The message announces that Surdin has been eliminated and that the elf he was tracking is now hiding in the goblin district with a barbarian. The reward is 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing that, Erwin almost fainted from surprise. Bjorn tells him not to be scared and to summon the spirit as they head towards the outskirts. From there they'll go to the second floor. Erwin looks at him as if he's lost and asks if he really means they'll go up alone. He calmly tells him that yes, they will. She points out that the first and second floors are two completely different beasts. He says he knows and adds that as long as they stay close to the entrance, everything will be fine since they balance each other out well. Upon hearing that, she begins to feel a little shy. While he thinks that melee tanks and long-range traffickers have always formed a solid combination, and now that they're forming a group, there's no way the first floor will give them the kind of loot or experience they need. Erwin hesitates, saying this is the first time they've worked together, and diving into the second floor like this feels more like running into an orc nest just to avoid the goblins. At that moment, the announcer chimes in again, saying whoever finds the elf first can do whatever they want with her besides the 10,000 gold. Erwin freezes in fear again, but Bjorn assures her that he won't leave her behind. A voice intervenes, saying it's a good deal, and asks if he can cut off her limbs if she resists. The announcer replies that as long as the important parts are left intact, it's fine. Even. While trembling, she tells Bjorn she's ready to go to the second floor. He smiles, silently, thinking that he didn't even have to push her. This worked out too well for him. Bjorn always. He's the type to help someone when it benefits him, so if you can eliminate this kind of junk and get that satisfying feeling of doing good while you're at it, you'll be all in. There's no downside in sight. Erwin then asks if he knows how to get to the second floor. He admits he doesn't know the exact route, but says they'll find it if they keep heading north. The dungeon is set up in such a way that if someone follows the shadows, they will eventually reach a portal that leads to the next level. Suddenly, Erwin tells him to stop when he sees a goblin trap ahead. Bjorn is confused at first, since it's been a while since they last met. With one. He quickly realizes that traps don't usually appear that often in well-lit areas, so he's clearly having terrible luck today. She offers to take care of it and tells him to rest. A little. Bjorn warns him not to use the spirit of the flame since he needs to preserve his energy, and she quickly says she hadn't planned to do it. Anyway, then from the shadows, some goblins jump. She jumps back in an instant. He shoots one of them in the head, and she dodges the second one like a pro before finishing him off without breaking her cold, expressionless demeanor. With a gleam of pride in his eyes, asks him, how did it go for Bjorn after? He tells her she did very well and that he has no doubt she is a true elf, and she hands him over some magic crystals and asks if he can get one out of every 10 when he keeps the rest. He says he wants to save enough to buy his brother something. Bjorn doesn't. He fully understands what she means by that, but he says, who is willing to work hard to achieve it. He imagined that she must be trying to hit him for scamming her before. Later, the radio station returns and announces that the reward has been doubled to 20,000 gold and they want her dead or alive. Erwin looks devastated. Maisis. Upon hearing that, Bjorn reassures her again. He says no one will find them in the dark since these clowns clearly don't work together. He guesses they've probably already taken the wrong route and gotten too close to the border. Erwin asks if she'll have to deal with them alone, but our boy tells her no, they'll defeat them together. Anyway, the way the experience system works in this game is a bit strange. You only get XP for killing one monster species the first time, so leveling up means hunting a wide variety of creatures. Bjorn tells him to watch the rear while he takes the lead. If the game mechanics hold, the ghouls will only attack when someone is inside. Within its range, when it enters that zone, the demons immediately rushed in, just as I expected. He blocks them with his shield and crushes them with his hammer. Compared to goblins, ghouls are faster and stronger, but still nothing above the lower level. Their attack patterns. They are simple, and since Erwin backs them, they can get through. They easily continue onward, always heading north until they finally reach the third day. Suddenly, Erwin sees blood on the ground next to a half-eaten piece of bread and says it doesn't look like blood from Goblin, but Bjorn instantly knows. What is it? This is the same place where he first landed after, of being thrown into the labyrinth, and just behind it was the portal, as the memories come flooding back, and he gets so angry that he slams his hammer on the ground, surprising Erwin. The portal had been just steps away from where it all began, and realizing how close he had come to skipping all the misery made his blood boil. Trying to remain calm, Erwin cautiously asks if he did something wrong, but he tells her that he has nothing to do with her. She suddenly realizes he might have lost some friends here, so she gently tells him it's been a difficult journey and tries to comfort him. Bjorn thinks she probably understood what happened in the environment, but it's quite the opposite. So he decides to leave it at that and asks her if she's ready to move on. Erwin admits she's scared, but being with him makes her feel safe. With that, they both enter the portal, and Bjorn silently thinks that she's a little strange, but he doesn't plan on dying anytime soon. Meanwhile, the duo falls. From the sky, Erwin manages to land, while poor Bjorn crashes to the ground with all the grace of a missed Hulk punch. He's always felt. He was curious to know what it really feels like to jump through a portal, but now he believes it probably won't happen. Erwin. She seems super impressed with herself, as it's the first time she's achieved it. Bjorn stares intently at her. Honestly, it feels a bit salty, since barbarians aren't exactly known for that kind of delicacy. They agree to check the area first, and Bjorn wonders if this could be the northern part of the goblin forest on the second floor. A portal remains open behind them, still humming with that strange vibration that leads directly to the first floor, and our boy doesn't detect even the slightest sign of life within a 50-meter radius. He sees things quite clearly thanks to the stars. Up above, but since they are still trapped inside the maze, it is obvious that the place will not become any brighter in the short term. Erwin asks if this really counts as the second floor because he never heard anything about it being a forest. And he believes they must have been referring to the other one since there are 4 different portals and each one takes you to a completely separate region. Upon hearing that, she instantly remembers that no matter where you end up, all roads eventually lead to the 3rd floor, which he confirms is true. Then he asks, "What's the game plan now?" And Bjorn answers the question by asking if he knows how to get back to the city from inside the labyrinth. Urban explains that they are automatically sent back once the maze closes, and Bjorn agrees that he did well. He adds that they have 168 hours for the 1st floor and 240 for the 2nd. And once the timer reaches 0, the maze simply forces everyone out, whether they're ready or not. No, he says they can watch Netflix and relax here until their time is up and then go back downstairs. But since sitting around all day isn't really an option, he suggests they explore a little and tells Erwin to take the lead. A wave of nostalgia hits her because the place reminds her of the fairy sanctuary back home, she tells him. He must tread exactly where she treads, as the area is riddled with traps, waiting to ruin someone's day. He says he doesn't see any trap, and then he observes how she confidently throws a stone onto a pile of leaves that instantly trigger a trap. After that brief demonstration, he thinks it's probably some kind of detection ability of fairies. Erwin seems quite pleased with himself after achieving this, and Bjorn admits to himself that he now seems somewhat reliable, but instead of saying so aloud, he simply shrugs and mutters, "The woman's good at throwing stones," in his best caveman voice. Erwin looks completely stunned by his response, and tells her not to get too excited about the little wins, since this is literally her job as an explorer. But all she hears Bjorn say is that he calls her a decent explorer, which makes her. Her face lit up when Dad finally admitted he was proud of his little girl. Immediately. After that, she becomes serious again, and warns him that something feels off because she's seeing traps everywhere, but there's no sign of goblins at all. Normally, this area of the game would be teeming with goblin squads and sometimes even mutants, whether warriors or archers. And the deeper they go, the more mutants appear, including some high-level monsters as well. But since they're close to the portal, it probably won't be a big problem for now. They use rocks to clear the traps while expanding their safe zone, since accidentally stepping on one later would be a real pain. Once they finish that, Erwin looks incredibly proud of herself, and Bjorn gives her a genuine compliment, saying she's really good and is now acting like a true explorer. He also thinks the traps on this floor are more like natural hazards compared to the first one, and says it's time to move on. Out of nowhere, Erwin suddenly notices a group of goblins nearby, and Bjorn quickly. She asks how many. She says she's not exactly sure of the number, but it's definitely more than 10, around 50. Meters away and still not. They've noticed the duo. Bjorn calls for a fight and asks how close they can get without being noticed. Erwin replies that if she goes in alone, she can close the gap by about 30 meters, and he decides to stick to the plan. She moves like a ghost without making a sound, and our guy is really impressed by how smooth she is. After getting a little closer, he signals to her and shoots an arrow directly at the group of goblins. The moment he sees the tail, Bjorn enters without stopping. He quickly realizes that the knocks from the second floor are different because the number of goblins is almost the same. There are 3 times as many as usual, and even though they're just goblins, the sheer number is somewhat intimidating. There's also a goblin warrior in the mix, which should be frightening. But instead, his battle-hungry barbarian heart races with pure adrenaline and crashes against goblins like a wrecking ball, crushing them with his hammer and hitting them with his shield. Out of nowhere, one. He stealthily emerges from his blind spot and lunges, but narrowly dodges, thinking that if he'd been a second slower, his head would have gone flying. Goblins become dangerous when there are more than 5 of them, and I could have only received damage, but nothing of the sort happened. This happens because Erwin manages. A perfect header through the attacker, powered by. The anger is now launched directly into chaos, fully ready to wipe everyone out. A system notification appears stating that you have eliminated all the goblins and obtained 11 magic crystals from that first batch. Bjorn feels good about the easy score, although he's a little annoyed at not being able to grab his weapons or armor. Donate 2 crystals to Erwin, who seems absolutely thrilled to receive double what he was promised. Bjorn's tone changes when he says it's time to move on, already thinking about how many more crystals he can grow. As they go deeper, more groups of goblins begin to appear, and this time, one. One of them has a goblin archer in the mix, but before they can celebrate the variety, the thing, it begins to disappear like a discounted Houdini, and Bjorn yells at Erwin to focus because he's clearly using stealth magic. He realizes that the fights are becoming more painful thanks to these cunning archers. especially when the group attacks him all at once. Even so, the idea of losing doesn't even cross his mind. The head and he just goes crazy and smashes him, while he's hitting like a madman. One of the archers tries to shoot quickly, but his instincts become completely Spider-Man, and barely dodges an arrow to the face. Refusing to let that go, Bjorn charges at the archer with his hammer, and sends the poor goblin flying into orbit with a flourish, after. Fighting non-stop for more than 15 hours, the two finally. They ask for a break, and Irwin immediately collapses like a sack of potatoes, Bjorn. He offers to let her sleep first, and she instantly demands the sleeping bag, without a second thought. The elf begins to snore like a pro, and Bjorn realizes she must have been exhausted since she had never done so before. Made no sound while sleeping, and maybe now it really feels like it. She felt safe. As she gazed at the night sky, she reflected on their relentless hunt and how they ended up with far more loot than they had anticipated. Even crossing paths with all sorts of groups of exotic explorers. Obviously, they never stopped to chat. But just looking at them is enough to drain their energy. He concludes that the explorers are much more frightening than goblins, especially now that he has Irwin with him. At one point, he accidentally lets slip that she's pretty, which she instantly notices and begins to mock of him while he is surprised that she was even awake. She laughs and pretends to go back to sleep, leaving him wondering if he somehow ended up with a defective elf or something. By the fourth day, they're still cutting the goblin population like it's their part-time job. As the days pass, they continue cultivating more magic stones until finally the 7th day arrives and it's time to return to the first floor. Irwin complains that they're going to crash the moment they go outside, and Bjorn agrees, telling them they should return now since early is always better and safer. On the way back, she reminds him to still be careful of the traps, as they will probably have reset by now. He then points out that there's a group of goblins about 70 meters ahead, and that this group includes mutant variants. But Bjorn doesn't even flinch and says they're fighting them off. Anyway, meanwhile the goblins are laughing as if they were. It's a comedy until Bjorn takes them down and looks at them with the eyes of a full-blown serial killer. He lets them escape. A war cry loud enough to let all the goblins in the area know there's a male Sigma in the field and begins hammering them against the ground while Irwin handles goalkeepers like a professional. The goblins begin to fall quickly. Bjorn casually blocks their blows with his eyes closed and feels quite comfortable with Irwin's support, as she compliments his fighting style well. He recalls her mentioning 2 archers, but now there are no arrows flying in their direction. After cleaning, he compliments her skills, which makes her blush like crazy, but he also tells her to let him know the next time he eliminates archers, so he can relax a little. She nervously admits she wasn't sure if the last one was dead, and Bjorn agrees it's always best to be sure, adding that she's grown a lot in just a few days. Becoming. Very sentimental with a tear in her eye. Suddenly she alerts him to something shining in the distance, and he enthusiastically tells her that the goblin archer dropped an essence. Bjorn's face falls, as this is not something he expected to see here, and he immediately dives into story mode while explaining that essences are part of the skill system, and are like a cheat element that grants you abilities depending on the monster from which it comes. But there's a problem. You can only absorb a limited number, and each one varies in usefulness, so it's a matter of making smart decisions. At that moment, he finds it quite suspicious that it has even gone down, since the rate is practically 0 here, and now he is convinced that something is going on. Irwin wonders if someone who eats it becomes a leprechaun, which Bjorn denies. He explains that the guy previously obtained the essence of a razor wolf and used it to track them. Then he asks Irwin if he wants this, and her eyes light up as if it were Christmas morning. Although she tries to act calm and says she'll accept it if he doesn't. He wants it, while Bjorn regrets teaming up with what he's now certain is a flawed elf. Meanwhile, he already knows exactly which essence he wants, though obtaining it is difficult. It won't be easy, just as he starts to tell Irwin something about trading. The essence, a random voice. He interrupts them and finds himself face to face with a group of adventurers who are yelling at them to freeze. A redhead approaches demanding answers, and Irwin tries to explain his version, but Bjorn's instinct tells him his luck is never that good, so he grabs Irwin without saying a word. One more word and she throws it straight to the heart of the matter, forcing it to absorb it. The redhead is completely lost and screams that the essence was hers while becoming even more moody. Every second, Bjorn stands firm and supports Irwin, who looks a little weak and begins to monologue that he expected to meet guys like this. These guys probably sensed the essence and rushed in hoping to snatch it away, but it's a shame for them because Irwin already. He swallowed it. With a nasty grin, Bjorn taunts them, daring them to step up if they're feeling brave, even though they clearly have the numbers, but that's precisely why they're backing down. It's not an option here. His eyes flicker wildly, and he tells them to take their chances or get lost. And so, the two of them book it. From there, Bjorn immediately yells at Erwin not to look back and to keep running towards the exit. She is confused when she states that the 4 guys have already left, but Bjorn seems confident that even if those guys back down, there's a good chance they'll run into them again. He quickly explains that they were a group of 4 and were probably exploring the 2nd level. And since they're close to the entrance, they likely plan to return to the 1st floor and go back to the city, he states. Who in simple terms have the same plan as the duo to return, and Erwin starts bragging about how amazing he is in that. At that moment, his ears go on alert and he warns that there's a group of goblins about 50 meters ahead. Bjorn doesn't hesitate and shouts that this time they'll avoid them. But he shakes his head and says that the goblins are already charging straight towards them. Bjorn clenches his jaw in frustration, realizing that they've always been the ones who encounter the goblins first, not the other way around. Now, he begins to wonder if this is more than just a coincidence when he orders her to follow him, and she quickly returns the way they came. Erwin opens her mouth to say something, but her expression changes abruptly when she sees an arrow slicing through the air toward her. Before she can react, Bjorn grabs her and pulls her out of the way just in time, after which she coughs. She complains that she would have dodged it herself, but Bjorn interrupts and tells her flatly that it wasn't a goblin who shot it. Now he's convinced it was the same garbage bags as before. They must have lured the goblins and set up an ambush from the other side, hoping to catch Bjorn and Erwin off guard while they were busy fighting. He tells her to stop talking, and he uses his powers, but she blinks in confusion, so he explains that he uses the power of essence while. Remember that each essence not only grants a stat boost, but can also provide a unique ability. She's speechless, saying she doesn't know how it works. But Bjorn says he's already active. Indeed, his body begins to fade away, disappearing into thin air. He watches with mild surprise and wonders if the ability can really be activated so easily. Anyway, he gets serious and hands her his bag, while telling her that he will keep the goblins at bay while she tracks down the crossbowmen. She hesitates, clearly worried that it might be suicide, but Bjorn coldly tells her there's no time to argue. He orders her to stay hidden and wait for his signal before firing. She tries to ask what the sign is, but he's already running towards the goblins, yelling at them not to do anything stupid. Bjorn stops and senses that the goblins to his left are clearly eager to fight. He enters. Running, he notices the cowards haven't shown up since the first arrow, but he bets they'll appear once he's dealt with the goblins. He swings. He confidently hammered his hammer as he counted about a dozen of them. 2. Wielding swords as if they knew what they were doing. He relaxes a little, relieved that there are no archers until his. Shield catches an arrow out of nowhere. He curses himself for jumping the gun, and just as he regains his focus, a sharp pain strikes his back as a goblin stabs him. But Bjorn, being the absolute unity that he is, kills. The thing remained unmoved, even while fighting. With these gremlins, you must stay alert to spot the crossbow punk, since Erwin isn't around to cover him. He begins to breathe with difficulty as the blows. They accumulate, and he realizes that the situation is getting worse. Quickly. Her instincts ignite when she feels 2. Arrows flying towards him. One is a goblin, and the other is that rat with the crossbow, and he realizes instantly that blocking both is impossible. Thinking quickly, he decides to block the crossbow and growls when. The goblin's arrow crashes into his elbow. The poison takes effect almost immediately, and now he can't move his arm, and since he only has one functional arm left, he knows he has to choose between his 2 weapons. Without hesitation, he drops the hammer and starts. The arrow, deciding that the shield gives him a better chance of surviving this disaster, since that explorers are more dangerous than goblins. Then it begins. He smashes goblins with his shield as if he were clearing a buffet row, but he gets furious because his numbers just won't go down. Finally, the goblins sense the change in his energy and flee in fear as he breathes a sigh of relief at not having to chase them. That's when the ambushers appear, and their leader taunts Bjorn for handling the goblins alone. The man in a samurai suit seems impressed, but Bjorn simply replies, "I absolutely knew it was them from the beginning, even though I couldn't see the crossbow rat anywhere." The leader ignores that and asks smugly where the elf, but Bjorn smiles and challenges them to fight him first. The redhead shakes his head and mutters that Bjorn really is a barbarian for wanting to continue fighting in this state. But his expression darkens into a twisted smile as he points to Bjorn's wounds and simply demands the elf in exchange for his life. He flashes an arrogant smile that instantly unnerves the group who call him a lunatic. But they decide they've had enough of his nonsense and tell him to get ready to lend a hand. The leader, apparently not brain dead, tells his crew to stay alert, and they all charge straight at the barbarian. Bjorn's left arm still refuses to cooperate, and although he briefly wonders if Erwin managed to catch the trigger rat, he decides to give the signal. Anyway, while proudly raising his middle finger to the sky. The leader is clearly astonished and demands to know what the barbarian thinks he's doing, while Bjorn just hopes Erwin managed to pick up the signal. With no better plan, he launches himself. He attacks like a madman and catches the attackers completely off guard. He strikes the leader, with his shield who barely manages. Block him with his sword. As expected, the coward. He immediately calls for reinforcements and his companions charge in, striking him. Bjorn narrowly dodges the samurai's sword, but he knows that going back now would be madness which leads to another attack and wild swings in the hope of creating some kind of opening for Erwin. A thought begins to plague his mind as he wonders if she was defeated by the crossbowman. But at that moment, an arrow flies past, catching everyone off guard. Bjorn wonders if that arrow is his. Or not, but the tank springs into action and blocks it, easily confirming that it belongs to the elf. The big man shouts that he will take care of the arrows so that the rest can pillage the barbarian even. He manages to deflect another shot and mocks her as if he has everything figured out. Bjorn curses under his breath that the tank clearly had that intention from the beginning. Now the rest of the team surrounds Bjorn, and he knows he can't survive them all. So he decides to sacrifice whatever he can, since his left arm is now useless. He decides to change it for a shot at the redhead while he's charging and slams the guy's skull like he's cracking open a melon. Without. Losing his rhythm, he turns to face the samurai and manages to dodge. His cut while jumping backwards to create space between them while the samurai. He is visibly bewildered by how fast Bjorn moves. Meanwhile, the guy with the shield jumps to catch another arrow, only so that this is a fiery arrow that illuminates his shield. Bjorn grins as he taunts the boy, asking if he really thought he could block everything. The tank immediately tosses its flaming shield aside as the samurai rush forward again, desperate to finish them off. With him. But no one warned them that Erwin is a spirit archer, and a bright arrow crashes directly into the tank's shoulder, which makes him scream like a little kid. The redhead panics as they look around as if he looks like he's in a horror movie, and runs off into the woods, yelling that he'll take care of the goalkeeper himself. Bjorn sees him run and decides to trust him. Erwin is handling it while the samurai yells at Bjorn to surrender and keeps hitting him. Bjorn ignores the noise and focuses on giving Erwin more time. When the samurai attacks again, Bjorn suddenly moves and smashes his shield directly into the face of the tank behind him, from him, leaving him unconscious. The samurai remains with his glorious bald head exposed and rage boiling in his eyes, begins to cut furiously while Bjorn remarks that he is now completely alone. He wonders what someone so strong is doing with idiots like these. Blocking blow after blow, Bjorn begins to think that the biggest mistake the guy could make is underestimating him and pushes forward, which forces the old man to be on the defensive. Then, using his unparalleled barbarian brain, he feigns a shield bash and releases it mid-swing, causing it to crash into the samurai. Before the boy can even blink, Bjorn grabs him by the neck, causing a visible fear to run through the samurai's soul. Bjorn picks him up, shouts, and asks if they really thought he'd die in a garbage dump like this. Then leans forward and bites the guy's neck straight in like a man who skipped breakfast. With the last of them dead, Bjorn wipes the blood off his face. He spits out of his mouth because he didn't want to ingest those bald genes. At that moment, Erwin runs over and, worried, checks if she is okay. She takes out a potion and insists that he drink it instead of wasting it on his wounds, especially since it's poisoned. The moment the potion hits his stomach, he starts to rush around as if a parade of firecrackers were exploding inside him. And every inch. It feels like he's melting. Erwin cheers him on like a support squad of elves while he barely manages to ask her the time. She quickly checks and replies that it's almost 11:30, which means they only have 40 minutes left before the youngest one seals them off. Without warning, Bjorn turns to her and orders her to start undressing. She immediately turns bright red. She eats beets and slowly begins to undress, assuming there's some strange survival reason behind it. But he simply says he meant the corpses. Without time to argue, he starts looting the equipment while she scrambles to grab the crossbow and anything else of value he dropped. The redhead. The clock keeps ticking as they rush to loot the bodies, and reserve them towards the entrance. And when there's barely a minute left, they rush to the portal. As usual, Bjorn lands face down on the ground as if fate had a personal vendetta against his dignity. Erwin bursts out laughing as Bjorn wonders which god cursed him to bring about this luck. With the brightest smile he's ever shown, Erwin tells him he did very well. Bjorn nods in response, but is still shocked by how close he was cut. She remembers their previous conversation and asks him what he was trying to say back then. Bjorn raises a finger, but he stops mid-sentence because he suddenly can't remember the name of the tavern. Mentally accelerating his 2 remaining brain cells, he fries his brain. And finally, he manages to remember the name of the black whale. He tells him to meet him there, and with that, the portal closes behind them as they are taken back to the city. With a slow exhalation, Bjorn murmurs softly that he's back in Raptonia as his eyes scan the other returning adventurers. He believes that, while it's not surprising there are tons of explorers here, the scale is still different. Time flows. Strangely, only 1 day passes inside the maze, so he has to reset his clock each time. At that moment, someone says his full name and he rushes to locate the voice. She manages to guess the guy's name, Jarek, and shakes his hand as another barbarian appears and their conversation deepens. Before she knows it, a whole squad of barbarians gathers together and begins to exchange their adventure stories. Meanwhile, Bjorn seems completely lost and wonders if this turned out to be an accidental meeting. Finally, the chaotic team decides to hold a friendly competition and begins heading towards the checkpoint. While Bjorn tries to disappear into the background, but they drag him along anyway. At the counter, the cashier begins counting the stones and announces a total of about 41,000. And all. The world begins to excite the Karak room. Meanwhile, Bjorn takes out 3 of his own bags, and the cashier looks at them and asks if they are all monster crystals. He counts them faster than a gold prospector and finishes in just a few seconds. And it yields the number 182,000. Everyone stares in disbelief before losing control and declaring our boy as the new record holder. That's when they really start to notice that he fits the new bling and declare him the best of the warriors. They begin to sing, and Bjorn understands his passion when he entered as a caveman and left as a distinguished gentleman. Finally, the humor hits him. He shouts at the top of his lungs that he's the best, which triggers. More chaos ensues as he is thrown into the air, while checkpoint personnel desperately try to calm the chaos. The barbarians apologize louder and louder, turning the whole scene into an endless mess. After a while, the noise subsides, and Bjorn decides to stay with the other barbarians for now, thinking there might still be some things he missed the first time. So that's when he spots someone familiar from a distance and recognizes Erwin, who's happily chatting with his friends. Bjorn just watches and sighs. It must be nice. Meanwhile, he is surrounded by gorillas. Erwin notices it in waves and says that. They should meet tonight, she agrees. Instantly, but the girl who he's standing next to him starts looking at Zeus and asks if he knows him. However, Erwin panics and immediately denies it. Out of nowhere, a face intervenes and asks if Bjorn knows the fairy and if he. She also denies it without batting an eye, saying that he takes it too far and that it's best for the best warrior not to associate with those cowardly, pointy-eared types. The old lady, Bjorn realizes the insult, and he just wants to dig a hole and disappear because he's about to explode thanks to these savage idiots. Seeing that the last barbarians were leaving, he quickly told them. The rest of them realize it's time to jump in, as they understand there's no way they can talk to Erwin with this circus around. At that moment, a child calls out to his father and runs towards him for a hug. And Bjorn silently watches as the families reunite amid tears of joy. But that joy is balanced by pain, as he also sees a woman lose control because her husband is not among the explorers, and to many others who are also in mourning. Even though he's played this game more times than he can count, seeing real human emotions instead of flat graphics is different and leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Later, the barbarians begin to celebrate like animals and inhale beer, while Bjorn calmly sips his drink in a corner. He followed him, hoping to find some juicy information he'd missed earlier, but clearly these guys are just wasting their time and their own. Slamming his hand on the table, he gets up and says he has places to be, and immediately, the rest of them start going crazy as if he were the main character, or something like that, but surprisingly everyone wishes him luck and goes back to the party like if nothing had happened. Bjorn. He walks through the city and sees children playing and thinks about how peaceful it feels here because there are no monsters or humans trying to kill him, just random newbies chatting in the background. The city has rules and a strangely comforting feeling. If you stumbled here, someone could help you up. Upon entering the inn, he thinks that while this world may be wilder than the real one, it's also much more peaceful. Then, instead of scrubbing and getting rid of her smelly clothes, she faces. He leans against the plants on the bed and barely holds back his tears as he realizes how much he misses home. He falls asleep and wakes up late at night with a stretch, and he assumes he's been gone for about 5 hours, so he figures it's finally time to go and meet Erwin at the tavern. Cut to a merchant who drops the bombshell that the Black Whale Tavern has been out of service for 10 years. Having been sold years ago due to a random nobleman's mistake, Bjorn freezes in disbelief and realizes the game world's timeline is far behind this, then asks about the new name of the place. A while later, he is standing in front of Python. Pood wonders if this is the right place, as the vibe is totally different, but he feels relieved to at least be able to read the language. Upon entering, he is greeted by Chaos, and a waitress gives him the usual welcome. But before he can take a proper step, Erwin shouts as she waves to him from a table where she's relaxing with the elf from before. The short-haired one stares at him intently, but Bjorn still introduces himself and asks her who she is. She calls herself Erwin's older sister, but he wants a name, and she eventually settles on Teresia. However, Bjorn has already guessed it, but lets it go. Teresia doesn't waste any time. She slams her hand on the table and demands to know. What was a barbarian like him thinking, inviting a young woman to a place like this while she glared at him with murderous intent? The sister coldly replies that last night he dragged Erwin to such a gloomy place and then left like a clown, leaving her to spend the night alone before launching into some direct racial slurs. Patience. Bjorn starts to get tired and he asks her what she's doing about what happened last night, but she simply assumes that he is doing the foolish act on purpose. He deceives her as if she were his most forgettable ex, and instead turns to Erwin and asks him who he responds to with 30 solid hours, leaving him completely stunned. Perhaps that's why he feels so refreshed now after waking up, since it turns out the guy slept all day and apologizes. Mentally with Erwin, who just stands there, looking angry and confused. Then our boy. He finally acknowledges and apologizes for sleeping all the time, which, honestly, it surprises both of them more than it should. Teresa. She seems too dazed to remain angry, and instead demands to know why he dragged her here at this hour. He continues to ignore her like a pro, and tells her to go ask Erwin if she's so curious, which further irritates his nerves and causes him to be crossed out. He's a rookie, but our guy doesn't let that slide and warns him to abandon that attitude if he plans to take care of Erwin forever. A vein almost bursts, he drops a bag, fat on the table, and delivers 350,000 stones made of essences. This is causing Bjorn's brain to short-circuit, and this is turning into a ugly drama in which she slaps him with money and tells him to stay. Away from her sister, Teresia begins to glance at him out of the corner of her eye, confused as to why a barbarian isn't grabbing the cash and suspecting something is amiss. One more thing. Being the gentleman he is, he asks Erwin if this configuration seems all right to him, and remember that the deal was that she would help him until he got what he needed. That takes her by surprise, and then he casually adds that they'll split it all at $50 each. 50 cents, which cheers her up, but she quickly... He looks sad and apologizes, which leaves Bjorn blinking in confusion. Teresia explains that from now on. Erwin will stay with her now, since before he had to let her go alone due to tradition. But not anymore. Bjorn mentally curses the universe for giving Erwin a submissive sister to carry around, while Teresia... He pushes the bag forward as a final warning and tells her to get the hint. Bjorn stops her and asks if this payment is for the essences they earned together. When she confirms it, he points out that she's still short a few stones from the agreed-upon price. The elf hits him with a fake face of regret and pulls out. The rest makes him wonder if she really tried to deceive him. This annoys him even more, and he finally understands why barbarians have trouble with fairies. He then flatly tells her to leave so he can talk to Erwin, alone. Teresia seems unable to believe that there is still anything left to say. And while Erwin thanks her for showing up, she politely tells him he can leave now. Teresia gets the hint that Erwin is no longer a child, but he makes a last-minute move, and demands that Bjorn swear that he will not sleep with Erwin. The poor girl seems to want to evaporate while Bjorn wonders if all other options are still valid. But he ends up swearing anyway. Not that he cares a fig about the warrior's honor, which visibly disappoints Erwin to the point of marrow. Happy with that answer, Teresia finally leaves, but throws one last curveball while he turns around and thanks the barbarian for saving his sister. Erwin collapses the moment she leaves, wondering if her sister was angry because she finally spoke, but Bjorn tells him not to worry. She apologizes for not being able to continue working with him, although he says it's not necessary anyway, since his sister is a top-level fairy after all. Then Erwin brings the stones they obtained from some explorer's loot. The girl explains that she left the two explorers' backpacks at her house and tells him to check them himself tomorrow. He's impressed that she guessed what he wanted to ask and regrets not having her as a teammate. Then finally, he gets to the main point. She asks him how she could pay him, which leaves him a little puzzled. The love-struck maiden murmurs, her face flushed, that she really wants to pay him for helping her, which makes sense because her sister had a mood swing a while ago. Bjorn thinks about it. He takes a moment and says that nothing comes to mind at the moment, and instead asks if she is hungry. She says no, so he decides to ask just for... He does, but she changes her mind. Very fast, and demands alcohol since yesterday he didn't drink a drop. She says she wanted to have her first drink with him, which reminds him that all this is a big deal for fairies. He seems confused, so she corrects him to thank him, and adds happily that he wanted to share the first one with his friend from the maze. She remains silent because she thinks this wouldn't be her first drink back, but he corrects her and reminds her that she told him she is 21 years old. That puzzles her, and he smiles and says that this was also his first time in. A labyrinth with a banquet. Delicious, they both raise their glasses and toast. After a bit of chaotic drinking, Erwin is all nervous and lets slip that he's actually now wearing a shirt but simply sipping his beer in silence as he thinks it's time to move on to serious matters. He wipes his mouth and mentions that she wanted to pay him sooner and says that he finally thought of something. Erwin starts to get overly excited when he asks what it is. Bjorn mentions that security will likely catch them if they stay here, and she reaches a completely wrong conclusion when he suggestively says that they should then go to his room. Back at Bjorn's place, he tells her to stretch a little further and she lets slip. A grunt escapes him, but he quickly moves to his room where Bjorn is seen bending Erwin's arm backward to test his newly acquired flexibility, only to be caught off guard when he starts screaming that his arm is about to be ripped off. This makes him realize that he still doesn't have proper control over his own strength. She screams that her arm has never bent so much in her entire life, but Bjorn. He still has the nerve to ask her if she's really sure, as if the tears running down her face weren't proof enough. Erwin swears on his entire family line that he never did it, and our guy finally realizes it might be a good idea to stop and let her rest for a while. The moment he lets go, Erwin slinks off into a corner, loudly declaring his disbelief that she's actually still alive, and genuinely wondering how her arm is still connected to her body after that free session with the chiropractor he definitely didn't ask for. Bjorn thinks to himself that maybe a 4-stat increase in flexibility doesn't make as dramatic a difference in real life as it does in the game, while Erwin, clearly disappointed, asks if he really brought her to his room just to test her abilities, and Bjorn casually replies that using abilities within the city limits is against the rules, though the truth is he just wanted to compare the game's clean digital interface with how everything feels and works in the real world. Dungeons & Stone isn't known for being an easy-to-use game, and this becomes obvious once you look more closely at your statistics, where the main categories like mind, body, and skill may seem straightforward at first, but they are actually composed of thousands of smaller hidden sub-statistics, meaning that something like increased resistance doesn't just help you carry more weight, but it also improves overall effectiveness in physical attacks. Due to this detailed breakdown within the stats, characters often end up with very different capabilities, even when their primary stat values seem similar. Exactly the same. Bjorn reflects on how it took him all the time in the world to understand this, and even after spending 9 whole years playing, he still admits that he hasn't figured out all the details. She recalls that one of the statistics she still barely understands is the obsession statistic, and when that thought crosses her mind, she looks at Erwin knowing that he is linked to the essence she had consumed. She seems confused for a moment and asks if they're really going to do something else. But Bjorn ignores the question completely and instead asks if they've noticed any strange changes since he left the maze, like thinking too much about small things or suddenly having less patience than usual. She thinks about it for a moment and says she's not really sure, adding that the one thing he can clearly recall is the craving for cookies after they returned, which makes him wonder if the statistic simply amplifies the desire in general, and that might be why it never showed any noticeable effect during his own gaming experience. He becomes lost in thought, pondering the other statistics he doesn't yet know about when. Erwin tugs at her sleeve and tells her she's tired. And although he still wants to do more tests, he thinks it's best to call it a day and get some rest. She blows out the candle and they both settle into bed. And just as he's about to fall asleep when suddenly he remembers Teresa's warning, with the promise she made not to sleep with Erwin, but she puts the thought aside, convincing herself that it doesn't really matter since, in the first place, he has no bad intentions towards her. The next morning, Erwin takes him to his house to show him the loot they managed to collect. And it turns out to be such an enormous haul that even he finds it hard to believe. Then Erwin asks him if he plans to sell it all, and he says yes, except for a few items he might want to keep. Then he takes out a leather suit and asks if he can have it along with a leather belt, and Bjorn tells him that's perfectly fine as long as he. Draw your own conclusions. They visit several stores throughout the city and manage to sell their loot for an absurdly low amount. High stone level, which adds up to a total of 1,450,000 stones, leaving Erwin incredulous as he begins to wonder if he might be dreaming. Bjorn quickly calculates that if he gives Erwin a share of 50,000, he will still have 1,440,000 left, making it the first time he has ever won such an astonishing amount. He tells her that they can now go their separate ways since they have nothing more to do. But Erwin seems taken aback by the sudden suggestion, so she adds that at least they can walk together to the town square, although she still sighs softly because she had hoped to stay with him for a while. That's about it. When they arrive at the town square, they find a large crowd gathered around what appears to be a guillotine. Bjorn asks what's happening, and Erwin explains that it's an execution, and he quickly realizes that the executed people don't. They have not committed any serious crime, but are being punished simply for not paying their taxes. As the executioner pulls the rope, Bjorn recalls that Rafdonia is the last city left in this world that managed to survive the curse of the witch, and since the only place where resources can be gathered is the labyrinth. The government deals with those who cannot pay taxes by executing them, which helps reduce the number of mouths they need to feed. As soon as they are taken, as the executions are carried out, the crowd suddenly rushes towards the gallows and begins to dip the bread in the blood, before eating it, a sight that naturally horrifies our heroes. Erwin turns to Bjorn and asks him why anyone would do something so disgusting, to which he calmly replies that they believe in a legend that says consuming the blood of the executed will bring financial luck. Disturbed by what he just saw, he asks Erwin how much the tax is for the first year, and she tells him it's 700,000 for non-humans, which, according to him, is different from the game, but not very far removed. He then adds that from the second year onwards, the tax rises to 800,000 stones, and that there are also additional taxes on trades. He believes that the escalating tax structure feels like a game, this means he will have to get stronger within a year. He comes to the grim conclusion that if dying doesn't bring him back to the real world and he isn't strong enough to survive in it, then their own blood could be the next thing to get soaked in someone's bread. To survive all this, you need to start saving money. And to do so, he must be able to explore the 6th floor as minimum. He heads to the library, which is now fully operational, and as he walks down the aisles, all the readers turn to stare at him as if he were a chicken that had just escaped from the coop. But then he sees Inar passed out on top of a book. Out of curiosity, he wakes her, and after a quick exchange of greetings, the barbarian asks her what she is doing there, to which she replies that she needed more knowledge to be able to think before acting, just as he once advised her. She goes on to declare that monsters are not her only enemies, so he decided to study. But true to form, he quickly discovered he couldn't even read, and now she plans to learn from her elders. She gets up hurriedly, determined to start reading lessons before her easily distracted barbaric brain makes her forget what she came to do in the first place. Before leaving, she tells Bjorn that he can come find her if he ever needs help, and he sits her down in response, acknowledging the offer. After that, his attention turns to the task of finding the books he sought in this enormous library. But while he searches, suddenly she notices the librarian and decides to wake her up to ask her help. He tells her he's looking for a book, but she interrupts him before he finishes and casually casts a spell, while telling her that she can now find all the books she needs without any effort, and also reminds him that he cannot borrow none before falling back into sleep as if nothing had happened. Without bothering to question its logic, our child wanders among the shelves and watches as the books he needs literally glow to show him where they are. He starts with the first one about the history of a place called Fallen World, where the author explains how a witch's curse left all the lands lifeless, but somehow Rafdonia managed to survive the disaster through some miracle. The royal family ends up opening a portal to another dimension now known as the Labyrinth in order to gather resources to survive. The second book, entitled Basic Concepts. The alchemy section explains how magical crystals taken from monsters are transformed into bread, water, steel, and other essential items. It summarizes the key points. And then it moves on to the third book, titled The Holy War, which covers the struggle between barbarians and fairies in great detail, like Twitter. The fourth book, that Lee titled The Evil Spirit of the Abyss, covers evil spirits that are actually people from other dimensions possessing someone, which unfortunately also includes our boy. The book skips over the part about their origins, but clearly states that the royal family and the temple did everything possible to completely eliminate these spirits or players of his world. He imagines he must be careful not to blow his cover. Before moving on to the fifth book entitled The Death of the King, which details the death of the so-called immortal king, Bigjian III, which took place 150 years ago. Then Bjorn realizes that since his game starts right after the king's death, it means that the timeline is 150 years behind the real world within the game. Finally, he picks up the book titled Records of Dimensional Instability, which dismisses the theory that entering a portal at the last second increases the possibility of a dimensional glitch. Exactly as the blonde boy had mentioned earlier, the barbarian finally realizes it's gotten quite late and decides it's best to head back and rest a little. Back home, he estimates that 3 full days have passed since he left the labyrinth, so he has 27 more days until he has. That he will go back and decides that tomorrow he will start looking for new teammates. The night fades away in what seems like a blink, and he wakes up when someone practically tries to rip the door off its hinges, and once he realizes it's Erwin, he opens it only to be punched. A gust of green wind hit her face. He tells her that he finally got a contract with the spirit from the wind after 10 complete failures with different spirit stones. The hero realizes that he is not just lucky, as spirit stones have a 10% success rate, but it's also clearly burdened because those things cost a fortune. He tells her to get rid of the spirit, which leaves her visibly disappointed. But after taking a good look at the mess in her room, he quickly apologizes. She switches into housewife mode, cleaning the place spotless in no time, leaving Bjorn quietly impressed. He compliments her, but also points out that she would be wise to use her time wisely before returning to the maze, and she replies, saying she just wanted him to be the first person to know, upon realizing. Because she feels attached to him, the hero decides to use this connection on a business level, so he tells her she can always turn to him if she ever needs help, more. Later, she decides to spend her time well, and he heads to the Angry Bull Inn to meet Einar for a training session. But unbeknownst to him, all the barbarians begin to chant his name as soon as they recognize him. One of them approaches and asks if he plans to stay there, as it's very cheap, only 300 stones a night. But before, who can even wonder why, sees 10 barbarians piled up like Lego pieces on 5 beds, and instantly the idea occurs to him. He explains that he's there to meet Einar, and luckily, they run into her shortly afterwards. He asks her for help with training since he still feels too weak to face the other barbarians. She takes him to the field and tells him she will fight him when. He asks for it, so the battle begins at that very moment as everyone gathers to watch the confrontation. He charges at Einar with his shield, but she casually softened her sword once, and Bjorn falls like a sack of stones. The crowd goes wild and cheers her as the best warrior, while Bjorn's strangely pleased with his choice. He rises for the second round, only to be destroyed each time. Once the day finally ends, they both sit down to rest, and Bjorn admits that Einar is strong and clearly much more cunning than most of the other barbarians. Then he asks her if she plans to go to the maze alone next time, and then he offers to team up. Our barbaric money hoarder declares he wants 80% of the loot, but says he'll cover the fee from the party, and Einar silences him immediately and then shakes his hand, before he has time to process it, saying that he will trust him. The next day, the two head to the barbarian sanctuary, where the older man greets him and asks Bjorn why he has come. He tells her he's there to obtain the immortal spiritual seal. He reminds her that each species has its own unique trait, such as how the fairies form contracts with spirits to use their powers. Dwarves, they receive armor blessings that increase the effects of items. Beast people gain the ability to bond with ancient beasts. Spiritual, and only barbarians have access to the spiritual seal. At that moment, the older man interrupts his thoughts and asks how someone so young could know such classified information. And Bjorn puts on his best poker face as he claims he just read about it in a book. And he heard that he played an important role during the war against the fairies. Upon hearing this, the old man gives them a firm pat on the back and tells them he's proud that they even bothered to go to the trouble. In reading, although he also casually drops the bombshell that the spiritual seal costs 800,000 stones, completely unaware that our boy has been blatantly looting and scheming. Bjorn doesn't even blink and confidently says he'll pay up front, which leaves Einar completely stunned. But now he's ready to throw the money around because he knows that the higher his level, the rarer the ingredients you'll need for the seal, the more unusual they will be. So he takes out his bag and shows the older man that he can afford it. The old man seems absolutely stunned and asks where he got so much money. And Bjorn, already prepared. It tells a story about finding a wounded fairy in the labyrinth, to make her a slave, and then feed her with an essence so that he can later extract money from her sister as payment. The older one loses his temper and laugh uproariously as the other barbarians begin to flee as well. Pleased with him, the old man gives him 200,000 stones on the spot, saying that he sees great potential in him, and at the same time, he laughs at squeezing more gold out of those fat-eared elves. Thereafter, Bjorn goes to the witch doctor and recalls that barbarians receive tattoos immediately after birth to keep their souls' paths clear, even when, as they grow, the witch doctor warns him that once the daughter receives the immortal seal, she will not be able to receive any other spiritual seal afterward, but the hero remains steadfast since the seal fits her well as. Tanker truck, so the doctor begins the process. He knows the seal improves performance, but that doesn't stop him from acting like a complete coward because of the pain. His stats immediately begin to rise, and he thanks the doctor, who bursts out laughing because apparently the barbarians are not grateful to people, realizing that they might have discovered. His cover is blown. Bjorn runs off and heads straight to the shopping district to acquire new equipment. From his recent training, he realizes that swordsmanship, simply, it's not for him, so he settles for a one-handed blunt weapon, and after much indecision, finally chooses a slightly large mass. He gets himself a custom helmet and some solid half armor, which inadvertently makes him look like a background NPC with only 50,000 stones left in his pocket. He begins to reflect on how his daily routine somehow, it just fits. How to have breakfast with heroin, head to the library, to study until the afternoon, have lunch in random places to learn local folk tales, train alongside fellow barbarians, and even achieve. Win a few duels, and finally end the night having dinner with heroin again before she leaves. On her last night, she wishes him good luck, and he reciprocates, thinking how incredibly fast time flies. The next day, he goes to the Explorers Guild and asks to activate the Unity magic so he can team up with Einar, and ends up paying 15,000 stones for the process. What seems expensive for the magic of single use, but allows teammates to spawn nearby, one another within the labyrinth. The receptionist explains that the price increases according to the player's rank, and that the spell lasts exactly 24 hours. Once that's sorted, take Einar out for a good meal and spend 800 stones on something expensive to lift their spirits, which works wonders on Einar as he proceeds to stuff his face like a barbarian. They arrive at the entrance to the labyrinth where they see the new group of young barbarians arriving after the arrival age ceremony, which it clearly brings back memories for Einar. It will be announced soon, the opening of the portal, but Bjorn tells her he's waiting for the right moment and she agrees, although she gets completely scared when the countdown reaches just a minute. Bjorn calmly tells him that he will wait until the guard gives the final signal that the portal is closing. Closing, after which they both run forward and jump. They look inward, and when the chaos subsides, they open their eyes in complete darkness, causing our hero to smile with satisfaction when his theory proves correct. He pulls out a torch, and they make their way through the area of total darkness until they find the portal to the second floor, delighted that his clever little trick actually worked. They enter the portal, and immediately Bjorn's experience points and level increase. Meanwhile, Einar, clearly confused, wonders how he managed to get to the second floor so early. Since the old man said that it would take 3 days, he casually explains that he found the answer in a book. Our hero checks the terrain and atmosphere of the place and discovers that they have arrived in the land of the dead. As they advance, he asks if Einar also feels the energy running through his veins, and she congratulates him, saying that means his level has just leveled up. That's when you remember that leveling up increases the amount of essence a person can collect. Einar asks how he managed to level up without even fighting a single monster and explains that entering the portal for the first time counts as an achievement. Remember that killing a certain type of monster only grants one achievement, but entering first. It grants one at a time, which makes cultivating X very simple, he tells Einar. She keeps this trick to herself because they avoid being seen by other adventurers to keep suspicion down, so they move forward in silence. Bjorn. He attaches the torch to the front of his helmet like a headlight, something he learned from other explorers, though using it makes him feel like a complete idiot. Einar seems surprised that it doesn't burn him, but for Bjorn it's obvious since the torch counts as a magic item. He reminds himself that while the land of the dead has monsters stronger than the goblin forest, the lack of traps makes it easier to manage for. The clumsy barbarians, they soon encounter 3. Demons and Bjorn realizes that there should have been more if they had made it to the 3rd day. Einar takes the initiative and eliminates them with a few quick moves, feeling good because the ground is easier than he thought. He waited until a distant, blood-curdling scream shattered his. Trust. Bjorn calmly explains that he is a tormented soul and that, unless provoked, he will not attack, but if they attack first, the tormented soul becomes immune and curses them until they leave. Suddenly Einar gets scared again, almost choking Bjorn in his panic, before realizing they are just skeletons. Then he runs off to fight them alone. Our boy tries to pinpoint the weak point of the skeletons, but Einar crushes them before he can utter a word. The words keep speaking. They head north and encounter all sorts of new monsters along the way, such as ghouls, older skeletal warriors, and even skeletal archers, although none of them cause them many problems since it's still the 1st day. The mass and armor fit Bjorn perfectly, allowing him to hit harder and block with more confidence, while his helmet proves useful enough to stop the arrows. He takes down weak bows with ease. Watch Einar, who takes down a whole group of skeletons with a single blow while shouting. Valhalla. He also starts shouting the name just for fun, and ends up loving the energy of being part of the squad of dumb, brick-like barbarians. Einar suddenly points to his injured arm, but he raises it to show that he is healing quickly thanks to the immortal seal. And remember, it helps close minor wounds in a minute and also restores stamina, making all the pain you endured to achieve it worthwhile. He feels sorry for her. He bends down to feel the dampness of the ground and notices that the terrain has changed. Then he warns Einar that there must be 8th-rank monsters nearby. At that moment they hear a chilling roar, and Bjorn quickly tells him to prepare because a death demon has just appeared. He'd only heard rumors that it feeds on light, but seeing him appear so suddenly and look so terrifying in person throws him off. Little, he tells Einar to go for the head and both spring into action. Einar attacks first, but the demon cleanly stops him with a limb, resembling a sword, and when Bjorn spins around and hits him from behind, he is astonished to see it completely intact. He immediately understands that this is going to be a serious fight, but Einar. He charges again and nearly misses his head, hitting him in the shoulder. To his horror, it only leaves a cut. Superficial, and she goes out, flying with a single blow. He gets up and admits that he's built like a tank, while Bjorn realizes that even his sword left nothing more than a small mark that healed in just 3 seconds. Thanks to its passive capacity, it is called body preservation. With prior warning, the demon lets out a roar, activating its ability to call the dead. And suddenly they are surrounded by a wave of demons. Bjorn yells at Einar to deal with the demons while he rushes off to face the demon alone from death, but all he manages to do is block or barely avoid its relentless blows. Keep dodging and stopping until the Einar finally returns after finishing off the Gauls in charge behind the monster to assist him with a clean hit at his head, but the demon moves away just in time. It was then that Bjorn saw an opening and strikes its mass forcefully against the side of his skull, hoping the fight was over, just so the creature can calmly let him know that. That's not the case, and then he hits him the following week with a single. The sudden blow. He takes it with a... His guard drops, and he begins to think that maybe it's time to throw in the towel since the thing is healing faster than his will to fight. But then Einar appears out of nowhere, and he grabs her leg as if he were about to start a championship wrestling match. This sparked an idea in Bjorn's mind, and rushes to strike the demon's ankles, using his hook to help him lose his balance. And their combined effort finally sends the creature crashing to the ground. The beast lands with a heavy thud before it can even process what's happening. And the last thing she sees are 2 savage barbarians looming over her as if she owed them rent. The 2 immediately begin to smash his head with all their might, and Bjorn starts to think that this feels strangely similar to the time he smashed rice cakes as a child and they both end up. They're having way too much fun with it. Once the monster is finally defeated, they get 2 XP points, and a large magic crystal that Bjorn estimates is worth only a paltry 100 stones, which leaves Einar. He looked stunned, but casually mentioned that for demons that summon ghouls, the price usually goes up to 300 stones. Einar randomly asks him how much the cream cake they ate earlier cost, and when he says that there were 300, her whole face lights up at the thought of winning a cake for being a devil. Bjorn estimates that he has a very advanced food economy in his brain, and she's too happy to realize she's supposed to split herself into 80 and 20. She still appreciates the hype, as it's much better than the attitude. Irwin's sleepy. And with that, they begin to hunt demons in earnest, knocking them down and beating their souls out one by one. One eventually accumulating around 70 in just one day. Bjorn muses quietly that most players shape their structure based on the first essence they eat. But he already has his sights set on the essence of the death demon for his passive healing, even as Einar snores like a chainsaw next to him. The next day, the demon begins to appear in pairs, but the two continue with their reliable tactic of knocking them down and hitting them on the head until they stop trembling. Even so, the risk of being attacked by demons becomes real, and at nightfall, things change when the demons now begin to appear in terrifying groups of 3, which is far beyond what the two can handle, so they wisely conclude their house of death demons after the second day. They manage to find a decent place to rest, but just as they begin to settle in, a group of human adventurers appears, and Bjorn takes a step forward to confront them, only to be interrupted by Einar, who coldly tells them to leave if they value their lives, scaring them instantly. Later she tells Bjorn that they need to relocate since others now know his location, and he begins to suspect that she may have gone through something unpleasant with humans in his first adventure, although he decides not to insist. On the subject for now, while they look for another place to rest, just as good their search is interrupted by a cry for help nearby. Both immediately recognize the desperate tone of a human screaming, and without wasting time they run towards the sound, only to discover 4 fresh corpses lying there with no monster in sight. Standing in front of them, they see to a solitary woman who gives off the suspicious vibe of a looter. Our hero spits out some of his gamer knowledge, explaining that looters are professionals who hunt players instead of monsters, solely to take over their property of their loot. Obviously, it's illegal with the death penalty, but just like nobody cared, he didn't survive those 6 before. It's all fair game as long as you don't get caught. The woman. He asks if it's the first time he's encountered a looter, Bjorn. He begins to realize they've gotten themselves into trouble because, even among the looters, this one seems high level. He notices its unique characteristics that should have made it very easy to identify. But that just means she's very good at staying under the radar and doesn't leave anyone alive to tell the tale. Meanwhile, Einar begins to get scared when he points out that the woman seems too dominated, and Bjorn examines the bodies and sees that they too were high-ranking, and that those who weren't wounded appeared to have been poisoned. He questions the killer, if she was associated with them, and she doesn't deny it and simply starts looting their equipment as if the other two weren't even worth searching. Judging by how she put that enormous sword in her bag, she must have one of those expensive, endless bags. She begins to address them while Bjorn is already mentally struggling to figure out how they will get out alive. Einar asks what their plan is and if they are really fighting, but our guy simply turns around and uses Joester's classic technique and yells at him to dive, while the looter watches in disappointment. As they run, Bjorn realizes they only gained a moment before she starts chasing them. He scans his surroundings and sees the marks he carved earlier on the trees and decides to follow them to the portal. Then things take a sharp turn, when suddenly they stop dead in their tracks and find themselves face to face with another group of explorers who also seem astonished. Upon seeing them, Bjorn doesn't fully trust them, but decides to take a chance and tells them about the looter. The bald leader simply raises an eyebrow and asks if there is any proof that Bjorn is not a looter. But our boy swears on his warrior's honor that he is not. Limiting. That seems to fit with the leader, while Bjorn... He praises the cheat code, and Baldy says that if they manage to take down the raider, the loot, it's theirs. Then the leader calls them and activates their gnome ability, and claims that no one will be able to notice them now. Bjorn reverts to nerdy mode and says that this allows the user and those nearby to remain hidden to avoid battle, although the user cannot move, thinking they are. Except for now, he lets his guard down only for the bald man to start acting incompletely, and suddenly drops the twist that the 2 barbarians have just been trapped. Caught in their trap. That crunchy egg triggers suppression in both of them, which freezes them in place so they can't even speak while he starts gloating, and our guy can only randomize these guys in his mind. She realizes that the only essence a group like this could realistically have is the suppression of the gnomes, and she silently panics, while begging to take only 1 point of damage. The trash squad starts rummaging through his things, and one of them puts his nasty hands on Einar, saying it's a shame the first woman they managed to touch was a barbarian. Another calls him a victory, since barbarian hearts are apparently all the rage right now, while shooting daggers at the fat rat that took his crystals, but the guy just mocks him, saying that staring won't change anything. Then the chief orders the overconfident Yahello to finish them off with a single blow, and the brat smiles and says he's never failed. He gets internally scared and starts to think that maybe this is really how it ends when the rat lunges to stab him. But our boy doesn't let that go and barely manages. Tilt your head back and avoid a stab wound. Fatal deep enough. He immediately punches his mass hard in the face from the conceited idiot sending him, directly to Respawn City. The rest of the scum squad begins to panic and shouts to catch the barbarian, but Bjorn pulls out the dagger and the spear towards Einar, stabbing her in the shoulder to break the repression. He begins to bleed like a fountain and leaves the rest in his hands as it falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes. To the ground, Einar doesn't hesitate. Not a second, and he becomes furious, turning to the explorers in the past tense. Even when he pleads for mercy, she sends them to the underworld without batting an eye while. The cowardly bald man flees in full retreat. She yells at the coward, but her attention turns to Bjorn, who is bleeding heavily, which terrifies her. Bjorn tries to say something to her, but she's already convinced he's finished. Even so, he manages to communicate with her and gets her to give him a potion. Einar. He touches his neck and murmurs that this will definitely leave a mark, while Bjorn simply thanks heaven for having obtained the immortal seal when he had the opportunity. The Muscle Queen laughs and says it's great because now he'll be the only barbarian with a scar on his throat, which fries his brain a little. But he also realizes that not many barbarians survive throat wounds, so he tells him to close them while they chase the bald rat. Sometime later, they catch up with him when Einar lifts the coward by the neck, and he instantly begins begging for his life. Bjorn tells him to let him go, reminding him that they still need his ability to hide to get past the raider anyway. But at that moment, a projectile flies through the air and hits the scout right in. The neck and both freeze when they realize it's a poisoned dart. The looter leaves like a queen and congratulates them on the previous fight. But Bjorn instantly returns to fight or go mode and yells at Einar to press B, as there is no other option. The duo moves in sync, as a unit, well-oiled, but the looter is too dominated as he deflects her blows with ease. This leaves Bjorn wondering how many essences he must have devoured to reach this level, realizing that brute force isn't enough. That's enough, he throws his weapon to one side and tries to fight her while yelling at Einar to shoot, but in that moment, a wave of weakness. He slams his body to the ground, stunned to realize that she managed to stab through his armor and strike his spine. He starts to panic because if she really is an aura user, then they are completely outmatched, and just as the idea occurs to him, Einar charges with his sword only to be cleanly cut as a block of cheese in strips and begin coughing up blood. Bjorn grits his teeth as he watches his comrade fall while the raider twirls her knife and calmly mentions that the basilisk's venom is already spreading. Their bodies. His eyes open to how superior she is in every way, and he begins to wonder if this is where it all ends. However, the raider seems to have finished the killing and offers them a deal. If they keep quiet about everything, she'll let them go. The redhead explains that she owes the barbarians a favor, and Bjorn realizes that perhaps that's why he intervened earlier, since the others would have killed them anyway. Einar coughs and warns Bjorn not to buy it, so she asks what happens if they refuse. He casually states that he will kill them both, and when he presses to get more information, he simply interrupts him. Seeing no other way out, Bjorn swears by the honor of his warrior, and the plunderer notes that he definitely did not. It's like everyone else when he notices that the wound on his neck is starting to heal. Then he turns to Einar and asks for an answer. Einar flatly refuses, so the looter shrugs and gets ready to finish her off. Bjorn doesn't want that to happen and shouts at Einar that, "I swear to." She stares at him as if he's lost and starts ranting about how sacred the oath is, but Bjorn simply silences her and urges her to trust him, while silently cursing the barbaric mentality. Einar hesitates for a second, but gives in and promises to remain silent. While the looter packs his team, Bjorn asks one last thing and wants to know which floor it is. He pauses for a second later. He answers at 8, then walks away, leaving Bjorn barely holding himself together when she realizes they only survived because of that promise, but she vows it won't be the same next time. Later, the two return to the first floor, where Einar lands face first on the ground. Bjorn. She checks if she's okay, but she lies there, complaining that everything hurts. But she tells herself she doesn't even have the right to complain, and Bjorn realizes her ego is off the charts. Bjorn reasons that only the strongest survive, and that they now have a better chance of winning. Even though she still doesn't seem very convinced by the idea, but she's beginning to understand it. He decides that carrying the shame and resisting the urge to commit suicide might be the fuel he needs to come back stronger. Bjorn. He realizes that he feels none of that, and maybe he isn't a real barbarian after all. But what he does know is that they will get their revenge. Later, Einar falls unconscious while Bjorn believes they have been awake for almost 20 hours and is exhausted. Although he's not as broken as she is, he still feels just as bad as when the blonde saved him. At that time, the group took pity on him, and he accepted it like a stray dog happy to be able to breathe. But she knew she couldn't let that go and vowed never to end up like that again. He tried to make the most of it and wonders if there ever really was another one. Option. His mind recalls when he first woke up here and saw a guy suddenly lose his mind along with a bunch of other things. Damned, so she had no choice but to choose survival. At that moment, he shuts himself away and realizes that he can't continue living like this. Einar wakes up and asks her if she wants to become stronger, even if the risk is enormous. She answers without hesitation that she's in because everyone dies from everyone else. Weighs, and Bjorn agrees that in this unpredictable life, it's best to attack first. Then he begins to devise his plan to dive into the breakup, because what doesn't kill them will level them up. Sometime later, they begin to gain experience facing all kinds of monsters in sight, which is surprising. Einar, since he had no idea this kind of place existed on the first floor. Bjorn tells him it's one of the most overlooked areas due to the 4 types of monsters found there, as well as the total blackout environment, so people only go there when they're desperate, but that makes it perfect for hiding things. Einar asks about a random stone pillar nearby. He says it's a monument to the first explorer of the labyrinth and reads the inscription aloud, and recognizes it as the same game line, and realizes that the hidden condition could also match. She tells Einar that she is about to break up, and from that moment on, everything must remain a secret. She swears on her honor, but then asks awkwardly, "What is a breach?" Bjorn explains that it is basically a maze within a maze, and in the game it was called an instance dungeon, which was only cleared by selected members. The condition for the first floor is to use 4 monster cores of different types in the monument along with an 8th rank crystal from the second floor, which he places and thus the rift opens. He tells Einar to go in now and figures that the Death Demon's crystals allow up to 5 people to enter, so now the only question is, who else will join? A rupture acts like a realm that opens randomly on each floor, but it has a recovery time of 3 months, which is far too inefficient. So, naturally people started looking for errors. There are 4 known breaches on the first floor, and the one they entered is called Red Skies, which is practically a pirate portal taken directly from solo leveling. Einar stares in amazement as Bjorn simply observes in silence, already knowing they would land in the castle, stained with blood thanks to the Death Demon crystal, but seeing it. In real life, it's still different. The good news is that, no matter how cursed the place seems, the first floor is always doable. Right now, the real concern is that party members will show up to help them storm the place. Almost at the back of the line, Einar. It warns that someone is coming when a foot leaves the doorway, and the 2 wait, curious about their future companions. Of the team, elsewhere on the first floor, Erwin is being scolded again for relying too much on the team, of his spirit. He tries to argue that the dagger is difficult to use, but he resorts to the saw and insists that he needs to defend himself without help. Erwin murmurs that the man always told him to capitalize on his strengths and trust his team, to which Teresa agrees, but reminds him that the world isn't like that. He puts a hand on her shoulder and says bluntly that teammates are just teammates. Team, so don't trust anyone too easily. Erwin nods, but still thinks Bjorn isn't bad at all. Trying to lighten the mood, Erwin asks if they can go to the second floor yet, and jokes that Bjorn must be farming coins like crazy. Teresa. She smiles and says that climbing the ladder isn't about trying harder, but about being smarter, and tells them they should aim for A. Erwin seems confused, as she thought entering a breakup required pure luck. Teresa admits that very few managed to get in, but it's been 8 months since the last one opened, so the next cycle should be soon. Erwin was surprised that Bjorn never mentioned this, but Teresa thinks that's to be expected since he's still a rookie. She smiles and says she'll make Erwin stronger than that brute. At that moment, a familiar sound interrupts them. Teresa's face falls as the breach opens, and she tells her sister to dive in quickly. They run towards the portal, but it disappears just before they reach it. Back at the castle, Bjorn and Ina wait until the first member of the group appears, who is a bearded dwarf who greets them cheerfully. Next up is a wannabe Barbie magician who doesn't even seem surprised by the breakup she caused. So far, Bjorn is surprised that there are still mages on the first floor, and he thinks the team seems promising. Einar, on the other hand, is not convinced and mentions that the librarian is also a magician. Bjorn explains that she was a 9th rank mage, and that mages are deeply respected in the city. Only those with certificates are allowed entry, meaning this mage must be legitimate. To which the magician laughs and says that he is intelligent enough to be. A barbarian. She introduces herself as Raven, a 6th rank mage, and Bjorn notes that she clearly has a superiority complex, although apparently all mages do too. He gestures to the boy next to him and introduces him as Tarjin, his baggage boy. The dwarf introduces himself as Hikorod, who has been an explorer for 3 years, which explains the expensive equipment. The barbarian duo also performs, but Bjorn. He quickly becomes serious and asks why they are on the first floor when it is clearly not necessary. They dodge the question, only saying they heard the rift would open, but Bjorn instantly registers it as a ladder kicking to prevent the rookies. They rise. Raven takes command and states that the loot will be divided among everyone except Tarjin, which the dwarf happily accepts. Bjorn silently agrees as he respects mages. But before I can speak, Ina shouts that she disagrees and insists that Bjorn should lead because he's a great cerebral warrior. Bjorn wants to disappear on the spot while she continues to encourage him. The new members watched as she interrupted every attempt Raven made to speak. Everyone was left speechless, stunned as Bjorn faces. He looked ashamed, his palms touching his head. Hikorota lightens the mood by jokingly saying he's jealous of Bjorn for having such a loving wife, which makes Ina blush and deny everything. The two argue like children until Raven finally gets them to focus on the assault on the castle. Bjorn is grateful that at least Raven is staying focused as he explains that he needs to investigate thoroughly, and he waits silently as she continues to ignore him. Hikorota. He tries to bring up the introductions again, but she interrupts him, saying that all the monsters in the castle are 7th rank or lower, so she and Tarjin can handle them. The Alone. He tries to protest, but is overwhelmed when she declares with a smug smile that she will also take the Guardian's loot to investigate. That finally makes Hikorota angry, who rants about how important the loot is and asks if he thinks it's a species. Bjorn calls Bjorn an idiot, while he recalls that almost every fight in the game always came down to loot. He also remembers that the Guardian's loot is the breaking flower, which is important for both Mage's research and Explorer's profits. Hikorota accuses her of leaving him leftovers. She seems surprised by the rejection. They finally reach an agreement in which she gets the essence, and he gets the numbered object, but they will opt for the breaking stone. Bjorn feels excluded and finally intervenes, saying that he doesn't care about the object or the essence, and that only wants the stone of a breakup. They both give him the most unpleasant look for being too greedy, so he backs down and asks for only 2 essences. After thinking for a moment, they agree. Even so, Bjorn feels depressed. That's all he's getting. Something he probably doesn't want anyway, while the other two become best friends again. They head towards the castle like lifelong friends while Bjorn follows him, realizing once again how desperately he needs. He'll become stronger. He mutters that no matter how many mobs of trash block his path, he'll get there. To the summit, the squadron approaches a pair of enormous doors directly in front of 2 ridiculously obvious statues that scream, "Stay away." These lifelike stone guardians turn out to be 8th rank monsters, gargoyles that normally just relax unless they spot intruders, because then it's an attack on them. The sight, one of them suddenly charges. Leifin begins to sway while firing his petrification ability directly at Bjorn as if out of personal. The typical tactic for taking one of these down involves someone acting as bait while the rest accumulate. But that plan is discarded the moment a certain wizard prevents Ina from loading, and he casts a spell that Bjorn instantly registers as curse-canceling magic. Without its characteristic movement, the gargoyle goes from being deadly to decorative, and the barbarians waste no time destroying it with a solid team attack. Meanwhile, in the second, Hikorot launches himself with a dramatic war cry and breaks his leg, as if he owed her money, but it doesn't stop there. She leaps into the air and lands with a thud, with all its force that makes the whole thing reconsider its existence. The stone beasts turn to dust, giving to. The gang takes a breather, and the dwarf compliments the barbarians, saying they're not so bad. Bjorn silently nods back and thinks that Hikorot also fights like a real warrior instead of a cosplayer. A magical floating crystal begins to float in the air like a ghost with unfinished business. This causes Einar to have a minor heart attack. Raven calmly explains that she's only collecting them using her spell and promises to split the loot later, which awards the dwarf some points. With the room cleared, the group opens the enormous doors and enters. To really get started, Hikarat comments against the total darkness ahead as Raven fires another spell illuminating the path. As if it were no big deal, and as if it were the perfect moment, they see some mobile garbage containers heading towards them. These things are dead men, which are burly, zombie-like monsters without ranks, loot, or even experience points, and they only occasionally drop an essence. Raven immediately declares that they aren't worth wasting mana on, to which Hikarat readily agrees as the fleshy, fat beasts begin to walk faster, without losing. The rhythm, the heavyweights, they enter and completely destroy them while cutting them up and turning them into chopped-up regret. Bjorn perks up when he notices that one of the dead men dropped something strange, which turns out to be a loudspeaker. Einar is already obsessed with him as if he were a new toy, and Hikarat simply tells her that she'll soon find out what. He does. Moving forward, they come across a thick steel door, and Hikarat bluntly declares that his hammer is too small for this door. Raven casually approaches and tells her to leave it to her. She casts another spell, and before anyone can blink, a huge fireball melts a massive hole through the steel. Bjorn. He remains there, somewhat horrified, while Raven. She inclines her head gently and asks if they can continue. They move forward, towards what begins the first chapter of the raid, and they arrive at a drawbridge. Raven is already ahead of the plot and says that the ramp is up as expected, and asks Einar to sound the horn she found earlier. Einar inhales dramatically and lets out a questionable melody through the horn, which works when the drawbridge. It starts to go down. At the same time, they begin to panic as he points to the blood-red water slowly rising below. Looking more closely, he sees something moving in it and panics. But Raven casually ignores it and says, "That's just more dead men. Nothing serious." Bjorn enters internal monologue mode and explains the objective of the chapter, which is simply to survive until the drawbridge falls completely. Normally that would be a huge challenge for a regular squad, but with a wizard like Raven, things are very easy. She smiles as if she's already won and tells everyone to come closer. Immediately afterwards, from there it begins to charge a spell that radiates into stress, sending shockwaves through the area and instantly eliminating the life of all the undead within its reach. Hikarat murmurs that the spell was insane, but Raven simply ignores him, just like she does before breakfast. Bjorn clenches his teeth in irritation because he didn't expect there to be such a ridiculous power gap. She simply announces that now they just have to wait for the bridge to finish lowering, while Bjorn stands there in silence because he finds it hard to believe that they finished so early. After a few painfully long seconds, the gang crosses the bridge together, officially concluding the first chapter of the bloodstained castle, while Bjorn still looks slightly betrayed because it ended too quickly. They cross the drawbridge without incident and enter the outer castle. This is usually where the crowd swarm, but the sorceress simply unleashes her spell again, which eliminates the butterballs as if they were trapped in a magical gas leak. Bjorn points out that although he can't shoot them all, the spell still destroys over 90% of enemies in one hit. Even so, the Demon of Death survives, since it must have regenerated from somehow. Raven announces that he's finished and leaves the rest to them, and the three big hitters charge in to finish off the rest. The barbarian duo attacks the Death Demon as if it were a wrestling match, and pummels him before falling headfirst as if they were being crushed. Spices, while Sikarad simply observes with absolute horror. Raven doesn't let up either, as she casts another spell that rapidly worsens the situation. The creature's wounds, given that its only advantage was its regeneration, and now that's out of the question. The scene is just a piece of meat that the trio cuts without hesitation. After that, Raven grabs the stones with a smile, while Einar admits that he now sees the appeal of wizards. The dwarf agrees, saying that wizards are incredibly useful, and while Raven tries to act modestly and acts as if it's just talent. And through hard work, Bjorn realizes he's internalizing the praise. She sweetly asks if they'd help her gather more for her research, and Bjorn agrees to be on her good side. After a brief search session, Raven thanks them and tells them it's time to move on. Einar begins to fantasize about cramps as a reward, but Bjorn feels a little bad because despite his looting, Raven left the statue untouched, and he wonders if she simply doesn't know what she's doing, even though it's fairly easy to break. Players can't help but press every interaction message when something seems suspicious. And Bjorn, he's exactly the kind of guy who helped him uncover many hidden treasures. However, Bjorn realizes that pointing out something she overlooked would only make her feel foolish, so he decides to leave it at that. He follows her deeper into the castle. They reach a ruined hall, and Raven calls it the Inner Castle, saying he's heard of this place before. But now that they're here, it seems rather underwhelming, so they decide to venture further inside. Bjorn finds a hidden trapdoor, and Raven instantly perks up as Hikarat takes control when they enter the first floor of the underground prison. Elena casually asks Raven what kind of monsters appear here, and she recites them like a walking dictionary. Hikarat says he has fought against all of them except the corpse golem and seems almost eager to face it. Raven warns him not to get too close, as the flesh explosions are unpleasant. When the two begin, vibrating, Bjorn almost gets irritated and wonders when they stopped arguing and started coming together. Einar points to a rat skull and asks Bjorn if it's a monster. But Raven intervenes and says they're rankless pests you can just crush. But Einar complains that she wasn't talking to him, and Raven pouts at the cold response. But a sudden scream pierces the air. Einar goes crazy and clings to Bjorn like a little child and screams about the banshees. Raven laughs and warns him that. Be careful, or you could have a truly horrifying experience that will only terrify you even more. Bjorn simply observes and wonders why the mage is acting like she's 5 years old. Einar demands more information, but Raven claims she forgot. Bjorn interjects, mentioning that he heard mages have a way of dealing with this. With the ghosts. That surprises Raven, since she didn't think that. She would know, but instantly changes the subject and promises to handle it, then begins charging a spell. The banshees charge immediately, but he bombards them with a fireball before they get close, heading. She smiles at the team and tells them to keep going while the boys are too stunned to speak as they follow them to the second floor. The real nightmare begins now when they arrive at the underground prison, which seems straight out of a mad scientist's fevered dream. Ikrot congratulates Raven on her skills and asks her if she isn't scared. She shrugs and says that corpse viewing is a regular occurrence while she looks for something along the wall. Finally, he finds the trapdoor he read about and warns them that they will find the gold dead sooner than planned. They leave their suitcases and get ready. And Bjorn puts on his torch-like helmet while Raven announces that he is leading the way. The moment the passage opens, they are hit by a wave of rot so thick it practically drowns them. A channel of decomposing bodies stretches before them as the stench burns their noses and turns their stomachs. However, they continue while Bjorn thinks the smell isn't having any effect since he's a barbarian. But the boy. He immediately starts vomiting from the luggage, and Raven is right behind him when she starts gagging loudly. Bjorn thinks she's probably not used to smells like this, while Ikarot praises the barbarians for enduring it, and it urges them to keep going. As they advance, they come face to face with a giant pile of corpses that tries to strike up a conversation. He murmurs something about saving them, and the three big hitters immediately tense up while Bjorn realizes he must be the leader of the corpse golem. The pile of bodies begins to move as dozens of mouths scream for help simultaneously, causing everyone to panic. They freeze in fear. Bjorn closes himself off and shouts to the group to regroup, while Ikarot is frozen. Haza silently criticizes the so-called professionals for retiring so quickly, and he realizes that he will have to take the initiative in this case, while the barbarian duo faces off against the floor boss. You see, although the game was always a niche title, one of the key features that helps it reach a wider audience is its eerily detailed visuals, which somehow make pixel art look like 4K. The graphics are so insane that they've become memes, and those epic screenshots go viral. Now that Bjorn sees that same detail in person, it scares him more than he expected. It seems so grotesque that even the conceited sorceress, he remains silent about his dissection skills, and the Murad child is dripping fluids all over. Amazingly, the transporter holds up surprisingly well and could very well be Jingwu in disguise, but the irony is how the barbarians they once mocked are the only ones who stand united in the face of horror. Einar shouts to the team to get into position, and when the monster charges, she herself raises the adult bastard. That's counterproductive. When his acidic blood splashes into the boy's eyes and Einar looks horrified, because she had just saved him only to accidentally blind him. Meanwhile, the cargo handler. He tries to calm her down while she vomits as if she had just seen a ditty party. Bjorn decides to stop the attack and tells Einar to protect the two disasters while he attacks the giant with a plan that's already in motion. After all, the time he spent fighting this battle, he's memorized his attack pattern. He throws corpses at anyone who stays put, too far away, and tries to steal the soul of anyone foolish enough to come near. Bjorn knows he shouldn't rush things, as that will cause him to ignore Raven and concentrate completely in it, so it acts intelligently and maintains its attention long enough for the vomiting magician recovers. When he finally recovers, he casts an advanced fire spell that burns the Giant from head to toe, leaving the barbarian duo completely. Stunned by its power, he's surprised that the entire first phase, which normally consumes a large number of torches, is erased with a single spell. Beneath the charred mess of corpses rises the skeleton of the second phase, and Bjorn immediately tells Einar to aim directly for the skeleton's chest and hits it with. Normally this thing is a rank 7 monster. But in his roast meat suit, he is weak enough for 2 Ungabunga barbarians to tear him to pieces. The moment Hulk crushes that bad guy right on the sternum, a level-up menu appears to cheer them up. As he watches a bright spark of light shine from the monster's soul, Einar asks if it truly is what she believes it to be, and Bjorn confirms that it is the essence of the golem's corpse. It is explained that the breaches are basically more like pits with a loot chest waiting at the end, and the swarms of elite monsters inside make them excellent XP farms for explorers. But the real prize is the incredibly increased rate of decline. Monster essences. See the essence of a powerful monster in real life on tour. Bjorn remains hypnotized until Einar pulls him out and asks what they should do with him. He replies that it will obviously be for him since they had a deal, and even if they didn't, he was the one who. It kept the boss busy and gave the others a chance to survive. Ultimately, he wants the delivery to include at least one more essence, as he has his eye on the Death Demon essence. Essentially, it's a potion from Minecraft's Region 2, while the Chimera Wolf essence increases strength like a cheat code. Even so, you are satisfied with the essence of the corpse golem, since it is a rare drop that is usually only found once in the entire Bloodstained Castle. The stat boost leans heavily towards tank building. While their senses will be affected, the improvement to their bones, now almost as strong as steel, seems to... It's worth it. Besides that, pain suppression and poison resistance will be useful against cunning types like that looting woman. The only real downside is the meat explosion ability, which is complete garbage. Not only does it cause ridiculous damage to itself, but it also drains its health like crazy. The ability. The passive ability that gives his blood acidic properties is another headache, as he risks melting through his own armor. So, even if the stat gains are reduced, using the essence will lead to a permanent increase in potion bills and armor repair costs. He decides to postpone the final decision until Murat recovers. The squat old man apologizes for his pitiful performance, and our guy doesn't miss the chance to roast him, saying he should stop calling himself a man after that. The burly dwarf just grins and admits that maybe he hasn't seen the worst monsters in his long bachelor life. But Bjorn is internally screaming that he almost lost at life thanks to the performance-dealing loser he probably has in the bedroom, too. He calms down, and he checks the haughty sorceress immediately afterward. He congratulates her on her work, as a team and mentions the division of the loot, but the narcissistic brat. He simply shrugs and says he's just glad the fire spell came out in time. Bjorn abandons his friendly act, muscle-headed, and bluntly states that saving their lives should count for far more than their deal, which even. She has to admit that it's true. He makes it clear and tells her that he wants the breaking stone, which leaves her looking at him as if he had just slapped her. The dwarf vouches for him as a true friend and says that his wife saved his life, so Bjorn deserves it, which forces even Raven to grit her teeth and be okay, although she tells him not to get too proud since they haven't even found a stone. A breakup still. It was then that he dropped his final card and casually mentioned the essence of the corpse golem. It also fell, leaving the three of them stunned to the core. Raven practically screams for such a rare prize, one whose effects she didn't even know, and the uncertainty of something truly consumes her. She begins to stress about which one to choose while Bjorn sits back and enjoys the chaos he has caused. Then, he makes a fairly fair offer that he will allow him to take the essence if he obtains first right to the Guardian's essence, which completely baffles her and gives Dad back control. Raven asks him if he is really willing to take the risk, even though the drop rate is not guaranteed, and he nods without hesitation. That instantly improves her mood, and she admits that she was genuinely more interested in the way she... Golem corpse from the start. Bjorn is having a good run. Joseph Joestar, while the clueless wizard tries to explain to the stupid dwarf that the essence stored in the tube has much more value for research than absorbing it. But our guy goes crazy when he sees that she has a test tube, since it's a rare, high-level item in this world. After that, she walks forward with a smile and tells everyone to get lost. Immediately, as they venture deeper into the dark, Morgirl the dwarf begins to wonder if those gargoyle-like figures could to be alive, but Raven quickly says there's no magic in them and touches one of the carved faces, which suddenly makes a pile of books fall from above and grab them. In the air, surprising the dwarf because of how he saw it coming, while Bjorn knows very well that this astute girl read it on the wiki. Our boy curses his luck because the cunning roast already knew about necromancy, which is sold for a ridiculously low price, because he planned to steal it silently as he left. The conceited brat acts dramatically, saying it's a shame they can't vote on it anymore. She says she was the one who found him and lets out a pretentious laugh, just in case. Even so, Bjorn is impressed to learn about this object, although they have no idea what's hidden inside the fountain. As they continue, some of the gargoyles turn out to be real statues, and apart from the Chimera Wolves, the third monster they face is a mini-boss known as the Bone Knight. Raven gets excited when they found another rare monster, and Bjorn agrees they're lucky since the Bone Knights come in 3 versions. First, the place's depression, which creates a fog that makes players travel with hallucinations. Then there's the Enraged one, which is much harder, not because it throws tantrums like a little kid, but because its level-draining ability is awful. And finally, there's the lustful version they eventually face, the mini-boss whose only trick is regeneration, which would have been annoying if Raven hadn't pulled out his broken anti-cure. With that nerf active, Bjorn, Einar rushes in and defeats that bony punk, and by sheer luck the Skeleton Knight also drops an essence. Bjorn flashes a proud smile after the double victory and feels that his luck is finally changing. The dwarf gives him accessories, but Bjorn gives them to Einar since it benefits her more than him. Lifesteal works best with swords, and he won't be touching swords again anytime soon. And honestly, after all this time with her, she realizes that she is a guardian who would be more than grateful. Einar runs in and takes the essence, while his whole body is illuminated with a bright aura. Once the transformation is complete, she thinks nothing has changed until suddenly she realizes that Bjorn looks enormous. And not just him, they all seem to be. The boy finally spilled what he'd been holding in all this time, and she flinched slightly, leaving her stunned. However, Raven is not surprised and explains that the essence of the Bone Knight shortens the user's bones in exchange for making them dense enough to reduce damage received by half, and the active ability grants lifesteal. She tries to calm Einar down and says it's not a big deal, but his ears nearly explode. When Einar starts screaming about how screwed she is now that all the stupid barbarians are going to call her a little girl, Raven replies that she has become prettier, which doesn't help much. Bjorn also chimes in and says she has queenly vibes, even though she now looks like a normal girl with too many tattoos. Seeing how depressed she is, Bjorn tells her that she won't feel so miserable once she sees how much she can ruin strangers like the death demon that awaits her later. Her face says someone just tricked her grandmother, but he tells her to suck it up. Einar finally remembers that she cannot abandon her duties as a warrior just because she has become a little cute. So load up and cut down the monster, in half as if cutting a boiled potato. The boy immediately intervenes to congratulate her, saying she's a big, strong barbarian, which works. Strangely, when she timidly asks him if he really looks strong, Bjorn tells the adorable brainiac, or muscleman, that she's not just a warrior, she's a big, strong warrior, while the others act like nothing happened and keep moving. Finally, they reach the boss's room, and both Raven and Murad suddenly begin to feel nostalgic, thinking about their brief, wild, but healthy time together while Bjorn focuses completely on the inner guardian and prays, with all his might to release an essence. Because if we are realistic, although it's been raining like a charm today, life hasn't exactly been kind to him, as his health is a mess. His only platonic love was stolen by a rich guy much uglier than him, and now he's trapped playing a death game like a barbarian. Eager to be done with this, Murad goes to open the door, but Bjorn sees the strange crimson glow, and he suddenly realizes he is wrong. The silly dwarf asks what happens while he opens it, and a gust of wind hits them along with overwhelming pressure. Raven's eyes widen in panic as he realizes that what's inside isn't the Death Knight he signed up for. The twisted beast inside lets out a cackle and says it's been a long time since he saw someone, and a system message appeared indicating that the Guardian. It has changed. Raven freezes when she sees the vampire standing there. One that only appears above the 6th floor, and even then only rarely, nor. It's just an ordinary monster. It's a named variant, Temu's ugly imitation of Alucard, Duke Cambermere. It is explained that even simple monsters like goblins can have basic variants that fight with swords or bows. Then there are the advanced ones who are much stronger than the usual crowd. And rare monsters like the corpse golem only appear in special places like rifts. But at the top of the food chain are mythical monsters with names that always come with their own unique personalities and powers. Bjorn yells at the squad to get out of there as fast as possible and ignores Murad's silly questions, since the Vampire Duke is a 5th-rank boss with shattered physical strength and dangerous dark magic. The guy Carrie wastes no time and lifts Raven up as if she were paralyzed or something, while she complains that this shouldn't even exist. Bjorn is equally astonished, as even after years of playing, he has never encountered the vampire Duke, who has only been seen in break-ins on the 3rd floor or below. Even then, he only caught it on a live stream for pure good luck. While his servant is sporting her princess style, the annoying brat asks how Bjorn knows all this. But he tells it to stop barking and keeps running. Remember that she noticed the subtle change in color on the handles from the doors because he spent countless hours copying every move of that live streamer that approached, although he never managed to catch the Duke, and now he seriously regrets noticing the difference too late. Murad shouts that they should fight instead of fleeing when there is nowhere to go. They go, but Bjorn tells him to shut up and thinks of somewhere with sunlight as the vampire flies past them in the form of spiritual. He yells at Raven to do something, and she tells everyone to close their eyes just before revealing the vampire. Surprisingly, it works, and the vampire shatters into a thick, dark mist, leaving, to gaze with wide eyes. Bjorn explains that vampires can adopt a spiritual form to zoom in while their real body remains still. But once they use the upgrade, their entire body is transported, which Raven stopped with. His flash. His poor servant Targan starts shouting that he looks horrible, and she starts coughing up blood violently. Bjorn panics, thinking that maybe it's the vampires. But he is not sure, since the only live streamer who saw the Duke died before even defeating him or taking his essence. He imagines he can rebuild it later, but getting out of there comes first. Murad begins. They're not panicking because they're screwed, since Raven was basically their Google Maps, and now it's down. So Bjorn, he lets the clown know he's not as stupid as him and actually memorizes the whole thing with that. He guides them out of there with confidence, having played this level over 100 times and even. Murad admits that perhaps the barbarian is not as brain dead as he thought, because it actually led them to the exit. At that moment, our hero senses the vampiric spirit approaching the gang, and he yells at them to get the hero Jenkins out of there, somehow. They all manage to reach a courtyard-like area just in time, and the spirit. The Duke fades into the shadows, for he is weak in the light, and fortunately, the sun is still out. When the dwarf sees that Bjorn actually memorizes the path on the first try, he wonders if this guy really came of age a while ago. But waifu number 2 jumps in to say that she's only waiting because Bjorn is a real gangster. Even so, the sun is already setting, and the boy reminds them that they cannot slow down until they reach the outer walls of the castle, where they will be safer and less exposed. Tarjan tries to argue that Raven is exhausted from being carried for so long and needs to rest. But Bjorn tells the fool to keep those legs moving unless he plans on getting paid by a dead brat. He also warns her to protect him with his own damned life, as she is his only remaining hope. While he heads towards the fountain to grab the object he saw earlier, after beheading the Guardian. Made of stone, our hero receives a unique healing item that works especially well against dark magic attacks. Then she turns to Raven and asks if she's feeling better, while looking like a pregnant woman who's just been punched in the face. The stomach. He asks what kind of essence could hurt her so much, and she explains that it's the effect of sharing the Duke's pain. She says it will take him about 20 minutes to fully recover, but even then he'll only be able to cast a maximum of 5 spells, which isn't enough. Our boy asks Raven directly if he can use solar magic, which instantly offends her because, in her words, a man never asks a woman her age or what magic she can cast. Bjorn just picks his nose as if he doesn't care about anything since he's a stupid barbarian anyway. Annoyed, Raven finally admits that she can use the solar sphere, which is basically a fire spell to which some solar energy is applied. Upon hearing that, Bjorn tells her to turn it on, and she says it will take 10 minutes. But he boldly says he'll stop the vampire for 30 somehow, and tells him to just focus on charging the spell. She readily accepts at first, before realizing that he is actually taking orders from a disgusting barbarian. He asks who appointed him party leader. But Einar backs him up, and even Murad says he trusts him because Bjorn is material. As a friend. Later that night, the shadows begin to turn, and Duke Cambermere appears with a smile, unpleasantly asking them to guess why he can't resist the taste of his delicious human ketchup. Bjorn and the crew prepare, locked into the most difficult 30 minutes of their lives, to give Raven enough time to charge the only spell that could truly save them. The vampire lets out a blood-curdling scream to affirm. His domain begins. As they approach, Bjorn orders Tarjan to grab Raven and get out of there. He believes this feels exactly like the game where the monster's intellect is only shown during cutscenes, meaning there's no point in trying to reason with the Duke. At that moment, the vampire lunges at Hikarad with all his might. Although the attack hits hard, the dwarf proves he's a real tank, holding his own. He stands firm and takes blow after blow like a champion. Bjorn. The dwarf's 7th rank essence skill's weight balancing ability is now in use, which allows him to ignore the backward movement as long as his feet remain planted. Immediately after that, he calls Einar to attack with. She swings her enormous sword towards Duke Cambermere, which forces him to retire, only to be attacked from behind by a barbarian without warning. Then our hero uses all the strength of his body to strike the vampire, and the force nearly broke his wrist. Feeling much more pain than usual, our boy wonders if it's due to the effect of sharing the pain of the Duke, although the real problem is that the Guardian has not suffered any real harm so far. Now, suddenly the Duke transforms into a swarm of crows and floods the party like a hurricane. Realizing there was no other way to save them, the pupil reveals his 2nd secret ability, Emergency Restoration, to prevent its armor from crumbling under the endless barrage. As he and Einar make their way through the cloud of pesky crows, Bjorn notices that his blood is covering everyone's bodies, which he knows will cause serious problems. Moments later, both Einar and Hikarat begin to react to the blood. Bjorn grits his teeth as a sacrificial seal appears on his torch helmet. Damn it, and a system notification tells her that the Duke's power increases with each drenched sacrifice of blood. It is explained that vampires have an ability called immortality that increases regeneration the lower the blood level. Their HP and drinking blood allows them to steal abilities. Enemies. Bjorn gets frustrated thinking about how broken the Duke's powers are, from turning into shadows or ravens to dodge attacks to summoning monsters and casting dark magic. While he's thinking about all this, Duke Cambermere finally gets the dwarf out of his position. Just before Hikarat says goodbye to life, Bjorn leaps to save his tiny backside while wondering how much longer it will take that girl. Magic! Seeing the dwarf unconscious, Raven shouts that she still needs 5 more minutes, and Bjorn seriously doubts he can hold out, since Einar seems just as exhausted as he is. So he comes up with a completely crazy plan and tells Einar to grab the comatose dwarf and escape while he takes care of the tank himself. She doesn't hesitate for a second before doing exactly what he says, leaving our boy alone against the Guardian with nothing but a shield. As sweat drips from the madness of what he is about to do, Bjorn shouts at Bajella at that pale Duke's excuse and lets the pale monster shove his fist into his stomach as if it were a handshake. Our mad hero doesn't seem the least bit worried as he drinks a potion right there, keeping his HP high no matter how brutally his insides churn. Raven observes from the distance how this unkillable barbarian stands firm against the most vile monster I have ever seen, and he can't even believe what he's seeing. She wonders if he seriously plans to endure every blow like a human sponge, taking potions like they're Red Bulls. She watches this blood-covered maniac scream as a torrent of blood flows from him, somehow enduring the raw agony of being mutilated and healed simultaneously, which should be utterly impossible. The pain from the potions only worsens with the deeper injuries, and when he notices the pile of empty bottles around him, she notices that this guy exudes an aura that suggests he has a different constitution. She thinks it's only a matter of time before he faints from the sheer pain. But Bjorn shuts down that thought by blocking one of the Duke's attacks in his battered state. He can't believe the guy can even breathe when his body is being sliced to bits like fruit salad by the relentless bombardment. But somehow he manages to avoid every blow aimed at his vital points. It was then that he remembered reading something about barbarians, saying that the true power of barbarians is not in their burly bodies, but in their fleshy minds. Looking at this wall of real-life pain in front of her, he understands what that meant. Out of nowhere, Tarjin. He tells his lady that they should flee while the fool or common brick takes the blows. But she replies that there is literally nowhere to run, and that the only way to survive the breakup is to defeat her guardian. Right here. Feeling completely hopeless, Raven wonders what the hell. She is doing this by seeing a young barbarian who has just come of age, surpassing her so much in skill, brute in power, but also in cerebral leadership, which is supposed to be its specialty. As a magician, she refuses to sit there acting uselessly like water and simply watch. Therefore, he orders his slave to go and watch over the Hikaroth, too, that Einar can go and support Bjorn. She believes that a wizard is not just a glorified turret cooling off in the rear, but a brain that makes an in-depth analysis of the situation, as Sikowalski did when he broke it down and changed the course with his 5 strategies. Main ones. That's why he does what needs to be done and brings out his most precious essence. Activate all the aiming tricks you have, because your shooting game is garbage, and throws the test tube directly at Bjorn, who seems completely confused. when it crashes into his iron biceps. Suddenly, the essence of the corpse golem bursts forth and forcefully merges with him, instantly boosting all of his tank's stats. With the golem's power surging through him, Bjorn rises and stands unfazed by the Duke's relentless attacks. Vampire. Stepping back a few moments, Bjorn feels his mind turn into a confusing mess. But he still refuses to back down. He's pushing his brain to the limit, trying to decide which body parts he can afford to lose just to stay alive. At that moment, his vision abruptly fails as an essence is forcibly introduced into his body. Return. At present, our child instantly feels the difference. The Duke's claws barely leave a scratch now, as his bones harden like steel thanks to the new durability boost. He realizes that Raven has just used the essence of the corpse golem on him, completely ruining the upper-level construction he had planned. But the upside is that their chances of survival increase dramatically within a mile. A second ago, they were just a sack of meat pretending to be a shield. But now he can strike back. He dodges several attacks. But even with this newfound power, he knows his body is one step away from collapsing under the maddening punishment of a guardian of the rupture. At that moment, a potion bottle hits him in the back, and is surprised to see that the anorexic sorceress has just used a more powerful healing potion on the peasant that will keep her alive, which means she's locked up and ready to go. To survive, our child regains his confidence thanks to the powerful effects. Regenerators, and then the bear crashes into the ugly vampire that I made them doubt. He activates what he calls his kamikaze mode, a gabunga, where the vampire continues to cut his flesh into pieces, but do. Because his blood is acidic, it will cause the Duke continuous harm over time, the vampire. He gets angry at her foolish high IQ strategy, and Raven makes him even more inclined to throw another potion at Bjorn, healing him. He instantly treated his injuries as if they were nothing serious. We'll see. He was filled with rage, as if the burly barbarian had stolen his wife. The Duke of Cambermere unleashes a brutal attack to distract him. Before he can continue the attack, Einar enters and forces the vampire to retreat. Just when the Duke is about to complain, our guy comes in with a nasty punch that almost connects Cambermere. He counterattacks by stabbing him directly in the chest, which does. Bjorn spits blood mid-charge, while he and Einar make one last effort to keep the Guardian at bay. After the breakup, Bjorn wonders if Raven's 5 minutes will last as long as the fight between Goku and Frieza, with both of the vampire's claws inside. His body, our hero hears Raven scream that the spell is. Okay, he has a glimmer of hope and realizes it's all or nothing. Nothing, so he grabs the Duke and uses all his power to bring the bastard to Hickarod. Ready for revenge, the dwarf. The Duke is struck by lightning and left in. Our hero charges towards the boss, holding a jar in his hand. As she thinks it's finally time to use the one object she's been saving for that perfect moment, the goddess weeps. Without consent, introduce. The thick glass tube in the vampire's throat, and he follows it up with a brutal hook to the chin, breaking it inside the Duke's mouth. That instantly activates the artifact's blessing, which temporarily seals all of the proud vampire's passive abilities and broken resistance stats. The system informs her that the Duke is now transitioning from unconsciousness to a state of total shock. Immediately. After that, Raven yells at him to step aside and prepares to unleash her solar magic, which shines down on her like a damned fiery spirit bomb. Barely standing in its completely wrecked state, Raven manages to murmur that she needs to get out of there quickly as the burning spell. He crashes into the vampire, Bjorn still. He immobilized the monster as if he were trying to win what looked like a wrestling match. It was at that moment that he realized he had made a mistake. The fire explodes and engulfs them both instantly. The system politely informs him that the sunspot sphere has rendered him unconscious after he has already fainted. The effect of sharing the Duke's pain also causes the others to faint from sheer agony. A few moments later, our child finally wakes up coughing blood and wonders if he won. Realizing that everything is too quiet, he uses all his willpower to get up and confirm if the damned vampire is really dead. But her eyes almost popped out of their sockets in shock as he watches the bastard barely clinging to life with only a skeleton remaining. Bjorn receives a message that tells him that the ability, Immortal, not only slows down injuries, but which also seals it more as they worsen. In addition to that, the Duke's passive ability keeps him alive unless his heart is destroyed. Watching the body recover in real time, Bjorn realizes that all his effort will be for nothing if he lets this monster recover. Seeing that everyone around him is already unconscious, he decides that it's ultimately worth taking the risk, and he approaches the Duke's body with a plan to finish things properly. He knocks the body down and positions himself on top of it in a rather suspicious way. He sees how the chest somehow remained intact because the Duke shielded it with his own arm at the last second. And that little realization angers him enough to punch his fist straight into his chest, Hulk style, and then fires the corpse golem's essence ability called Flesh Blast. She screams because it hurts so much, but instead of retreating, it keeps firing the ability over and over again as if it had some screws loose. Despite the fact that his entire body clearly wants to verify it, he realizes fairly quickly that if he somehow continues to make his way into the vampire's repulsive heart, he will fail. That thing's HP will reach 0 before he does. Bjorn can practically feel death breathing down his neck with only 1 HP remaining. But he doesn't even flinch when the system displays a warning saying he only has 46 mentality points left before the game ends. His mental state drops to 16 years old, and he is limited to staring at the place where his arms used to be. Like any normal guy in this complicated situation, he throws himself onto the vampire's body and keeps launching flesh explosions with his own body as if he had a vendetta watching. As his mentality stats deplete with each explosion until they reach their lowest level yet, only 10 points, but then just when they seem more cooked, the system throws a large amount of experience points at him out of nowhere, allowing him to level up. Unfortunately, Dungeons & Stones isn't one of those games where HP magically restores itself just because you leveled up, so it barely clings to life. But all this time, our boy has been silently praying to the RNG lords for the new essence slot he unlocked to fill it with the essence of the vampire, who only has a drop rate of 1 in 3 and at a rare moment. Out of mercy, the author decides to bless the man with much-needed narrative armor. Thanks to his new passive ability, Vampiric Essence, his health returns to 1% because his heart somehow remained intact. Furthermore, his completely insane kamikaze mission grants him an extra 10 mentality boost. Although it also catches the attention of the administrator himself, Bjorn. He wakes up in a panic only to realize that she is currently using Einar's extra thick thighs as sacred pillows. She looks down and casually asks if he finally got up, but he immediately asks what happened to the others, and she tells him that they got off about 3 days ago, but she's more worried about him. However, the plane is more concerned about having managed to sleep for 3 whole days, without prior notice. The alarm goes to his feet, struggling to process the fact that he's been gone for so long, and finally realizes that today is the 7th day. As he moves, he discovers that his body is mostly fine with no visible injuries, but then his eyes widen and he freezes. Clumsy asks Einar what happened to his pants since he's now completely exposed. Einar shows no reaction and happily admits that his clothes were ruined, so it broke. Bjorn is visibly distressed, but she assures him not to panic, as she has already seen what a fantastic warrior he is, but he would prefer to simply curl up in a hole and disappear. She shifts her focus and asks what happened after she fainted. She explains that the dwarf grabbed the numbered object while the wizard collected the breaking stones. Bjorn puts 2 and 2 together and realizes that the only reason he's still breathing is because he absorbed the essence. It makes sense that the guardian dropped the 3 elements. This triggers a series of thoughts, but Einar reminds him of the dice bet on the stones. Apparently, the magician refused to play fair and insisted that he could only make up for his losses by taking the stones and the dwarf. He simply shrugged and said he didn't care. Then the wizard said something strange. Bjorn had already gotten the best loot he could, so there was no point in arguing. It instantly clicks for him that she must have known about the essence of the vampire not to mention that she also gave him the essence of the golem's corpse earlier. Basically, she kept losing things just to help him win, which makes him feel a little better. On the other hand, Einar continues ranting that the greedy mage collected everything else without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. Seeing no easy way out, Bjorn cleverly. He takes her side and calls Einar the trustworthy one, which she believes completely. Getting back to the question, should they leave now too? But Bjorn stops her and tells her that there is still something to be done here. He figures that even if the wizard looted everything else, that one item should still be in the room and will definitely leave with him. However, first things first. He asks Einar if he has anything he can wear. After a bit of... The search finally leads them back to the crystal cave. The labyrinth closes, and the system sends them back to the city. Bjorn looks around and hopes all that suffering will pay off in a good payday. Unfortunately, the guild's matron instantly crushes that dream and tells him he only made around 230,000 stones. He was very disappointed, though he tried to cheer himself up by remembering that he had also obtained 2 essences when he approached. To collect the payment, she pulls the bag. He leaned back and squinted as he said it was a little suspicious that he had won so much and demanded to know what was inside the backpack. Bjorn is confused because no one asked that in the game, but before he can answer A, a squadron of knights suddenly appears and they order him to get into position and escort him directly to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Erwin also manages to return to the city safe and sound. He wipes the sweat from his forehead and murmurs that he didn't think the third floor would be so brutal. She expected the 7th rank monsters to be tough, but even with her sister handling 6th rank monsters nearby, it felt like a real adventure. She's already eager to tell Bjorn everything. She looks around the area but doesn't see him anywhere, which weakens her somewhat. Mood. She wanted to show her new essence. One who is sure he would like to pass on the spot, but still wants to meet the big jerk. The guild staff count her stones and note that it's a large room for someone of her level. She explains that she was filming with her sister, which seems satisfy the receptionist enough to let her go. Later she returns to her room to take a relaxing bath, and she puts on a clean dress while wondering if her sweetheart has returned yet. She happily dreams of taking him out to dinner with the money she earned and imagines how excited he'll be to hear all her stories and share them. Her own thoughts are set, but then reality hits her when the hotel manager informs her that Bjorn still hasn't returned. The worry. She starts to appear because maybe something went wrong, but she still holds out hope that he will return soon. A whole week goes by and Bjorn still hasn't shown up. Erwin ends up surprising the hotel boy by cleaning Bjorn's room, and demands to know what the hell he's doing. The boy sighs and says that he waited long enough out of courtesy, but it's time for her to face the truth that he won't be coming back. She tries to argue, but he interrupts her and bluntly says that Bjorn probably died there. Later, Erwin is found huddled in the pouring rain, sobbing. As if her world had ended, her sister approaches and tells her she heard the news, but politely asks how long she plans to stay. Erwin raises his head, his eyes burning with something darker now, and tells Teresha that he will become stronger no matter what, so he can protect his loved ones. Meanwhile, a week has now passed since Bjorn was jailed on suspicion of looting, and the whole thing is starting to get on his nerves. During the first round of questioning, the investigator demands to know where he got the crossbow. Bjorn explains that it came from the guy who literally tried to kill him. Unless the law is completely reversed, he's pretty sure that defending himself against other looters isn't a crime. The investigator is cocky and says they'll find out who attacked first, which immediately annoys Bjorn, and he starts to suspect something's fishy. Remember that it used to be an unspoken rule that explorers couldn't be questioned about loot unless there was solid evidence. But lately, the guild has been rewriting the rules just to reduce looting, which clearly opens the door to abuse. Bjorn believes that life is miserable no matter where you go. But now he's convinced that this murky setup has likely trapped far more innocent people than just himself. The investigator comes back in and tells him to tell the truth, but Bjorn stick to his story, explain how Baldy and his team attacked him. Although it skips the part about the woman. Even so, the investigator finds it hard to believe that he received a knife to the neck and survived, and demands to see the scar that Bjorn tries to show, but that's when it dawns on him. The scar must have healed thanks to the vampire's essence, and now it seems he's lying. Then he mentions the breakup, hoping that will help. But the investigator now thinks he's just piling up fairy tales. The idea of a vampire appearing at such a low level sounds like pure fiction, and the boy even laughs at him. Bjorn has had enough and yells at him to bring in a magician who can read memories and confirm if he's lying. Or not. The researcher ridicules him for suggesting such an idea, since only explorers ranked 7th or higher can request such checks. Bjorn says he'll pay for it, but the guy shrugs and says they'd take the money anyway, so why waste it? He finally offers to consider it if the mage is affiliated with the guild. 2 days later, a mage finally appears, but claims that Bjorn's mental barrier is too difficult to break. He says they'd need someone from the magic tower, and all Bjorn can do is curse his. Good luck. Try again and take the name of the magician and the dwarf, but the investigator simply smiles and repeats the same tired line telling him to confess already. On the 7th day, the investigator bursts into the room as if he's won the lottery. He slams a message receiver on the table and proudly announces that he finally has real proof, Bjorn. He instantly recognizes it as the message stone of the Crystal Union struggle. An investigator reveals that this was not the first time Bjorn had been caught looting, and the Crystal Syndicate boys even filed statements against him. He smiles and declares that Bjorn will be executed in 3 hours. However, the barbarian does not say a word. Back in his cell, he realizes that talking won't do any good, but escaping would only leave him with a criminal record forever. So, he only has one option left to prove his innocence. Grip the bars tightly and activate a meat explosion by. Blow the cell bars, and he comes out, causing the guard to back away in panic. The man starts shouting, begging, reinforcements, but Bjorn quickly silences him with a solid kick to the face, which puts it into sleep mode. With the guard knocked out, he doesn't waste any time and grabs the keys from the floor, and just as he's about to leave, the prisoners begin to shout and demand that he release them too. Bjorn is he's sure some of these guys are criminals, but he's an innocent barbarian who's just been wrongly imprisoned, so of course that doesn't bother him in the slightest. He frees them all, and chaos erupts when they begin to chant the name of their new hero, the Barbarian of Freedom. Back at the Explorers Guild, a guard hears something strange near the entrance, but he flies across the room as the prison mafia bursts through the door with murder in their eyes. The receptionist shouts that any scout who helps capture the convicts will receive a large reward. That's all the crowd needs to hear, and the scouts spring into action to seal off the escape. Bjorn races up the stairs, thinking the prisoners won't get far since they're unarmed and he only needs 5 minutes. As he runs, he reminds himself that he's not escaping just for the sake of running and that he has a completely separate plan. A guard waiting upstairs shouts that the prisoners have reached the top floor and, like an idiot, says that the branch manager is there too. Bjorn stares at him while pointing behind him with one hand. From him and unleashes an explosion of flesh once again. Blood rains down on the prisoners below, making them scream like terrified little children as the spray falls. Acid. Then he activates his vampiric ability and boosts his stats when he feels a surge of energy. He smiles, saying his dope is complete. He charges at the guards with his bare hands, who begin to tremble at the sight. One poor fellow is slammed to the ground like a new tile, while another soft sword, but Bjorn blocks it with his arm, leaving the guard stunned as he watches the wound heal. Instant. Bjorn follows up with a punch that knocks the man's teeth out. Bjorn. He gets high on a power trip while the other guards begin to panic, shouting that the barbarian should only be 9th grade. Rank. Bjorn simply smiles, saying that the branch manager only locked up the lower ranks, so they never expected so much. Power. After destroying every last one of them. Finally, he stops in front of a door and arrives at the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. Our boy pushes the door open slowly, trying to act like a civilized human being, but someone is already lurking behind it. From a shelter, he realizes too late that it's an ambush when the guy jumps out and cuts it off. The branch manager seems conceited, thinking he's ahead, but his victorious face quickly fades as Bjorn's blood splatters them and begins to burn his skin. Then Bjorn notices movement from the corner as a girl panics and calls for the manager, but the moment her eyes land on Bjorn, her whole body begins. Beware. The branch manager yells at Bjorn to back off because the girl is the district manager's daughter, but for the 5-star barbarian, she's his ticket out of. He goes to jail. He ignores the warning and knocks the manager unconscious with a clean right hook. He believes he never meant to take things this far, but her being here changes everything. The situation. The girl tries to maintain a bold facade, saying that he won't get out of this alive now and accusing him of planning all of this alone. To reach her, Bjorn simply shuts his mouth and tells her to leave him alone. Using her as leverage, he turns to the guards stealthily approaching him and demands to see the inspector, the guild leader, and a tower mage. If they don't bring them, he'll kill the girl right then and there, which makes the guards get going. As you step onto the balcony, take a deep breath, and he starts shouting at the crowd. He introduces himself as Bjorn and announces that the guild tried to frame and kill him. He shouts again that the Explorers Guild is setting him up, swearing his innocence. Deep down, he knows that this public disaster is now too big for the Union to simply sweep under the rug. Meanwhile, in the Magic Tower, the senior wizard tells Raven that the branch manager called her to deal with a lunatic. She seems bewildered, but he explains that a lunatic freed a group of prisoners and is now holding the district administrator's daughter hostage. Raven realizes the guy must be a complete idiot, but decides to go anyway while putting on her Barbie outfit, because she also has her own business there. Sometime later, Bjorn stares at her in disbelief and asks if they really sent her. Raven looks equally stunned and demands to know what the hell she was thinking. She starts scolding him like a grandmother because she never expected him to do something like this. But Bjorn intervenes and tells her to stop wasting time and use memory magic already. She tries to argue, but he insists they don't have time to waste. She agrees, but only if he owes her a favor later, which Bjorn agrees to whenever possible. Her face lights up upon learning that he agreed, and begins to cast the spell only to immediately stop in surprise. The spell doesn't work, even though Bjorn claims he isn't wearing any anti-magic equipment. At that moment, the investigator runs in and heads straight for the unconscious branch manager. While helping him to his feet and demanding to know what happened, he reports that they've dealt with most of the prisoners, but then he sees Bjorn. His eyes widen in shock, and he instantly starts shouting that this guy is the mastermind behind the chaos, something the branch manager already knows. The manager asks if Bjorn's claim of having been framed is true. Then he turns to the investigator and becomes serious. Do you want to know what evidence they had that Bjorn was a looter? The fat man shudders at the question, but he quickly recites the reasons why Bjorn brought too many crystals. He seemed suspicious, and he had a bag full of equipment that looked stolen. They then trace the message stone to someone in the Glass Syndicate who accused Bjorn of murder and robbery. Bjorn replies that none of those testimonies were magically verified. The branch manager turns to the investigator and asks why they were omitted. That step, the guy tries to turn around and says that Bjorn has been lying the whole time about being stabbed and enter the rupture. The mention of the vampiric essence also leaves the branch manager and the investigator take advantage of this and ask how any of it could possibly make sense. He insists that Bjorn lied because he knew the magic wouldn't work. So why waste resources proving anything? He sounds too self-assured. But then Raven bursts in and casually drops the bombshell that Bjorn did indeed consume a vampiric essence within the rupture. Both men stare at her, astonished and pressed for answers. Raven coldly replies that she was there, but unfortunately, magic can't be used on her to prove it. Dad approaches and starts pressuring her, asking her why she supports him, and warning him not to lie just because she knows him. Raven raise an eyebrow and answer if he really believes that. She would lie, she immediately begins. He backs down and starts pleading like a pro. A mage's influence rivals that of a nobleman, and they know how to protect it. For a rank-and-file guild member to question a mage's word, they might as well have dug their own grave. The branch manager finally speaks up and asks them to stop, as none of this is based on solid evidence. But Raven doesn't let that go either, although she agrees that vampires have never appeared on the first floor before. But she also states, that's not the kind of thing the branch manager should be declaring. He seems bewildered, and she goes on to say that even after years of research, many things in the labyrinth remain unresolved. The unexpected can always happen, so no one should act as if they have all the answers. Bjorn watches as she simply shuts down the branch manager like a true arrogant wizard. Then the tension shifts again when someone else enters the room and begins to address. Bjorn. He blinks in confusion until the girl breaks. He starts crying and calls for his father. That's when Bjorn finally realizes that the man introducing himself as Niels Urban is the district director, the guild. The Explorers Guild manages everything related to explorers. For greater efficiency, it's divided into hundreds of branches under 13 district managers and the guild master at the top. Out of nowhere, they throw a man to the ground who demands to know why he's been dragged here. The district director simply says he heard that Bjorn had been looking for this guy. The investigator instantly starts sweating. Upon recognizing the man, Bjorn looks at him coldly and identifies him as someone from Crystal Union. Her voice sharpens as she accuses the man of making a false statement about the message stone. The man tries to deny it, but Raven. She takes a step forward and casually activates her truth magic, and reveals that he is covering it up, he is forcing himself. Bjorn inwardly celebrates having a tower wizard backing him up, and this guy is definitely finished. The liar nearly faints when the district administrator sighs, asks Bjorn his name, and officially declares him innocent. Bjorn lets go of the girl and asks what will happen to the boy. Now, the district manager says they'll investigate further, and Bjorn suggests they should investigate his clan as well. The manager agrees the Crystal Syndicate has been shady lately, so digging deeper isn't a good idea. Bad idea. Then he turns to the investigator and coldly announces that he's fired. The fat man panics and claims he followed the rules, but the manager abruptly interrupts him. He won't allow someone like that to further tarnish the guild's name. All of his previous cases will be reopened, and if something goes wrong, he will be punished. The guards take the investigator away while he's sweating profusely. Then the district manager addresses Bjorn's compensation, and he offers to promote him to 7th rank and replace his entire team. The Eyes. Bjorn's side tightens, and he mocks the idea that this is basically a scam, since he could only reach rank 7 thanks to the vampiric essence. The manager argues. Bjorn has only been here 2 months, but Bjorn simply challenges him to summon a 7th rank scout right now to prove him wrong. Bjorn roars and tells them to begin, causing the district manager to flinch as he tries to calm him down. Raven. It also adds that no one has returned from the breakup with the essence of a 5th-rank monster and qualifies the compensation offered was pathetic, trapped by his. Following his own logic, the manager asks what they think is fair, to which he smiles widely and says 5 million. Stones should be enough. The branch manager almost collapses again, but the district manager accepts without blinking. Bjorn is surprised at how quickly it all happened, but Raven reminds them that his fee is separate. The manager agrees and tells him to thank the master. Meanwhile, at Magic Tower, Raven takes Bjorn to her private laboratory. He observes the chaos while she starts to notice some things that seem suspicious. In the back, she hands him a vial of blue liquid and tells him to drink it. Bjorn glances at it and asks if it's water, to which Raven smiles and says yes, but that she can offer him basilisk concentrate instead. Bjorn accepts it at first, but then leaves it because he suspects she might have put monster parts in it. Raven laughs and reminds him of the favor he owes her. Bjorn rejects this, saying he only agreed if it was feasible. However, he believes that having a mage companion is a good compensation. She assures him that she only wants to study the essence she consumed and adds that he could learn something new too, Bjorn. She notices she's become a lab nerd with the rare essences and wonders if all the new graduates at the tower act like this, before she starts barking. Again, Bjorn interrupts and asks about the terms of that document he made him sign. At the time, she agreed not to speak about what had happened, but he added his own clause stating that they should not report that he had taken the essence of the vampire. At the time, Bjorn thought she was being generous, but now he's not so sure. She tells him to visit her lab once a week for 6 months, which Bjorn immediately tries to reduce to 3. However, she stands up to him and says that she literally saved his life and made him rich. Our guy agrees, but makes it clear that doesn't mean she gets to do everything her way. He leans over and asks her why she doesn't pay him. Raven blinks in confusion and he continues, saying that she was the one who introduced him to the essence of the corpse golem. She shrugs and says it was free, but Bjorn calmly replies that he was forced to do it, which definitely makes it a problem. She argues that he saved her life, but he tells her that he didn't want it and that she should pay him 10 million stones to take it away. That angers him and he starts yelling and cursing at her. He remains unfazed and tells her it wasn't a cent he ordered, so technically she hurt him. She twists the argument again, saying it's so rare she should be paid. He remains silent. He tells her that mages can't even use essences, so she doesn't understand. He tells her to ask another explorer. Thinking she's lying, Raven storms off and activates her communication sphere. Finally, after a while, she connects and greets the person on the other end of the line. She says she has the question. If someone forced an essence upon her that she didn't want, how would she feel? The explorer. He pauses at the sudden question while Bjorn is in the background with a smug smile on his face. The explorer replies that he would be furious, which makes Bjorn. He flashes a smug smile, but Raven tries to argue that it was a rare essence. The explorer stands firm and says it doesn't matter because if he didn't want it, he would only ruin it. It ends with a comment that wizards wouldn't understand something like that. Raven remains devastated on the spot when the explorer explains that you can't reach the upper floors with essences that don't match. When she asks him how to compensate someone, he replies without hesitation that he would ask for money. Perhaps. 15 million stones, which completely shatters her ego, she asks. What if money wasn't an option? He coldly states that if the person were standing in front of him, he would probably break their neck. Right there, Raven panics as Bjorn watches, thinking that these people seriously lack creativity. He had expected her to ask a high-ranking explorer who understood the balance of essences. However, a low-ranking one would have asked for the rare essence. Bjorn mentally calls for checkmate and wonders if he'll admit the feat, but a sudden laugh is interrupted when an old man intervenes. He finds it amusing that a barbarian has managed to speak better than a wizard and introduces himself as Raven's mentor who just happens to roast Raven and Bjorn. He is instantly considered the headmaster of the Altemion school and is probably one of the most powerful figures, even more so than the managers. From the district, the old man says he enjoyed the chat. Raven is stunned, as she was certain she had used soundproofing magic, but he tells her she needs to improve. He adds that he was curious when his student brought a live barbarian to the tower, which makes Bjorn repeat the word to live with a raised eyebrow. The old man smiles and says that most barbarians arrive here dead or sometimes with his heart. Bjorn doesn't laugh at first and instead launches his own joke saying that maybe he should open his skull. The old man immediately tenses up, but Bjorn smiles and says he's just joking, telling her to relax too. Raven nearly collapses from the stress when Bjorn pats the man on the head and repeats that it was just a joke. The old man laughs with difficulty and tries to hide his anger, but admits that Bjorn is the authentic. Bjorn plays with that and the vegetator's sense of humor while the kid looks ready to explode. Trying to regain control, the old man changes the subject and offers Bjorn an object in exchange for the 10 million stones. Take out a numbered ring, and Bjorn's eyes light up as he sees that the numbered items are rare and powerful, each with a unique ability. He plays dumb and asks what it is, to which the old man explains that it conceals essences and that it could help him manage that annoying corpse golem essence. Bjorn remains silent when he realizes that not even this top-level mage knows the secret of the ice ring, but he agrees to take the ring. When he leaves, Raven reminds him to visit twice a week, to which he nods and he leaves. Raven sighs and wonders if she'll remember him. He apologizes to his mentor for his mistake. The old man shrugs and says the ring was useless anyway, couldn't even be sold, and was perhaps worth $1.5 million. He imagines the barbarian will explode when he finds out. Meanwhile, so much so, Bjorn monologues that in a world where magicians are seen as the most intelligent, not even. They know about the goddess's tears. At this point, he's convinced that compared to his gamer knowledge, mages are just a large group of novices. Back at the hotel, the manager panics when he sees Bjorn, swearing he thought he was dead. He admits to cleaning the room, but when Bjorn asks about his things, the guy says he threw them away. Bjorn almost loses it when he remembers he paid for an extra week, while the guy panics and promises to pay him back. The money. Bjorn is controlling himself so he doesn't hit anyone to this type, and suddenly realizes that when he became so violent again, even when he violated decapitation or murdered someone for the first time. It was very easy for him, and he only hesitated when escaping from the jail cell. He finds it strange that she didn't hesitate at all to do something violent. And remember that the argument with the old man is something that you in real life would never have done. In fact, at first he thought these changes were due to the environment, but lately he's realized these changes are like instincts that kick in during battle. His personality must have changed too, and he wonders if he's becoming more and more of a barbarian, but he concludes it's for the best if he wants to survive. Bjorn demands 30,000 stones as compensation, which the manager considers madness, but he lets slip that he stole. Things and Bjorn notices as he squints, his eyes filled with anger. A few negotiations later, he finds himself relaxing in a luxurious room with windows and private bathroom. While relaxing, he wonders about Einar and decides to meet with her the next day to share the profits. He heads to the Angry Bull Inn the next morning, and the moment Einar sees him, she bursts into dramatic tears and hugs him tightly, demanding to know where he's been. She asks if he heard the news, which confuses him until the other barbarians shout the name of the Freedom Barbarian. They say the whole city is talking about him. But Bjorn plays dumb and asks again his name, but they admit that nobody knows it. He sighs with relief that the guild has kept its word. Even so, the barbarians are proud that he was one of their own, promoting him and calling him the greatest warrior of all time. Bjorn didn't expect fame to explode so quickly, but he hopes it won't backfire. Later, he takes Einar to Kamalvi, which is a middle-class area made up of districts 2, 5. He hands over his share of the total profits, which amounted to about 800,000 stones. He gives her 300,000, and although she protests because it's too much, he persists, which makes her blush. You see someone selling cotton candy and instantly start drooling. Not long after, she's happily eating, declaring it the new currency and the OJ to human genius. But Bjorn tells her to eat real food too. She finishes it and thanks him, saying she appreciates that he still treats her the way he used to. That surprises him, but she explains that since her appearance changed, people no longer see her as a warrior, and even humans continue to flirt with her. With her now. She begins to doubt herself and asks him if she looks that bad now, then slams her fist on the table in panic. Bjorn tries. He answers, but she interrupts him and declares that she has decided not to go back into the maze with him, leaving him completely confused. Einar leaves the party not because of his appearance, but because he discovers that one of the elders of the sanctuary is an incredibly crazy swordsman. Therefore, she wants to learn how to handle his sword. Bjorn asks if he can take a day off so they can go to the labyrinth together, and Einar replies that he would love to, but that it is a special training that will not allow him to leave the sanctuary for the next 6 months. Bjorn instantly understands what she means and thinks it actually sounds really good to her. He adds that he won't ask her to wait or let her back in, but one thing. What he can say without flinching is that he will train hard enough to never end up dragging it down. Bjorn decides he can't stop her because during their second, her adventure ends with her swearing by her, honor and submits to a plunderer. The breakup causes her to do things that no one should do, which probably. It breaks her down enough to make her make this decision. Now he thinks he has to start over and find a new party member from the beginning. Since absorbing the essence of the goal in a corpse and the essence of a guardian vampire, it becomes much more strong. With his improved stats and insane regeneration, nothing on the second floor can touch him. He knows he can easily handle that part alone, but things change quickly on the upper floors. The game forces players to work in teams, and no matter how improved their stats are, it's impossible to beat levels alone. Having a team is non-negotiable. The higher the floor, the worse it gets when someone is missing a piece. So, if you plan to survive and marry there, the smart thing to do is gather party members who match your skill level. He's going to meet Raven. He seems genuinely happy to see him and asks if he's ready while pointing. A chair that honestly looks like a torture device. Bjorn thinks it makes sense to ask Raven since she's a 6th rank mage. If he survives her little test, she might be able to help him get closer to his goal. But after hearing his offer, Raven instantly rejects it. He wonders, what kind of mage would even consider joining a party with only 2 idiotic barbarians? He replies that now there's only one left. Raven says he'll only think about it if all the members are at least 6th rank, and the party includes a priest. Obviously, this means 3 years of work. Bjorn believes that deep down he should have known she would say no. She changes the subject and tells him to review the analysis of the vampire's essence. Then, after taking a look at it, Bjorn thinks it lacks depth. But since he already knows the exact statistics, it doesn't bother him. A guardian essence comes with a passive by default and also grants additional passive abilities. Bjorn feels prepared with his regeneration since he now has the immortal seal along with the essence of the guardian. And this is the first time it's grown at this rate in this game. It's getting ready to leave. But Raven stops him and asks what he put in the vampire's mouth, since she senses some divine energy. Bjorn knows exactly what he means, but since he can't reveal it, he puts on a silly face and tells her that he probably imagined it. Raven insists she saw something, and Raven avoids everything by claiming she's hungry and runs away. She gets upset and says he's definitely hiding something, and she promises to find out what it is. Take a book off the shelf called Complete Understanding of the Breakup. 3 written by an unknown author and contains all the details about the breakups. Turn the page on the bloodstained castle. And tries to read about the golden mask and the tears of the goddess, but the section is stained. She feels she has read about them elsewhere, so she opens another book that claims that the goddess's tears are a consumable relic that spreads a powerful blessing. 3. Some of them were used by Cardinal Androni to save the Pope, and no one has seen them since. She reads this and is stunned as she wonders how a young barbarian who has just reached the age, an adult, might know the location of the goddess's tears or how to use them. The golden mask appears only after certain conditions are met, in addition to defeating the guardian. It allows you to change your face for a month and can only be used 5 times. Bjorn never cared about appearance, so he sells it again in the game. But now that this is real life, he decides to keep it in case he needs to escape the city later. In a bar on the other side of town, people are talking about how the crystal bond is crumbling. For a clan that seemed perfect, breaking up in a single night is shocking, but the truth is, it was never as perfect as it seemed. Teresha listens to this and feels that the Glass Union was decent at first, as they helped citizens pay their taxes, but once they grew up, they began to discriminate against and commit crimes against beginners on a regular basis. What happened to Erwin is just one result of that. I hate to admit it, but if Bjorn hadn't been there, things could have ended much worse for Erwin. I had planned to do something about it, but now it's not necessary. A random person says that everything is happening because of a barbarian. He escapes from prison and takes the district administrator's daughter hostage just to prove he has reason. And now people call him the Freedom Barbarian. Because of this chaos, the new laws to track the looters are not being enforced. Even so, what surprises everyone the most is that the barbarian has just become an adult and is already a 9th-ranked explorer. Teresha feels that this cannot be a coincidence. And if it really is that same one, barbaric, that explains why it disappears during... Even after a week, she wonders if it's okay to tell Erwin everything. At the guild reception, Bjorn says he's looking for a 4-member group operating on the 3rd floor or higher. The receptionist asks for his details, and when he sees the 5 stars, her face freezes. Bjorn notices the strange reaction and asks if something is wrong, but the receptionist avoids the question and hands him a list. Bjorn reviews the list and suspects that the dwarf It could be the same Hikarat that he met her before. When they meet at the bar, his guest is right, and they are both happy to see each other again. Hikarat says that one more person will be joining them. Bjorn asks if he already knows this person, and Hikarat says no, but since the newcomer is a mage, he has already been chosen. This catches Bjorn off guard, and he can't believe that someone of such a high level is joining his team. Now you want to know who it could be? A boy enters the bar, introduces himself as Dwalki, and says he wants to travel with them. Hikarat. He greets her and asks if he's the magician who will be joining them. And Dwalki jokes that magicians don't just appear at the right time and place without one reason. The dwarf laughs and introduces himself as Hikarat, a 6th rank scout. Dwalki replies that the Rafdonian court recognizes him as an 8th rank mage. Hikarat. He looks dumbfounded again, while Bjorn says the guy sounds like a glorified nobleman who doesn't even work in a magic tower. Our boy takes that as a clear clue that he must be a mid-level mage since he never trained in one, though he can't believe how the dwarf has no idea about the world's history. Dwalki seems very impressed by Bjorn's perspicacity and asks him his name, although our. The boy finds the magician annoying, but hides it, gives him his name, and tells the cute boy to sit down. Our boy gets straight to the point and asks why he wants to become an adventurer. Since low-ranking mages almost never enter labyrinths, they don't earn much on the lower floors and can't climb higher because they aren't strong enough. With access to magic, they can easily earn money elsewhere. Dwalki says he simply wants to elevate the Martin family name by becoming an explorer. Famous. When he hears the word male, Hikarat gets scared and assumes Dwalki is a nobleman, but the magician explains that he is only a distant relative on his mother's side and says that. He doesn't treat anyone as if they were inferior to him. Our man listens to everything and realizes that it must be a clueless fraud trying to sell a story. With that bright face, golden hair, and decent height, the boy also knows how to wield magic, curses, and ice spells, which only makes him seem more suspicious. Bjorn still has doubts about him, but he knows that with a magician on the team, better people will start applying. So in the end, he lets him in. After that, they were inundated with applications from experienced people. So he and Hikarat meet several times a week to review documents. But honestly, Bjorn takes care of most of it and they finally decide on someone, and finally the team is complete. Our son takes all the equipment to the library and she asks, "What is this supposed to be?" Like a professional, and says it includes a shield and armor made of Latin and an expanding backpack. The librarian stares at him coldly and tells him that she needs to take it off because there have been complaints, so he agrees but decides that she simply doesn't understand humor. As he walks home, he sees a barbarian lurking in a dark alley without a weapon. That's it. It's astonishing because for a barbarian, a weapon means more than life itself. With a serious look, she tells the boy there's no reason to be scared and asks him what he's doing there. The lone barbarian says he sold his weapon because he had no money left. After hearing that, Bjorn thinks it's definitely another player because he speaks in an oddly formal tone. Our boy tells him that he is Jandel's son Bjorn, and the boy introduces himself as Leon's son, Tarikan. Bjorn invites him to dinner, and when Tarikan eats real food after what seems like an eternity, he gets emotional and says he will never forget what Bjorn has done. Bjorn recalls that Tarikan mentioned his coming-of-age ceremony took place a month earlier. Then hers. She also said she got lost and couldn't get in. Into the labyrinth, but Bjorn believes that the truth is simpler and ran. Like a coward, and since nobody hires barbarians, he had nowhere to go. If all the players really have already opened the boss room, then someone with their skills should have known how badly the NPCs treat barbarians. Bjorn asks him what he did after that month, and Tarikan replies that he never returned to the labyrinth. Our boy hears this and shouts, asking if he's stupid. Tarikan gets flustered and explains that he had no weapons or money and that he was kicked out for not paying his rent. Bjorn believes the guy must be a new player since he never thought about the future, which makes the story somewhat expected. Tarikan continues on, saying he fought against the cold, hunger, and disease. He also tried to approach other barbarians at an inn, but they turned him away. Bjorn did not. Can you believe that he survived 3 months like that? And he feels he would be in the same place if he escaped on the first day. Tarikan asks if his story makes him feel bad, and if it makes him want to help him. He also boasts that he knows the labyrinth very well, and that he can help Bjorn to leave. In a cold voice, Bjorn tells him that he will not go with him into the labyrinth, but that will help him in another way. He gives him 150,000 stones and tells him to buy a weapon, and then enter the labyrinth. Tarikan is excited, and thanks him, saying that he will surely return the money. But Bjorn asks him to leave. With a menacing look, Bjorn tells him never to show his face again. It doesn't matter if he squanders the money or somehow gets it back. Once he's gone, he mustn't try to find him again. He should leave if he understands. After the whole scene, Bjorn sits alone and thinks it was brutal of him. A logical person would say he's acting stupid, while an emotional person would get angry because it didn't help anymore. They were both right, but this was the only thing I could do to keep him alive. To Tarakan. When the day of entry finally arrives and he goes up to the first floor, Dwalki looks around, filled with excitement, and asks, "What's the plan now?" As an explorer with 8 years of experience, Rod Miller tells him to wait because he needs to inspect the area for a moment. After checking, he says it's safe to continue on the route they chose earlier. Hikurat comments that it has been a long time since he last explored with proper equipment. Then Misha Karlstein joins. She's a human scout beast, also a 7th rank scout with 5 years of experience. She says that. She's finished waiting and can't wait to chop off some monster heads. However, Misha is notable for her odd habit of saying girl after almost everything she says. As she laughs, Hikurat jokes that he can't follow the princess's orders. Misha blushes and tells him to stop calling her that, which reminds Bjorn that she once mentioned being the 13th princess of a tribe she no longer remembers. Rod Miller calls on everyone to stay close and tells them to keep going. Thus begins the exploration of the first team. They arrive to the second floor portal in less than 10 hours with the help of Rod Miller, although he seems annoyed because someone arrived before them. Bjorn realizes he's not satisfied, but still thinks it's a solid album. Anyway, he wasn't expecting much since Rod Miller isn't exactly a guide, and this time he didn't gain any experience opening the portal. He imagines that. He could have grown a ton if Einar were with him using the portal glitch, and decides to keep that trick for a time when he can really trust his teammates. Inside the portal, they enter the beast's lair. Rod Miller says he never gets used to the smell, no matter how often he visits. Bjorn supposes that makes sense, since this floor is accessible through the portal and is always swarming with beast-like monsters. That's probably why the air stinks like a sewer accident. Hikurat asks Dwelki. If it's okay, Dwelki tells her not to talk because she's about to vomit, which really scares Misha while Hikurat. He just laughs. Bjorn turns to Rod Miller and asks if he's okay, since he has a strong scent and this place must be brutal for him. Rod Miller shrugs and says it's not his first time, so there's no need to worry. He warns everyone to stay close, because there are puddles of waste everywhere. Watching him lead the group through, Bjorn admits the guy is surprisingly reliable. The beast's lair stretches across a labyrinthine valley, so someone needs to discover the route. That makes a scout essential. The monsters don't pose much of a threat thanks to their strength. The team, along with Dwelki's alarm spell, established 4-person night shifts so everyone could get adequate rest. Dwelki asks why they need turns since their magic takes care of that. Hikurat says it's not about trust. His alarm only detects monsters, but the explorers are the real danger here. Dwelki seems to hesitate, although Hikurat tells him to sleep since resting is more important in this. For a moment, Bjorn observes the exchange and thinks it's possible the magician won't reappear. After this dive, on the second day, Rod Miller says they are near the portal that leads to the 3rd floor where they will hunt 7th and 8th rank monsters. The 3rd floor is enormous. No matter which part of the 2nd floor you enter from, everyone ends up in the same place on the 3rd. Bjorn. Hopefully they'll land in a decent spot, as that depends on their point of entry. Misha asks her if she's ever been to the 3rd floor. She says it took her a whole year to reach it. Bjorn says she definitely has and asks how long it took her to get to the 4th. The cat girl replies that it was about 2 years, and Hikurat says the same amount of time it took. Upon hearing this, Misha sneers because Hikurat has less experience than her, but still holds a higher rank. Rod Miller tells them. He tells them both to be quiet, and Bjorn thinks it sounds very annoying. Probably. Because he's the only one who actually does something useful while everyone else keeps talking. They go through the portal to the 3rd floor, where the monsters attack them almost immediately. So Bjorn reacts quickly and pushes Rod Miller out of the way while raising his shield to block the impact. He wonders why the monsters are waiting right outside from the portal and thinks that if he didn't have his shield, he would have been brought down just as Hikurat almost was. The dwarf shouts for them not to let the monsters push them back, and Bjorn replies that he already knows that, although deep down he feels a little jealous because Hikurat's active ability gives him resistance against knockback, which proved to be a great help when they fought the Guardian. Hikurat uses his ability to stop the beast, while Dwalki casts his curse spell to weaken her, and the dwarf continues with a clean blow, which finishes it. Misha sees another one, so he shouts that there's still one left and jumps into the air, getting off the backpack of. Bjorn then strikes the Iantara with his essence and knocks it down with a single shot. Bjorn finds it strange that Iantaris has appeared here and asks Rod Miller if anyone is nearby. Rod Miller checks his body temperature but feels nothing, although the lingering smell suggests others have recently passed through and must be about 2 minutes ahead of them. Our boy thinks they probably saw the group, and they continued on, and when Hickrot asked if anyone was trying to kill them, Rod Miller. He says no and explains that luring monsters to the portal is a cheap tactic used by raiders to catch others off guard. Misha gets excited and says they should chase those guys down and kill them since they'd be well paid. But Rod Miller tells him that tracking them down is difficult and without proof. If anything goes wrong, they'll be blamed. Misha shrugs and says it doesn't matter because the dead can't talk. The dwarf suggests they leave a warning message and leave Waldewalki. He seems completely shocked by all of that. Misha tells Rod Miller that he didn't know such tactics existed and says that he is impressive, although he admits that this is their first real encounter and that he had only heard about them. Talk about it before. She adds that it's rare to encounter looters, and when Bjorn asks her how many times she's seen them, she replies 8. 5 years. Bjorn is stunned because he has already faced 5 in just 3 months. Misha and Hikrod laugh, saying that he might be the reason their group is falling apart today. Rod Miller tells them to shut up and assures Bjorn that even he meets with them every few months, though. Bjorn still feels that this doesn't make his luck any less cursed. After a while, they stop at a place where Rod Miller says they should camp and head to the next area tomorrow, since they are now at the edge of the region where fewer monsters appear, and rest. It's safer. Hikrod looks at Dwalki and notices he hasn't said much, so he asks if he's all right, and Bjorn wonders the same thing because Dwalki usually barks constantly, but now he hasn't spoken for a while. The sorcerer finally speaks and says that his fantasy of being an explorer has just to be torn apart. To hear the group casually say things like that explorers sometimes. They marry each other, or killing looters for money is just another part of the job. He finds it terrifying. He admits that he fears that if he continues down this path, one day he might be the one to kill someone. And that's why he spent the day trying to prepare himself mentally. Now he feels ready, although he still doubts whether he'll really be able to do it when the time comes. Bjorn observes him and thinks that his determination has no weight behind it. Therefore, he is filled with fear and hesitation. But that honesty makes him better than cowards who pretend to be brave until danger overcomes them. Rod Miller agrees and says that arrogance is what really gets them killed. People feel much more trustworthy when someone admits their limitations than when someone simply lies and says they can handle anything. He adds, he wants to show everyone something important if they give him a little time. Later, Rod Miller takes them to a place with a breathtaking view, and he tells them it's the only time of day he looks like that. Nobody knows. Why does it really happen on the 3rd floor? Honestly, it seems irrelevant when you look at it closely. Then he turns to Dwalki and asks if he still has the guts to keep exploring after seeing something like this. As the labyrinth falls into darkness alone, Bjorn stays awake while the rest sleep, although after all, Dwalki's breathing has eased. If your math is correct, you will have gained around 50 experience points, and you need 150 to move to the next level. For now, it can absorb 13 essences and has already absorbed 2, so there's room for 1 more. It's in no hurry. He wants to level up, but he still wants the next one to really be worth it. Eventually. They arrive at the orc's habitat, a region teeming with monsters where only those of rank 8 or higher appear. It's the best place to live unless someone's aiming for the 4th floor. Hickrod. He mentions that they will now plan every move and remain coordinated. Out of nowhere, a group of orcs runs straight towards them, preparing for battle. The dwarf and Bjorn handle the front lines like tanks. While Rod Miller and Dwalki stay back and launch long-range attacks, Misha handles the close-quarters combat. Things go well until the doctor. Orc Warlock casts Berserk, and suddenly the orcs become more powerful, allowing one of them to pass through their shields. In such situations, the priority is to protect Dwalki, since he is the more vulnerable. Rod Miller protects him from the incoming attack, and Misha finishes off the orc with a brutal blow. Bjorn targets the witch doctor and quickly takes him out, and they quickly wipe out the group. Our guy still feels his damage output is lacking since it takes them a full 8 minutes to deal with the orcs. No. It's fast, but it's safe, and in fact, he likes this team for that reason. They approach the center of the habitat, where the orc count begins to increase. Along the way, they encounter a great orc warrior, a beast of the 7th rank, but they defeat him easily, but even when everything is going too well, problems often arise. Suddenly, an old man casts a spell, and he drops a rock from the sky right in front of them, telling them to leave because the habitat belongs to the Jarvi clan. Although Dungeon and Stone is a single-player game, territory can still be restricted. At first, it seems that travel is simply blocked, but if someone forms a clan, they can claim home zones. This doesn't make sense unless it's a rare area, as it requires significant effort. Bjorn wonders why a clan like Jarvi is blocking off an area on the 3rd floor. Hikuro says the Jarvi clan usually operates on the 6th floor, so he asks directly, "What are you doing here?" The elderly man says he doesn't know an answer to. Nobody. Hikuro mentions that while some large clans are officially allowed to claim parts of the labyrinth, he's never heard of Jarvi owning this place, and they can't even be sure if these guys are actually from the clan. The old man finds that comment amusing and says he has heard it many times. Bjorn notices that the dwarf is becoming a little aggressive. Meanwhile, Misha seems to have seen a ghost and nervously hides behind Bjorn, making him wonder if he is avoiding someone. Suddenly someone calls her halfling, and she freezes, her skin crawling because she instantly recognizes the voice. When Misha calls him Big Brother, Talon is clearly irritated and reminds her that he already told her not to say that in public, and she quickly apologizes. He goes on to say that she really knows how to convey that she's a halfling, which makes things even more awkward. The old man, observing the exchange, casually asks if she's actually his sister, to which Talon confirms that she is. The old man then says that he owes Talon a big favor. So if Misha and her sister will let them go, Talon tells her there's no need for that, because due to some complicated family issues, even her father no longer considers her part of the family. The old man at least shares the reason for his presence and explains that they are searching for the essence of the great orc warrior, hoping that if things go well, they can get married again. Bjorn finds it strange that a clan from the 6th floor goes through all these problems just for a basic essence, so something about this clearly doesn't add up. Then, the old man bluntly tells them that they should leave since there will be no monsters left to hunt with their group around. Bjorn believes they probably should do it because in the labyrinth, power decides everything and staying alone would turn them into obstacles. Although she knows exactly what Hikuro must be feeling right now, she understands that survival often means knowing when to step in. Back. At that moment, Duelki suddenly. He steps forward and offers to try and smooth things over. Duelki politely says he's pleased to meet a senior mage, mentioning that he's also well known. Like an 8th rank mage, but the old man silences him with. He insists he's not a magician, just a clown who learned some beginner spells and now walks around thinking he's important. She adds that just looking at it makes her stomach churn with secondhand embarrassment. Completely. Devastated, Duelki remains silent, and Hikuro is already shouting that the old man is being too harsh. The old man simply... He shrugs and says he's just talking about facts. Enraged, Elenano prepares to fight. Meanwhile, Bjorn wonders if they're really about to face a clan from the 6th floor. Hikuro tries to hit them with. A lightning bolt flashes, but Bjorn rushes in and hits him on the head, while yelling at him to get better. With a threatening expression, the old man coldly tells Hikuro that he should be grateful to have teammates like that. Meanwhile, Bjorn silently reflects on how they barely escaped with their lives. After leaving that area, Elenano, he apologized to everyone, admitting he lost his temper. Rod Miller scolded him, and says that his reckless behavior almost got the entire team killed. Bjorn feels Rod Miller should be even tougher, but the man suddenly softens his tone and says it's okay since they managed to get out. Alive. He adds that, although it was dangerous, defending your comrades is still something worth respecting. Bjorn is surprised by how friendly Rod Miller is to the person in charge. Michelle then apologizes and says things could have gone better if she hadn't been there. Duelki tries to reassure her, adding that being kicked out wasn't the worst outcome that could have happened. The whole situation makes Bjorn uncomfortable, and she feels that her sudden sentimental mood is beginning to become embarrassing. Michelle opens up and says that she usually avoids talking about her family, because they are the only ones who didn't manage to sign a contract with a spirit beast. Beast people have the rare ability to bond with ancient monsters known as spirit beasts that grant them special powers. Only a select few manage to sign this type of contracts, but Michelle belongs to the Karlstein family and her failure ruins the surname. She explains that she once had a close relationship with her brothers, but after failing to be elected, even in adulthood, they began to avoid her. People started throwing cruel labels at her, like illegitimate daughter and middle-aged. Since her mother died when she was young, she had no way to defend herself. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore, so she left home, learned to fight, and became an explorer. Visibly moved, Elena doesn't try to comfort her by saying she must have been through a lot and that he's truly grateful she decided to open up. Michelle says it's no big deal because she sees them as teammates and always defends them without hesitation. Hickarod says he's happy to know it's selling that way. On the other hand, Bjorn is still quietly annoyed by how emotional things have become. Hikura then steps in to share his story and reveals that he once dreamed of becoming a blacksmith, but lacked the talent. In addition to that, financial problems forced him to stop training, so he ran away and began exploring when he turned 30. Upon hearing all, this Dwalki admits that he feels even more useless than water. He explains that although his family's social position, he was drawn to magic, lacked any real skill, and was unable to reach the magic tower. He adds that perhaps the old people would have respected him if he had been born with a little talent. Hikura tries to console him by telling him that he is a good magician and that the old man is an idiot. Nothing. Rod Miller says he's been on countless teams, but he's never seen anything like this before. Hearing this, Bjorn is glad that someone is finally going to put an end to this absurd drama, but the explorer is also excited. And he says that he should also apologize for judging demi-humans without knowing anything about their history. In the background, he admits that he used to think they were just complaining for no reason, even though being born as a non-human species had unique advantages. Both agree that being a human explorer also has advantages, as humans can learn aura skills, become mages, or even reach the level of saints. Hickarod laughs and says they should keep watching each other's back since they're going to be there anyway. They are all of medium height, and they all nod ready to give their best. At this point, our guy feels it's his turn to join the circle of confessions, and the others begin to look at him with that kind of tearful gaze that makes escape impossible. Bjorn wonders what he's supposed to say because emotional conversations aren't his strong suit. So, without thinking too much, she lets slip that she never had a mother since she died giving birth to her, and that his father disappeared in the labyrinth when he was still a child. Now, he can't see either of them again, even if he wants to. There's a moment of silence while my boy thinks he did a good job telling them his tragic story, Einar said. Everyone believes her completely and tells her she's strong for hiding so much pain behind all her cheerful energy. Seeing him with the other guys, who are so busy, Bjorn feels like he's become the saddest guy in the group. Even so, he really didn't. He cares because even if he's just a motherless barbarian, he managed to reach 7th place in just 3 months. Although he admits to having flashbacks of risking his life, they repeatedly hit him hard, leaving him with occasional soul-crushing depression. Rod Miller asks which one he should. Their next move, and Hickarod suggests heading towards the Witch's Forest. Misha proposes visiting the swamps from Greentail, but Rod Miller cancels it, saying it will take at least 6 days to get there. Dwalki. He casually suggests a challenge on the 4th floor, though Hickarod strongly objects, saying it's too soon and he's seen too many reckless explorers die trying to get through. He believes they still need time to grow stronger together before they're ready. Our boy thinks the Witch's Forest might not be a good place to raise monsters, but Hickarod. He's clearly worried about the dangers of the 4th floor. Like the 3rd, it's full of beasts from the 7th and 8th position, although sometimes even those from the 6th appear. Bjorn has died in this apartment several times, simply because he wasn't prepared, so he understands the caution of the dwarf, but still clearly states that he believes it's time for them to move on to the next one. Floor. With him and Hickarod acting as tanks, Solids can create an escape route if necessary, especially since it's filled with vampiric essence. He notes that even if the damage is limited, the match is still fairly balanced. Progress will be slow but steady, and they should be able to reach the 2nd floor. However, the others begin to argue about whether they should really trust his judgment. Bjorn starts to get angry because he can clearly hear the murmuring, and the dwarf suggests settling it with a vote. The majority wins. They head towards the 4th floor and enter the forest. Then, after walking for a while, Rothmiller suggests resting and says this place is a good choice. Hickarod offers to continue a little further, but the guide says the next decent rest area is miles away, so it's best that settle here. Bjorn checks the time. It's exactly 9 p.m. again, just like the last 2 days when they stopped, and he estimates that Rothmiller must have planned everything that happened. He gains some respect. Bjorn asks about tomorrow's plan, to which he replies that they will arrive at the Witch's Forest tomorrow. Bjorn observes how Rothmiller doesn't even stop to think before answering and realizes that the guy is a true professional. Everyone goes to sleep while one of them is on call, for a few hours. Later, Rothmiller wakes him up, and Bjorn asks if it's his turn yet, but the explorer shakes his head and says it's something else. Bjorn immediately becomes alarmed and asks if it's a monster, but Rothmiller casually replies that they are both, which Bjorn quickly realizes refers to explorers. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes nearby, and Bjorn doubts they are being pursued by monsters. Rothmiller. He agrees that it feels strange, and then asks if Bjorn remembers that boar monster from earlier. He recalls feeling that the whole thing seemed staged. And Rothmiller. He nods and says, "This smells exactly the same as it did back then." While they still have no idea who is chasing them, or why they are being targeted, the group assumes it's another attempt to infiltrate their group. Michelle yells at them to stop wandering around because the group is already here. Bjorn calmly locks himself in and decides to escape with a little trick. And he tells them all that if they can't act, they should be quiet and let him speak, as the group of strangers. As he approaches, Bjorn raises his voice and tells them to stop where they are, which freezes them in their tracks. He warns that if they take another step, they'll be facing a major blow, old-fashioned style. One of the strangers shouts that they are being chased and promises a reward if they help. Bjorn tells them flatly to leave all their weapons, but they immediately start arguing. Bjorn looks towards the forest and realizes that the orcs who are supposedly chasing them are waiting in the distance without doing much. That makes things easier when he gives them the coldest look and tells them it's really simple. They can drop their weapons or go meet their maker. With no other options, the strangers. They throw down their equipment and plead for protection. Bjorn la. He orders Rottmuller to gather things while the orcs. They grunt in frustration and walk away silently, leaving Bjorn thinking that they might have had at least one functioning brain cell. The priestess pulls him from his thoughts with a sweet "thank you" and introduces herself as Elisa. He remains silent. But Hikarad instantly focuses on his exposed holiness and tries to lift it up, earning him mental support from Bjorn. The two boys introduce themselves, and one of them mentions the name Hans. Bjorn immediately feels strange vibrations and remembers the first Hans he met. But the boy laughs, saying it's a common name, and tries to start a conversation. However, Bjorn is still nervous. Elisa says dramatically that she has no idea what they would have done if. Rottmiller immediately notices and asks her if she's a priestess, which she confirms and begins to explode as if it were a parody. Well rehearsed. Bjorn senses something is amiss and is convinced they're faking and waiting to stab them in the back. It seems like the right moment, but then the priestess suddenly heals one of the wounded with a real miracle, leaving Bjorn completely baffled. Hikarad is also stunned, and Misha quietly asks Rottmiller if he is still sure of his intuition. Rottmiller seems lost now, but insists that he really was, and Bjorn thinks that makes sense, since in this world most people are devout believers, so it's easy to be deceived by an act. As a priestess. Then Elisa laughs nervously and asks if that miracle was proof enough, and politely requests that they return the weapons. Bjorn responds with a firm no, which instantly drains the color from his face. He tells her that he doesn't care if she's a priestess, since barbarians have different gods with different rules and no sympathy. He demands a reward for saving them, thinking it's more than fair for a barbarian. Elisa. She blinks in confusion, but then admits she's heard of that custom before and asks him how much he wants. Bjorn calmly lowers the price from 2 million and says that sounds good for the value of their lives. She tries to argue that they don't have that amount of money on them. Bjorn doesn't even accept the excuse and demands valuables, which they can pay for with cash if they don't have it. He says his armor will work well to try and deceive him. The older man sighs and hands it over, admitting that life is worth more than elegant armor. Bjorn looks at the team and believes he has now stripped them of everything. The group asks if they can finally rest, but instead, in response, Bjorn squeezes his dough and interrupts Elisa in the middle of the sentence. It swings without warning, with all his might, and hits her directly in the face, throwing her backwards like a bumper car. Everyone gasps in pure horror at the savage display. Bjorn just smiles like a lunatic, wipes the blood off his face, and says he thought they were looters. The two boys panic and freeze, staring at something on the ground. Bjorn. He's confused for a second, but before he can ask, the long-haired boy suddenly starts coughing up blood, and she falls to the ground. Hikarad quickly turns to Dualki and asks if she did something, which Dualki denies. Out of nowhere, the priestess. She starts to get up as if she were in a movie. Terrifying, frightening everyone. She looks at them with her eyes wide. She asks them how they discovered she was an enemy. He starts laughing as if it were already too late for them to. Anyway, while Bjorn internally curses his awful bad luck. The rest of the team is frozen by what is happening, until Bjorn tells them to recover and let him handle it. Without hesitation, he strikes the priestess's skull again with his mace, as if he were playing at hitting a mole while. Hikurid stares at him in disbelief. I yell at Bjorn that he is damaging a corpse and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. But Bjorn coldly says that. He panicked a little. And besides, the best defense is a good offense. At the same time, he realized that if this woman kept getting up, then she was probably a Karui priest. It's a rare hidden class that unlocks beyond the 5th floor and is basically a mess of curses and abilities. Combat. The class allows you to use divine and dark magic, but it has brutal drawbacks. Since Karui is linked to some evil entity, anyone who chooses this path is bound to suffer sudden loss syndrome. From the head. In this class, the person has to sacrifice souls regularly, which largely explains why she's a looting lunatic. As if she were. At the precise moment, the old man clutches his throat and falls like a sack of potatoes, while Elisa tries to blame Bjorn for their deaths. Bjorn replies that perhaps her parents should have done a better job raising her and reminds her that they both died because of her. So it's only right that she follows them. She looks absolutely stunned, but Bjorn continues to declare, who will avenge his 2 fallen brothers even though he took all their equipment, and the rest of the group stares at him for that. Then, from the nothing, the 2 dead guys suddenly come back to life. What Hikurod, take note first and warn others. Bjorn instantly recognizes that it is the dark ability Death Call, which resurrects fallen warriors as undead. Elisa orders her puppets to push through the group, but the tanker trucks jump out to intercept them. Misha throws Bjorn as a trampoline and cuts one of the zombies with his poisoned sword while Duelki summons ice spears to immobilize the other. Bjorn watches how they coordinate as well and feels a little proud, but he sighs when he remembers that the undead are resistant to both poison and the ice. He yells to Rod Miller, who replies that he's almost finished. Seconds later, the explorer warns everyone to back away and throws a Molotov cocktail directly in their faces, setting the corpses on fire, which it's a good move since fire works quite well against the undead, but of course, Elisa pulls another card out of her sleeve as she unleashes black fire and absorbs all the flames around him. Bjorn grits his teeth as his most effective attack is eliminated, and to make matters worse, divine power isn't an option either. He quickly orders the rest of the group to charge Elisa directly while the tanks keep the zombies away from their backs. His thinking is that without armor, the summoned thugs are weak and easy to stop. The rest nod and run towards Elisa, but she simply smiles and tells them to get well before launching the Shadow Guardian. A black smoke rises from beneath the ground and forms an enormous mass, which she orders to bring her the heads of the enemy. Misha attacks with his sword while the others continue with their own attacks, but Elisa. He mocks their feeble efforts. Then, Misha's eyes widen as she feels a curse stealthily approaching her. The shadow beast lunges forward, but before she can strike, Hikrot charges like a knight from a fairy tale and blocks it, shouting that Bjorn sent him. Misha takes the opportunity to find another shadow, but begins to worry that Bjorn will be left alone. Elisa doesn't give them a second to breathe and screams at her useless henchmen to protect her. Without. However, Bjorn laughs and says they're a little busy at the moment as he's playing Tornado with them. That finally pushes Ellis's gears too. He marches on while declaring that he will not forget this humiliation and rises to heaven using spiritualization. Bjorn's jaw clenches because he clearly didn't expect her to pull out a card. Of flight, Elisa swears that none of them will go out with. Life comes and goes, disappearing into the night. Bjorn curses his luck again, disappointed at not having taken a bigger hit, and now she can actively attack them at any moment. At that moment, a flurry of curses erupts from his body, which must be a parting gift from her. He complains but shrugs and realizes that Dwelki can handle it. He turns to the wizard and tells him to remove the curses. But Dwelki just watches as Bjorn reminds him that he said he could handle magic. Of the curses. Dwelki scratches his head and says he only meant to say that he knows, but that he doesn't. He knows how to take it away from him. Bjorn simply looks at his pathetic excuse and she begins to curse him internally. Bjorn is internally muttering every curse word he knows as he runs like a madman through the woods. Curator asks if he's okay, but Bjorn simply says he'll manage. He's pretty sure he's going to die. He's been running under a lot of curses for over 5 hours, and if it weren't for the vampiric essence that gives him some resistance, he would have collapsed a long time ago. The rest of the squad is cursed too, but they've only got a couple. Each one, unlike him, to whom he gave more than 15 of those lunatic priestesses who swore she would never leave alive. Worst of all, he ended up with the only curse that reduces stamina and prevents regeneration. In the game, if the resistance falls below 10%, the move practically dies, and according to his own calculations, he probably has around 30% left. Rothmiller slows down and tells him to hold on a little longer, especially while Bjorn's body continues to move on autopilot. Then the scene changes, and they finally arrive at the witch's forest. 5 hours earlier, they were still discussing how the skills of the Kurobi priest are on par with the monsters of the 5th floor, and how if they had faced her in a direct fight, half the group would be toast. Bjorn reminds everyone that if he hadn't taken up the enemy's weapons, they would have suffered heavy losses, which earned him unexpected praise from Misha, who admits that at first he doubted Rothmiller, but is glad that he still managed to hit Liz in the face somehow. Bjorn then asks if there is any way to locate the priestesses, but the guide shakes his head. Our hero points out that letting her live is risky, and Dualki tries to joke that Bjorn could crush her. Again. The humor falls flat, and Bjorn coldly asks what they'll do if she ambushes them next time, which silences him. Magician. Then he suggests that they plunge directly into the witch's forest, to which everyone agrees. The forest surrounds the portal to the 4th floor and is mostly inhabited by low-level spirit monsters, which isn't ideal for warriors, but it's their best bet. When they cross the boundary, the forest's passive ability activates in all the curses. They disappear. Misha immediately notices that she feels lighter, and Rothmiller confirms that the curse has disappeared. She turns to Bjorn and admits that she didn't expect the forest to serve as a curse cleanser, and asks if this was really his first visit. Bjorn pretends to have read about this in the library, although in reality he's just taking it in stride as he notices that Rothmiller is more. He's more astute than expected. The others burst out laughing at the idea of a barbarian reading a book, which annoys him, but he lets it go since they are finally safe. But at that moment, another strange state strikes them, and the trees begin to verbally harass them relentlessly. Bjorn's resistance doesn't affect him, but the rest are clearly struggling. Misha is. The complaint that it's unfair that Bjorn just shrugs his shoulders, and while the others manage, Poor Dualki ends up vomiting everywhere. Bjorn looks around as he tries to decide if they're hallucinating. But anyway, everything is distorted, so it's difficult. He asks the mage if he can still fight like that, and Dualki insists he can throw well. Bjorn can't help but think that mages are really just twigs. Hikurat suggests they rest before continuing, as they didn't sleep last night. He offers to keep watch while the rest recover, and Bjorn immediately collapses from exhaustion. Elinano crouches down too. He goes to his side and mentions Elisa again, but Bjorn corrects him, saying that her name is now Trash. Hikurat doesn't insist, and however, he explains that during the recruitment phase, a woman approached them and asked them many questions, and now he's starting to think it was her. Bjorn is stunned for a second, but the dwarf continues, saying that she got some numbered items after the vampire fight and that she could have mentioned them out loud, which she could have. Heard. Bjorn recalls that the gauntlets Ikarad found were 3,000 and had some solid special effects. Meanwhile, he's mentally imploding because someone who basically did nothing ended up with such a huge haul. Expensive. However, he remains calm and asks why Hikurat didn't recognize her, before an Elinano explains that he looked completely different. In the city, Bjorn quickly realizes that the dwarf was looking at her like, if it was a candy and the way they talked in the bar. It's not an exaggeration to think that she picked up on something. Elena starts misbehaving, but Bjorn quickly silences him, telling him to take responsibility instead of making excuses. Hikurat awkwardly tells him to rest and waddles away before Bjorn can turn around again. Meanwhile, our hero begins to wonder if this group will actually survive at this pace. A few hours later, someone yells at Bjorn to wake up. Rodmiller stands beside him and says he's surprised he managed to sleep so soundly there. He gets up slowly and asks where the monster is now. The explorer silently points ahead, and Bjorn's eyes fall upon a swarm of fluttering creatures that are fairies. These are 9th-rank monsters, which aren't really designed for battle, but are known for releasing poisonous powder. Seeing it only confirms what Bjorn already expected. He knows there must be more nearby, and the dwarf warns him not to get cocky. When Dwarki finally feels better, Hikurat steps forward and uses his Tor hammer to summon a lightning bolt that fries. Loops in the air. After that, the threat slowly emerges from the fog. It is a half-troll known for stalking with wings. Charge directly towards them, and Hikurat blocks the blow just in time, groaning in pain. Bjorn. It shows that the dwarf's pain tolerance isn't exactly legendary. This is exactly. The reason warriors hate this place is because a nasty passive skill here increases the pain received, and most of the monsters here are resistant to physical damage anyway. Hikuret asks for magical support in Dwarki. Finally, he throws his ice spear. It pierces. He knocks down the troll. Unfortunately, it doesn't lose its essence, which is a shame considering how tough it was. Rod Miller. He tells them not to stop now, as the area is not safe. Bjorn is once again on high alert when a new group of explorers emerges from the trees, and a familiar face greets them. Eliza. He puts on his best innocent act and snarks a lie, claiming that Bjorn's group massacred his comrades, the likable ones. They step forward and tell Eliza to stay back while Bjorn mentally curses his existence for dragging them into more chaos. He knows this is going to get worse quickly and yells at Hikuret to get his object out already. The dwarf. He stares intently at his glove for a moment before, from hitting it against the ground, triggering. Its effect grants his team temporary immunity from damage, Bjorn. He immediately tells everyone to run while they still can. Misha runs ahead, demanding to know why the woman followed him, even though this area was supposed to be safe. Bjorn begins to piece it together and surmises that once they entered the witch's forest, Eliza likely lost her tracking ability. Therefore, she must have convinced some random explorers that they were dangerous looters and incited them to help her. Their plan would probably involve them fighting to feed on the survivors. He yells at Misha to stop ranting and keeps running because the effect of the glove only lasts 5 minutes and time is almost up. As if at the perfect moment, the curse's effect returns and weakens them slightly. To everyone, a scout detects the movement first. Enemy and guide the squad along the cleanest possible route, and they trust Rod Miller to move through the maze efficiently. The paths to the 3rd floor are familiar, but the Witch's Forest is a different beast altogether, where an explorer's true skills really shine. Rod's main weapon, Miller relies on his sense of smell, which he uses to navigate through the jumble of shifting trees. Even though the landscape is constantly changing, he manages to guide them deeper into the forest with astonishing accuracy. As his senses sharpen, he picks up faint traces of mana and uses them to choose the safest path. Sure. However, he warns them that the enemy is closing in quickly and accurately, so he shifts into high gear as it's now a deadly race to see who gets there first. Portal, Misha begins to pant with. He exerts force and then trips over a rock that twists his ankle as he falls to the ground. Bjorn rushes to her and asks if she's okay. However, she insists it's just a cramp, but he immediately knows it's a rupture. Clean, without saying anything else, he picks her up and carries her while she tries not to faint from embarrassment. He tells her to stay still and not make things worse, which makes her blush. But at that moment, Bjorn stops dead in his tracks and realizes that the rest of the group has disappeared into the trees. Misha starts to panic because they are lost, and she asks why he followed the rest of us while she hits him on the back. He tells her to calm down and that the smartest move now is to stay put and wait for the others to return. He knows that without a guide in the Witch's Forest, their chances of getting out alone are almost nil. Bjorn. She's about to faint from exhaustion when a nervous Misha asks how long they have to wait. Suddenly a scream echoes through the trees and freezes them both in place. Bjorn immediately recognizes the voice and Misha urges him to help. But he explains that running towards the sound could leave them trapped or worse, and their friends won't have time to find them if they get lost, so they need to move. Now, in a complete disaster, the only thing that matters most, even more than resources, is mental strength. Bjorn runs away from the sound, dragging Misha along as she begins to cry because she doesn't want to die. He tells her to calm down while thinking that this is one of those moments where you just have to accept reality and face it. Misha. She continues crying, saying that if she hadn't been hit by the car, none of this would have happened. But Bjorn yells at him to concentrate and do exactly what he says. He tells her to take the healing potion from his bag and fix his broken ankle, which she does with teary eyes. A little later they stop in a clearing to recover. The breath. Misha gasps like crazy and says she thought she was going to die there. Bjorn asks her if her leg is good enough to fight, and she says, yes, think about it. They've already survived 4 days here, and the next stretch will be tougher. Besides that, they are short-range fighters trapped in an area where the monsters here are immune to normal attacks, so they need a damage attribute to even stand a chance. Bjorn makes a decision and suddenly asks Misha if she is married, which obviously confuses her, to which she replies that she is not. Then he asks her if her culture has any strange rules about not showing skin to strangers, to which she again replies, no. Bjorn flashes a smile and says it's perfect, then begins to take off his helmet. Misha panics as he backs away and demands to know what she's trying to do. She insists she's not ready for anything strange he might be planning, but instead of something suspicious, he takes out the frost ring he had been keeping and hands it to her. He takes her hand like a heroic, smooth-talking conversationalist and He asks her to swear that she will stay by his side through all of this, which causes her brain to short-circuit. Bjorn swears on his honor that he will always protect and support her, and asks her to make the same promise to him. Misha turns redder than a tomato, and asks if she's serious and admits that she doesn't completely hate the attention. Then she apologizes because she never thought of him that way, but quickly adds that it's not because he's ugly or anything like that. Bjorn almost short-circuited trying to process what she was saying, but then she let slip that she likes skinny guys. Bjorn starts freaking out and demands to know what that's supposed to mean, to which she snorts and says that she's simply not attracted to a stubborn barbarian. Bjorn raises his hands in surrender and explains that he didn't quite understand. He wanted them to be just comrades. Misha freezes in embarrassment and begins. He fanned his face while admitting he almost caught her for a second. Then Bjorn casually explained that the agreement could be broken at any time, either by giving her a matching ring or paying 15 million stones. She stares at him as if he were lost and asks, "How is it possible that a ring is worth so much?" But Bjorn takes her hand again and says it's a bargain for someone chasing the dream of his life. He figures that if he hadn't spent 12 years practicing this game, he wouldn't have made this decision. Misha is still confused and doesn't fully understand what he means, but Bjorn assures him that he's going to wake Misha up anyway. The frost ring that Bjorn obtained from the magic tower may look terribly normal at first glance, but it turns out to have an unusual effect. When it is destroyed, at first, it seems completely useless until, through repeated attempts, discovered that if a beastly person uses it, that is not yet bonded with a spirit beast, triggers. A unique event occurs once that condition is met. Acadia, a magical glacial beast, awakens of his long-standing reputation and offers Misha a contract, which he readily accepts. Not a second and accepts. As she touches her snout, while a bright field of glowing energy envelops her and lifts her into the air where the contract successfully ends. She floats gently back down and, still recovering from the surreal moment, says she never thought it would be so easy to form a contract by asking Bjorn what kind of ring it is. Bjorn's mood dips slightly as he wonders why his father never told him about something like this if it really existed. She replies that her father probably didn't know, which takes her completely by surprise. He explains that it's something he only recently discovered after extensive research, though when she asks how he knew about the ring, he gently deflects the question, saying they should discuss it after she gets dressed. She seems confused until she glances down and immediately begins to panic at the sight of his naked body, while Bjorn casually mentions that he handed her the clothes while she was unconscious. As she gets dressed again, she notices that Bjorn is also wearing new clothes, but gets straight to the point and asks her why the hell she was naked in the first place. He calmly explains that he removed the clothes because during the contract the user's equipment tends to deteriorate, although she immediately huffs and demands to know why he brought up the topic of marriage. At that moment he confidently replies that if she had a spouse, that guy would definitely be furious about the situation right now, while she continues talking about how she should have explained it to him. Everything was arranged beforehand, but he ignores it, saying there wasn't enough time, and quickly changes the subject, asking if she has anything to say to him in return, which makes her freeze for a second before gently thanking him for everything. Bjorn keeps pressing her to see if there's more she wants to say, but she goes into frustrated mode, which he immediately calls out, telling her to say it properly. After a pause, he finally begins to talk about how he once tried to end his life. But her father found her just in time, and he made her back away, only to ask if she really wanted to. He should die in a dungeon instead of further shaming his family. Bjorn takes a mental pause to fully appreciate how crazy his family dynamic is as he continues, saying, that was exactly the reason he came to the labyrinth. She didn't want to die, she wanted to escape from all of that and such. She tried to prove herself by becoming a great explorer, since deep down she hoped that perhaps her father would finally recognize her. But after her power increase, she's no longer sure that matters and admits that maybe it's better this way. With a respectful bow, he thanks Bjorn from the bottom of his heart, and he says he will never forget this act of kindness until the day he dies. This makes Bjorn smile and ask him to swear by the guardian spirits. And without hesitation, she smiles broadly and swears it with great pleasure. Beasts like her can obtain 3 types of abilities from contracts: summoning, strengthening her powers. But in Misha's case, she ends up permanently fused with Scandia, giving her a strength-based advantage. Not long after, she leaps into the air and knocks a specter straight into oblivion with a single blow. And He stares at his newfound icy powers like a kid with a sugar rush, while Bjorn inwardly thanks the heavens that they finally have a tribute-based damage to deal with the pesky spirit monsters. He notes that these things are generally weaker which makes them easier to handle, although Misha starts to comment that she feels strange. Every time he strikes, just like Bjorn's barbarian spirit seals, his spirit companion also. She can level up, but since she's still stuck in stage 1, she can't use weapons with her powers, but that shouldn't matter for now since she's a fighter type. However, the specters keep coming, so Bjorn tells him to pull them while they still have momentum, because this is where the real test begins. Survival, approximately 11 hours have passed since. They started running, during which they have been fighting waves of monsters while gaining experience in magic stones. Bjorn doesn't allow them to rest as he tells Misha to quickly grab the crystals, thinking it's lucky she didn't run into a 7th rank monster. Yet, and thankfully the unpleasant gremlin, Elisa, has not shown herself either. However, there is some bad news, as activating the Ring of Frost apparently triggered the passive ability of his golem corpse, which caused the acidic blood to erode parts of their high-end team, and to make matters worse, they haven't managed to secure a single essence. Attributable so far, while Misha's resistance. It continues to drain constantly. If things continue like this, Bjorn estimates his survival rate. It's around 30%. Now that 12 hours have officially passed, the field disadvantage triggers the normal stats effect. Then Bjorn takes out a rope and tells Misha to tie it around his waist so they don't get lost no matter what happens. He asks her if she is familiar with the abnormal effect, and she feels it as she secures the rope tightly. And just in time, the disadvantage begins to take effect, but Bjorn doesn't stop and tells her to continue because even a single pause could cause them both to die in this cursed forest. You see, the witch's eye is a handicap with a simple effect. If it remains in one place for too long, it summons the rank 7 monster, Cannavaro. On the 3rd day in the witch's forest, Bjorn and Misha have already been separated from the others for more than 60 hours and are still lost. They haven't stopped since the witch's eye was activated, and at level 5, Cannavaro only takes 10 minutes to appear. They are attacked the moment they stop fighting, since killing even a monster takes at least 15 minutes. And the only thing that's changed is that now they're tied together with a rope. So even if one gets left behind, they can easily find each other again. Misha. She tells Bjorn that she's slowing down because she's completely exhausted. And he accepts, knowing that his own condition has worsened since morning. She's simply exhausted from so much walking, she continues, being dragged along even after he slows down, and he wonders if he can't even match the NPC escort's submission rate. He has. She's been battling her inner demons nonstop, so it's no surprise she's exhausted. Our child tells her to climb onto his back, as a little rest will help her, and she gets a little comfortable. Timidly, without waiting for a clear yes, he politely lifts her up and places her on his shoulder, and her lack of stamina says it all about how tired she really is. After 17 hours and the witch's eye reaching level 6, Bjorn also begins to reach his limit. He has been charging the entire time, and they still have to find that special place before it's too late. Suddenly, Bjorn hears a voice asking him why he's doing all this and refuses to destroy it, even after resolving. The biggest problem of his life, he recognizes the voice because it's the illusion of his fiery ex-girlfriend appearing, in a stupidly high resolution. She asks him if he's afraid of being betrayed again, and tries to seduce him using his worst thoughts and memories. Bruno can't believe his ex is mentally raising him while she dies, and he almost falls into the illusion until he hears. To yell at Misha to wake up and punch the man who is stealing joy. She begins to attack the illusion while Bjorn stands there wondering if this is still part of the illusion. After Misha finishes hitting him and brings him back to reality, she tells him to help her defeat the Dryad, which is a rare 8th rank monster that uses the Captivate ability to lure its prey. After defeating the vegan monster, he thanks Misha for her help, knowing he would have been in serious trouble without her. Suddenly they see some explorers and realize that it's the first time they've seen other people since they separated. The Witch's Forest is enormous. It's rare to encounter other teams, especially now that it's their 8th day on this floor, while most groups probably. They've already moved. Seeing only the 2 of them, the explorers seem surprised and ask if they're separated from their team. Bjorn says it's true, but he thinks trusting them might be a mistake. Misha asks if they're safe, but he tells her not to move. An elderly woman among them says they shouldn't be so cautious, claiming they don't want to cause harm and that the 2 remind them of their children, so they should simply come and rest. But Bjorn rejects the offer. He figures it's worse if they actually have children, since that means they're even more motivated to earn money by any means. Misha says that maybe they'll help her, but he tells her to keep quiet. Bjorn has always thought about what he would do in a situation like this, and he decided that the best thing to do was to ask for help while also offering a reward that would make the deal worthwhile. Fair for both sides. If he wants to negotiate, he first needs to find out what kind of people they really are, so he starts by introducing himself as Yandel's son, Bjorn. One of the men laughs because he's being too cautious for his own good and introduces himself as Hans Stove, the pioneer of his team. Bjorn instantly becomes irritated upon hearing the name Hans and wonders why on earth there are so many Hans in this world, immediately giving it 1 solid point less after checking the composition. From his group, 2 warriors, 2 archers, and a pioneer quickly. He decides that this is shaping up to be a seriously dangerous situation, Bjorn. He tells the explorers they must leave, but the redhead asks them if they don't need his help. She thinks it's true they could use a little help, but she can't shake the heavy feeling in her gut that these people are dangerous. He tells them they don't want help, that they can manage on their own, and then tells Misha they should get out of here. Suddenly someone shoots an arrow at them as they try to leave. Bjorn blocks the shot with his shield and immediately realizes his instinct was right. These aren't your average scouts. One of the archers seems confused and asks the old woman why she did that, and she responds by asking him if he has even seen his equipment. With greed written all over his wrinkled face, he says he's made of Latino blood and would sell himself for piles of fat. The archer tries to argue that they are just fellow explorers, but the redhead tells him to shut up if he can't contribute. Then the bearded man intervenes and says that the bag the barbarians carry is so expensive that they couldn't buy it, even if they worked non-stop for a year. The archer says he can't do it yet, and the old woman tells him to go to hell. The tank agrees, accepting everything by saying that he is not rich enough to be nice to strangers. Misha quietly asks Bjorn if they should try to go, and he thinks that it's 5 against 2 and they're already exhausted. With there's no way the enemy team can get rid of the scout, so there's only one real option. He tells her they need to buy some time and calls the scouts, asking them to wait so they could negotiate. He asks them to spare their lives, and in exchange he will give them his backpack and shield, but the silly cat girl panics and blurts out that they should just kill the barbarian. She says that if they let her live, she'll give them a great reward since she's a beast princess. Bjorn doesn't even know if he's serious or if he's lying out of fear. The old woman asks the redhead what they should do now, and he says they will kill them both since a survivor means they could be denounced. The 2 tanks realize that if she really is a princess, then she's carrying something very valuable. With greed taking over, everyone attacks. Bjorn runs towards them thinking he has bought himself enough time, and right at the 6th rank mini-boss, Cannavaro, appears at the end. While Cannavaro sets his sights on his prey, Bjorn grabs Misha and runs towards the scouts with the intention to use them as bait so they can escape. He smashes the skull of the cowardly and easily beaten ginger with his shield to get Cannavaro's attention. The chief uses monomines to trap the explorers, giving Bjorn and Misha a chance to escape. The explorers shout that they will deal with Cannavaro first and then pursue them since they probably haven't gotten very far, but Bjorn can't dodge the manamines in his current state, so he simply runs straight through them, and his feet explode in the process. Cannavaro summons dogs to hunt the explorers. Since the mines are scattered everywhere, evasion becomes impossible. One of the dogs goes towards Bjorn and bites him. The leg, and he responds using a meat blast to make. The dog exploded, and his own foot exploded. Bjorn now feels nothing below his ankle because his foot has been completely destroyed. So he decides to leave the rest to Misha. Using Misha as a high-level Pokemon, she turned red towards Cannavaro and shouted that he chose her. He lands, knife in hand, and kills the monster instantly. Misha scans, quickly searched the surrounding area to see if any of the explorers had survived, and see the old woman pleading in pain for help or a healing potion. But without hesitating for a second, Misha ends with her and then turns around to attend to Bjorn's leg. She pours a potion on his wound and tells him it's useless because it has no effect on such serious injuries. He tells her not to worry because he knows that a wound like this will heal instantly thanks to his immortal ability. Immediately afterward, his foot begins to regenerate in real time, and Misha watches in amazement as a fresh baby foot emerges without him having used any high-level potion. Bjorn knows his regenerative stat is over 100, so it's more than enough to restore a full limb. That's the power of the vampire's essence combined with the regenerative seal of immortality. Seeing all this, Misha is visibly confused and asks Bjorn what exactly it is, since he didn't even flinch when the potion touched the wound. He casually remarks that it's just the mental strength of a true barbarian. She's still shocked and asks again if he's human because there's no way a normal person would react like that, to which he replies, "Barbarians simply have a different constitution. Remember that Einar wasn't bothered by potions either." Bjorn gets up and tells Misha they need to keep moving before more cannibars appear. Still confused, Misha asks how he knew those scouts were dangerous in the first place. He says one of them was named Hans, and he absolutely despised that name, Misha. He hears this but still doesn't understand. He says it's okay anyway since they managed to get out alive, but Misha looks sad. She admits she didn't expect the kind old woman to be that kind of person. She really thought she might have been a good person. The boy says that might have been true if they didn't look weak and didn't have valuable equipment, or if they had found her outside the maze. But here, inside this deadly trap, that old woman was just a greedy goblin in disguise, and she made the first move. Misha still doesn't seem to understand, so Bjorn asks her why she entered the labyrinth. He tells her he needs money. He nods and says those explorers are, like her, in this world where you're executed if you don't pay your taxes. The only thing that protects people is money, and he's learning that lesson the hard way in this expedition. At the 199th hour of being hopelessly lost, they finally find the only place where they can rest for a while, the witch's cabin. Bjorn prays silently that nothing bad will happen this time. After more than 100 hours of non-stop wandering and survival, they finally reach the only safe place in this cursed land. It's the witch's cabin. And this time, the Korean Jesus hopes nothing goes wrong. He explains that a witch's cottage is simply a randomly generated structure in the forest that remains in one place for 8 hours. Once someone enters, the forest's dangers vanish, and since there are no monsters inside, it's the only truly safe area in the region. It's difficult to find, but it's the only place where an explorer can properly rest in the witch's forest. It took Bjorn and Misha forever to locate the first cabin, but thanks to Misha's sharp eyesight, they managed to find the next one. Faster. There are only 53 hours left until the maze closes. Inside the cabin, Misha says she's seen this place 3 times already, but she still can't get enough of it. Bjorn tells her to be quiet and wait because he can sense people nearby. Misha asks how he knows, and he explains that only 5 people can enter the cabin at a time, and that the portal closes automatically when that limit is reached. He asks if anyone is here right now, and Bjorn says they should look around. They see a man lying in a flower bed, and Bjorn immediately recognizes him as the one who was with Elisa. He wonders, what happened to the guy? Because honestly, he looks like a homeless person. Misha points out that there are other people inside the building and asks if they're the same ones as before. She decides to take care of the one in the flower bed first and smashes his face in with her dough without hesitation. The cat girl. She was stunned because she thought he was simply going to knock her out. Then, after defeating all 3, he's surprised to see that one of them is still alive, though probably not for much longer. Bjorn pours a potion on the man in the purple cloak, and he screams in agony as he regains consciousness. Bjorn asks him if he's awake, and the boy recognizes him immediately. The man shouts that Elisa was also using them, and it's just a big misunderstanding. When they caught up with their companions, they attacked the Pathfinder, but it wasn't anything serious, just a scratch. Then out of nowhere, a sudden burst of light knocked them out, and when they came to, their pioneer was already dead with an ice spear stuck in his skull. Bjorn believes that Hikuro's group must have escaped, and that the scream he heard earlier was Rodmiller's. The guy goes on to say that without their pioneer, they were stuck wandering around, unable to pursue their team. But the real problem began on the second day when they realized with their own eyes that Elisa was a worshipper. To Karui, he swears that everything happened because she insists they weren't trying to rob anyone. Bjorn tells her to shut up. But the boy cries out that he's sorry, and his eyes fill with tears. He begs for mercy, saying they were tricked, and that they will make amends. Misha. She looks at Bjorn and tells him she will follow whatever decision he makes. Bjorn, meanwhile, begins to think a lot. Since he came into this world, he has killed many people, but they were all lowly lives that were not worth saving, and it was always in self-defense for sure. He suffered because of these guys, but actually nobody died, so this time it's different. He wonders if killing them is really the right thing to do. It feels like she's in a courtroom, caught between her good and bad angels. The bad one. He insists that he should kill them now to avoid future problems. However, the beta employee within him argues that everyone makes mistakes and that this doesn't justify death. But Bjorn decides that this kind of logic only applies to the world he used to live in, not this one. He turns to Misha and asks for her opinion. She says she can't trust them. Even if it was a mistake, they tried to kill her once, and that's not something he can forgive. Hearing that, Bjorn feels a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. He knows he has to follow the rules of this world, or he could end up on the wrong side of the crowd next time. The guy keeps shouting that it wasn't his intention, but Bjorn has already made up his mind. It may have been a mistake, but he's not going to allow them to make another one. From the moment he opened his eyes in the body of this barbarian, he knew that survival meant embracing the path of the barbarian. It was the only way to move forward. Misha notices that his hand is trembling and asks him if he's okay. He says it's nothing. Bjorn collects the bodies and throws them into the fire. Misha. He asks him what he's doing, and he calmly tells him there's no other option. Bjorn thinks it's like in the game. The time limit in the cabin can be extended by 8 more hours by sacrificing a body, and with 2 extra bodies, they've managed to get a full 24 hours of rest. He asks Misha if she's going to rest, but she doesn't answer. So he decides to go first. She lies down on the bed and realizes how comfortable it is. Our child begins to feel more human the more he embraces the barbaric style. While he sleeps, he has memories of his past life. When he finally wakes up, he accepts this new and brutal reality that he now lives in the body of a barbarian and fights monsters to live and see another day. Bjorn wonders if he really slept a full 7 hours, and when Misha comes in, he tells him to wake up. But, like a stubborn child, she mutters that she needs 5 more minutes. That grates. Its gears are set in motion, so the old barbaric custom awakens her with a brute force that makes her screams echo throughout the cabin. Only 24 hours remain until the maze closes. There's also only 1 hour left before the cabin disappears. Bjorn believes the time has finally come and that if they can survive 1 more day, they'll return to the city. Misha complains that this expedition has been hell, and the first thing she does upon their return is take a long bath. She asks Bjorn what he plans to do, and he tells her that he honestly doesn't know. He knows once the cabin closes, they are transported back into the forest and immediately notice that the area glows in a deep crimson hue. It seems the special condition has been activated. The landlord appears and Bjorn instantly realizes what that means. The floor lord is basically a field monster known in the game as the floor master, and each floor has its own. Misha starts to panic and tells Bjorn to stop joking because she heard that the 3rd floor doesn't even have a floor lord, but Bjorn explains that summoning one is a secret mechanic. So most. Many people think the 3rd floor simply doesn't have one. This is because if some lunatic actually manages to summon it, all hell breaks loose. This one is called the Lord of Chaos, Retakes, and the moment he appears, all the other monsters on the ground hide. It doesn't just affect the area, it kills everything in its path until it dies, or it dies. Running isn't even an option because teleportation and dimensional movement are blocked once it's summoned. If you're trapped on the 3rd floor, you'd better be mentally prepared to die. Misha demands to know why this had to happen now, and Bjorn admits it's probably their fault. Burning corpses in the witch's hut is one of the hidden summoning conditions. They had assumed it wouldn't matter because it had been 10 years since they last summoned Retakes, and burning only 3 shouldn't have triggered anything. But apparently, someone had already burned 4 bodies before them, and their contribution had just fulfilled the requirement. The cat girl gets scared and cries, screaming at Bjorn for condemning them both. She screams that they're going to die because of a brain-dead barbarian. Bjorn, annoyed, tells her to lower her voice before people start connecting the dots and realize they were the ones who summoned the boss. Misha collapses and screams that she's going to die at the hands of a walking meat skewer, and Bjorn can't help but notice how things have changed, since last time she treated him like a knight in shining armor. He tells her to recover because they need to get out of here quickly and head to the orc's habitat. According to the Jarvi dwarf clan operating on the 6th floor, they are very strong and well organized. If anyone can survive an attack by a landlord, it's probably them. Sticking with the Jarvi clan might be their best chance of getting out of this alive. When they arrive at the orc habitat, they find it filled with assembled teams. Bjorn guesses that the Jarvi clan must have at least 10 squads stationed on this floor to keep it under control. Misha nervously remarks that there are too many people here. On an improvised platform, a man named Eris shouts to the crowd, trying to calm everyone down and asking them to follow instructions. One explorer shouts that he's willing to pay anything to use a portal spell and get them out. Another accuses the clan of being the ones who summoned the floor lord in the first place. Eris keeps a cool head and assures them that this place is safe. His priest has activated a protective barrier, and his searchers are patrolling outside. He reminds everyone that the labyrinth will close after 1 more day. As part of their contract with the royal family, the Jarvi clan will do everything possible to ensure that the majority of the explorers return unharmed. But anyone who disobeys the rules or causes trouble will be expelled without exception because this is not a democracy. Bjorn admits that the guy is good at speeches as the panicked crowd is already calming down, and with the barrier, the priest lifted them up so they could finally rest a little. The spell. Proclamation is one of a priest's key abilities that allows humans to enter and leave freely, but blocks monsters completely as if it were the border with Mexico. Even so, Bjorn isn't letting his guard down yet. He knows better than anyone that they won't be kicked out, but he can already sense trouble brewing. He tells Misha to keep her ears open and listen to nearby conversations, since her hearing is better than his. Bjorn eavesdrops on a guy whispering that it's been a decade since the floor boss showed up, and that they're lucky the Jarvi clan is here now. Our guy thinks it's a gamble, but maybe they can get out of here alive. While holding Bjorn's arm, Misha is curled up and sleeping peacefully. He moves her arm, causing her to crash harder than the Twin Towers. She asks him what's wrong, to which Bjorn explains that there will soon be trouble. Now that there are at least 500 people left here, and only about 50 people from the Jarvi clan remain. She asks what the plan is now, and he says they'll wait and see how the clan plans to handle this huge crowd. You'll go suddenly. He shouts again, saying that this is the only truly safe area on the floor, all thanks to the priest's spell, and that it's time to show his respect to Jesus himself with the most sacred object of all, cash. Each explorer must immediately pay 1 million stones or objects of equal value. Bjorn realizes this is a clever way to disarm everyone. No explorer is carrying around 1 million stones in cash, so he'll be forced to hand over equipment and valuables. Eris explains that the payment is both a show of faith and a protection fee. In return, the Jarvi clan promises to protect with their lives all those within the barrier. Bjorn. He admits that the priest's spell is quite powerful, but it's still nothing compared to the chaos Retakes can unleash. Even. With this setup, the floor manager could wipe them all out. Even so, he tells Misha to start bringing out things they can afford to give up. A group of people leave, unwilling to part with their equipment. Bjorn. He's relieved that his equipment is decent enough that he doesn't have to hand over anything essential. Clan Jarvi must have earned a cool 300 million stones with all the payments, and now they have fewer people to manage, so it's a win-win situation. That said, if Retakes appear, it's possible that even they won't succeed, given. The third floor is huge. Most people try to maintain a positive attitude and think that they won't be the unlucky ones to cross paths with the boss, but Bjorn is preparing for the worst. Only 5 hours remain until the labyrinth closes, and then it happens. The worst-case scenario unfolds. The sky darkens, and the rain of despair, a passive, wide-area ability of the Floor Lord, begins to pour down. Everyone inside suffers the effects of the chaos, and Misha experiences it firsthand. She clutches her head, overwhelmed by distorted thoughts and pain then. The Lord of Chaos appears, Retakes, and everyone freezes in horror. It was still there, he stood firm, and announced gloomily that the expedition had become much more expensive. He shouted that. The floor manager has arrived and tells everyone to bring out the emergency supplies they've been stockpiling. Suddenly, all members of Clan Jarvi begin to accumulate enhancement scrolls, enchantments, and items. Limited use and everything at their disposal. Their bodies glow with great power as they prepare for battle. Eris shouts that they will survive this, and that there are more than enough supplies for everyone. She urges everyone to use what they have, as that is what it was created for. Seeing the clan prepare for an all-out fight, Bjorn feels a glimmer of genuine hope. These people. They had faced death hundreds of times and were clearly prepared to do it again. The armored frontline leader shouts to everyone to get into position. It's time to confront the Chaos Lord Retakes and stop him or die trying. With a menacing air, the Retakes asserts its dominance over the peasant scouts. They think it must be a dream, and they are so scared that, to save their lives, they start running only to be splashed with cheese. Curiosity. Bjorn's thoughts on what will happen become immediately clear as melee fighters and tanks struggle to dodge heavy attacks and block lighter ones. Whereas after healing, the warriors simply return to fighting. As time passes, a guy is instantly crushed, while the breath of Retakes ends the lives of 3 long-range damage dealers in. Just a moment. Seeing all this, the onlookers simply get scared and spout all sorts of nonsense. They may want to, but they don't know that the clan is honestly doing its best. Which is possible, since the warriors maintain their positions in front while the mages cause constant damage from behind. Retakes tries to unleash his powers, But Eras orders everyone to stop attacking because he feels threatened and instead tells them to aim. To the world, Bjorn is completely certain that they too know about the second phase of Retakes, since they are preventing it from happening, carefully controlling the attacks. At this rate, they could survive because they clearly know how to defeat the floor boss. There's only 1 hour left before the maze closes, and our boy thinks that since only 11 people have died so far, it won't affect the battle much, but the problem is the explorers, who have already begun to panic. As more explorers who paid the protection fee die, Retakes remains enraged. Michelle asks Bjorn if they should do something since he doesn't look very well, but he tells her to let him think. Meanwhile, the explorers say they must do something. But the Jarvis clan has taken everything, his team, and now everyone looks at the team with covetous eyes and desperate. Bjorn tells Michelle it's time to leave as quickly as possible. The explorers finally snap and begin attacking the guards, saying they will leave on their own terms. They run towards the guards and begin to beat them. Meanwhile, Bjorn tells Michelle to stay behind him, thinking that all of this was inevitable, because there's no way a normal explorer knows how to defeat Retakes. They both emerge from chaos, and Michelle says that the spirit of chaos is right ahead. Bjorn tells her to turn sharply to the right and run, figuring they don't have time to fight the monsters because they need to get as far away from here as humanly possible. They run towards a part of the forest where they can be further from the center. But suddenly darkness appears around him, and Bjorn wonders if this is Retakes' ultimate ability called the Evil Rift, and if the great evil beast has already absorbed all the orbs. Michelle is terrified and asks what's going to happen to them and Bjorn. He's right. In fact, this is Retakes' ultimate ability, the Rift of Evil, which activates when it absorbs the 10 spheres of chaos. You have a limited window of time to escape the affected area, but the problem is that you will be pulled towards the center due to a special effect. Everyone is teleported to the center in the blink of an eye. Bjorn estimates that there are almost 200 explorers left, of which only 20 are from the Jarvi clan. There were 50 of them when this madness began, but many of them died in just a few minutes. The explorers and clan members begin to argue loudly and blame one another. A clan member tells them to be grateful they didn't. They are being executed and should not expect the clan to take care of them anymore. Suddenly an NPC speaks up and says he knows about all of this, explaining that if they don't get out of here in time, everyone will die. They can be free by traveling just 5 kilometers in any direction, but they'll have to work together since the monsters will definitely attack them. To Bjorn's surprise, the guy is actually right. But the real problem is that Riashi's clones and chaos spirits will relentlessly attack them. The scouts shout that they'll try, since doing nothing means certain death anyway. Misha asks Bjorn what their plan is, and he decides they won't gamble on such a pathetic possibility. Instead, they'll go for something with a much better chance of success, so he takes Misha with him and heads to his brother, Tylon. As he goes up the stairs, Tylon tells him to stop or else, but then he stops after seeing Misha standing next to him. Our guy greets him casually as if they were old drinking buddies. But Tylon seems irritated because they aren't exactly close. Then, out of nowhere, he asks Tylon if he has the essence of an orc hero, which makes the cat boy panic. Tylon demands to know how she knows that, and seeing the reaction, he grins like a villain, thinking his gamble is another success. Only 23 members of the Jarvi clan remain. And upon hearing the report, Iraz realizes that many of his warriors died during the uprising. The old magician beside him says there isn't much time left and asks him what he plans to do. Iraz believes they won't be able to clear the way with only 2 smugglers at close range, a swordsman and a lancer, because they don't have a suitable tank that can withstand the impacts. At the front, if only they had one person who could withstand the damage, then they could easily clear a path. And suddenly he hears the plane shout from below that it will clear the way for everyone. Iraz immediately asks who the hell he is, and a guard tells him to ignore the foolish barbarian accompanying Kalstein's loser sister, but Iraz says he will be the judge of that himself. Then the guard explains that the barbarian claims he will open a path if they give him the essence of the orc hero. Iraz wastes no time and activates his survival instinct ability. It highlights the person who most increases their chances of survival. And when it does, Vian is illuminated with the most dazzling light imaginable. He is the only person who can help them survive. Now, without hesitation, Iraz approaches Vian and asks him his name. Knowing he's just won his 2nd consecutive bet, Vian smiles and replies with absolute confidence that they can call him Big Dad, the vice captain. From the Jarvi clan, he introduces himself as Iraz and asks how Vian knew they were after the orc hero. Vian begins to sweat a little, but says it was just a guess, since there's no other reason why a large clan like his would take the habitat of an orc, and would show up with so many supplies unless they had another objective in mind. The 5th rank orc hero is more like a hidden boss. You only summon him and offer around 707 orc warrior crystals at the altar. Those supplies were kept in reserve in case an orc lord appeared, and since they are still intact, Vian believes that they have not yet encountered the orc lord. Eros seems a little impressed that Vian rebuilt that and asks why they should trust him. Vian calmly replies that he is a barbarian who bears the immortal seal too, imbued with the essence of a vampire and the pain tolerance of a corpse golem. The vice captain interrupts him and points out that he is just a fighter who uses everything he can, to which Vian agrees and says that's all. Iraz laughs and says he's already better than the other 2 fighters he stayed with, and says that Vian is incredible, and he also agrees to invest his resources in it. Misha's brother tries to speak, but is silenced when Eris orders him to bring the essence immediately. He explains that it's worth investing in Vian if it means saving more. He yells at Karlstein again to hurry up while Vian celebrates. Mentally, they have overcome the first obstacle. There are 3 types of heroes, orcs, and each one is a beast in its own right. Even as 5th rank monsters, they require a full assault team to handle. The Orc Brothers, as they are called, each carry a different colored essence. Dinesh throws a red one that grants a cry of passion. Felta throws blue with Spirit Flag. Of fighting, and Targus throws green, which is what Vian relies on. She wonders what it will be, and almost bursts with joy when it turns out to be green. He quickly unscrews the test tube and absorbs the essence of the orc hero, improving almost all of his physical stats. His hand trembles as pure power surges through his body, and he's now struggling to control himself. Eris advises him to remove the equipment before he loses control. Vian manages to hear, and he hands all his equipment to Misha. Then, Eris generously throws him a pile of scrolls and potions like a sponsor tossing loot into a streamer. Vian starts popping scrolls and drinking potions as if he were at a festival. Wizards gather around him to cast all sorts of protective spells, powering him up to the max. Then Eris tells Talon to give him some blood, saying that his passive ability will be the most useful for copying. Talon cuts himself slightly. Dahlan Vian begins to absorb it as if it were his favorite. With that, he temporarily gains Karlstein's corrupting ability, and his eyes glow red. Eris recognizes him instantly by the color of his eyes and notices that he increases active abilities by 1.5 times. Then, the vice captain asks if Vian is ready, which the barbarian confirms. And it begins with activating the ability she's been waiting for. Her eyes glow with color, crimson as his body begins to grow and his clothes tear. Finally, he stands as an imposing giant with absolutely no clothes on. Misha doesn't waste the opportunity and takes a look while the rest of the men around him suddenly feel a little small. Everyone falls silent on the spot as Eris returns to reality and orders them to gather all the layers. Vian finally manages to make some improvised underwear, and Eris asks if he can finish it in under 30 minutes. Vian smiles confidently as he takes a deep breath and lets out a barbaric war cry in every rule before charging forward as an unstoppable tank. The vice captain shouts to the others to follow the half-naked giant, and they all burst in after him. Vian takes note of the lives placed in his hands and activates the ability of the Seal of Sacrifice to propel himself even further. His face twists into a smile as he feels the raw power surging within him, and he decides he won't bother holding back any longer. Without hesitation, he charges straight in, against Rikus as if he owed him money for lunch. A wave of mini-clones appears in his path, but at barely 2 meters tall, they stand no chance against him. He crushes them. One by one, however, their curses. They cause him immense pain despite the pain tolerance of the corpse golem essence. But as long as he protects his heart, nothing else matters thanks to his vampiric essence. Eris. He shouts for him not to overdo it, but with his size, Vian can't stop him. His ability. The enhanced mockery makes it a magnet for walking monsters, which works because it means the explorers stay safe. Karlstein tries to fight one of the clones, but immediately feels the curse return and yells at them. The priests who will cure them. Vian calls him an idiot and tells him to stop pretending. Harm if you don't want to die, the priest directs. His attention is focused on Talon as Vian continues advancing, crushing clone after clone, thinking it's best if he's the only one on the front line. As his health drops below, halfway through the Orc Hero's passive hero path, it activates and increases all of his defenses. To use it fully, he needs to stay right in front, so he tells everyone to stay back while he lifts the heavy weight. Talon steps back and ends up next to Eris, who casually strikes up a conversation. Eris thinks it's wise to step back, because who knows what else might appear. Talon reluctantly agrees, but deep down he knows he simply couldn't bear the pain, even though he was only in front because. It doesn't take long for her to realize he's different. She starts to wonder who Bjorn really is. Up until now, she'd simply assumed the guy was just some random dude who followed her sister around. He was a typical barbarian warrior who didn't even speak when they met. Despite having a high pain tolerance and tank-like strength, Bjorn doesn't hesitate at all, not even in this situation. A kind of chaos. Talon admits that no one else has that kind of courage and believes Bjorn would be a great addition to his team. Meanwhile, everyone else is also talking, asking who the barbarian is and thanking him for saving them. They try to ask Misha, but she plays dumb, like the good little kitten she is. Eros smiles and says that if Vulcan ever returned, he would probably resemble Bjorn. Talon says to himself. Yes, there's no need to ask about the boy's name, but that. The piece quickly ends when the noise around them increases and the portal comes into view. Everyone starts running as Talon quietly admits that everyone will know who Bjorn is soon enough anyway. Everyone. They start exaggerating each other, saying the end is just around the corner, while Bjorn believes it's only a little further away and jumps straight in, towards the portal, the moment he crosses. The threshold of his gigantification ability runs out, and he returns to his normal size as everyone is freed from the curse of the area. There's a wave of celebration, but it doesn't last long as the screams cut through the air and stop everything, making Bjorn instantly realize that some people didn't make it. The habitat. The orc's armor vaporizes in the blink of an eye, and Bjorn knows they've cut him too close. He admits it's a miracle they managed to get out. Eris echoes the thought, but tells everyone to stay alert since there's still no... It's over. Bjorn agrees because this was only the first phase, and now one of the survivors is about to be branded as prey. She imagines that anyone could be chosen at random and silently hopes it isn't her. Of them, but Misha drives him crazy when he starts trembling. She silently panics because she can't. He moves more, and Bjorn realizes, while cursing his luck, that she was chosen as prey. He wonders why, of all the people, it had to be her. She asks what. It's happening, but then he notices the cold stares from everyone around him, including his own brothers, and he realizes it. The one chosen as prey is paralyzed and marked as Retakes' sole target until death. Eris steps forward, visibly surprised that it turns out to be Misha, and offers protection if Bjorn agrees to join his clan. Bjorn responds emphatically that he does not plan to work with anyone at this time. Eris says it's unfortunate, but adds that if they had chosen Bjorn, he would have had no other option. As Bjorn lifts Misha into his arms, Eris declares that their deal ends here and hopes to see him back in the city, while Bjorn replies that there's a real possibility he won't return alive. Eris doesn't seem worried and says he's sure Bjorn will return, as a parting gift. It makes the casters cast some final defensive spells and wishes them luck. Bjorn gratefully accepts the spells and offerings, knowing that they themselves have likely been reduced to the trash. He thanks the clan one last time, and Horus reminds him that he must survive or Retakes will come for them. Bjorn smiles because he's forgotten about that and says he'll put on. It's underway. Only 15 minutes left until the maze closes. But Retakes is already awake, bloodthirsty, and definitely doesn't plan to make things easy. Bjorn runs at full speed while Misha feels the heat radiating from him, and he realizes from the growing roar that the monster is catching up to him. Panic grips him when she calls him by his official name and begs him to stop now, having discovered that Retakes is behind it all. From her. Remember the looks of disgust and even his family. He turned his back on her as if his existence. It was dangerous. Bjorn asks her what she's talking about, but she ignores him and begs him to surrender. She adds that they aren't that close, and even if she dies, it won't matter, and she's already fulfilled her wish anyway. Bjorn finds her statement ridiculous, and tells her directly that he clearly doesn't want to die and asks her why she says things like this. She insists she means it, but he calls her and tells her that she's afraid of being abandoned, which hits her hard. She replies that she no longer wants to be a burden, but Bjorn calmly asks if that feeling matters more than her life and tells her to be honest. If she wants to live. Just ask for help and at least they'll have a chance, Misha. He calls his words exactly what a barbarian would say, but he understands what he means, and finally, she realizes that Bjorn has shown her what it takes to survive. A little embarrassed, she admits she sounded like a pathetic baby. But suddenly, she gets excited and declares that if Bjorn saves her, she'll follow him everywhere. Bjorn reminds her that she already said that, but she just laughs, and he promises to give her every coin he earns on this expedition, which turns out to be more. To their liking, at that moment all the clan's benefits. They vanish and realize it has started to rain, which means the wretched monster is now right behind them. In addition to that, more chaos spirits are beginning to pursue them. Bjorn grits his teeth in frustration at having to use his trump card so suddenly. Soon an active gigantification again. His body grows enormous once again, and although his stats skyrocket, what matters most now are the biggest strides he can take. With the power of his soul, he estimates that he can maintain this form for about 3 more minutes and asks Misha how long. He looks at the watch hanging around his neck and says they have less than 200 seconds left. And Bjorn. He tells her that he's still counting. Misha begins the countdown as Bjorn advances, preparing to fight the spirits. He passes through them like balloons in his path as Misha announces that their number has dropped to about 65. Time is running out, but just as they approach the portal, an explosion of auras ignites behind them. Bjorn watches. He went backwards and almost tripped. His heart sinks when he sees that the vile giant monster has managed to reach him. Fortunately, the giant breath attack eliminates a portion of the chaos spirits, clearing the way and making it easier to run. But it also means that Retakes is now within striking range as a massive claw. It looms over his head. It strikes with brutal force, though Bjorn manages to dodge it in time while Misha continues shouting the countdown. Bjorn clenches his teeth as the imposing monster of chaos roars and stares at them. He leaves again, but Misha begins to fall back into her panic mode, saying that it's useless to save her. He yells at her to shut up and makes it clear that leaving her is not on the table, even though she still tries to argue. He interrupts her, reminding her that he made her a promise. She thinks it's crazy that he'd risk his life for a promise, but he replies that no one said anything about death. He shouts that he plans to get out alive, but just then the monster throws another one. A lightning bolt tears off his arm. Without even reacting to the pain, he demands to know the time. Misha stutters, threatening to collapse again, but he screams, and she finally sobs because there are 60 seconds left. Bjorn grits his teeth, realizing he only has to hold on for 1 more minute, and now that he's lost his arm, escape isn't an option. Without hesitation, he jumps. High in the air, Misha shouts that he's charging at the monster. He responds sharply to, "Give her time again." And she screams at 50 seconds as he notices that aiming a breath attack from under her own legs is more difficult for the monster. It's risky, since Retakes could crush them instantly, but Bjorn... He hurries anyway and starts dodging left and right. Remember the Battle of Clan Jarvi and how it helped him to read Ryakus's attack patterns? At 30 seconds, they are still in the fight, but just when it seems like he might. To achieve this, lower your guard. And the giant tail falls from above, which sends him flying. He crashes to the ground and lies there in shock. Unable to move as the claw falls again, he imagines this is the end. But at that moment, the power of his soul is exhausted and the gigantification ends, shrinking him back to his normal size and preventing him from being crushed. Until death. Bjorn gets up surprised because just a second later it would have been fatal. With 10 seconds left, he climbs the monster's claw like a maniac. It sinks its teeth deep into Retakes and clings to him, while it shakes wildly to shake it. With 3 seconds remaining, the monster remembers it has another claw. He grabs them both tightly as he opens his disgusting, drooling mouth to devour them, but Bjorn just smiles and casts a shadow on the overly large stray dog. That time is almost up. At that moment, the maze closes and teleports them back to the city. The scene shifts to the town square where people wait in tense silence for the return of their loved ones. The portal begins to flicker and spits out injured explorers on the ground. Panic erupts. When someone shouts to call the guild, people rush to help the wounded. Then they notice Bjorn's mangled body and whisper that he looks like he's barely alive. Misha wakes up dazed, surprised that he's still breathing, but immediately starts calling. Bjorn. The crowd freezes as they stare at his mangled state, wondering what kind of monster could do that to a barbarian. Misha, gripped by panic, pushes his way through and collapses beside her, overwhelmed by fear while someone shouts to call the temple. Pressing his ear to her chest, he listens to a faint heartbeat, and she whispers through tears that he scared her so much she left them. Encouraged, they begin to talk about what happened on the 3rd floor, and word is spreading that only 30 people managed to escape, while the death toll likely reached the hundreds. One survivor mentions that they were saved by a man someone assumed was Iras, but the man corrects him, saying he was a random explorer from the 3rd floor. He asks who, and the answer is that it was Jandel's son, Bjorn. History begins to tell that the barbarian has not yet done anything to be called a hero, but if he continues like this, the title is only a matter of time. People begin calling him Little Vulcan in honor of the legendary hero known for his unparalleled bravery. His fame begins to rise rapidly, but fame always comes at a price, as it increases the likelihood of a special event happening to the player. Elsewhere, a government official examines Bjorn's file and finds it all highly suspicious, as not many explorers accumulate this type of record so quickly. Since obtaining this position, I'd never seen anyone with such a variety of exotic scents, and it all smells a bit off. Even so, the story. He mentions others who were born with strange destinies and were chosen to save the world and were called heroes. The man lies back, looks at the file, and wonders what kind of person Bjorn really is, whether he is a destined hero or an evil spirit. Bjorn finds himself reliving everything that happened in the dungeon from the moment in which Rakus awoke until Misha became prey to his brutal escape, and the final moment in which he tricked that large stray dog, groaning when the sunlight hits. His face shows him that he is still alive while Misha has fainted on her leg and gives her a little pat in the head. 2 days later, the gossip about the third floor boss and the so-called barbarian hero who saved everyone is still going crazy. Bjorn's fame stats are skyrocketing as some nearby explorers argue about who triggered the floor boss, insisting the real culprit is still out there. The rest of the team finally appears, relieved too. Seeing the duo safe, Rod Miller tries to apologize for getting hurt, but Bjorn interrupts him and tells him that food comes first. While having a drink, he asks Ikarad what happened after they separated. The dwarf explains that when the scout was injured, they used the Risk Guard's power again to buy time. Misha is surprised that it works so often, but Bjorn thinks he used a combo. Ikurd explains that he used Emergency Restore to reset the item's usage count. Meanwhile, Misha tries to force Bjorn to feed. With Broccoli, Ikarad says they ran around trying to treat Rod Miller and find the others, but tracking them down was impossible. On the third day, they ran into that crazy woman again, which makes Misha tense, but Ikarad says they escaped to the fourth floor. Rod Miller adds that only they managed to get there, and Bjorn. He realizes that they used the portal's color-changing mechanic, which they entered just before a color change, and sent their pursuers to a different area. Ikarod complains that waiting 10 days on the first floor was torture, which almost made Bjorn furious after everything he had endured. The dwarf adds smugly that he captured an essence during the first trial, pushing Bjorn to his limit. It turns out they obtained the essence of the Mimic, and Bjorn begins cursing the game's mechanics. The Mimic is a rare 7th rank monster, and although the ability is not for combat, it grants access to a personal pocket dimension. The good thing is that the first time you open the treasure room, it yields random loot. Trying to remain calm, Bjorn asks what he got, and Rothmiller. He casually numbers 2 million stones along with 3 top-tier potions and 2 numbered items, causing Bjorn to swear and become angry. Ikarad tells him to stop cursing, and Bjorn apologizes, claiming he was simply in shock. Rothmiller. He says he doesn't need the numbered items and plans to sell them to split the cash, which still ends up being a huge amount. Bjorn reluctantly congratulates him while Misha asks him why he's breaking the utensils. He awkwardly claims that this is his new essence he's acting out, which she clearly doesn't believe. Bjorn adds that he hasn't seen everything yet, and Misha simply blushes at the memory of that glorious display. Ikarod asks what happened between them, and as Misha begins to explain, Bjorn quickly intervenes because he wants to keep some details secret. He offers a approximate summary, omitting some of the juicy bits, and the group is instantly hooked. Rothmiller congratulates Misha on her spirit beast, saying it must have been a burden, but asks what Bjorn had to do with it. Instead, she dodges the question, and Ikurud goes crazy over the insane protection fees charged by the Jarvi clan and immediately offers to pay half of their loot. Dualki is thrilled after hearing everything, while Ikarad adds that no one questions the title anymore. Little Vulcan, that nickname has taken Bjorn by storm. His guard down, and the dwarf reveals that's what people call him. Bjorn squints his eyes because it's too early to be giving nicknames. Fame helps in the game, but in real life it only causes problems, yet everyone still congratulates him, and he awkwardly accepts it. Mishalif. He winks and says there's one more thing to settle, and hints at money. The explorer adds that they earned 3 million just for informing Karui, and in total they have around 7,600. 0 stones. Bjorn mocks Misha for her earlier promise, and she complains that he can accept everything. A few days later, Misha waits for Bjorn in the city while complaining that the real world is as painful as the maze. Bjorn says he's finished his errands, and Misha's face lights up when she calls him a good boy. He looks at her, wondering why she's been so close lately, and thinks it might be because of all the money she gave him. The payoff might not be much in the long run, but he knows. He needs to invest in Misha and improve his stats, as he is now the main member of his group. He tells her he will return and asks about her plans, to which she nervously replies that she is visiting her family, and says he might be absent for a couple of days, which leaves him puzzled. Bjorn decides not to interfere and wishes him good luck. She's still looking down, so he gives her a friendly slap and repeats it, making her scream in embarrassment. She scolds him for eating properly and adds that he'd better not skip his vegetables either. And Bjorn sighs inwardly because instead of treating him like her savior, she's acting like a worried mother. When the carriage departs, he decides that leveling up Misha is priority number 1. Probably. He could join a better team now, given his improved specifications, but that would mean leaving Misha behind. So he's staying for now and is determined to help her become a professional. As he walks through the city, he notices how quiet it has become. At that moment, a voice cuts through the air, demanding an execution. Bjorn watches as the crowd gathers, openly eager to pay. A little blood, but at that moment he sees a familiar face. Bjorn freezes when he recognizes the barbarian he gave money to. He realizes the man must have ruined everything, and at that moment, the player sees Bjorn and starts screaming. Bjorn panics, fearing he'll be caught, but it's too late for the poor soul. When the sword falls and separates his head from his body, silently she decides that she has stopped helping people out of pity. But then another voice says his name, but Bjorn simply tells them to leave. The shady man tries to sound friendly and says he's in the same boat as Bjorn, and he drops the names of a few countries and asks where she's from. Everything about the situation feels off, and Bjorn's instinct tells him what the problem is. The man keeps barking as if he's aiming for a world record. An annoying trivial conversation which forces Bjorn to finally pull out his secret weapon, the method. Sheer, with all the spirit of a barbarian, he looks at the guy and tells him to just say what he's trying to say. That makes the boy sweat and nervously comment that Bjorn's acting has improved a lot, despite only being here for 3 months. Bjorn doesn't give up and bluntly tells him to cut the cheese and ask his question, but the guy keeps talking. At one point, he even mispronounces the pun, which sets off alarm bells in Bjorn's head. The man continues congratulating Bjorn on his rapid rise and then begins to ramble about his own life, which further annoys Bjorn, repeatedly. Sometimes a stranger calls Bjorn and asks him if he wants to join the so-called Guame Association. But before he can finish, Bjorn notices as he stares into his eyes and asks if he is an evil spirit. The guy seems confused but assumes it's part of some act and plays along, claiming that actually. It is, that's the last straw when Bjorn shouts in. Aloud, remembering his deputy's advice to banish any evil spirits. Find him and then follow it up with a punch so fast that it even surprises the annoying guy. Sometime later, Bjorn finds himself in the office of a security agency. A captain is excited to meet him ever since Bjorn saved his brother in the maze, who was one of the few who paid the protection fee. Our boy says he's hungry and wants to leave, and he still feels bad for not having finished off that would-be evil spirit. Back at the execution site, the crowd tried to stop Bjorn, who shouted that the blonde was an evil spirit. The captain says the matter is under investigation, but before he can continue, a gentleman runs in and announces that the suspect had a ghost hunter's file. Evil. Everyone heads to the suspect's room where an official declares that, after all, the guy isn't an evil spirit. Bjorn pretends to have a seizure and insists the guy confessed. The official calmly explains that he runs these tests on anyone who accumulates a suspicious number of achievements in a short period of time, while Bjorn, he's still playing dumb and telling him to explain himself in normal words. The captain sighs and admits that they actually thought Bjorn might be the evil spirit. This pushes him to the limit when he demands to shoot those idiots while the captain stops him with all his might. The official tries to continue explaining while our boy maintains his Oscar-worthy performance and continues throwing tantrums. Upon returning later, Bjorn thinks he didn't expect the agency to know so much about the players. Remember the list of countries the guy mentioned, and especially that strange way in which he pronounced game. That slip-up helped him recognize what was really going on, and now it makes more sense why they were caught. To Tarakentin quickly, Bjorn realizes that this world is much more complicated and dangerous than he thought, but at least he's glad that things are going well. They won't explode this time. Upon returning to his room, Bjorn sees an envelope on the floor that contains a pill inside, and a note warning him never to reveal his player identity. Her eyes widen when she reads that there is a hidden community where her identity will be safe, and all she has to do is take the pill. But if she doesn't want to enter, she should destroy the pill, and there's even a little note in the margin calling the King of Raptonia a granny kisser. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a mysterious man asks why his agent was attacked if he only ordered him to follow instructions. The official explains that the idiot Rubio got too confident and tried to catch him, while the mysterious man moves on and asks for the test results. The official tells him to see for himself and turn on the magic sphere. Upon seeing the replay, he adopts a Sherlock Holmes pose before concluding that a real evil spirit would have fled rather than shake hands in public. He delivers the verdict that Bjorn is not an evil spirit, which the official has no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, the mysterious boy smiles and says that the city could always use more heroes and wonders if Bjorn is one after all. The next day, Bjorn heads to the magic tower because he believes the letter might be legitimate and wants to investigate further. In the laboratory, Riven greets him with a mocking comment about his sudden fame, which takes him by surprise. She explains that anyone who becomes famous enough receives that letter, though she's disappointed she wasn't able to see the original. Since it disappeared, Bjorn makes a confusing comment, prompting her to explain further that it's a message from evil spirits. She mentions there should be a pill with it, but Bjorn plays dumb. Riven explains that the pill is crafted by a powerful magician who specializes in dimensional and mental magic and allows a person to enter a specific spiritual realm. Bjorn tries to process it, but she tells him she thinks of it as a different dimension where the soul travels while the body remains behind. It is believed that evil spirits pass information there, but all attempts to infiltrate ended in death, which makes our boy think silently or rely on his instincts to avoid exploding. That thing. She warns him not to take it even if he's curious, and Bjorn foolishly asks if it's poison, but she says that. No, then ask why people are dying. The most widely accepted theory is that evil spirits can detect intruders and sever their souls on the spot, which makes Bjorn feel even better about not joining that party. Raven also points out another strange thing about the tea. The person taking the form of her soul in that realm cannot be traced back here, making it difficult to determine who has entered or left. Bjorn is surprised again and asks why they can't trace who took the pill, but she admits that no one has achieved it yet. Getting back to the matter at hand, she says it's time to draw some blood, but Bjorn. He becomes lost in thought as he wonders if that community could truly be a safe haven where he could gain access to valuable information and perhaps even find a way back to real life. But Raven pulls him away, pointing to the sinister testing chair and telling him to hurry. Bjorn takes a seat as her test subject while she laughs like a mad scientist in the background, but her mind is still preoccupied with whether or not to take the pill. In the end, he decides that it's probably not a dangerous pill. If it were, the entire community would have already been wiped out. Thus, he refuses to accept it immediately, thinking that it could alert the sender if they happen to be the most recent person they contacted, so they decide to wait 6 months before joining. 15 pass and deep inside a dark and mysterious magic laboratory, a voice reports. A figure dressed in a robe through a bright orb that the newcomer has not yet appeared. The man in the robe realizes that the barbarian is not a gambler after all, and tells the person on the other end to send the other letters. He sounds disappointed because he secretly hoped the legendary player would be the one to play as Bjorn. The scene. Switch to Bjorn at the guild where he is informed of his promotion to 6th rank. During the next weeks, train hard every day and spend money as if it meant nothing. First buy an enormous mass suited to its size and acid-resistant armor to counteract the golem's essence. Corpse and trousers with protective balls that change size when he transforms into a giant and returns, much to Misha's disappointment. Also, she buys Misha the twin lich swords, shorter than she was used to, but she adapts quickly after practicing with dummies. Of training. Finally, the witch doctor in his village upgrades his immortal seal. The process is as agonizing as the first day he entered the labyrinth. The level 2 immortal seal increases mentality, physical strength, magic resistance, and stamina. Surprised that he managed to stay conscious during the upgrade, the witch doctor offers to tell his fortune using a popsicle stick with his birthday number on it before, to laugh at the fact that no foolish barbarian remembers that kind of thing. Even so, the old madman reveals that Bjorn is destined to face countless unique events. In life, whether fortune or disaster, that is the path of a hero. Our boy scoffs at the idea of destiny, firmly believing that he controls his fate no matter what life throws his way. He recalls the witch doctor being surprised to have obtained his 3rd seal so quickly, and then offers him a choice between 3 spirits. Without hesitation, Bjorn chooses. The spirit of nature increases the user's threat level and unlocks the ability called Savage Explosion. This ability causes the user to attract monsters simply by breathing, and because it further enhances their physical attacks, they can destroy all those poor creatures and literally become a tank. Using gigantification in addition to that only amplifies the effect, and he can't help but be happy about how far he's come in just 3 months. After that, the healer suddenly confesses that he forgot to mention something about Bjorn's fate. He warns you to be careful with those who hate you because otherwise, resolve that hatred in time or you will end up suffering for it. With that warning. With that in mind, he leaves the cabin thinking about it. Last on her checklist when Einar suddenly appears from among the bushes. With real twigs in her hands, she looks like a... The cheerleader congratulates him on winning such a prestigious title so quickly and demands to know how it happened. She listens to his story, with rapt attention, like a little girl listening to her father's bedtime story. And in the end, she's genuinely surprised that he's teamed up with Hikarote again. Afterwards. From the story, he looks at her and asks if the stupid old man has been eating all his food since he seems to be malnourished, but Einar claims that his muscles are simply condensed. Then she admits she has no idea what that really means. At that moment, the older woman starts shouting her name in the distance. Upon hearing that, she quickly apologizes for the brief visit, and Bjorn says he has things to do anyway. As she runs off, Einar throws her a parting compliment, saying that even though she looked great when she was in survival mode like the Bear Grylls, the new calm and serene Bjorn is the same. Incredible! Our son is stunned as she disappears into the bushes, and he wonders if this can really be considered a slow and relaxed life. Back in the library, Langna speaks even before he sits down, congratulating him on becoming famous while casting the reading spell. That takes him by surprise. He wonders if she really means something. Thus, she believes it makes no sense to approach a great mage of her own caliber. Furthermore, the fact that he's wasting away in a dusty library probably means he has his own problems, just like Dualki. Sinking into some depressive thoughts, Bjorn realizes he's simply rationalizing as a survival mechanism. He tells himself there's no time to be nice to everyone and he wants to stay alive. Therefore, judge people coldly. He makes allies when it benefits him, and kills those who could become threats later. As his thoughts continue to race, he suddenly recovers after remembering the time he broke his principles and refused to leave Misha behind. Believing he has become too comfortable in his new life as a barbarian, Bjorn decides to remain a barbarian, a knight. So she walks straight up to the pretty librarian, bangs her hand on the desk, and tells her to say whatever she wants to say. A little nervous, Langna asks him how he knew, to which he replies gently that her eyes are more beautiful than the pearls that call to him. The next day, Bjorn arrives at a cafe full of women and barely manages. Walk through the door, already regretting her decision, even though the ultra-feminine name should have been a clear indication. Within this pink dessert trap for single women, a woman greets him with too much energy after discovering that he is the customer she has been waiting for. She introduces herself as Sio Fan, a blue-haired lady and friend of Langna who apparently sent Bjorn astray. Afterwards, after dragging a literal barbarian to a foodie paradise, Shavin has the nerve to ask him what he wants to eat, so he directly tells him to bring him some beer and steak with all his sarcasm. Then he asks her the real question, what she wants from him, only to see her genuinely surprised. Langna hadn't told her anything beforehand. He skips the small talk and says he needs someone to patrol the sewers because the tax-extorting freeloaders keep crouching down there. The problem is that none of the previous patrol cars managed to return. That's where Bjorn comes in. Langna believes he's the best candidate for the sewer horror show. He tries to argue that there are far more qualified explorers while secretly suspecting this is above his pay grade, if he has evil spirit hunter vibes. But Shavin, who's the nerdy otaku type, says it's clearly because he's the trending fantasy hero on Twitter, and just looking at him like that seals the deal. Then, she hits him with a brazen request and begs him to let her pretend she's buying the cookies she's about to receive, just so she can show her friends that he gave them to her. He agrees without batting an eye. Finally, he mentions that the salary is $200, which doesn't sound bad at all, but he doesn't stop there and explains that. Working with their organization enhances your resume because they are very selective about who they hire, so it will help you gain credibility and get more jobs in the future. But quickly, he dismisses that thought because no matter how good his reputation is, nobody really wants to hire a barbarian, but he still accepts. I happily accepted the job after that. He leaves. Shaban thinks that he really is a unique character, just as she thought he was. And She's pleasantly surprised to find a great guy who calms her down the more she talks to him, and the fact that she didn't know much about Lagna, even after all their interactions, makes it seem even easier. And she silently approves of her girlfriend becoming her friend. Later, underground, the hero reunites with his group outside the sewer door, where everyone is already complaining about the horrible smell, even though they knew what they'd signed up for. Ignoring their complaints, Bjorn opens the door and enters menacingly, his energy dripping from his helmet, or his internal beak-like energy, making him look like a goofy yo-yo villain. He tells everyone not to damage their helmets because they have GoPro cameras to record evidence. The day before, he gathers the team starting with Hikurad, who is more than happy to accompany him for free. Dualki is also joining in, since literally doing anything sounds better than reading all day. Rod. Miller jumps up and wants to test his newly unlocked ability, and Misha is. Excited to tear some criminals apart with her new twin leech blades, Bjorn. He feels like a recruiting god, getting free labor, and believes Rod Miller is the real MVP here thanks to his elite navigation skills because this place feels like an endless maze of poop. Dualki casts a light spell to pierce the darkness, but Hikurad is still clutching his soul, fearing a monster will emerge from the sewers. Misha asks the milkman a question about information about monsters, and he tells his wizards that he sometimes flushes his magical waste down the toilet. So maybe they could make a chemical beast. That damned idea nearly killed Misha on the spot. But Bjorn ignores her, saying there haven't been any monster reports in the last 2 years. At that moment, Rod Miller stops. It's not the smell that's alarming him because everything stinks, but his sixth sense detects another presence nearby, trusting. In his mimetic essence, Bjorn instantly prepares to throw his hand. Misha suddenly points at the guy hiding in the wall like a low-budget ninja. Bjorn is grabbed and struck so hard that his invisibility is cancelled. The man starts cursing and draws his sword in a panic, but Bjorn catches him. He grabs the arm and breaks it as if it were a twig. He stops there, sensing the man is desperate to stay alive. He questions the man, who is huddled and crying on the ground, and gently. He offers to break her neck if that doesn't loosen her tongue. The guy. He gets even stronger and confesses that he is nothing more than a bankrupt tax evader trying to make a living. Rod Miller notices the tattoo on his forehead and says it marks a great sin, adding that he's seen that mark before while working with shady characters in his blacksmithing days. Bjorn considers whether to capture the man alive since there's a hefty reward of 5,000 stones for it. But killing him also works well, as long as it's all caught on video. After all, anyone who crawls through the sewers evading taxes probably deserves the worst. The crack addict starts begging for a deal in exchange for juicy information, but that annoys Bjorn even more then suddenly. The boy says a man catches his attention. Apparently there's a crazy woman with a huge bounty on her head, and she's surrounded by corpses, so it's probably some unholy nonsense involving dark magic. That's when Bjorn's instincts start screaming. Who could be the priestess Kurobi? Eliza. Her reaction says it all, and Misha asks her what the plan is. Our hero says they can't just let a bloodthirsty psychopath who holds a grudge against them continue to roam unchecked. He tells them to just confirm it's her, but the whole gang is ready to cooperate if it is. Their new guide. It leads them through the sewers for about half an hour before stopping on a hidden route that is not marked on any map. Bjorn is a little surprised the guy didn't take refuge here permanently. It turns out he was on the move because the crazy woman took over his old hideout, and that's when they bumped into each other. With him. Once they arrive at the supposed hideout, Bjorn notices that there is only one entrance and one exit, which makes him smile because now the psychopath has nowhere to run. Still very suspicious, he lets the guy in first. Just outside the main room, the group begins. He begins to panic after seeing piles of the lifeless bodies, but Bjorn pushes his trembling guide forward. And the poor man triggers a trap. Suddenly a storm of curses falls upon them both. Bjorn yells at the others to quickly fall back as the crack addict is ravaged by the curse of a revenant that drains his maximum health with every hit, and he can feel his soul being torn apart. Sucked in. On the other hand, Elisa knows instantly that her curse has just been activated and wonders if the attackers are. Of the temple. His heart races as he still hasn't found the entrance to the underground city. Therefore, he hears the voices in his head for his next sacrifice. Meanwhile, a notification alerts Bjorn that he has been ambushed by over 100 returned, but thanks to his dark resilience, he only loses a third of his maximum health. Using the crack addict as his personal shield, in the flesh, Bjorn lets Misha know that he is somehow still breathing, even though she is clearly worried. One look at the hollow corpse of the guy with 0 maximum health tells her exactly how that curse would have ended for him. And he's genuinely grateful that the expendable homeless man with no family got the blow. Hikaru sees a name tag and discovers that this guy is another Hans. They move into Hans' room, which surprisingly seems too clean and well furnished for someone who claims to make a mess of homelessness. Even so, there is no sign of Elisa inside until Dualki feels some magic pulsing from a place on the ground. Bjorn drops to his knees, confusing the team, and lets them know he's about to open the magically protected trapdoor with his thick metal rod. Doki asks if brute force works even against magical barriers. But Bjorn is empowered by gigantification and establishes the wisdom that if something doesn't break with brute force, then force is simply not enough. Everyone watches in disbelief as he crushes the enchanted trapdoor as if it were paper, and throws a humble cake at Duoki for doubting him. Rod Miller is tracking Elis and says she appears to be alone, so it should be safe to check her out. Relying on his enhanced sixth sense, Bjorn tells them it's time to leave. Far below, in the underground city of Noark, the messenger runs to the vice captain and informs him that the old trapdoor has just been erased and, strangely, this time it's not the royal family. The vice captain mentions that no one has touched that route since the Kurobi cult incident and orders the messenger to confirm if it is the temple priests again. Trust Emilia the redhead to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Bjorn's team enters a section of the labyrinth that looks nothing like the sewers. Misha asks if Duoki or Hikaru know what this place could be, but they are both completely baffled. Rod Miller interrupts and says that Elisa's scent is getting stronger rapidly, which probably means he's heading for trouble. Towards them. Meanwhile, Elis quickens her pace, terrified, because the laughter of the Wicked Lord had just echoed in his head. The last time he heard that, things didn't end well, and he's not taking any chances with that happening again. Thinking his enemies are agents of the temple, she runs to escape before they catch her. When her scent suddenly fades, Rod Miller suggests they chase after her before she disappears. Again. At that moment, Elisa hears Misha's voice in the distance and realizes it's no coincidence. It's Bjorn's party, and she decides it's finally time to end it all for good. The priestesses of Karui open the gates of hell and unleash specters, but Misha cuts through them like butter thanks to his powerful elemental attack advantages. Not to be outdone, our boy. He activates his outbursts on the way down to capture the tension of the raids and wrinkles them, as if it were used tissue paper. Rod Miller and Hikaru provide support from the back, leaving Elisa frustrated and completely confused by how the trashy group somehow became strong enough to completely overwhelm her. She unleashes multiple curses in an attempt to hit our hero. The most painful death imaginable, but Dualki arrives and unleashes his light magic, pressing to undo everything. Dark magic. Without giving her time to breathe, our hero nearly hits the priestess on the head and then tells Dualki to just do that. The sorcerer looks confused, but Bjorn. He tells her to use it quickly as he runs towards the range with Elisa approaching. Thinking she's clever, Elisa makes her 5-headed move to transform into a spirit at the last second and dodges the physical attack. But Dualki's materialization spell appears just in time to bring the Sada back to Earth in her annoying way. Human body. Our boy grabs him by the neck and delivers a visibly painful blow with his shield right on her pretty face, and continues hitting her so hard that the rest doubt whether they even plan to leave her alive for the 3 million. After beating her face until she was unrecognizable, he ties her up and casually tells the party that they should leave now. But when he turns around to congratulate the team on their great work, he realizes that they are all lying on the ground, unconscious. Suddenly a system notification appears and informs him that he has been poisoned with basilisk venom, although fortunately his resistance to the poison keeps him conscious and moving. When a familiar redhead appears on the scene, Bjorn has a flashback of post-traumatic stress disorder because he was thinking that everything was going too far. Good. Emilia seems surprised that she can still move after being poisoned and says that her barbarian. The favorite has become much stronger. Seeing his entire group on the ground, she asks him if he refuses to flee alone. By them, but Bjorn feels paralyzed by her now creepy behavior and assumes she's targeting him now that he's become a man, and he's heard that he's been crawling through the sewers. She calls him a liar because she promised to let him go earlier and demands to know why he's here. But that... The question strikes a nerve. She replies that he was the one who called first, and asks her how he found the secret entrance. Bjorn hits her in full caveman mode and asks her what the hell she means, confusing her enough to wonder how she managed to open the door by accident. My boyfriend tells her he smashed the magic door with a sledgehammer like a caveman and it shattered, leaving her stunned before she even asks him why he did it. That's it, he honestly tells her that he just wanted the Mekadotiza, Emilia quickly. She puts the pieces together, But when he offers to leave peacefully like a good boy, she makes it clear that she can't let him go now that she knows about the entrance. He innocently offers her again the pinky promise, but she tells him that this time it's different. Taking the hint, Bjorn removes his armor and begins to explain the two best ways to enrage to someone. The first is to stop in the middle of a sentence, and when she patiently awaits the second reason, he cuts her off and throws his dough at her face. As expected, the looter easily dodges the weapon, but she follows it with the forbidden Captain America throw. Wearing all her armor, he dodges it again, just as he expected. But then he lunges and tries to trample the flexible, fantastic miss. But she escapes easily because the movement is too predictable. Then comes his real move, the gigantification of our boy, who extends his fleshy, barbaric arms more than expected and takes her completely by surprise, with his fist raised like a wrecking ball ready to crush. Hulk yells that the game is over and punches him in the face with a total gender equality that Kazuma would approve of, just as he gives another. Suddenly, the lady surprises him by drawing her dagger. He instantly assumes she's about to cut off her arm to escape his grasp. Acting on instinct, he uses an explosion of flesh right in his face and gives him a shocking surprise shower of acidic blood, leaving. Emilia is speechless as he hits her with Bjorn's full special. Somehow the crazy girl still manages to fight back, even after taking such a beating, so Bjorn decides it's time to show her who's boss. He unleashes a brutal kick with his thick, tree-like legs, hitting her directly in the ribs. Seeing her appear and disappear and cough up blood, he begins to think his luck is improving, but that hope dies instantly the moment he hears her voice calling from behind. The system casually informs him that she has just used autoplay to clone herself, leaving him completely without words. Out of nowhere, the clone arrives, flying with a textbook that Asura kicked in the. He turns his back and mockingly says that he'll be fine if he really does have the vampiric essence, as the rumors claim. His punch lands with such force that he can't even swear properly before his head is sent flying. The only reason he isn't a corpse right now is because his heart is somehow still intact. But even with the severe damage, the regeneration of his vampiric essence is accelerating. Emilia seems genuinely impressed by how quickly his body regenerated after using only one potion. Bjorn shoots. Looking confused and a little annoyed, she wondered why she hadn't finished him off when she had the chance. She sighs, saying that he's still as foolish as ever and attacked her by surprise, revealing her survival strategy when she was clearly ready to talk. He doesn't believe it and argues that he had no other choice and she completely gave up. It's time to quiet your vibrations. Now, that only annoys her more, saying she literally let him walk free last time. When he repeats that she said earlier she couldn't let him go, she rolls her eyes and explains that she meant she'd have to interrogate him first, not stab him. He asks her what she wants from him anyway, but Emilia calmly tells him to calm down as she notices his hand subtly creeping toward the dough. He pretends he wasn't there. He's prepared to go caveman with her again, but she clearly knows he's just being cautious in case she has a mood swing. That's when he drops the classic line that the best defense is a good game defense. Attack. She laughs and pulls out a small object, explaining that it's a blessing that erases the user's memory of the last hour. Naturally, Bjorn asks her why she didn't use it during their first meeting, but she says it's expensive. He raises an eyebrow and casually asks her why she would waste such an expensive item on him when she could simply separate from her unconscious group and make money selling her loot. This strikes a nerve, and Emilia seems genuinely offended because he thinks she's some kind of monster. Without saying a word, she grabs his hand and shoves the drug directly down his throat, explaining that it should be safe and completely free of side effects. The woman tells him to go to sleep if he values his life. But just before fainting, when he finally wakes up, the system informs him that the blessing's effect failed because it doesn't work on his soul, probably because he's a gambler. The next day, in the administrative office, Shavin, he confirms the nameplate bearing Hans's name, the murderer, which Bjorn brought as evidence, and hands him a large bag of coins as a reward. He was surprised that she wasn't slapping him with a bill for damages, but she explained that the superiors had left them out because he was on a very special case and almost lost his life. He remembers that when he woke up, his own equipment was fine, but the headlight and camera were destroyed, and as Emilia said, the others had no memory whatsoever of what happened after they arrived at Hans's hiding place. This makes him curious to know why his own memories were perfectly fine while Misha and Duell were losing them. The head upon finding Eliza, magically dying. In the end, Rod Miller has a galactic brain moment and deduces that it seems they were in a fight, And Bjorn's mass is probably what put his pathetic excuse on his face, and he probably used a curse to erase his memories. Duel finds that theory credible, and the dwarf is thrilled because they receive the reward money, and she's the one who's dead instead of... When they come out, they see Chauvin and Langya, who say they were considering going in because it took too long, but Bro hesitates. That the librarian of Sundarai and Lady Nurth would have been a great help anyway. Even so, he notices that Lagna seems to be making cash because of his elite-looking team. Chauvin teases her for being so worried about him and clearly enjoys the moment. More. Later, he encounters a paladin who confirms that the witch was indeed Elisa, and promises that his people will not forget his help. Just like that, he secures his reward. The news further boosts his reputation, and now the women at the agency can't stop saying that Bjorn can become truly enormous when fighting in the streets, but also in the sheets. Hearing them whisper shamelessly in front of him irritates him slightly, because he feels like a gorilla in the zoo. Chauvin slams her fist on the table and berates the thirsty women to disappear before she reports them for harassment. Once that's sorted out, he tells her he needs to catch up with the gang. Chauvin casually tells him to stop by the library sometime because Lagna was apparently saving something special for him. He agrees, thinking he'll check it out later. He enters the bar and finds Hikarad laughing like a maniac. And Amisha is practically dying of laughter while Dualki faints as if he had drunk a barrel of alcohol. Upon seeing Bjorn, Hikarad gives him a dramatic welcome, while their greedy dwarf eyes are fixed on the money Bjorn brought with him. It turns out the reward for Elisa was the diabolical sum of 10 million stones. So, even after dividing it 5 ways, each person still gets a whopping 10 million of 2 million stones, although Bjorn, they literally exploded his hand and blew it up. The head to earn that money. The rest of them are here thinking they just won the lottery without having a clue. What really happened? Suddenly Misha pulls Bjorn close, as if it were a super serious secret, and whispers that his father asked him to bring him home. But their golden moment is interrupted by a blonde loser with Down syndrome, whose name is Hans, as expected. So he tells the annoying guy to go to hell. At that moment, a couple of gentlemen enter the tavern, and everyone... They wonder what business the Muslims are up to there, who are more or less the FBI, but only for the nobility. The gentlemen head straight for Bjorn's table, making him genuinely think he's about to be arrested for something silly. But instead, one of them rises above Dualke, completely unconscious. Misha and Bjorn sit confused as they watch the knight casually grab the wizard by the neck as if he were a cat. 3 hours later, the entire group ends up standing outside the city gates, waiting while their mage is interrogated. Hikarad. He seems to have seen death and wonders if they are torturing the poor man. But Dualke finally emerges as a brain-dead zombie. Back at the tavern, the blonde, scrawny boy drops the bombshell that he has to leave the party since the man named Martin is actually his older brother. Bjorn stares at him confused because the guy never gave off any noble vibes. Dualke, then. He admits that technically he is of mixed race since his father was male, but he is the illegitimate son of a domestic servant. Since he was born a stain on the family name, the man's wife made sure one of her own brothers adopted him as soon as he left. Even so, he says life with his mother was good. Even so, Hikarad asks, what does that have to do with my resignation? Now. So, Dualke explains that his father recently died and the second son inherited the title. And when Rod Miller points out that it's quite strange the first son didn't inherit, Dualke says that's exactly the problem. The ruthless new male heir had his own brother, and all threats within the family branch were eliminated in a mafia-style fashion. So, this random visit from Mauslin is probably a gentle warning to keep Dualke out of the spotlight. Annoyed, Dualke says that for once he was starting to enjoy life, but thanks to someone becoming famous, now he has to disappear from everything. Bjorn asks him if he's really going to quit just because his older brother said so. And the son admits it. Instead of receiving a full accusation of blasphemy, Mauslin forbade him from entering the labyrinth. This is a great blow to Bjorn, as he now only has 9 days to find a new mage. That night, everyone says their goodbyes. When Misha learns that she's going to the library, she asks him to accompany her because she's bored, but he tells him to go train instead of wasting time. Later inside the library, Bjorn formally introduces himself to Lachna. When she asks him why he has come to read so close to closing time, he politely asks her to quit her job and join his squad of Mas Morris. She instantly turns it off. Seeing her act so conceited about it, he turns the script on its head and says it's a shame he's too weak to be of real help. Our boy starts to mock the librarian, telling him there's no need to be ashamed of being weak. Agna replies that she never claimed that, and he assumes she has some kind of ability. Instead, she changes the subject and asks if he's been curious about this all this time. But Bjorn simply, he plays dumb and says he can't change her mind anyway. He mentions that Shaven told him he had something for him, but Legna blinks in confusion, wondering if that's really how he put it. She explains that Shaven wanted to thank her for helping her, but instead she did her the favor and acted like a grumpy queen. When Bjorn asks him what he's giving him, she says books, which sends him to his happy place. The spell grants him access to restricted, high-security books, usually reserved for nobles. He checks if that's actually allowed, and she says it's fine as long as he keeps quiet. Apparently nobody cares about this place anyway, although Bjorn begins to wonder what his problem is. Later, Bjorn goes into nerd mode, immersing himself in restricted texts and finding them full of useful information, but he won't be able to read them all because time has come. To close, Lagna scolds him for staying late, but it allows you to continue. Read Rafdonia's organizational chart on public facilities, which reveals some juicy details about the agencies. Another book deals with how some secret police officers barely survived a journey into the world of evil spirits, and he returned half dead. The book only covers 4 cases due to space limitations. The book reads like a wiki guide. Perfect, combining everything he learned during his 9 years in the game. But what really surprises him is that the author, Oriel Gabus, is the developer of Dungeoning Stone. That raises red flags because either a player wrote this or the developer did. If it's the second option, then this whole situation is intentional and much more complicated. Bjorn begins to think that the developer might be some kind of divine entity and believes it is lucky to have found this clue. It's a reminder that he still knows almost nothing, and he wonders if the door to the abyss could be the key to his home. Perhaps tracing the author's name could help him return someday, and he wrestles with asking. For now, he rereads the book in case he's missed something, all while sweating more than a professional soccer player. Just before he realizes it, morning arrives, and he realizes that Lagna is. She fainted in her chair. He woke her up, and asks her why she remained silent all night. She says she didn't do it for him, and only stayed because she was tired of organizing books, which made him suspect she was a little crazy. She insists. On the contrary, he simply nods and stares at her, prompting her to ask why he hasn't left yet, which makes Bjorn start to think that maybe she isn't so bad after all. Everything! A few hours later, he knocks on Raven's door. She opens it, half asleep, and asks him what he's doing there. He tries to recruit her again, and she immediately slams the door. Bjorn shouts that he has homework, and she reluctantly opens the door after seeing him bring in a piece of paper torn from the book and asks him to find where it was made. She lets him in and tells him it won't be free, but first they question the relic she used with the vampire and where she got it. He says he destroyed a statue, which makes her suspicious. She demands to know how he found out, but Bjorn. He says he tore it up out of boredom and that he never read about it. She presses him further and asks how he figured out how to use it, and he claims it was just instinct. She asks him to say bad words, but eventually sighs in disappointment, thinking that she might finally have gotten the breakup book, while Bjorn briefly considers telling her that it's at the library. She changes the subject and agrees to help, but only if he helps his elders with their research. She promises to tell him the results next week and scolds him not to show up unannounced again, which Bjorn agrees to. Later, during a team meeting, Misha dramatically breaks down in tears while saying that Bjorn didn't. He was at home. He tells her he was at the library reading books, which makes her suspicious. She narrows her eyes and asks him if he's sure, which makes him sweat a little. A little. He tries to change the subject and asks her what she meant yesterday, which causes her to panic. Before she can respond, the rest of the team arrives, rescuing her from the embarrassing situation, while Bjorn notices her strange behavior. Hikurat begins the meeting and starts with Bjorn, who without. The detour suggests they look for a new magician. The dwarf gets angry, but Duel stops him and accepts. Hikurat begins. He starts ranting about thinking things through, but Bjorn tells him to get to the point. She explains that they should talk to the man, who frequently visits a nearby tea house and will arrive soon. The dwarf gets dramatic and says they would have to wait a month if they miss this opportunity, and looks at the puppy, to which Bjorn complains, but accepts. Sometime later, the man enters the tea house and recognizes his second brother, after which Misha nudges him to go and talk to him. Duel approaches and nervously requests an audience, and the bald major informs the man that he is Lady Caroline's son. The man asks what he has to do, and Duel that cake moved to so much that Bjorn has to intervene and apologize for the disaster. The man is intrigued that a barbarian is addressing him and says that it has been a long time since he last saw one. Bjorn explains his situation and asks them to lift the dual ban, but the man coldly asks what his problem is. Bjorn notices the confusion on his face when the majordome explains that he is an illegitimate son, to which the man replies that it's a waste of time to waste. The dual color that Bjorn returns. They try to push, but the man stands firm until the major whispers something. The man freezes when he realizes it's the little Vulcan. His mood changes, and he glares at the majordomo for recognizing him. Bjorn, showing off his gold rings, agrees to lift the ban. But he asks Bjorn for a favor in exchange for wanting Bjorn to attend a banquet in 2 months. Then jokingly he asks Bjorn to do tricks of circus, which annoys him, but he offers him 1,000,000 stones as payment. Bjorn. He remains silent for a moment. Then he smiles and says he'll gladly do it for the good of his team and definitely not for the 1,000,000 stones. The next day, the gang rushes to see Dwalki, who still looks completely exhausted. He explains that although he is allowed to return to the labyrinth, the process seemed too easy to him. Bjorn believes it's all due to the ridiculous status of men and secretly hopes to reach that level someday. Hikarad. Then he distributes the promised reward, but no one ends up receiving it out of shame. He thanks Bjorn for putting aside his warrior pride, though Bjorn simply thinks it would have been completely stupid to throw 1,000,000 stones. That way, the dwarf gets emotional and swears he will never forget it, and that one day he will. He'll pay for it, but Bjorn ignores him. Dwalki also intervenes with his most sincere promise, making Bjorn nervous while Misha laughs and mocks him. On the day the labyrinth opens, Bjorn leads a group of novice barbarians to the portal while chanting in their name as if he were some kind of angel. He gives them a sermon and promises them that they will become great warriors, and they follow his advice. Everyone agrees and thanks him for his help, and then he dismisses them. The barbarians continue to cheer him on while Hikarad jokes that he's a good guy, although Bjorn simply shrugs and says that this is better than learning through the blind experience. Half closed. His eyes recall what Kerex said about the death of most of his original group, and how only a few remain. Bjorn can't help but think that with the right training, things could have been different. Meanwhile, Misha asks Rod Miller why he isn't carrying a gun, and he explains that he put it inside his pocket dimension. With that, the gang finally leaves. Bjorn reflects on how awful his past careers have been, and now that this is his 4th, he's preparing for whatever craziness comes next. Thanks to a fortunate starting point, they quickly cross the 1st and 2nd floors. They hunt everything they find in sight and reach the next portal in 4 days. On the 8th day, they cross the forest of witches, arrive at the sky towers on the 4th floor. The area is teeming with monsters, including 6th rank monsters and some exclusive ones. Bjorn attacks without hesitation, seeing it as a terrain of gain first-time experience and eliminate monsters quickly. After a good home run, they make almost 4,000,000 crystals, which isn't bad, but still not enough to impress the gang. Hikura jokes that maybe Bjorn's curse has finally been lifted. Our hero stares at his share, realizes it's less than what he earned the first time, and begins to understand why looters exist. For the next 30 days, he spends his time reading and participating in Raven's experiments. He also discovers that the Book of the Break was written 150 years ago, which is the same year the game's timeline began and the founding king died, meaning that basically everything started snowballing at the same time. Bjorn is desperate to know what happened back then, but he has no answers. He decides his only option is to plunge back into the labyrinth. Sometime later, the maze reopens, but its profits are roughly the same as last time, leaving the entire team disappointed. Back in his room, Bjorn tells himself not to stress, that things are fine, but immediately. He turns around and wonders where that vague thought came from. Every time things seem peaceful, something terrible happens, and he knows that pattern all too well. He hits himself. The forehead and promises to become stronger, and if you saw him right now, you'd probably think he's lost control, but even if he seems crazy, at least he'll survive. The next morning, Misha serves him food and asks if anything is wrong, while saying that he has that violent gleam in his eyes again. Bjorn realizes that he has been distant with her, and although being inactive bothers him, he shouldn't take it out on others. At that moment, Misha leans down and asks if he wants to touch his eyes, which almost makes him choke on his food. She says that used to calm her brothers down when they were children. Bjorn's brain short-circuits as he wonders what kind of home he grew up in. But he realizes he's just trying to be nice, and doesn't understand why that sounds strange. He tells her not to say things like that, or others might get the wrong idea, which takes her by surprise. He thinks that if he hadn't known Misha liked skinny boys, he might have taken it too seriously. Serious. Misha says he's not like most people, but he still looks a little sad, but then he changes the subject and offers him more. Meat. Bjorn then heads to the library and chats with Lana. He's about to say something, but notices her expression, and she tells her to ask her anything she wants. She hesitates for a second, but warns him that something serious could happen soon. She says she could. There's a dimensional collapse within the labyrinth, which is something far worse than any floor lord, and our hero clicks on that. Perhaps that's why everything has been so quiet lately. Bjorn still seems skeptical, so Lane adds that the warning came from a mage at the Terrapani school who specializes in investigating these collapses. Bjorn thanks her and starts to walk away, which surprises her. She asks why he's leaving already, but he simply waves goodbye and walks off, now that he has a new mission. At first he doubts that the magician is real, but then rumors begin to spread everywhere. And even Misha mentions the collapse. Everyone in town starts whispering about it, which makes Bjorn suspect that someone might be spreading this on purpose. He's frustrated and wants access to better information, but that's difficult when you're a barbarian. Finally, he finds himself holding the pill he originally planned to use. Later, but he thinks 2 months should be fine, and swallows it. When midnight arrives, the system registers your presence, and your soul begins to transfer to another realm. He wakes up in an unfamiliar place, however. He has now returned to his original body. Meanwhile, in the real world, the police are discussing the disappearance of our boy Hansu while focusing on clues involving his company and his family. Although, his mother doesn't seem to mind at all. The senior officer asks why they were given the case, and his partner. He explains that the camera showed him entering, but never leaving with all the windows closed. The older man peers. He looks at the case file and mutters that something is definitely wrong, noting that there are no signs of an interruption or even the use of his card during the month. Even the clothes she was wearing were found, almost as if the body simply disappeared while still inside them, leading him to believe it could be a murderer. He's a serial killer. He asks if the scene was undisturbed and tells his partner to contact the National Forensic Service. But first the guy wants to show him something. He takes the monitor out of Bjorn's room, which still has power despite not being plugged in. That alone raises alarm bells for both of them. Eerie. Bjorn's achievements in the game are displayed on the screen, and the cinema stares in disbelief, wondering what on earth is going on, while the partner adds that there have been similar cases abroad. Back in his own world, Bjorn is lost in thought, as it's been 5 months since he arrived, and he's done some truly unthinkable things just to stay alive. He wonders if anything remains of his humanity. Then he realizes. His old computer in the spirit realm, and seeing that it wants a password, he typed the only thing that came to mind, the phrase. Written on the note was that the king of Ravdonia kisses grandmothers. The moment the password was transmitted, the entire room. It transforms. As everything calms down, Bjorn's eyes open in shock upon returning to his former self. Room, without wasting a second, runs to the mini-fridge, and sure enough, it is full of Coca-Cola. He immediately grabs a can, and she starts drinking it, only to realize that it has no flavor and doesn't even have bubbles. A doorbell interrupts the moment, and a voice calls out, asking if they can come in. A woman enters and tells them that this room is a reflection of their thoughts. However, because her mental defenses are high, she can only see it as smoke. She adds that the password she entered was fake, and she had to come and check it herself. She presents herself as the Soul Queen, a guide for the players of this realm. Bjorn's thoughts turn to the suit he's wearing, and he realizes it belonged to his ex. But the woman intervenes again, saying he's now an official member. He figures she must have other ways of verifying that. And she confirms that she can no longer separate souls from bodies, so he doesn't run. No risk. Then he shows him how to use the forms and tells him to create one. He tries to find her username, but gets an error message saying it's already in use. Using his brilliant mind, he simply changes the spelling slightly. And out of nowhere, the Soul Queen asks him if he's a big fan of that person, which takes him completely by surprise. She doesn't offer any further explanation and leaves, telling him to submit a support request if he needs anything. Exploring the community is easy enough, so join a random chat room to get to know it. And is instantly transported to a bonfire where the other users greet him warmly. The leader of the room introduces himself and asks where Bjorn is from, to which he replies that he's Korean. The guy apologizes for the plane's configuration and explains that they didn't have enough spots to decorate it. He then tells Bjorn to reveal his nickname, which makes him blink in confusion until he explains it. Bjorn finally gets the hang of it and reveals his username, Elf Nuna. The whole room freezes, then erupts into chaos as everyone starts bragging. They're shocked that the Elf Nuna is really here. One even says they always suspected Elf was Korean, while another asks if it really is him, Kanzu. He's actually a sweaty professional gamer who uploaded a stat breakdown 3 years after the game and now realizes that the post somehow went viral without him. He realized it, and the previous comment from the Soul Queen suddenly made more sense. With a hint of panic, he claims he's just a fan and points to the extra lyrics in the name. The others deflate in disappointment, and Kanzu feels the effect of his lie instantly. Then the players ignore him because it's complete, but then a random guy approaches him and asks how long it's been. He's been in the game. Deciding that honesty is risky, he says it's been a year. The guy remarks that he must have received the letter quite late, as most players receive theirs early, and he says Bjorn must have been He's a good actor, and adds that in the real world only about 70 days have passed. That part confuses Kanzu, so the boy explains that time moves at a ratio of 1 to 5, which means that only about a month has actually passed during his 3 months here. Kanzu asks how to get back, but not even the pink-haired boy knows. Then he asks who the first player was, and the boy replies that someone has been here for over 20 years, which is when the community started. Kanzu is baffled because he thinks completing the game in 5 years is insane, and even he has to respect that. That's it. But realizing that these people reached the brink of disaster long before him crushes his gamer ego. Before he can say more, the boy asks what difficulty Kanzu played on. He's completely taken aback, and the pink-haired boy keeps pressing, asking what remake difficulty he beat. Kanzu still has no idea what he's talking about, but the boy then explains that Koreans might know him as Trap Mode, which was uploaded 5 years ago. The boy. Rosado proudly shares that he beat the game on a difficulty 50 times easier, which made Kanzu's brain implode. That version had tweaks to the levels, drop rates, and even essences. He asks again what difficulty level Kanzu used and can barely manage to answer 50. The boy. Rosado laughs and says it was still difficult, but the best player beat him 15 times, while the average was around 60. Back in the real world, the boss asks his secretary if they secured the computer. She confirms that not only was it taken, but all traces of it were erased from his memory. Then, the boss asks about the man. She reports that he is average in all areas except when it comes to games. The boss finds it impressive that a guy like that has managed to surpass Oriel Gabus's legacy. He adds that the world building in the game was phenomenal, but the servers were shut down 5 years ago because nobody could clean it up. The old man says it wasn't a failure because our son overcame it, but now he's curious to know how far someone like him can go. Kanzu realizes that his conversation with the pink-haired boy ended up being much more useful. More than expected. Remember that the boy asked him what food he missed the most, and Kanzu answered without hesitation that it was hot soup with rice. It's the most efficient meal I've ever made, and looking back, the pink man really helped to relieve some of the stress. Now, looking at the screen, she wonders if this space will close on its own once the time is up, but she remembers that the pink-haired boy mentioned that the duration was reduced, from 12 to 7 hours. With that in mind, he decides to search for anything related to the dimensional collapse and opens the trading market. Immediately, he sees tons of players offering information in exchange for money. Without wasting time, filter immediately. Now, the highest paying applications, and he believes this is probably the most efficient way to make a fortune. With years of sweaty gaming experience under his belt, he starts printing money like a human ATM, as he knows the game better than most, and takes full advantage of it. As soon as he posts his own application, a vendor with the same name as him appears. The Picasso impersonator asks him if he's looking for information about the magician in the school. Kanzu had phrased it that way on purpose, thinking that many people would lie about the collapse if he asked directly. Take a seat and confirm that you want to know what the magician is really doing. Picasso. He immediately realizes that what Kanzu wants is information about the collapse, and when. He's asked if the rumors are true, and he denies them. Kanzu asks for the source, but the guy says it's from his superiors, so Kanzu offers even more money, which works like magic. The boy explains that Terratane Academy specializes in dimensional magic, and the headmaster wants to conduct an experiment in the labyrinth. It's not dangerous, but it requires fewer people in the labyrinth, so the school spread false rumors to keep explorers away. Kanzu asks if it's really okay for him to tell all this, but the guy downplays it and says he's only there for the money. He adds that the royal family will soon put an end to the rumors because, at least, explorers means fewer magic stones. Satisfied. Kanzu offers to finalize the payment, but the man refuses the additional charges, saying that he was too harsh on a fellow fan. This makes Kanzu realize that this man is so settled that he no longer even cares about money. so it's no surprise that he knows all these little details. Our boy grasps the idea that it doesn't matter how difficult the other person was when they won the game. This world is no longer just a game, it's reality. It is governed by brutal rules where only the fittest survive, and right now he is just a rookie. He smiles even though it's still a very long way off as he feels the excitement wash over him. Remember the data dumps he sold to all those players and the years it took them to get there, where they are. It's encouraging that the idea of falling behind hasn't even crossed their minds. Meanwhile, in the real world, the boss looks at Kanzu's achievements in disbelief and says the kid is completely crazy. He's one of the few who made it to the second floor on his first career, despite being given absolute garbage to work on. Statistics don't make sense to someone who has only been playing for 3 months. The secretary suggests that perhaps she simply got lucky. But the old man disagrees, as if it were just luck. There must be more cases like this. He insists that this is an atypical case, one that goes beyond the normal pattern and is one of those rare moments when the impossible becomes reality. Remember the time Kanzu crawled over 15 kilometers and defeated a vampire with no health? It proves it even more. He looks at the background and sees that Bjorn's growth rate is so ridiculous that even the moderator noticed. It reminds him of when everyone called the game a failure. But the developer stood firm and said something strange. Even if just one person approved it correctly and it was submitted, that would be enough to shift the balance. Back in the other world, Bjorn slowly opens his eyes. Only 13 seconds have passed in real time, but he realizes that during that window he is completely vulnerable. But he believes that the ghost hunters exceeded expectations and proved to be a solid source of information. Completely annihilated, he decides to crash and face the man in the morning. The following afternoon, he marches through the city with all his barbarian gear, wondering if this really isn't a dimensional collapse. What exactly is going to happen? He decides to run at full speed. Today, but she can't help thinking the parade looks ridiculous. At that moment, Baldy stops him and tells him to play the part correctly in front of the crowd, which he does. Bjorn mutters that maybe they shouldn't have hired a barbarian in the first place. He ends up walking over 6 kilometers in the summer heat while listening to the bald dogs barking incessantly. However, the man seems happier than ever and says he has never received this kind of attention before, promising a generous reward. He tells Bjorn to enjoy the banquet and leaves to meet the Earl. Meanwhile, the guests glance sideways at the barbarian and whisper about whether it's safe to leave him unattended. Our boy starts to sweat a little, until a uniformed man approaches and praises him for his work while telling him to take it easy until the man returns. Our boy asks why the guy doesn't mingle with the nobles, and he replies that he used to be an explorer, so he's not welcome among their crowd. Our boy asks his name, and the man introduces himself as Carl's, with whom Bjorn starts to click because he has no arrogance. That the majordomo can learn a thing or two from him, but speaking of, the devil, the bald potato, reappears and immediately begins scolding them to sit down. Carl silences him and informs him that he told Bjorn to rest. But the bald pest won't let it slide and orders our hero to stand up, worried about how the others will look. Bjorn tries to joke around, but the fellow keeps barking, and he starts to wonder if the reward is worth this headache. He decides he'll do what the bald man wants, since it's just for today. Upon putting on the helmet, he declares himself a savage barbarian and launches a huge war cry that stuns everyone around him. The baldy yells at him, asking what the hell he's doing, and our guy casually replies that he just felt like screaming. Upon seeing the food, he lunges and begins to devour her like a true savage, leaving the majordomo frozen in his place. The guests look at him with interest, and the butler's mood begins to change as more people gather. He even starts to smile. But our boy suddenly grabs him by the shoulder and says very seriously that he wants to crush his skull. The guy starts sweating profusely and laughs nervously, asking if it's some kind of joke. But Bjorn looks him straight in the eyes and says he wasn't joking at all. The bald potato begins to panic as it recalls the story of Bjorn, and he instantly concocts a flimsy excuse and flees. Meanwhile, Carl watches the majordomo run off shamelessly, laughing his head off. Bjorn notices and thinks that perhaps this banquet is finally starting to get entertaining. After filling his face a little more, some nobles. They begin to approach, and some strange noble girls ask if they can touch his arm. He obliges with a push-up, and they all squeal as they run their hands over his veiny arms. The other nobles join in to ask him to shout as before, and Bjorn doesn't disappoint when he goes into opera mode and lets out a roar that makes a couple of old nobles cry. The requests keep coming in, and Bjorn starts to feel like a walking, talking pet. The guards nearby begin to complain of jealousy and make unpleasant comments. Our boy finds out about their comments and starts to get angry, but at that moment the man appears and takes him for a walk. The man displays him like a prize trophy, parades him proudly among the crowd, and even introduces him to the Viscount, who has already heard about the little Vulcan and wonders what he is doing there. Bjorn replies that he is repaying the man for a personal favor, which impresses the Viscount. The man takes advantage. The entire situation compels him to repeat the written lines with a proud smile. The Viscount finds Bjorn's sense of duty admirable, while silently despairing at the fact that he has 3 more of these exhausting encounters and greetings ahead of him. Even so, the outcome isn't bad, as his fame stats skyrocket due to all the exposure. Once finished, during the introductions, he assumes the role of entertainer and begins bending metal bars while the crowd gets lost. At that moment, a familiar paladin appears and greets the man, surprised to find Bjorn in the middle of the crowd. The man finds it interesting that our hero knows the captain, but Krovitz humbly says he is not worthy of such a title, though the surrounding nobles disagree, while Bjorn begins to wonder why on earth a paladin captain was picking up corpses. The captain tells him it could happen at any moment and offers his support, recalling the impressive favor Bjorn once did for them. This takes the man by surprise, who begins to look at our boy with an enthusiastic expression. About 30 minutes later, the Earl finally arrives and the Baron hurries Bjorn, telling him that the Earl is dying to meet him, although this gives him a strange feeling. The Earl greets him enthusiastically, shaking his hand with a broad smile, while Bjorn finds it odd that an Earl would be so friendly with a barbarian. The Earl jokes that perhaps it's time to start calling him Great Vulcan. Then, out of nowhere, he announces a great idea. He's planning a sparring event between trainees. Nighttime, and asks if she wants to participate. Everyone around her begins to whisper, clearly eager, to watch the barbarian fight while Bjorn remembers the reward for winning his 2 million. It consists of stones and a numbered object called a Garpa necklace. This thing can create random substances with a crystal. And just like the frost ring, it also has a special event hidden inside. Although he has sensed that something bad is on the horizon, he crushes it. That anxiety, as if trying to escape from everything. The only ending to the wait is bad. He admits that. He's nervous, but he realizes he needs to accept his fears and move on. The man asks him how strong he is and says he'd better not lose, while Bjorn simply replies that 10 seconds is all he needs to crush some skulls. The major dome almost. He faints at that, while the man laughs and promises to double the reward if he wins. With a new fire burning beneath him, Bjorn gets up and says he'll do his best. Later, one of the knight apprentices approaches, and they start talking about how arrogant he is for, say, 10 seconds, while our boy recognizes this punk as the same guy who mocked his little Bjorn. The other gentleman tries to intimidate him with empty threats, and Bjorn instantly remembers him as the one who insulted his pride. The orange-haired gentleman starts adding his own nonsense. But Bjorn interrupts him and asks if everyone has brain damage. Then he calls them cowards for conspiring against a guy, saying that even small warriors would show more guts. The knights try to save face with some lighting, but Bjorn retorts that they have no honor. He raises his voice to the crowd and shouts that a group of knights are bullying a fellow participant before the matches. The growing crowd begins to murmur as the knights go berserk and yell at him that, "Be quiet." Everyone's gossiping about how awful it is that gentlemen would do something like that when they seem to want to. They disappear. Finally, they walk away in shame, while Bjorn stands tall and declares that he will reason with them later. Sometime later, the duels begin and a knight's arm flies off. He is pleasantly surprised at the aspiring gentleman. They have taken the bait, and he begins to smile like a child who finds ice cream when he sees his favorite punching bag, the one who insulted his little barbarian. The orange leader tries to act nobly, vowing to fight with honor, but Bjorn interrupts him with a wild war cry that drives the entire crowd wild. The announcer starts the fight, and the knight immediately displays impressive skill with several swords, which momentarily confuses Bjorn. It still blocks all attacks with ease, smiling because he has truly become a real barbarian, but she understands that she mustn't underestimate him. The knight. He goes for his throat, but Bjorn throws his head back like a pro. The Knight of Fraud is taken by surprise when Bjorn activates his snatch ability, Wild, which increases its threat level, with their promise to end the game in less than 10 seconds fresh. In his mind, he shouts to the knight who is approaching him correctly since there is still a lot of time left, which scares him a lot. While Bjorn's Savage Blast ability increases his threat level, it doesn't directly affect humans. Even so, if someone is scared enough, he will cower, and if he is brave, he will be emboldened with even more fighting spirit. Our boy is curious to see which way this is going in the case of Sylvania, and it turns out to be the second. Bjorn silently wishes he had a shield right now as Sylvania enters, trying to cut his arm with a sword. But the attack barely breaks the skin. The redhead stares in disbelief, and Bjorn states the obvious. It's too much. Weak, while casually drawing his sword. Her arm, a few drops of blood splash onto Sylvania's face. The redhead tries to save face by calling it a dirty trick, while Bjorn wonders what exactly it is. He's done something wrong. Something must be seriously wrong with that guy's head. Bjorn reminds him of his earlier promise that the next time they meet, he'll finally fix any brain damage he has. Then, naturally, he grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground with one hand. Since there's something wrong with his head, he realizes the barbaric solution is obvious and punches him right in the face. Later, at the medical store of Bjorn, he asks the priestess if Sylvania is dead. She says no, but adds that perhaps he could have restrained himself a little. Bjorn maintains that he only used his hand and not even his axe. He didn't expect a single blow to knock the loser unconscious. The priestess is clearly upset and says it wasn't just a knockout. He hit him so hard that some cerebrospinal fluid literally leaked out. Bjorn silently enjoys giving him a taste of barbaric stupidity. Suddenly, Sylvania wakes up and asks where she is, swearing she was on her way to the duels. The priestess calmly explains that she probably lost some memory due to the wound and that she will return soon because she has already healed her. Physically, while the redhead thanks him, Bjorn casually, he approaches her and asks if she really doesn't remember anything. Sylvania nervously says no and tells him to stay back because she's not enjoying this at all. Bjorn realizes he's not lying and says he'll leave, but first he wants the boy to do something. He asks Sylvania to repeat the same words she once used to mock him. The moment those words leave her mouth, everything falls into place. Her memory returns instantly. But Bjorn doesn't stop there. He towers over him with utter intimidation, and Sylvania immediately withdraws and begins to beg for mercy. Bjorn considers it a great victory. As far as he's concerned, it simply fixed brain damage that even the priestess couldn't. Then, the man. He asks where she's been, saying he's been looking everywhere. Bjorn. He shrugs and says he only went to check on the gentleman. The man seems surprised, considering it was Sylvania who attacked him first. Bjorn casually mentions that if he were in the labyrinth, he would have used an axe. Honestly, he never thought knights would be so gentle. Surprisingly, the male agrees and says it's actually his fault for slacking off. During training, our boy asks if it's really okay to go crazy when the opponents are from different families. Nobles, but the man assures him there's no problem. In fact, he says that's the whole point of these events and that nobody cares even if someone dies. And if it ever becomes a problem, he can easily cover it up. All Bjorn needs to do is focus on winning, and the more unhinged he acts, the more the count will be entertained. Upon hearing this, our boy promises to crush everyone's skulls without holding back. Next, the announcer announces the upcoming fight between Bjorn Jandel of the Martin Baron family and Sir Corton of the Sophia Baron family. Bjorn feels that luck is on his side today since he has another member of that idiotic trio lined up. The announcer signals for the match to begin. Corton begins to ramble about the shame and how he won't easily break down after what Bjorn did to Sylvania. But before he can finish his noble monologue, Bjorn delivers a clean blow and crushes his skull, ending the fight in less than 3 seconds. It lets out a roar that shakes the sand, and the audience loves it. They start singing he calls himself Night Slayer, as if he were a legendary gladiator. Seeing how much people enjoy watching skulls get crushed, Bjorn silently wonders who the real savage is. In the semifinals, he gives the crowd a new move, a spine fold, launching his opponent into the air and hitting his back with his knee. Even so, he's a little disappointed. The last idiot of the trio wasn't his rival, so he missed out on Bjorn's special physiotherapy. Even funnier, every person who loses to Bjorn now begs the priestess to convert them to his faith. The man, delighted beyond words, asks where he learned that last move. Bjorn says he just wants to rest before the next round, so the old man leaves him alone. With only one opponent remaining, our boy figures it must be the knight's apprentice from Count. Indeed, the announcer announces the final match, Sir Albatross on the Count's side against Bjorn of the Men. As they face off, they exchange brief greetings. Bjorn had already analyzed him during their previous match. He possesses the essence of a great orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops. A fairly standard combination of brute force. He tells Bjorn everything he needs to know about what kind of man the Count is. Albatross asks you where Bjorn's team is, and Bjorn casually explains that he felt uncomfortable, so he left. That response really puts Albatross at ease. Maybe this fight isn't so one-sided after all. The announcer tells them to start, and Albatross invites him to attack, but Bjorn knows exactly what he's trying to do. Activate. Gigantification and wild outburst at the same time, and at the moment. When Albatross sees him, he freezes. Then he enters, panics and leaves, running like a small child running out of the field. The announcer declares him disqualified, but Albatross begs to redo it, claiming it was a mistake. The Count interrupts with a disgusted expression and asks how much longer he intends to humiliate his house. Meanwhile, Bjorn wonders if perhaps using the gigantification was too much. Meanwhile, at home, she becomes obsessed with the idea that becoming stronger is the only way to get everything she wants. Teresha enters his room and asks him if he's okay, and Erwin responds by asking her, "Why do you think?" That? Teresha says it's because she was talking to herself, but Erwin interrupts her, saying that she is busy talking to her spirits and that they can talk later. After leaving Erwin's room, Teresha believes she must be the only one in town who doesn't know about the little Vulcan, so it would be good to tell him. But this obsession has made her much stronger. In a short time, Erwin contracted 4 spirits and awakened 3. She has also improved her archery, martial arts, and dagger skills. Now she can even hunt 7th-rank monsters on her own. Teresha decides that she shouldn't say anything since Erwin is progressing rapidly. Then she wonders if this growth could be due to his essences. She takes the compilation of low-level essences and sees that she's right as the 3 increase their obsession stat, explaining their behavior. She thinks it's not worth eliminating a fragrance just to erase its side effects and plans to wait for a better one. Now that she knows the cause, she believes she can keep things under control, but while trying to sleep, she fears what would happen if Erwin finds out about Bjorn before they can fix his essence. At 2 a.m, Bjorn finally returns to the city. He thinks it's always worthwhile to carry out the noble's mission since they paid him well for just 1 day's work. The man was impressed and told her she could ask for help at any time. Conde, however, seemed disappointed and said he would contact him when he was better prepared, asking him to reject the applications of other nobles until then. Count seemed willing to do anything to change things his way, so Bjorn agreed. She still can't believe she got the necklace so easily, considering she was never able to get it in the game. Bjorn feels he's been too lucky lately, so now he even breathes cautiously. The next morning, our boy receives a wave of requests from different nobles, but he is forced to reject them all thanks to the Count. He still couldn't understand what that guy was thinking, but the look in his eyes definitely shook him. However, what really worries him is not knowing the reason why a nobleman would want something from a barbarian. Bjorn decides he will delve deeper into this at the next community meeting, especially since it's the last month he's helping Raven with her research. When he asks her who he will help today, she seems nervous. When the old man suddenly appears. Upon seeing him, Bjorn becomes annoyed and tells Raven that when she said older, he wasn't expecting an actual old person. The girl. The blonde apologizes, saying the old man was too stubborn to shake off, while the magician casually adds that there's no reason to be. Tense, Bjorn still believes he paved his way, and indeed, the old man reveals that he only wanted to see if his magic tool could detect an evil spiritual soul or not. Faced with this, our boy realizes he needs to calm down and prepare for the worst. And to avoid any suspicion, he acts surprised by the magical part of the tool rather than the evil spirit part. Then he wonders if the device is really safe, considering all the failed experiments Raven has already put him through. The old man is annoyed and asks if Bjorn doesn't trust him while reminding him that he is a big problem at the Altemian school. Then she assures him that there is no danger because Raven herself will demonstrate firsthand that it works. Upon hearing that, Raven seems disturbed, but the old man dismisses it as if it were nothing. She replies that she only thinks it's necessary to check the formulas. Bjorn watches them argue and figures the disciple will obviously side with his master, so he can't trust either of them. But the old man's face says even he isn't entirely sure, which only proves that he probably. It doesn't work. Convinced that no such tool exists, our guy figures that if someone actually made one, then the old man probably tricked him into being the first. Test subject. And if he tries to back down now, he'll fall straight into the old man's trap. So he takes the L and decides to try. The old man asks our boy what he plans to do, and he adds that it is not dangerous and will only take 5 minutes. Accept a try. But suddenly the old man seems nervous and asks if he's really sure. Already suspicious, he asks what he means by that, and the old man backs away, saying he was only worried it might be dangerous, but now he thinks it's fine. Our boy reminds him that he only agreed because Raven would check it out and says he needs to hurry because he wants to sleep after this. Once Bjorn leaves, Raven turns to the old man and asks him what he was trying to do. The old man shrugs and says it might have seemed odd, but it was just an old chair. Raven looks at him and asks if he really isn't going to explain, especially after she played along, when she finally... Raven responds, asking if he truly believed Bjorn was an evil spirit, and if that's why he asked about it. The labyrinth the other day. The old man tells her to calm down, but she presses him again, wanting to know if he no longer has any doubts. He admits he was wrong. Raven says she understands why he had doubts. He's pretty silly, but she still. He demands to know why the test was done that way, instead of informing the police. The old man says that if he had done it, Bjorn could have died. Then he leaves, saying he's tired. Raven is stunned. She always thought he needed a living evil spirit for his experiments, but now she has no idea what the mad scientist is after. Meanwhile, Bjorn arrives at his room and collapses onto the bed, thinking it was a very strange moment. She wonders why the old man seemed so shaken, but decides it's not worth worrying about. Then, out of nowhere, Misha enters his room and asks him if he is asleep. At first he's surprised until he remembers that he gave him a key. Being a true man of culture, he takes her hand, pulls her closer, and tells her he needs her for the night. Misha is nervous, but before her thoughts get too heated, he tells her to help him write some letters since he has to reply to the nobles. She asks if it's okay to send letters to nobles like these, as it could cause problems. He says he's fine, while writing that he's too busy, and that they should find another barbarian. The cat girl writes, asking our boy to tell her about yesterday. At the team's regular meeting, Hikarat asks why Bjorn isn't answering, but he tells him to wait as he's still thinking. There are only 10 days left before the labyrinth opens. And the dwarf announces that he will not join this time because, if a dimensional collapse really does occur, everyone will be dead anyway. Dualki and Rod Miller share the same opinion. Misha then asks our guy what he plans to do. Bjorn believes he could convince them with what he knows, but it doesn't make sense, because this way is better for him. You can use the break to level up, and since you still can't say everything, you'll just take Misha. Our guy says it's all arranged. This time it'll just be the two of them. Misha is surprised, but Bjorn asks her if she really thought he'd go alone. She hesitates, so he tries to emotionally blackmail her, saying he'll go alone if she's worried. But Misha responds by saying that maybe he should have asked her first, or spoken more kindly. Then Bjorn appropriately asks him to. He goes with her, and she says there's no way she'd let him go alone. He's a little surprised at how easily it worked out. Bjorn announces that it's all settled, and this time, it's just him and Misha. The next day, word spreads that the royal family has denied the rumors of a breakup, blaming to the magic school of spreading lies. Hikarad bursts into Bjorn's room and says they can now go to the labyrinth, because it's safe, but Bjorn rejects them, saying she accepted an offer and slams the door in their faces. Hikarad. Misha asks, "When did you accept a request?" And he casually admits he was just making an excuse. Then he tells her the truth. This time he plans to go all in on the breakup. She asks, "How's that going to work? And did you find out anything at the library?" He says it's something like this. He asks why he's keeping it a secret and says it would be better if they all went together. Bjorn. He asks her if she has told anyone about the ice ring or her contract with the spirit beast. She replies no, since he told her to keep it in. Secret. Then she asks what would happen if Hikarad were told the same thing. She says he'd probably spill the beans the moment he got drunk. Ask for Dwalki or Rothmiller. She says she's not sure about Rothmiller but Dwalka. I would definitely let it slip away by mistake. The boy believes he actually shares the same opinion that Rothmiller could keep it a secret, but he would definitely wonder how Bjorn found out, and that would cause problems. Misha understands what he means and asks him why he's telling him. Bjorn believes there are a few reasons why she doesn't easily share secrets, and she's such a terrible liar that if she did, he'd know immediately. But instead of explaining all that to her, he simply tells her that he is someone she can trust. Her face turns red when she hears that, and he pretends to act proud. Bjorn knows he'll be incredibly busy preparing when there are only 8 days left before the maze opens. The next day, the two go out to buy enchantments and other expensive supplies, everything paid for from their shared account. On the 7th day, Bjorn activates his level 4 seal, boosting his stats and allowing him to stay in giant form for much longer. Time. Misha asks him if she can go to the library, and he sarcastically asks her if she knows how to read. At the library, Lengna casts a basic spell on both of them. When Bjorn asks her why she's using that one instead of the usual one, she says the other spell is something she does especially for him, so he can't use it in front of the others. Our guy says he should have told her privately, and Lengna turns to Misha and tells her to forget everything she heard. They both stare at her, clearly shocked. On the 5th day, Bjorn visits Reiben for the last time. She tells him not to die there, and she asks if he wants to get his tower pass back. She tells him to keep it and visit her if he ever needs help. Finally, on the big day, Bjorn gives some advice to the novice barbarians, who thank him for it. Hikurot. He jokes that they are lucky to have a mentor like him, but Bjorn says he simply pointed them in the right direction. He warns the dwarf to always be suspicious of overly friendly people, and the dwarf responds by asking if he really seems that naive. Rod Miller says they're going in, and when they ask if the others will join, Misha replies that they are just waiting for their client, and then the three of them. They go through the portal. After half an hour, the portal shrinks, and Misha asks if they're not going in yet, but Bjorn tells him. He says to wait a little longer since the delay will double your experience. Then he realizes that veterans don't like rookies because they simply don't listen. Suddenly he signals him to move, and they land on the 1st floor right in front of the 2nd floor entrance. Misha is stunned and asks how it's possible, and Bjorn gives her a brief explanation. Her brain freezes. Mid-thought, he admits that he can't explain it well either, and that he simply knows how to use it. She says she feels bad for Rod Miller because if he finds out about this shortcut, all his hard work of scouting will seem pointless. And Bjorn. He agrees that Rod Miller would get depressed because he takes his role too seriously. They are transported to a stone desert on the 2nd floor, and Bjorn curses his luck. He knows he needs to head east to reach the beast's lair in search of the magic crystal, which means they will have to retreat. They travel east for 2 days killing. Monsters on the road. Misha complains about having collected all the magic crystals, and Bjorn silently thinks that things would be much easier if Dwalki were around to help. Soon Misha sees people approaching and asking them what they should do. Bjorn isn't sure, but he assumes it's a group doing a fast run. Seeing how quickly they've gotten here, a team runs past. Misha notices their expensive equipment. She wonders if such sophisticated gear is needed to open shortcuts, but Bjorn tells her not to envy them and promises that one day they too will reach that level. She asks him if he really believes that, and he thinks it makes sense since she's been dressed as an adventurer, so he doesn't know yet. Misha then tells him that he talks about great achievements as if they're nothing and asks if it's because he's a barbarian. He asks if she's making fun of him. He does, but she nudges him, and says that he really likes that attitude of his. Bjorn gets a little nervous and thinks that sometimes she's too direct. Then she wonders under her breath if she's turning into a barbarian or something. As they advance, the explorers begin to comment on Bjorn's large, bulky figure and his magical backpack. They'd caught him off guard, not expecting how suspicious it must look to have elites like them still loitering around the 1st floor entrance. Seeing him laugh, Misha asks him what's so funny, and he finds himself thinking about when he was saved only by the pity of the elite explorers. She also wonders how Erwin is doing since he was her first partner. At that time, he spots an ugly guy who gives him a nasty look, and that makes Bjorn feel like his jealousy is practically stabbing him. The guy really scares him, so he tells the redhead to just sculpt whatever he wants to say, but the guy immediately apologizes because it's hard to keep a straight face when a 6'6" Hulk starts looming over. Misha grabs Bjorn's arm and asks him what's making him so nervous, making him feel like a gangster trying to act tough in front of his wife. Still suspicious, Bjorn asks the guy to say his name, and indeed the NPC says it's Hans. Bjorn calls him a liar at first, but the boy explains that his name was Hans and he changed it because it was too basic. That explains why Bjorn felt like trash when he was around him, and advises the rookie to make sure he never becomes a dirty Hans. Suddenly the whole ground shakes, and Bjorn realizes that the rift has opened, who grabs Misha and runs towards her at full speed. She starts to panic because this thing shouldn't have opened for another 3 days, which means someone must have manually activated it, just like he had planned to do it, wondering. If it was a player who did it, drag Misha along and charge at Leroy Jenkins directly towards the portal. Inside the snowy area, a trio of explorers greet him with big smiles along with a grumpy old man. Bjorn introduces himself as Misha, but changes his name to Michelle. She looks confused for a second before realizing and putting on the worst poker face ever. Bjorn tells him he's a solid tank, while the Yaniza girl says she's a scout with the essence of a goblin archer, and the harmless guy claims he's just your average frontline soldier. Judging by their appearance, our hero believes they are probably second or third level explorers. He's a little worried that they look like beginners. But it makes sense, since no true professional would reach the breaking point until it naturally opens up every 5 or 6 months. Then one of them forced it open, while the other two were lucky. Putting that aside, Bjorn can't help but be suspicious of the extra hairy man who casually mentions using the comically large crossbow strapped to his back. Then the guy calls Bjorn rude for not introducing himself first, and tells him he's actually a 5th rank. Bjorn tries to question him, hoping to find out who opened the breach, but the guy, he just turns all the questions around. Their little exchange leaves Bjorn wondering if a goalkeeper like that can really survive alone without a team, but its aura is heavy enough to do so. Convincing. The sweaty loser and the girl explorer, on the other hand, aren't hiding much, and it's clear what they are. Still curious about who caused the breakup, our guy silently vows to find the imposter as if he were right there among us. Once they settle the division of the loot and everyone is satisfied, the group forms and continues. Onward. Along the way, they encounter a jetty that terrifies them. Janisa, but Bjorn turns to the nervous Girl Scout and explains that the right path is always of the monsters. Without wasting any time, Bjorn tells the doctors to stay. He goes back, but Berman humiliates him and tells him to hold his beer while he pulls out that monstrous crossbow and fires with ridiculous force. Even so, the jetty manages to block it and avoid a shot. After that, Berman casually tells the others to wrap it up, surprising Bjorn with how seriously he takes sharing the workload. Our guy attacks, going head-on against the jetty, even though it's not a weak monster, so both rookies are already praying for their lives. While Bjorn keeps his focus, he yells at Misha, or rather at Michelle, which creates a brilliant backflip to score points, style before making the jetty brutally wish number. To have eyes once it's over. With the jet die, Bjorn makes the conceited middle-aged man boast that his cat is a great fighter, so whoever the imposter is, they had better prepare to be exposed. As they delve deeper, they encounter a pack of ice wolves, and most of the heavy transport falls on Bjorn and Misha. Berman still manages some impressive hits, even if his oversized crossbow only targets one enemy at a time. Since no one really claims the leadership role, Bjorn simply takes the right turn every time because he memorized the map and burned it into his brain after years of sweaty gameplay. As he moves through the dungeon, he begins to suspect that the imposter could be an NPC with a high IQ or a player pretending to be stupid for unknown reasons. When they go downstairs, he realizes that the imposter didn't bother to grab the secret item inside the pillar. Imagine him sliding it along the way back as if it were nothing special. Carlson and Yanessa are distracted by how beautiful the cave looks, and the girl asks about the huge shining pillar in the middle. She touches it and pretends to be surprised to see that it shines because Berman assumes that this is probably a goal and that a couple of monsters might appear and unlock the next path. That assumption makes Bjorn suspicious, but he still doesn't call the Mafia about Berman, mainly because Berman is very wrong about the monster couple. Suddenly the whole floor shakes as the boss is summoned, just before he appears. He arrives, a horde of bloodthirsty, icy wolves as if they had been waiting to spoil the party. Berman is frozen, clearly unprepared for so many enemies. Yanessa instantly panics, so Bjorn suggests setting up a shelter near the stairs where it's easier to get around. They manage to defend themselves. They take out the first wave of 20 wolves, but in the second round, a group of saber-toothed tigers nearly tears Misha through. One of them tries to flank Bjorn, but is even more surprised when an ice golem appears with a nasty cumulative debuff that melts players. And it's ignored. Instantly, he switches to full Baljala mode and crushes him as if he'd insulted him to his ancestors. Then the mutated Yeti mini-boss Frost Lord Katumba appears and casts a suppression ability. Bjorn immediately recognizes him from his many fights with raiders like Amelia, Yaneza, and Carlson frees in the middle of the fight, but Misha bites his tongue to break the effect while Bjorn remains, there without being affected, thanks to its top-level resistance. With all his strength, Salta steps forward shouting, "Baljala!" directly at the child. Big, and Misha is already annoyed when he warns her to stop being so bold. She ends up abandoning the monsters chasing her just to back him up anyway. The mini-boss lets out his nasty, icy breath that chills Bjorn to the bone, but he's no small, fragile thing. From the Belucho, he pierces the cold and strikes the Yeti's skull with his mass. The mutated beast roars and tries to counterattack, but Bjorn roars louder to assert his dominance and then delivers a firm, remorseless slap to his face. He continues, hitting him from side to side as if he were the school bully, and the Yeti hadn't given him money for lunch. At that moment, a voice tells him to run if he values his life. Berman. He loads his crossbow with a skill called hazardous material, and the moment he lets go, the lightning bolt streaks through the air with a dark and menacing aura. It strikes right in the eye because, of course, it's always the eye. When the boss crumbles, Bjorn is very surprised to notice that the ability also fries nearby enemies. His theory that he was a single target burst damage dealer goes down the drain when he sees that the guy was hiding an A or E ability. It rotates constantly. With Berman's help, our duo eliminates 9 complete waves. Monsters and 2 essences fall sooner than expected. Berman politely tells the rookies that they can choose. First, but Bjorn intervenes and tells them they are free to choose the Ice Wolf after attracting the attention of the Yetis. Carlson acts angry for a moment, but that quickly disappears the moment Bjorn gives him his look. Angry like a cave woman, Misa congratulates him on the fire, but he corrects her, saying that reality is for her. She nervously moves her thumbs and asks all the innocent bystanders how they expect her to pay, since essences aren't exactly cheap. Bjorn. He goes blank for a second, wondering how evil she thinks he is. That's because the essence of the Yeti is no joke. It increases affinity for the cold and offers some top-tier stats. Even better, they obtained the rare blue-level version with a powerful active ability that triggers the user's cold affinity. Well, Bjorn believes she might be too far below his level to unleash all her potential. The cat girl grabs him and comes to him, begging him to stop, to torture her and simply tell her what he wants in return. He gently tells her that he only charges temporary members of the group and that since he plans to stay with her for a long time, she doesn't owe him anything. Misa is stunned and completely thrilled after he adds that she should stop doubting if he also plans to stay by her side forever. She tells him to fuck off and finally absorbs the essence, which makes her feel weird instantly. Then Bjorn asks the rookie duo what they chose. They just give creepy little smiles and say they're just passing by. To both of them, which makes him suspicious as to why 2 complete beginners would waste such a precious item. The guy says that an essence of the Ice Wolf wouldn't suit him. Okay, but Bjorn answers and asks what he knows about the Ice Wolves. The cub says it's just a 9th rank drop and believes something better will appear later. That sets off a silent alarm in Bjorn's head, but he refrains from pointing the finger for the moment. And instead he turns his attention to Yensa. She too refuses, saying that removing the essences is very expensive. Bjorn agrees, which wouldn't fit a swordswoman like her anyway. Even so, he finds the situation annoying because he was prepared to rule them out as suspects, but now that neither of them has agreed, he can't decide who's the mafia member. He's even starting to doubt whether they're all on the same team, while Yensa asks if it's finally over. At that moment, the ceiling collapses, and Misha screams while pointing at something rapidly approaching. A huge ice wolf falls from above in Bjorn. He immediately recognizes him as Tarun Boss, the final boss, even though the fight was supposed to happen much later. It's late, but the boss is apparently getting impatient, and instantly unleashes a blast of ice in their direction. Before they can react, the ground begins to crack, and Misha nervously calls out to Bjorn, but it's too late. The entire group falls through the ice and plunges into the 3rd chapter of the breakup, Bjorn. He emerges from the icy water with a stifled scream and begins to curse. The horrible reality patch that the developers added. Because in the game you would simply teleport to the next stage with some loss of health, but here they were beaten up and then thrown down a waterfall. Bjorn groans when he finally understands why his health has fallen to this level and complains that after all, every part of him hurts. Of his body. Misha calls him in a panic, and he assures her that he's fine, before asking, through her as the novices emerge from the icy water. Admin calls everyone to the fire he lit, and Misha is surprised to see him carrying firewood everywhere. He shrugs and says it's obvious for a lone traveler, which Bjorn silently agrees with. Even so, the novices tremble like broken vibrators and complain that the fire doesn't help. Admin believes it must be some kind of special zone, and Misha remarks that it reminds him of the witch's forest. The muscular man admits that while the cold makes sense, their bodies shouldn't be confined like that. Misha casually adds that she doesn't feel cold anyway since she has stamina, and asks Bjorn if he's cold. He tells her he'll manage, which makes her look confused. So he explains to her that although she is definitely trembling, it doesn't actually hurt. She calls him a stupid barbarian and offers to warm him up, with her body making all. Her face turned bright red as Mr. Bear let out a mocking whistle. Later, they decide the area is safe enough and think it could work as a campsite. However, deep down, Bjorn knows he can't trust anyone else enough to truly sleep. Mr. Bear checks if the other 2 will be all right on their own, and Misha replies that she has her own firewood. She tells him, our hero wants to sleep first, but he stops her, and she tells him she needs to tell him something. He asks if anyone in the group stood out as suspicious, and Misha takes a moment to activate her 2 brain cells and says that there is something bothering her. She triggers the T-spill and reveals very useful information which makes him smile. He praises her sharp eye as she gazes into the fire and finally discovers who is the real imposter, approximately. 6 hours later, they resume their exploration and fortunately only need to follow the main route to reach their goal. Our boy crushes the 8th rank monsters that leap from the ice walls, and Misha doesn't back down either. Lobato blocks a punch and calls out agency, while warning him that punches feel worse here due to the disadvantage of the area. Meanwhile, Bjorn is bothered by their complaints since they aren't even on the front line and could very well disappear because of all the help they offer. A few hours later, they enter a room full of frozen ice orcs, all of them 7th level monsters. Range. The agency nervously asks if they will have to fight them, but Avman, he doesn't waste time. He crosses the eyes with the orcs, and thus they leave their icy prison and begin to charge without giving the group a moment to breathe. Our hero shouts to everyone to get their information and stay calm while the orcs close in. The gap. Reduce your focus. And he admits that while he has no idea what the Mafia is up to, they too are trying to clean up the mess, but he remains vigilant. High anyway. Blocking a powerful blow, he realizes this would be the perfect moment for betrayal. So he decides to hold back his true strength just in case. The rookies narrowly avoid a blow, and Avman asks Misha why she isn't helping her boyfriend, but she simply replies that she's just watching from the sidelines. Avman sees that the rookies are dead weight and intervenes when her body begins to glow and casually summons a real bear taking. Even an airplane with its guard down. Then the bear begins to run through the orcs as if it were just another Tuesday. By observing the beast, he discovers how Avman managed to survive alone all this time. But it also points out that the bear could wipe out all the monsters before the Mafia has a chance to act. Then he switches to plan B and receives a direct hit that sends him flying. Misha runs towards him with a dramatic scream and tears in his eyes when the orc slams him to the ground and she screams his name. But our boy makes a stealthy move, perfectly calculating the blow so that his helmet and regenerative abilities protect his head. Then he leaves the rest to Misha. The rookie shouts to ask if Bjorn is okay and tells him. He shouts at the orc to stop as he rushes forward, but at that moment, an arrow pierces the creature and catches the guy off guard. The ice orc sorcerer attempts to cast a spell, but Misha yells at the rookie to step aside while Avman, he rolls around like a sweaty Warzone player and aims again. The sorcerer summons a wall of ice, but the arrow pierces it like butter and finds its new home right in the orc's skull. Bjorn watches, thinking that the bear type could wipe out the entire field before the Mafia does anything. He curses under his breath that his entire setup could have been wasted. But then a voice interrupts, saying they can leave the act now. Bjorn stiffens as Genzia smiles while using the shift. He dons armor and then activates Beast Ride for maximum stealth, followed by his Vengeance ability, which maximizes the penetration of his attack and causes constant bleeding. With a crooked smile, stabs Avman directly in the stomach and announces that the fallen essence will bring him 30 million stones. Meanwhile, our boy is pleased that the Mafia has finally made its move and has revealed. The bear begins to fade as the summoning collapses. But then a bottle splashes the traitor's face while Michelle yells at Bjorn to get up. Bjorn leaps to his feet and roars with his savage cry that freezes Yensius in place. He unleashes his. She swings the axe at her but barely dodges it and wonders how. Damn, he knew. He tries to reactivate stealth only to find it blocked thanks to that cunning witch's lamp potion from earlier, Bjorn. She hurls insults at him while thinking she should have kept quiet if she didn't want him to discover her abilities. There were many red flags when he asked extremely obvious questions that seemed overly leading, as if he already knew how to clear the area. Bjorn. He had noticed that she continued to pretend to have no idea while he conveniently pointed out the key steps to her. A few hours earlier, Michelle had told him that his smell had changed after they fell into the water. He stank. The den of beasts, which could only mean that the dirt on her boots came from there, making her the prime suspect. Michelle doesn't hesitate and charges at the traitor, trying to finish her off. Genzia manages to dodge again, but ends up colliding with Bjorn, who, without losing the rhythm, he crushes her with his fist and makes her cough up blood. Even so, she manages to stay upright. He stands up and skips away while calling him a piece of trash. Then he is. When our guy realizes that she's a player. However, none of that matters because now she's just a threat. Michelle warns Bjorn when an orc. He approaches from behind, but Bjorn ignores him since the outburst makes him basically untouchable. For now, Even so, they begin to regret it as the thing keeps hitting him on the head, but since he doesn't want to activate the final boss yet, he simply tanks it. Meanwhile, Gensia tries to escape while he's distracted, but Bjorn isn't worried because she has nowhere to go. Clearly. She's a novice if she doesn't know that once the ice orcs awaken, the ceiling collapses and blocks the only exit from this area. She's half closed. His eyes fixed on the fleeing rat, but the orc. She starts singing as she sneaks up behind our guy and begins hitting him on the head again, while Michelle offers to keep her occupied out of pity. The two players face off again, and Gensia suddenly tries to use Tuk no Jutsu, but Bjorn realizes she's just stalling until her revenge ability cools down. In other words, she has no real way to break through his defense, but she tries anyway out of desperation. Bjorn quickly shuts it down while swinging his mace forcefully and breaking his arm, which tears the sword from his hand. Now that she is disabled, he calmly asks her what she was trying to do. He stammers as he tries to think of something, but Bjorn doesn't wait. He hits her in the face with his dough and wonders how he ended up falling into that. Looking at his equipment, he sees that it is clearly designed for direct combat, and consider giving Michelle something. But he believes he'll first have a proper conversation with her before that. Nothing. He hits all her limbs and also forces her to change. A way to also grab her second suit of armor. She begins pleading for her life again, and Bjorn asks her why she went after them in the first place. She says she couldn't risk her identity being leaked and thought it was better. Sure, attack first, but Bjorn continues with a more pointed question and asks him about what opened the rift. Jen admits that the frost heart can only be found in this area, and thought it would be easy since the monsters are only of 8th rank, but something clicks and suddenly he asks her how he knew she was the one who opened it. Bjorn freezes when he realizes he slipped and tries to play dumb. But she begins to sob and begs him to let her go. Laura, because she worked so hard to survive, that only she wanted to go home and apologized repeatedly. She said that. He would never have attacked if he had known that he was a player, and begged him not to kill a real person. Bjorn shouts to himself to say something, but surprisingly he remains calm. He labels her an evil spirit while she begs for her mother, but without saying. One more word, she finishes it as the system marks her achievement. From having killed another player, increasing their mental strength, Bjorn returns through the darkness, trying to figure out what he just did, and if there was even a trace of fear or emotion in him. In the end, none of that really matters, as it was something he simply had to do to survive, and he continues to return to Misha. She asks him where he had gone and says she thought something might have happened. At that moment, the rookie screams for help as he barely blocks a powerful blow from the Lorco and is thrown towards. Back. Bjorn tells Misha that he can now handle the Ice Lorco and suggests he try out his new skill while he does so. She enhances her swords with upgrades and fair play. When the orc is about to turn the guy into sushi, she cuts and severs his hands. Our hero notes that the attack caused frostbite damage, and while his affinity for cold halts regeneration, its greatest strength is the way it slows down enemies. Because the ice orc has resistance, the freezing only extended to its wrists, but a normal monster would have lost movement up to its elbows. He tells her to go for his neck this time, and she charges forward. He plunged his swords into the orc's neck as if he were climbing a mountain. She asks if that was good, and Bjorn agrees since the blow was direct. To his brain. With everything arranged, he asks her if she is ready, and when she says yes, it crushes the orc's head like a hammer, finishing it off with a clean blow and starting the boss fight. The wall. Behind them it begins to crack and shine. And Chief Tarun jumps like a maniac, entering a wrestling ring. Free. Bjorn recalls that this one is almost twice the size of a normal werewolf and has statistics comparable. Carry an ice club with effects of hypothermia, but Bjorn simply shouts that he can still take him down in less than 10 seconds. The beast tries to crush him immediately, but Bjorn easily blocks it. And then he deliberately drops his own weapon. Even the smaller monsters come running in. But our boy pulls out a lightning herb and smiles as he begins to tear apart a lightning scroll because he knows it's weak to. The electricity strikes, a massive lightning bolt hits, instantly paralyzing the large werewolf. Even then, it remains on its guard because the monster has a backup ability that uses its strength to clear the paralysis. However, that doesn't change anything because Misha joins in and starts throwing lightning grenades, forcing the beast to retreat. To turn, but it's already too late because he takes another hit and collapses like a sack of stones. Bjorn looks at the fallen boss and realizes that only 3. Seconds later, it moves to the next phase when they both begin hitting him with lightning weapons. Together, they easily take down the floor boss while the rookie stands there in shock as the essence falls. Misha asks him if he wants her to take this one too, and he tells her they already decided that at the beginning. He He pushes forward and tells her to hurry and absorb him before he disappears. Once he does, Bjorn seems ready to move on, but Admin starts moaning. Pain. Misha is surprised that he's still alive as he asks for a potion. They rush to help and consider using one of the most expensive ones while he tells them to serve it now. Misha does it but sees no change and insists that he continue. And Bjorn quickly guesses that the sword was probably imbued with something that disables regeneration. Then the boy asks for an antidote that Misha. He tries it, but our guy already knows it won't work since it's not poison but a detritus that worsens the wounds, while the rookie panics and yells that the wound isn't healing. Misha. He turns around and tells Bjorn to hand over the higher level potion, but he narrows his eyes at her request. Finally, he hands it over and the wound finally begins to close, while Bjorn remarks that the problem must be serious if even that potion barely worked. He tells the rookie to take it easy and realizes they haven't divided the loot yet. He throws a fat bag to the guy who hesitates to accept it, but Bjorn insists that he didn't get any essence anyway. She also thinks the guy is too nosy and tells him to treat him like money to keep quiet, while Misha smiles at him, but not. He says nothing. Mr. Bear finally wakes up and considers himself lucky, but Bjorn regrets it, since they could have made a huge profit and he wouldn't have survived. The guy offers to pay for the potion, and Bjorn tells him to shell out 5 millions, taking him by surprise since it normally costs 1 million. Our guy just plays dumb and says he must have been scammed before, to which Avmen just smiles and says that the value of an item changes depending on the situation. Since he doesn't have the money right now, it comes with a numbered item as a guarantee. It's a rare piece that essentially grants 3 second chances to die. Bjorn hesitates about taking that instead of the stones, but Avnen interrupts him and says his real name, Taking. Misha caught off guard. She demands to know how he knows that, but he simply says he will never forget what they did for him and leaves. The portal. Misha prepares to go through too, but Bjorn leads her in the opposite direction, telling her there are things he must do. And they venture together into the icy cave. Later, he hands her a bright red crystal, and she asks him if he found it in the ice. He says it's something useful for him, and that it increases the cold affinity statistics of both of them. Misha is confused as our son spreads out the blankets, but says they didn't get enough sleep before, and there's nothing safer than a resolved breakup. Bjorn pretends to be asleep, but remains wide awake as his mind. She paces around, and begins to wonder how things would have gone if she had been there. Alone. There was a moment when he thought the girl might wake up again in the real world, and return. But despite that, he still acted greedily, and wanted the bear man's loot to improve his deal. Spiritual. Now he wonders if he would have finished Naffman off at that moment if Misha hadn't been watching. At that moment, the cat girl snaps him out of his thoughts as she lies down next to him and asks him what he's thinking about. He simply opens his arm and tells her to snuggle up because it's cold, and she happily agrees. The offer. The 2 lovebirds shamelessly cuddle under the starry sky with a cold wind brushing against their faces, and Bjorn ends up unconscious almost instantly. On the 3rd day, they return to the crystal cave where Misha tests his new equipment, cutting through the monsters with hardly any effort. Our boy quickly realizes that it must be a numbered item. That immediately catches his attention, and he asks her if it's very expensive. Then, without missing a beat, he offers it to her. Bjorn gets irritated because he wonders what she thinks of him and says he hasn't even decided if he wants to sell it yet. Misha eliminates the monsters without much trouble and asks them if they are heading to the 2nd floor, to which Bjorn agrees since he still needs more practice. After a few hours at home, Misha mentions that she's getting used to her weapons, but when Bjorn asks her, he steps back and says he'll practice a little more. Then she accuses him of being too lazy to fight, but the look he gives her is enough to straighten her out immediately. Bjorn feels a surge of pride seeing how far she has come, especially because he didn't expect her to grasp another essence so soon. The boss's essence is almost as good as the Yeti's for her, since Gu is a swordswoman who needs that armor penetration ability. It's a set of skills that only become more useful over time, especially when combined with the Yeti's affinity for ice and the need for consecutive attacks or to resist crowd control. He tells her to start chaining her abilities into her fists, otherwise the monsters would instantly die from her weapons. Even with all that advice, the monsters still fall in 1 hit. So he tells him that they will test him properly on the 2nd floor. He imagines that she thought he was going to take a break and starts to say something, but she interrupts him and speaks first, saying there is no easy way. She gives him a smug smile and says they'd better leave, while Bjorn wonders if she's so happy she guessed what he was going to say. But he lets it go and plays along. As they walk, the crystals suddenly begin to glow red, causing Misha to freeze. But Bjorn tells her to relax, as it's just the Lord of the Floor waking up, and she must continue. She feels cheerfully at ease until she finally registers the word, and then he gets scared. But Bjorn puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to calm down. He goes into story mode and explains that they can still sneak out and use the portal while he attends to them like a rag doll to calm their nerves. Finally, he asks who could have summoned him in the first place. Bjorn believes it was done on purpose and thinks there must be a clan trying to take him down, especially because he had sold the information about the apartment owner to the spirit realm. He finds it suspicious that they moved in so soon after only 2 weeks of preparation. Anyway, they finally get to the second floor, and Bjorn feels a little frustrated because the trip took a whole day and he misses having Rod Miller around. He notices that some time has passed since they came here and recalls his past adventure with Einar, which leaves a bitter taste in your mouth when they arise. Memories of the looter. Her mood suddenly drops, and Misha asks her if she really hates this place that much. She admits that she doesn't like it either, but Bjorn, remember that he chose this place because the way to the third floor simply involves going north from here. And since there are 2 that make it easier to summon a Death Knight for a raid, which is perfect for testing how far Misha has come while also gaining some solid experience points. Shortly afterwards, they encounter a pair of death demons, and our guide tells him to attack while he distracts them. The 2 of them scream as they carry Bjorn, taking the lead using his shield to block the first blow while Misha cuts the creatures from behind. 1. The demons of death begin to freeze from the waist up, trapped between the concentrated cold and destruction, freezing while Misha continues. During the assault, the demon screams and summons the undead, causing her to scream at Bjorn. He should be careful, but the zombies that attack him taste his acidic blood, and immediately recoil in agony as their mouths burn. She runs over and asks if he's okay, but notices that his wounds heal instantly. She jokes that he might be a monster, which makes him blush as he tells her he's focused on the battle while secretly wondering what she would think once he level up. Not long after, they manage to defeat the death demons and Misha finally masters his new powers. Later they encounter a chimera wolf with a strong crowd control ability, but Misha only uses his fortification ability to move forward. Bjorn warns her to be careful as it consumes a lot of mana, which she casually ignores. To no one's surprise, a while later she begins to collapse, and Bjorn ends up carrying her by the collar like a grumpy cat and tells the sleeping kitten to take things easy and regain her strength. Sometime later, they camp near some ruins, and Bjorn, he overhears some unexpected explorers chatting nearby, completely unaware that a barbarian is resting there. He thinks that it's best not to bother them since it's almost time to wake Misha up anyway, but then one of the voices stops him in his tracks when they start joking about another barbarian sleeping somewhere and laugh about having stolen his heart. The final straw. The glass arrives when one of them jokes that magicians like fresh ingredients. This sends Bjorn to his breaking point, and he rises in fury, crushing the rock he'd been holding without hesitation. This was something he couldn't ignore, as a precious barbarian baby was involved. Bjorn enters a flashback when he remembers that only a third of the barbarians from his original group managed to get out alive. What bothers him even more is that it wasn't just the monsters that caused those losses. Putting that thought aside, he watches the somber explorers lie down to sleep and begins to wonder what to do. Next, seriously consider eliminating them all on the spot, as that would be the quickest option. And safe, but instead she decides to wake Misha up and tells her that one of the explorers is on guard while the rest sleep. But right at that moment, Bjorn takes a deep breath and lets out a massive scream to the sky, loud enough to wake up. To everyone, Misha is visibly annoyed and asks him why he's suddenly shouting, to which Bjorn simply replies that he felt like it. Then the 2 casually approach the camp as if surprised by the presence of others, but the guy with the hammer quickly warns them not to come any closer. He tells someone named Luis to wake the barbarian. The sleepy barbarian looks around in confusion and asks if they are monsters. When he discovers they are just other explorers, Jaime asks why they woke him up for that. The fat man reminds him that sometimes explorers can be just as dangerous as monsters. But the barbarian shakes his head and says that the man in front of them is unique in his kind, which takes them completely by surprise. The fat one. Then the 2 barbarians go into mode. Total romance ensues, and they embrace him while flexing their muscles. Bjorn introduces himself with a false name as Bjorn, son of Thor, and the rest of the group stares in disbelief, trying to make sense of what they are witnessing. The barbarian Karen announces to everyone to lower their weapons while insisting that Bjorn is not an evil person. The group, he addresses him hesitantly as Bjorn, but he immediately trolls them by telling them they should use their full names since they aren't. Exactly close friends. One of the explorers seems to be about to. He hesitates to give up, but forces a smile and suggests it's better for everyone if Bjorn and his friend leave and let them rest. Bjorn is delighted with the suggestion and says that they too are looking for a place to rest, offering to be companions for the night, which it baffles everyone. The other two seem completely confused, while Bjorn thinks this is just the first course of the meal. The guy with the hammer tells Bjorn to go get his brain checked because people only get annoyed with night co-workers up to the first floor. Bjorn then tilts his head and innocently asks if that means they're rejecting the idea. The man sighs with relief, thinking the matter is finally settled. Closed, but at that moment Bjorn shouts that clearly something is wrong with their heads. He explains that since there are only 4 people, having 2 more would mean everyone could sleep more with the right shifts. Karen's mind explodes with this divine revelation, and she immediately declares it a brilliant and bloody solution. Meanwhile, the guy with the hammer seems to be about to lose the control. The man moves forward slowly and tells Bjorn to get lost, but his words falter when his eyes fall on Misha. He examines her from head to toe and dies of fright, lip before asking him what he thinks. Misha. She gives a playful twist and says she's not too sure, but considering they have a barbarian companion in the group, maybe they're not so bad. She sighs and says that this barbaric jester lost his weapon, so she really can't trust him to stand guard. The man with the hammer pretends to be surprised, and Bjorn quickly spins around a tale that some monster had slithered away with, along with his gear, which the explorers buy without hesitation. Bjorn tells them to decide quickly, and after exchanging a somber glance, they agree to let the two spend the night with them, though their tone hints at something sinister. Later, the explorers tell Bjorn and Misha to get some rest, saying they'll be taking the last shift. The two pretend to sleep together while Misha whispers with a red face, asking if they really have to go through with this, but our guy promises to grant her a wish later if she does. As the explorers begin to approach them with unpleasant smiles on their faces, Bjorn begins to feel their movements and tenses up. Karen is still asleep, which leaves him to assess the situation. He quickly realizes that they intend to eliminate all 3 of them at once, right? Just as the first attacker is about to strike, Bjorn suddenly stretches and lets out a fake yawn. He opens his eyes and greets them while asking if they are hungry too, to which the explorers immediately fake a smile and offer him dried meat. Meanwhile, the hammer guy finishes, for hitting him hard while calling our boy stupid and punching him directly in the head. But then he gets the surprise of his life because he did nothing, and Bjorn coldly asks him. His hand slipped. The guy starts to sweat. He claims it was a mistake, but Bjorn doesn't wait for an explanation and punches him in the face. The second boy watches in complete horror as Braca just says that maybe his own hand slipped too because he was hungry. Karen finally wakes up and asks what's happening while the explorer, in a panic, she yells at Luis to shoot. Karen sees the arrow in the reflection from his axe and barely manages to block it with his arm, then runs towards the fat explorer, and he grabs him by the neck. He screams and demands to know what the hell that was. The fat explorer begs for his life, but the furious barbarian gets nothing. Change. Meanwhile, the last remaining enemy falls when Misha knocks him unconscious with the blunt side of his sword. She admits that at first she wasn't. She was sure of all this, but now she sees that Bjorn was absolutely right when he said that all these guys are second-hand looters. A few moments later, the fat rat begins to skim through his notebook, reading past conversations about how to eliminate barbarians as if it were a hobby. Just when he's about to say something worse, it freezes, but Bjorn calmly asks him why he stopped. Bark. Without waiting, our hero squeezes its hand harder, causing the rat to squeal in panic until a bone crunches and the chubby loser collapses, deciding that survival is better than pride. With tears streaming down her face, she forces herself to read the next line, a quote that says, "Barbarians are worse than monsters and just as foolish." Karen simply blinks in disbelief because she can't process this and asks, "Who dropped that line?" Which turns out to be Victor, but Bjorn is unfazed and tells the rat to keep going. Soon the conversation turns to appearance and the name Misha comes up. Labeled as stupid, but attractive. The note mentions that some of them were unsure whether they should get involved with someone who was apparently sleeping around, with a barbarian, which makes Misha's face turn into a tomato while grabbing the notebook. And keep reading. Her eyes gleam with murder when she discovers it was the hammer guy who said it, and she claims that. This one's yours. The fat rat is visibly trembling as he begins to read another section discussing his plan of action. Apparently he was supposed to eliminate Karen, which leaves the young barbarian completely bewildered. He then looks to Bjorn, confused about what exactly he's supposed to do about it. Before anything else, Once things become clear, Karen suddenly opens up and causes the goalkeeper to experience a case of loss syndrome. Sudden head tilt, while Misha turns the leader's jewels into soup, and he finishes it on the spot. The last guy starts begging as if his life depended on it. Which is so, and Bjorn launches a fake moral test about whether he will now be a good looter. The guy accepts every word that comes out of Bjorn's mouth, but our boy simply grabs its head and unscrews it like a lid from a jar while thinking to himself that the only good looter is the dead man. Karen takes a healing potion, and Bjorn notices that he's being stingy on purpose so that he'll get a scar, which is a true badge of honor. For any barbarian, he tells the boy to take whatever he wants, but Karen hesitates and says she doesn't think he deserves it. He finally decides on a battle axe, and our hero silently approves of the dual-wielding style. They urge him to take more, and he tries to remain humble again before realizing he can sell the rest and call it a day. The day. That makes Bjorn smile as he offers to accompany the boy to the first floor himself. Later in the crystal cave, Karen starts to address him, but Bjorn intervenes and reintroduces himself, causing the young barbarian to almost explode with excitement as he realizes he is talking to the little Vulcan. Karen immediately accepts the above offer and says she will sell the loot to buy the right equipment. Bjorn gives some more fatherly advice on how to become stronger, which fuels the boy's fire. At this time, barbarians are still seen as the weakest race and as prey despite having untapped potential. A thought creeps into Bjorn's head. Perhaps if more skilled barbarians started to appear, the cycle could slowly change, and they would become powerful enough to survive in the long term. I thought it was also in his best interest, since having stronger relatives meant less cannon fodder and more credibility for him. After all, the wizards only gained their reputation thanks to the magic tower. Otherwise, most of them would be nothing more than overconfident whiners. Our son goes into full dad mode and shares all the tips and tricks he has, from equipment to attitude, but suddenly the duo stops dead in their tracks as they witness the monster they have created. Karen has that cold tone in her voice when she states that if her next human companions for the night do anything, it will crush their heads as if cracking a nut. He goes on to say that if he meets another novice barbarian, he will pass on the same lessons, to which Bjorn silently nods, realizing that anyone who crosses paths with him again will be instantly crushed. 2 days later, the duo returns to the land of the dead and Bjorn. He starts to wonder if the Death Knight will appear this time. Misha tries to calm him down, saying that the theory is that a huge tombstone appears on the 7th day where the summoning takes place, but she has no idea if that's true or not. She mentions that not all books are accurate anyway, and suggests he stop acting like a bookworm and go out with someone. She does it more often. Bjorn doesn't miss a beat and asks why it has to be her, which makes Misha blush again. At that moment, they both feel a strange chill run down their spines as a kind of negative aura enters. In action, Bjorn is dying of. His lips part, confirming that the healing is no longer working properly, and a wide smile spreads across his face because that can only mean one thing. The Night of Death is here. The activated grudge ability confirms that the boss started throwing punches as soon as it appeared. Someone else must have been waiting and jumped in, which likely means other players are already fighting. Bjorn believes that, even if it's a race, there are always ways to deal with the competition. Misha gets a little nervous and asks him what he plans to do as they both start running at full speed. Once they arrive, they see a group fighting the Death Knight, and without hesitation, Bjorn bursts in and strikes. The fatal blow, while pretending to be a heroic savior. The other explorers blinked in confusion as the elf on his team seems about to explode, and Bjorn begins to illuminate the forces, telling them that they needed help. One of the boys suddenly recognizes him and murmurs that he is the little Vulcan. Bjorn remembers that it's the same scout he once saved from the floor boss's ambush. The group slowly relaxes, thinking it must have been a misunderstanding because the little Vulcan would never steal the monster from someone like a novice scavenger. Meanwhile, both Bjorn and Misha are baffled by how clean everything turned out. When the two groups begin exchanging names, our hero freezes in the middle of a handshake. Hands when he hears that the other boy is called. Hands. Our hero instantly withdraws his hand and yells at Hands to stop. Immediately, which throws the vile beast into visible confusion. Without warning, he suddenly declares that he has an urgent matter. He takes Misha's hand and leaves. Running, leaving, everyone is incredibly confused. Misha demands to know what the hell he's doing while our guy tries to calm down and promises to explain everything later. Meanwhile, Karen returns to the city and starts laughing. Laughter like a deranged lunatic, instantly confusing everyone around him. The other barbarians see him and demand to know where he got all that absurd loot. Snorting with pride, he tells them to assemble, and then he enlightens them with the glorious new teachings he learned from Bjorn Sensei, causing the barbarians to erupt in indignation, insisting they are not monsters to be married off. Karen is very persistent, swearing that Bjorn is the true mastermind who foresaw the raiders' ambush and saved her life, which immediately sends our boy's fame stats soaring. He declares that all this treasure came to him because he followed the teachings of the sensei, triumphantly raising the bags of loot for all to see. Then he hears someone behind him mutter that the hearts of barbarians are the only useful part. This infuriates him as he vows to pass on Sensei's brutal wisdom to the barbarian babies. He begins the first round of teachings as the barbarians promote themselves as if it was a holy war, while Karen declares that this moment marks the first massive step towards true greatness. Barbarian type. Meanwhile, our duo finally reaches the Pilgrim's Passage on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, after getting seriously lost without a proper explorer and following another group. Upon hearing Hans's crazy theory about Bjorn, Misha insists that they leave the labyrinth immediately. But he stops her because that theory hasn't been confirmed yet. Besides, if Hans's curse really exists, they're both going to be screwed, and that sends a serious chill down Misha's spine. Our guy shamelessly admits that he feels much better now that both of them are worried instead of just him, which visibly angers her. He tries to cover it up by saying he can't help it because she's too trustworthy, which does. That her face turns redder than a tomato. The certified threat then casually lets him know that he was just joking, and runs off towards the Black Swamp to Zavache. So, Misha punishes him by making the princess carry her the whole way. It's not a very harsh punishment. Upon learning of their silly love fight, one adventurer jokes that he'll fall in love with him soon, while another yells at the boy to be quiet because someone is trying to sleep. They both instantly recognize the voice as Hikurod Stump, and before long, the group finally reunites. Hikurod doesn't waste any time asking Bjorn about the job he left them for, and our boy casually says he got it back on the 1st floor. Then Bjorn reverses the question and asks why Hikurod isn't in the 2nd one as they planned, and the dwarf says his job also finished pretty quickly, so they're already working on the next one. Together, the gang completes a request to collect frog beast eyes in just 3 days. After a job well done, Dual Kiko chats with Misha, calling her his lucky charm. Luck, but Hikurod instantly silences him, saying that Bjorn is the real one who brings them good luck. Before things get weird, Bjorn suggests they move to the next floor, because it's a waste to sit on the 3rd floor the rest of the time. After another 3 days of painfully long walking, the squad finally arrives at the Witch's Forest with barely 3 hours left before the portal closes. Bjorn gives Rod Miller a quick compliment for getting them there on time and without losing a thing. He runs towards the portal for another second when he unexpectedly hears a familiar voice calling his name from behind him, just as he enters. Now, still on the 4th floor. She can't get the voice that sounded like Irwin's out of her head, but the odds of her actually being there feel like 1 in a million, especially since the 3rd floor is enormous, just like her personality. When a new wave of monsters attacks the explorers the moment they arrive. Our boy enters. Action, and after solid coordination, the team eliminates them. The moment the horde... He falls, a panel informs him that the test is complete, and 4 portals of different colors open inside the room. Dualki points out that he doesn't have much time and that the loot on the lower level sucks, so they need to choose quickly. After a quick discussion, he chooses the door of the first one. Wisdom. With Rod Miller at the helm, the team enters the portal, but our hero soon regrets that decision as he finds himself facing a brutal giant. While Rod Miller, Hikurot, and Dualqui appear as if their souls have already left their bodies. To see exactly, how did we get here? Let's go back a few hours to when the team took the door of wisdom on the lowest floor of the tower on the 4th floor. After that, they continued ascending floor after floor until they finally reached the 12th, where they were suddenly attacked by a troll, which is a nasty 5th level monster that shouldn't even exist there in the first place. Misha panics upon seeing the beast, while our boy isn't too. He was surprised because he'd faced 5th level monsters before in the tower a couple of times, but that only happened on the 100th floor or higher. Seeing a boss-level monster appear like a surprised trucker mom, Bjorn Mal says to the ugly bastard Hans, whose slimy hand he shook. Without wasting any time, he shouts to the team to unite. He uses a wild outburst to grab the troll's attention and jumps straight into battle. The monster's first blow is so strong that it almost tears off the shield of the hand. Seeing him fight, Hikuro tries to block the next blow, but even with its recoil immunity ability, The dwarf quickly loses all his confidence when his shield becomes like a biscuit. While his skill repairs the shield, Bjorn yells at the dwarf for hoarding money. That's why he always told him to upgrade to a proper shield. He gives the troll a hard blow, but this one, he retreats as if he barely feels anything. At the same time, Dwalki charges a snifter augmented with magical momentum, and he throws it at Piggy's face, but Piggy. He breaks his little icicle along with his self-confidence. Misha. He tells him to recover, but the sorcerer, Rubio, throws a tantrum, saying there's no way they can kill him. Bracing himself for another grinder blow, our guy tells Blondie to drop the obsession and start fighting while he desperately looks for a way out of the situation. Last time he was lucky against the 5th level vampire lord because he had with him a seriously broken magic user who could use solar magic, which was the undead boss's weakness. Not to mention that he also used the goddess's tears in a single shot. Even then, the bloody pain in his side didn't go away. Meanwhile, the ugly bastard he was fighting now was the king of immortality thanks to his insane regeneration and his rock-hard skin. Knowing he's the only one on the team who barely meets the statistical requirements to even fight that thing, he tells everyone to hang in there because it's going to be a long fight. 15 hours pass, and the team continues following Bjorn's strategy so that Dwalki. He used curses while he and Hikaroth. They hold their tanks for as long as possible to allow Misha to strike at any opportunity. However, it doesn't seem to be working very well since the troll keeps targeting Dwalki, who is saved by Rodmiller at the last second, without. Barely able to hold on, our boy asks the blonde wizard how much mana he has left, to which he replies, that may be 2 or 3 minutes. Bjorn tells him that he stopped using the curse, but even. Then Dwalki says he can only hold out for a maximum of 7 minutes while Misha struggles to cause serious damage because the troll's bones are extra thick with 3C. Realizing he has no other option, our boy suddenly tells Hikaroth to take charge of the tank while he moves on to Plan B. Wrapping up the troll, use your dough, the tool, of the largest grinder ever created by humankind to cause some damage, but that sends the troll into battle fever, which does. That the unpleasant boss is stronger and immune to pain. Even so, that doesn't scare our fearless barbarian, who continues to hit him. Like a piñata full of candy until the arm. The right is damaged enough to, so Misha can come in and cut it off. After his arm falls to the ground, the troll just happens to grow another one using hyper regeneration, catching our hero completely off guard, but everything is going according to plan. Knowing he won't be able to use his regeneration ability for a full 2 minutes, he gets serious and activates the gigantification process now. His last chance to take him down is to crush his brain or heart before he passes within those 2 minutes. While strangling the ugly green son of a bitch, Bjorn yells at Misha to take the bastard's eyes out and splatter some of his blood on them too. With a ferocious Nyan, she does everything she can and breaks his eye sockets. Eyes while our boy barely manages to keep the troll in their place. Rodmiller and Dwalki look horrified when Misha climbs onto its face and keeps cutting non-stop until he can't anymore, since a troll's skull is too hard for his cheap daggers. Even then, he tells her to continue until she reaches the brain, but out of nowhere, the troll breaks and runs straight towards Dwalki. The guy is stunned and can't believe she's charging at him while he's blind, and Rodmiller barely manages to avoid the turn at the last second while the hero asks if trolls can somehow feel. The magic of a magician. In any case, he continues to pursue Dwalki, so Hikaroth intervenes to stop him, but ends up causing some of his organs to explode with a single blow. This makes Bjorn wonder if the brave fellow really managed that without any defensive abilities since he's already out of mana. Misha jumps on Bjorn's back and asks him what the next move is, but he tells her to just end it. So she stabs and stabs until the system. He informs her that the troll's curse has been lifted. As he approaches Dwalki, it hurls icy destruction directly into the eye like a rabid raccoon thrashing wildly in its socket as hard as it can, but Bjorn's gigantification ends in both. They hit the ground hard, however, that proves sufficient. And watch as the blind troll finally falls in front of him, leaving only 5 XP and a single magic crystal behind. No essence or loot is worth the pain and trauma they just went through. Barely able to stand, Misha runs towards Rodmiller and Dwalki. That's the moment he truly sees how twisted this nightmare is and how his best. The decision made in the midst of everything ends up turning Dwalki into a vegetable for the rest of his disabled life. Misha tries, wake up Rodmiller while the dwarf is already bent over on the ground like a run-over animal. It turns out the explorer has just fainted from the pain of his mangled arm, so he tells Misha to focus on Dwalki, who suffered real damage. She sees the wizard's lifeless body, Lying there, he tearfully asks Bjorn what. He does it and tells him to move. Bjorn won't admit it, but the potion he has now feels like a band-aid for an amputation, and Dwalki seems like the walking definition of Blandura as a human wizard without muscles to his name. Seeing the guy like that, his spine bent like a garden chair and probably crushed from the inside, Bjorn grits his teeth, knowing he's just wasted his best potion on the damned. Ice Cave. At that moment, the absolute Goat Rod Miller flashes a smile and pulls out a top-tier potion he's been secretly keeping all along, telling Bjorn to use it. In Dwalki, after the potion, the magical boy looks much better than earlier, which makes Misha cry tears of joy because somehow they all manage to escape alive, even. Thus our hero refuses to feel happy at all because it eats him up inside to know that they didn't survive due to their skill or some solid plan, and much less a smart decision. During the battle, it was all pure luck. Realizing how incredibly lucky he was, he senses a brutal vibration that tells him this infernal world is no game and that coincidences like that won't happen again in the short term. Later, Hikarote wakes up and thanks heaven that everyone are alive, while Rod Miller jokes that it's probably time to do that. The long-awaited donation to the temple. Bjorn apologizes again for not predicting the troll's psychopathic movement, but they both quickly close it and tell him that they are far from angry because they owe their lives to him and his. Leadership. When Dwalki moans, Misha notices he's awake and quickly tells him not to move yet, but the first thing he says is how glad he is to see her safe and sound. Then Bro coughs up a whole gallon and laughs as if he definitely didn't feel like he'd just been run over by a truck. Hikarote breaks the tension and calls it a tragedy they can't even brag about because no one will believe they actually beat a troll, though Rod Miller tells the tree stump to relax and stop being greedy. Speaking of greed, Hikarote swears he will definitely help pay the selfless explorer for his top-tier potion, and after that, Misha turns to Bjorn and asks him what the next move should be. Completely serious, he makes it clear that he's not a cold-blooded leader and says the best thing to do is stay put until the maze closes and expels them all, though deep down he regrets how much of that foolish troll really cost them. After a long week, trapped inside, the labyrinth finally closes and they are transported back to Rabdonia. What Bjorn doesn't know is that a very unexpected surprise awaits him the day after his return to the outside world. Back in the city, the group rushes to the temple with Dwalki to heal him the moment they leave, the magic boy. He finally lets out a deep sigh of relief when Hikarote brings him back, leaving Bjorn somewhat surprised that the priests at the temple wield divine healing that even top-tier potions worth an arm and a leg can't replicate. Rod Miller. He asks if he feels strange at all, but Dwalki jokes that he feels fit enough to read books for a whole day if he wants to. That said, they all agree to meet again in 2 days, and Misha returns to the apartment with Bjorn. He feels a little disappointed because this time they didn't get any magic stones, so they will simply split the reward from the missions they had completed. Realizing how difficult this whole expedition turned out to be, she mentally hurls every swear word she knows at the stupid troll while Misha remains curious, because of what's going through his head right now. Out of nowhere, he makes her blush more than a tomato by casually suggesting they get together again and take a nice bath, after which he plans to pack his things, much to her disappointment. She quickly dismisses her racing thoughts and tells him she'll shower at his place since hers is too far away, to which he agrees without hesitation. Back. In her room, the ever-dense barbarian surprises her with a 2-minute shower, and he instantly sets about building his Gandam, saying he can take all the time he wants. My boyfriend literally unplugs it and focuses on organizing what loot he can sell and what to preserve, as if the only thing I was going to destroy was the game itself. At that moment, he hears someone knocking at the door. The moment he opens it, he tells the guild member to hurry and spit out what you want, sweating more than a player from. In a Fortnite tournament, the man informs him that a barbarian named Karen Tarzan wants Bjorn to act as a witness to prove that he is not a looter just because he casually massacred a couple of human groups and took their loot. Upon realizing that his friend was probably in danger, she gets dressed and tells Misha from the doorway that she needs to leave for something important. When she asks him what's going on, Bro tells her he doesn't have time and that she should go home once she's done. Finished. Meanwhile, in the city, Erwin runs through the streets like a maiden. She's in love because a couple of days ago, inside the labyrinth, she was in the witch's forest with her sister, who was teaching her to navigate using mana signals from the portal in case the group didn't have a scout. Erwin. He picks it up fairly quickly and manages to find his way to the door without any real effort or problem. Suddenly he hears a familiar voice praising Rod Miller's skills. And without saying a single word to Teresha, she runs off like Usain Bolt, fully convinced that that rough, manly voice undoubtedly belongs to her. To him. His voice echoes in her head as she runs through the witch's forest until she finally glimpses a big guy entering the portal to the next floor, her heart pounding like a jackhammer. Although his armor looks different and his face is not visible at all, she simply knows that it can only be him and shouts his name as he enters. Erwin runs straight towards the portal after him, but at the last second. Tarisha blocks her path and immobilizes her to prevent her from being accidentally mistaken for a looter. The elf swears with all her heart that it was Bjorn, but Tarisha tells her to stop deluding herself and calm down, missing the opportunity. Seeing him again hits Erwin so hard that he bursts into loud, disordered tears and asks Tarisha why she stopped him like that. Seeing her sister in that state hurts Tarisha deeply. Some. Later she asks around, and eventually discovers that Bjorn has become quite famous lately, and the other explorers even share his address, which is why she is now on his way. He is utterly regretting having shut himself away and finding out so painfully late. Erwin suspects why Tarisha didn't tell him sooner, but he still gives his sister the benefit of the doubt, because now she has something much more important to deal with, out of her room. The shy maiden thinks to herself that he will definitely be very happy to see her too. Her heart beats faster when she decides that he probably didn't come for her first because her address escaped his soft brain. Finally, she arms herself with. He gathers his courage and knocks on her door while his heart is about to burst out of his chest, but everything quickly falls apart when a random woman opens the door. Sweating bullets, he asks the cat girl which room Bjorn lives in. But Misha casually lets his jaw drop straight to the basement when he says he just took a shower. And he left. Then he asked her if she wanted to wait inside. Or not. Hearing the cat girl's wild words makes Erwin short-circuit. Act. Then Misha asks him if he can't wait to pass it on once he returns, which makes it seem too much like they live together. With a small, sly smile, the elf lets Misha know that he would prefer to wait inside. And Misha quickly apologizes because the room is messy with the team. But Erwin tries to assert her dominance and says that she expected this, stating that she too. He did the same to him. Completely unaware, Misha simply assumes he's just another one of his adventurous friends before realizing he looks suspicious, and he is quick to clarify that they are not looters and are not doing anything wrong. Erwin confidently replies that she already knows he's not that kind of person at all, and with a devilish grin, he sarcastically casts a shadow on the man who steals from the cat girl, saying it would be quite rude to take what already belongs to someone else. Meanwhile, Bjorn sits in the Explorers Guild waiting room, demanding to know why the woman he once held hostage suddenly wants to meet him. The branch manager hesitates, but Bjorn smiles and says he doesn't have time to waste on pointless meetings, which is disconcerting. Completely to the director. He gets up to leave, but the manager quickly tells him that he cannot reveal the details. Bjorn silences him anyway and walks away, forcing the man to chase after him. About 20 minutes earlier, when Bjorn arrived, the branch manager immediately said Karen could leave, but Bjorn had to stay. That alone set off alarm bells in his head when it became obvious Karen was just bait. The manager tries to make it seem like he was planning to ask about Bjorn anyway, and mentions that Miss Urban requested to see him. It takes Bjorn a moment to realize that she is the same girl he used as a hostage during the prison break, and the mention of it instantly angers him, but he wonders why that has anything to do with him. Meanwhile, inside his office, District Manager Urbans recalls the entire incident, and he suspects his daughter might be plotting to take his job. He realizes the branch manager must have sided with her. The major adds that it was probably the young lady who also arranged the meeting with the barbarian, but Urban simply calls her foolish for rebelling against him. He believes she's still stuck in some rebellious phase, and finds it ridiculous that the branch manager is using her to keep his job. Looking more serious now, he decides he'll simply get rid of both of them, and thinks that if he does, eliminating the pesky barbarian wouldn't be a bad idea either. Bjorn. He finds himself caught in a sudden downpour and realizes he might as well grab something to eat, since he can't go anywhere. Not long after, you're sitting in front of a mountain of delicious food, but as soon as he takes a bite, he realizes that Misha is much better at cooking meat. And she starts thinking she should ask him to cook for her tomorrow. She stares at the plate and realizes she's craving Japanese food, although he doubts that such a thing exists. Here, he takes a sip of his drink and admits to himself that he no longer feels the need to return. He's grown too accustomed to this place. From the bed to the indoor bathtub, and especially to wildlife with its group. He's not ready to give up everything, even if some parts of this world are garbage, because he knows he's grown too attached, but the thought occurs to him that if he really wants to reach the upper floors, he'll need a better one. Team. It's something I had thought about. before, but now he's certain because climbing higher won't be possible with the same unsuitable team. Monsters beyond trolls are a different kind of nightmare, and expecting them to keep up is unrealistic at that point. A familiar face appears, pulling him from his thoughts, and Mr. Vea greets him. Though, of course, Bjorn gets his name wrong. Admin takes a seat and says he didn't expect to find Bjorn here since his wife runs the place. This surprises Bjorn, who asks him why he is still investigating whether his wife owns a restaurant. Admin explains that business has been slow and that he needs the money, so someone has to step up. He says their meeting is destiny, which leaves Bjorn confused. But Admin gets straight to the point and asks if he can join Bjorn's team to catch the barbarian off guard. The man says he trusts him, especially after what happened before, and Bjorn begins to consider the offer, knowing that Admin is an excellent all-rounder who can tank, summon, and even drive. A bow. Even so, he declines, saying there's been a misunderstanding that his team is already full. Admin tells him to get back to him if a spot opens up and gives him a look that makes his meaning perfectly clear. They settle the remaining payment, and Admin tells him to meet again at the same place in 10 days, before borrowing a raincoat and leaving. Back at Bjorn's house, Erwin is pacing around and muttering strange nonsense. Michelle catches her off guard and remarks that the elf is tougher than he looks. Erwin. He suddenly remembers the embarrassing things he said earlier about Bjorn being. She remembers how she left him for her sister and begins to wonder exactly what she feels now. But whatever it is, it turns into a sharp resentment when... Look at Michelle, who introduces herself and asks the elf's name. Erwin tells her and Michelle immediately tries to be friendly, saying that his name sounds cute just like her, but the atmosphere turns awkward when they both fall into an uncomfortable silence. Then Erwin asks directly if Michelle is dating anyone, which immediately flustered her, and she insists they're just teammates. That response instantly cheered Erwin up, and she said he was mistaken since Michelle was showering there, which only makes the poor girl more nervous. Erwin wonders aloud how far Michelle would live if she had to borrow Bjorn's bathroom. Michelle laughs nervously because she doesn't. He is far away, and Erwin's mood changes instantly when he concentrates, like a hawk. Michelle then asks how Erwin knows Bjorn, and she replies that they used to be teammates, and she still refers to him as Sir and makes sure to add that it's a private nickname only between them. Michelle contains her irritation as Erwin innocently asks if there's a problem, which she denies. Erwin begins to be honest, saying that she and Bjorn have a special bond and that they care for each other. Mutually, but Michelle replies that it's probably all one-sided. Erwin's hand begins to tremble when he tells her to say that again. Michelle. She doesn't back down and says she's been with him for months and that he never mentioned the elf. Erwin slams his hand on the table and shouts that he's lying, but Michelle remains calm and tells him she can ignore his attitude, but the resentment in it is seriously upsetting her. Erwin begins. She starts sweating as Michelle continues, saying that there's one thing she's sure of now. That catches Erwin's full attention, and she asks what it is, though deep down she already knows this girl is now the enemy. Without warning, Erwin explodes and starts hurling insults. But Michelle finally shows him a small part of her powers, which clarifies the elf's mood. Erwin falls into despair, feeling that she is about to lose everyone who is important to her again. Her voice trembles as she begins to sob and begs Michelle not to take her piece away. Just as Erwin starts pleading, Bjorn goes upstairs and opens the door, and his eyes widen in surprise as he did not expect to see Erwin there, who quickly wipes away his tears. Michelle greets him, but the elf seems about to collapse, and Bjorn wonders if the two have met before. Erwin then runs towards him at full speed, tears in his eyes. But Bjorn dodges it without hesitation, This suggests that he avoided her because of Michelle. The movement. This disconcerts Bjorn a little, but before he can say a word, Michelle becomes sweet and clingy, asking him how his day was, as if she were auditioning him for wife of the year. She congratulates him on doing a great job, which scares him, but she doesn't stop, and even says that they are practically family now, which almost pushes Erwin into a total breakdown. Then Michelle hands him a towel, which he takes awkwardly, and Bjorn turns his attention to Erwin. He mentions that he was about to go look for her, and her mood instantly improves. She quietly admits that she thought she might have forgotten him, but Bjorn assures her that she could never forget her first teammate. That puts her worries to rest. But now it's Michelle who seems ready to take the life of someone. Erwin goes into high-speed disclosure mode, explaining everything that it has happened, and she proudly displays her 4 elemental spirits. She reveals that she has already achieved enlightenment with 3 of them, which really surprises Bjorn. He thinks she must be extremely talented, since it hasn't even been a year, and he wonders how far they could go together and dominate the room. But her mood falls when she remembers that her sister also exists. Bjorn tells him he's glad he worked hard and thought maybe he'd already moved on. Before Erwin can reply, Michelle interrupts, saying that Erwin needs to focus on finding his path as an explorer. Meanwhile, Bjorn notices that the elf is clearly afraid of Michelle. He asks if anything happened while he was gone, but both. The girls pretend nothing happened. However, Bjorn doesn't believe them, but lets it go for now. Michelle gives him she pats Erwin and tells him they're very close, and the elf simply agrees with everything she says, while Bjorn, he thinks there's definitely something wrong here, but he fires them both because he wants to rest. They are both heading in the same direction, but Erwin, he offers Michelle the chance to move forward first because he clearly doesn't trust her. And Michelle returns the offer, saying that the feeling is mutual. After a prolonged staring contest, they end. Dating anyway, Erwin. He is lost in his thoughts that, if Bjorn hadn't shown up, I probably would have ended up on my knees begging. And now Michelle must think she's a complete freak. At a crossroads, their paths finally diverged. Michelle glances at her and asks if she also plans to come tomorrow. And Erwin doesn't even hesitate before saying yes. Michelle clutches her head like a stressed-out grandmother, while Erwin is internally furious that his perfect date was ruined. Michelle says goodbye and turns around too. She tries to leave, but Erwin calls her and thanks her for not saying anything. Bjorn. Michelle responds by making him promise one thing, although he clearly plans to continue visiting her. He has to keep it a secret because he doesn't want Bjorn to find out. Don't worry about it. Sometime later, Erwin returns. He hugs his sister and declares that he has finally found his boyfriend. His sister sighs, assuming that training will now take a back seat, but Erwin surprises her by saying that he wants to become even stronger. Now there is someone he absolutely has to beat, so she asks her sister for help. The next morning, Michelle starts banging on Bjorn's door at 6:30, which wakes him up in a bad mood. He opens the door and, stunned, asks her what she's doing here so early. She inclines her head with feigned innocence and says she wants to treat him to breakfast today. Then she adds that they also have to stop by Cammelby to split their profits, so he'd better hurry. Later that day, after everything is done, Michelle says goodbye and Bjorn returns to his apartment. But when he turns the corner, her eyes widen in surprise when she sees Erwin waiting right next to her door. Her face lights up the moment she sees him. He asks her how long she's been there, but instead of answering, she asks if they'd both been out all day. Bjorn explains that he had business in Cammelby, and then asks her what she's doing there. Erwin seems a little nervous and says he will begin special training with his sister starting tomorrow, which means he'll only be able to see him once a week now. He adds that he'd love to visit more often, but it would take forever. This confuses Bjorn, who asks him what he means by that, but Erwin just runs off and says he'll see him next week. Meanwhile, in the administrator's office, from the district, Urbans has called Rothmiller, beginning by asking if the scout has been a scout for 8 years, which Rothmiller confirms while wondering what it's all about. The district manager commends him for not asking unnecessary questions despite his obvious confusion, but Rothmiller simply tells him to get to the point. The director. The district gives off a sinister vibe and says Rothmiller is overly suspicious since the offer he's about to make will also benefit him. The next morning, everyone decides to meet at the tavern for lunch, where they divide the loot, which turns out to be about 550,000 stones per person. The Frogman milkmaid outfit sells for much more than expected, and Hikarat laughs because it was all thanks to Rothmiller's skinning technique. Rothmiller gets a little nervous and says he has to do something since he's not helping in the battle anyway. Meanwhile, Bjorn starts doing some quick calculations in his head and realizes he's crossed over 1 million stones in total savings, which is more than he earned in the last 2 months combined. And with those crazy essences Misha collected, they made an absurd amount of profit. He figures that at this rate he'll soon unlock the 6th seal and takes a sip of his drink with that in mind, but Hikarat suddenly stops him and shouts that they have to share their first round together. Everyone taps their mugs together in celebration, and so the party really begins without any of them stopping. A little while later, Misha apologizes because he has to go meet his father, which, it makes Dualki look a little depressed. Rothmiller also seems distracted and gets up to leave, saying he has business elsewhere. Bjorn regrets not leaving earlier, as the dwarf will definitely be upset if he goes, but Hikarat is already lost in the group with other dwarves, having completely forgotten about the rest. That gives Bjorn a chance to leave, but Dualki talks about. He goes into the void and asks if they can speak to him. Bjorn assumes the magician wants to talk about something serious, but Dualki. He barely stands up straight as he raises his cup with a trembling hand and proposes a toast first. Bjorn asks him if he's okay, but Dualki ignores him and says he's fully recovered. Bjorn touches his head and asks her how she's doing up there, pointing out that this was her first real brush with death and asking if she thinks she can bear to go back to the labyrinth. Dualki seems surprised for a moment, and then he admits that the idea of returning still makes him tremble. He really thought he was going to die there, but he says it's something every explorer eventually goes through and that he'll get over it. On his next dive, Instead he asks why he is so determined to continue, to which Dualki replies that he honestly finds it fun to venture out, with his gang. He explains that he originally had a different reason, which Bjorn recalls had something to do with bringing glory to the man's name, but Dualki admits it was a lie. What he really wanted was his father's attention. Although his father died shortly afterwards, and now he doesn't even care about his brother, since he remembers with what ease the man ignored him. He began to stutter, saying that the only reason he managed to get through was for something more, and Bjorn is already starting to get nervous as he tries to guess where this might be going. Dualki gets all sentimental and says it's because Bjorn and the others were always there for him, which makes Bjorn shudder. The magician tries to give more details, but Bjorn interrupts him, saying that he understands now. Dualki immediately throws more beer as if he were someone. Created by alcoholics, he declares that Bjorn is quite friendly despite looking like a serial killer. He puts down his cup and stares intently into Bjorn's eyes while barely able to speak. He manages to blurt out the question of whether Bjorn is dating Misha. His face turns red, and Bjorn instantly realizes that this must have been the reason he was dragged into this. Conversation. Meanwhile, Rod Miller walks through the city while thinking about last night's conversation. The district manager reviewed his file and feigned sympathy, saying it must be frustrating to be leveling up so slowly while the barbarian leaves him in the dust. Rod Miller tries to speak, but the man interrupts him, pointing out that the others in Bjorn's group aren't normal humans and wondering aloud how long they'll bother staying with him, perhaps. 4 months and they pity him enough. He adds that he trusts Rod Miller will make the right decision leaving, to the most confused explorer ever. Back at the inn, Dualquise completely passes out after drinking too much beer, but at that moment, the district manager's daughter bursts in. She states that she came because her previous requests were ignored. But Bjorn remembers clearly telling the branch manager that he had no interest in seeing her again. He tries to leave quickly, but she suddenly mentions Rod Miller's name and reveals that she met with his father. They sit down to talk, and she states that she's sure her father tried to manipulate him somehow. But Bjorn asks if that's all there is to it, that he knows for now, and then wants to know what his objective. She states bluntly that she wants to see her father fall because otherwise she will be trapped living like a puppet from him. Bjorn interrupts her mid-rant and tells her. He tells her to leave and then pushes her towards the door as she tries to get him to reconsider, but he's already made up his mind. If he gets involved, he'll make an enemy of the district director, and that's something he can't afford. He slams the door while she throws a small tantrum. She goes outside but quickly regains her composure and tells him to come see her if he changes his mind. Now that she's gone, Bjorn finally relaxes, but his words keep echoing in his head. And she starts thinking about Rod Miller again, so she decides it's best to keep an eye on him from now on. The following days are spent with Misha preparing breakfast for him every morning, and he spends his afternoons buried among books in the library. Once a week, Erwin visits them and they all share a meal, although she and Misha always end up clashing. They also hold team meetings, and Bjorn begins to suspect that Rod Miller is definitely hiding something. At one point, he visits Afmin and collects his 5 million, although our boy hesitates to return the bracelet. Time passes, and finally the day of the next spiritual meeting arrives, and Bjorn decides to change his usual routine. Instead of checking the street market's operations in the chat rooms, he surprisingly finds no barbarian groups and only manages to detect one group with 3 tank formations. But then something catches his eye. A Korean chat group. He clicks on it instinctively, and is immediately surprised by how excessively decorated the room is, as she was expecting something simple. But suddenly a loud voice sounds. Bjorn stares at the enormous figure of Sergeant Lee, who begins to celebrate with all his energy. Our boy notices the military equipment and, surprised, asks if the guy used to be in the army, which confirms, which was just after returning from his mandatory service. Bjorn offers a quick gesture of sympathy as he silently backs away, already embarrassed by how damn this guy's luck was. After 5 minutes of exchanging sad stories, they finally introduce themselves, and the sergeant seems pleasantly surprised to learn that they share the same last name. He introduces himself as Lee Baeko and adds that he is 23 years old, which makes Hansu Parpaid confused. But the sergeant explains that it's been 10 years since he landed in this world. Hansu. He starts to point out that technically this would make him older now, but Beiko immediately shuts him down and declares that he'll be back, so he'd better count at his real age. He gives Hansu. He gives her a hard, threatening look and asks if she will agree to that, which Hansu nervously does. Then Baeko starts inspecting it from head to toe and says he wants to test something, to which Hansu blinks and asks what kind of test he means. The sergeant explains that although he wants to trust him, he must make sure it's a exclusive test of Korean, since apparently Baeko has become popular and people were trying to fake their nationality just to get help from him. Baeko asks him to say the first thing that comes to mind and indicates that the test is about to begin, while Hansu begins to get a little nervous. Baeko asks questions, random as if he were trolling Hansu, and somehow they both end up shouting the military oath, but Hansu, he quickly clarifies that he only served as a public service worker. The sergeant slumps down in a chair and says that this will be the final test and suddenly puts on a very serious face. He asks Hansu what he thinks of Lee Wan-yong, and without missing a beat, our guy immediately starts spitting out insults, accusing him of going too far now. Baeko nods and declares him a true Korean, while Hansu wonders what kind of crazy nonsense this guy is involved in. Type. Baeko starts making strange noises, clearly lost in his own thoughts, and Hansu can't help but wonder if this guy has already gone crazy. The sergeant apologizes and says he was just indulging in a little fantasy since it had been too long since he had met another Korean. He gets a little sentimental and says he's really happy to meet Hansu. And our son realizes that this boy has probably been alone for too long and just needs some human contact, so our son decides to adopt him. Hansu asks him if he'd be willing to share high-level information, but Baeko still seems a bit hesitant. Our hero assures him that they're the same kind of people. Then the sergeant asks on what difficulty Hansu won the game, and without missing a beat, Hansu simply mirrors this and says, "Mode 10 times easier." This immediately lifts Baeko's spirits as she starts yelling that Koreans are different, and Hansu simply concludes silently that he's a patriot through and through. He offers to share some phantom points, but Hansu politely declines since he doesn't actually use them. You can tell that while the boy acts relaxed, he is very careful about what he reveals and is definitely not eager to share his full identity. Baeko then cries dramatically and declares Hansu, her long-lost brother, to be asking anything. Hansu nods and asks if he knows who's running things behind the scenes here. The sergeant first draws a complete blanket, but then he mentions 3 powerful mages who might be in charge. He warns Hansu not to reveal his identity in the community since there are some bad players on the royal side. Hansu asks if the administrator can still find him, but Baeko simply gives a small, creepy smile and says there shouldn't be a way since this kingdom wasn't created by them. They merely inherited it. Then Baeko delves into a deeper story, explaining that evil spirits have existed for over 100 years, which doesn't add up, since that would be before the game's release on Earth. Apparently, some people from another dimension ended up here after reading a book about Rafdonia. Some of them managed to get in, and one of them supposedly created this kingdom, which the current administrator probably inherited. This surprises Hansu, who wonders how on earth this guy knows all this, but he decides to simply remain silent and continue listening. Baeko admits that he has been secluded for some time, so he has no new information. But he directs Hansu to a chat room that always has the latest information. Observers. The round table is a community of veteran players with restricted access. Baeko explains all the details as if Hansu were a confused school child, but then announces that his time is up. He mentions that the pill he took only lasts for an hour and that he obtained it after attacking the secret police, leaving Hansu more confused than ever. Stare intently at the screen and try to enter the hidden Illuminati-level chat room. The system lets him in and immediately takes him to a personalization room, where he is forced to dress up and, once disguised as a lion, enters the meeting room. Everyone immediately looks at him as if he had just insulted their ancestors. The jester says he doesn't recognize him, and the fox demands to know who he is and how he got in. Hansu reads the room with ease as the group begins to pester him to hurry up and explain, warning him that if he lies, he's finished. Hansu recalls hearing something about being banned for lying, but only after the assembly officially begins does he realize that these guys just seem to be intrusive. He recalls Baeko's words about walking in bold like a true Sigma, and begins to understand why that mattered. He plays dumb and acts like he has no idea where he is. Then he casually mentions that the Fox Girl's mother recommended he come here, knowing full well they can't do anything about it. He repeats the "I'm a mom" joke, and the Fox Girl goes crazy. She activates her Bloodlust ability, which is the only usable ability within the spirit realm, and his strength depends on the person's mindset. She tells him to repeat that again, and Hansu begins to feel the bloodlust creeping in, sweating slightly as he realizes she's not playing around. Our hero. He only feels a slight tingle and wonders if this is what bloodlust is supposed to feel like. But honestly, it doesn't seem all that impressive. He pretends to be scared, and the fox girl, he puffs out his chest confidently, mocking the fact that he was just talking big earlier while the rest of the veterans keep their eyes fixed on him. She smiles and challenges him to say it again, but that flips a switch. In it, he stops acting and tells the same mom joke again, catching her completely off guard. The veterans scold him for being childish, and he's a little deflated because nobody appreciated the joke, but decides to let it go. The fox girl begins to tremble with rage after being roasted like that, and Hansu silently finishes assessing the room. He remembers. Beiko said that she didn't want to use bloodlust on Hansu because it could trigger a mental breakdown, as Hansu's mental strength was too high. The sergeant explained that all he had to do was treat the target as an enemy that he absolutely had to erase. The pressure crushes the fox girl, making her, falling, and she begs him to stop while the other veterans jump in fear, demanding, "I don't know what the hell he's doing." Hansu just looks at them all like an apex predator, and none of them dares to make a move, but their brains are getting a little soft from maintaining their bloodlust. For too long, he's almost at his limit and finally lets go once the fox girl reaches her breaking point, captures her, making her gasp for air as the weight is lifted from her. The servant and the jester are now completely intrigued, as they both find Hansu more interesting than expected, while our boy imagines he doesn't know what formula he used here somehow. He got the right answer by successfully creating the image of a guy no one wants to mess with. At that moment, the doors begin to close, and the fox girl notices that the official meeting is about to begin. The hooded figure jokes about how strong his bloodlust was, and that he thought Hansu was a regular here. He asks Hansu what he wants if it was the master who invited him, and even offers money in exchange for answers, while Hansu simply thinks about how polite this guy has become. He asks them what makes them think that, and they answer that it's because he appeared right after the teacher disappeared. The jester adds that this was the reason the fox girl tried to test him, only to fail in return. Everyone is hungry for information about the teacher, but Hansu closes it and declares that he will not answer anything. The foxy girl tries to speak, but the jester interrupts her and asks that we start the meeting now. He explains the rules. Everyone shares information that others don't know, and if you already know her, the crystal lights up in red. The jester begins by saying that King Rafdonia is getting worse, but the crystal lights up in red since everyone already knew that, except Hansu. The jester glances at Hansu as if he's passing on some internal message, and then tries. Again, this time it says that the captain of the Pink Knights died yesterday, making the crystal glow green. And everyone agrees that it's solid news, while Hansu silently wonders who it was. Next, the fox girl says that the Jagan clan successfully assaulted the lord of the first floor, whose crystal glows green. Hansu now realizes that it was the Jagan clan who bought his group's information and believes that, after all, it was smart of him to join. To this place. Then the hooded figure speaks, stating that activating a hidden piece on Silent Island can summon up to 3 Labganas. The group nods as if it were good information, but the glass still turns red because Hansu already knew it. He tries again, saying that the fairies found traces of the thief who stole the relic. Divine, but even though that information is vague, they let it slide since it's about of the relic. Now it's Hansu's turn, and he knows he has to unearth something good if he wants to keep that mysterious image alive. Of power. It says that if 3 people defeat a half-demon, it guarantees a drop of essence whose crystal glows green and brings a sigh of relief. But the veterans lose their minds because they can't even grasp the idea of 3 people taking down a half-demon. Hansu is confused because he sees them as relatively easy, but admits that they are rare. She is quietly praised for choosing this obscure information, since no one else would have known something like this. Then the servant takes the next turn, thus ending the first round. However, someone suggests a second round, but everyone else decides to call it a day. The jester asks Hansu if he too has finished, but she gets visibly annoyed when our guy says yes. Hansu realizes that if it were just the 2 of them, they could interrogate him to reveal his identity. So he decides to dive in. The group looks at him silently, waiting for him to say something. Something while our hero simply looks back and realizes he's been the main character tonight. Let's leave. A cold call asking if that's all they have to offer, and then they walk away. After he left, the fox girl began to tremble again as she explained that if she had pushed a little more, It could have caused permanent damage, and what's worse, it stopped right at its limit as if it were going to. Purpose. The hooded figure confirms that it wasn't either his fault and says that Hansu extinguished a fully manifested will in seconds. The servant mentions Hansu's previous comment about the half-demon, but the jester stands up and asks if everyone really believes that comes from knowledge of the game. He rattles his fist and tells everyone to bring better information next time, fearing that if our boy loses, the interest will be a significant loss for the group. The servant tries to argue, but the jester interrupts him, reminding him that Hansu left. Disappointed, he urges them to find or do something worthwhile because he refuses to miss another opportunity like this. Meanwhile, our son returns to Rafdonia and collapses on his bed, thinking about how wild it all was. Imagine that he doesn't want to rely solely on Biko's information, and that someone with experience wouldn't be foolish enough to give up on everything or anything. He drops a line in her head that a relationship only lasts if you know you shouldn't cross the line, but that overloads her 2 brain cells and she faints. The next morning, Misha looms over him and demands to know what he was doing last night since he was unconscious all day, to which he replies that he couldn't sleep, and instead asks her if she's been here since. In the morning, she starts making excuses, talking about training and meeting up with Dwalki, which immediately catches Bjorn's attention. The question he wanted to ask, magician, and she says she just had something in mind. That raises a red flag, since romance between party members is practically a death sentence. Then Bjorn leans in and seriously asks her what Dwalki said, but she tries to ignore it. However, she later tells him that friends shouldn't keep things from each other. Misha tries to object, but Bjorn gently tells him that, since they are close, he should tell him. She falls completely in love and tells him everything Dwalki said, which makes our hero shudder when she explains that Dwalki doesn't know whether or not to confess his feelings to the person he likes. He thinks she probably doesn't realize that Dwalki likes her. And as she continues speaking, she mentions how she told him to be a man and try. Misha's face turns red as he repeats what Bjorn said about being close friends and asks him to meet his father. Bjorn accepts instantly and asks when, taking her completely by surprise with his quick reply. She stutters, saying she'll let him know later, as she needs to discuss it with her father first. After that, the cat girl asks her why she agreed when she's always, "He's so busy," and our little boy just says he's his father, so of course he's important. Misha's face is redder. That a tomato now, because he says he shouldn't say things like that. This confuses our boy greatly. The following afternoon, our hero heads to the sanctuary after a long nap and tells himself he must avoid using it again. The thirst for blood, and moments later, strong. Shouts echo from the shaman's hut as Bjorn traverses the 5th level of the immortal seal, making sure there is only one more before unlocking the new ability. 3 days later, Bjorn travels in a carriage with Misha and finally understands why he stays overnight whenever he visits his family. Before he can get lost in thought, Misha brings him back to the present, telling him they've arrived. They finally reach the Beastman's sanctuary, and to their surprise, it's as advanced as human cities, if not more so. At that moment, a child begins to shout that Bjorn is a barbarian until the father panics and covers his mouth with his hand. Misha asks, why is our hero staring so intently and nervously, wondering if he wants to leave yet? But Bjorn remains calm and says he's simply surprised because it's nothing like the basic cabins back home. And he wonders. If all shrines are built like this, Misha asks what he means, and Bjorn says he thought the beastmen lived in the forests raising animals. She explains that they abandoned those traditions long ago, which bothers her, as she now feels that barbarians are the only ones stuck in the past. Stone. Finally, Misha stops in front of his house, and Bjorn is dumbfounded by how enormous and elegant it looks, especially considering that the chief of his village still lives in a tent. Misha tells him not to get nervous, even though his body is shaking like a blender. Then Bjorn tells her that she herself needs to take a sedative. She rings the doorbell as she gets lost in her thoughts, remembering how he used to believe that all his problems would disappear if he got a spirit beast. His father asked him about the glacial beast he contracted and if he had told anyone about it. Then he ordered her to keep it between them from now on. Misha starts pacing, wondering if she suspects he didn't get the contract through the usual channels, but then her father calls and tells her to bring the barbarian in. She tries to ask about, but the old man immediately shuts it down, showing her only a small fraction of his power. Misha is nervous because she never wanted Bjorn to get involved in her problems, which is why she visited his house so often to hide it from him. Her brother still acted as if she had caught the cheese and treated her as if it were a cursed relic, even the servants. They turned their backs on her, But she endured it all because Bjorn taught her that running away never solves anything. Her father kept pressing her about when the barbarian would appear, warning her. She had a month, or she would start reconsidering what to do with her. Misha. She had no idea why he was so desperate to meet Bjorn, but she convinced herself that she could be more helpful to our guy if he had his family's support. She was worried he might reject her, and honestly she was thrilled when he accepted. Although now that they're here, she is overwhelmed with anxiety about not being able to keep the truth hidden any longer. Trying to stay strong, he tells Bjorn that only his father knows about the contract, and asks her not to get angry no matter what happens inside, but our guy doesn't exactly promise. At that moment, the door opens and a voice calls out, "Who's there?" The servant's mood instantly collapses when he sees Misha and realizes she's back. He hurls an insult and stomps off to alert the family while Misha tells Bjorn. He ignores it, but our boy flashes a wild grin that it starts to scare her. She insists things won't go on like this forever and begs Bjorn. He tells her to stay calm, but the boy is already at his limit, wondering what kind of garbage father allows them to treat him like that. His daughter. And the icing on the cake is that the old man even had the nerve to invite him, leading Bjorn to the firm conclusion that his father clearly thinks this barbarian is some kind of idiot. Bjorn starts to get serious when he feels an unpleasant wave of murderous intent emanating from the house as if he had just entered a monster dungeon. Take a deep breath, and then lets out a loud war cry that echoes through the hallway. The servant turns around and shouts at him to learn some manners. But Bjorn simply leans in and whispers slowly with a creepy smile that maybe there's something seriously wrong with the guy's head. Just as things start to heat up, Misha intervenes and tells him to stop. Bjorn tries to play innocent, but she instantly calls him out and tells him that she already knows that whatever he just said means he's planning to smash the guy's skull in, which makes the servant sweat like crazy. Meanwhile, our guy starts acting like a villain whose plan has just been exposed. Bjorn looks at her seriously and tells her quietly that it's okay to do what she wants for once, that she shouldn't keep holding back. Misha replies that they're her family, but he. He responds immediately and asks if they are more important than his life, adding that if his answer, yes, then it will stop here. She remains silent and the boy gently pats her shoulder, telling her that what she fears will not happen. The servant begins making noise again until Bjorn hits him on the forehead and he sends him flying cleanly through the door, leaving the others frozen in shock. The crowd rushes in and realizes that a mere Spartan barbarian kicked the servant straight through the front. Misha murmurs nervously that his father is going to explode when he finds out, but Bjorn tells him to wait and see. Suddenly, a voice calls for him to stop, and he instantly recognizes it as Tylon, greeting him with a nod, though the confused cat boy demands to know what's going on. He adds that if Bjorn can't give a proper explanation, he'll have to face the consequences, which this irritates our boy, but he calmly replies that he's a guest here, and they can't do anything about it. He adds that the servant treated him like garbage and insulted the patriarch's daughter. Then he asks if that's really acceptable. Bjorn notices the smug expressions on their faces and realizes they already knew how Misha was treated. Tylon. He tells him that the servant will be punished if he insults a guest. Bjorn starts walking forward, thinking that his original plan was to break some bones to send a clear message. They lean in and ask if everyone has something wrong with their head too, which it makes Misha yell at him to stop, but he takes another deep breath and roars even louder than before, freezing everyone in place, while demanding to know what the hell he's trying to do. Bjorn narrows his eyes and asks coldly if the reason for this treatment is because Misha never formed a contract with a spirit beast, even though she's part of the main bloodline. Tylon begins to agree that the barbarian might be right, but Bjorn interrupts him and asks, what if it's all just a big misunderstanding? He asks Tylon if Misha had a contract. Would she have the courage to apologize? The boy tries to point out that she's already 25, but Bjorn interrupts again and demands a real answer. Tylon gives a small, smug smile and says he would, clearly thinking there's no chance in hell, but our boy returns the favor. He smiles and tells Misha to show them to him now, which makes her hesitate. She whispers that her father will never forgive her, but Bjorn. He tells her to deal with him later and to do whatever she wants for once, assuring her that he has her back. A crowd. They begin to gather to see how the drama unfolds while Misha is still panicking, but right at that moment, a voice booms through the air, telling everyone to stop as their father finally appears. Later, they are all sitting in the library, and Bjorn exchanges a few greetings with the patriarch. And out of nowhere, The old man places a hand on his shoulder and casually asks him why he did all that while activating. Silently a fearsome skill. He starts berating Bjorn, who can feel the pressure rising up his spine, even though he knows it's just an ability, and finally understands why Misha is so afraid of him. But our boy is too broken to be controlled like that, and breaks the ability when the old man asks smugly what's with that face. Long. Bjorn calmly pulls his hand away and narrows his eyes, asking her what she thinks she's doing exactly. He accepted the invitation for 2 reasons, one of which was to prevent Misha from being dragged back to her family by her powers. The second, it was to avoid raising suspicions that it was some kind of evil spirit, since Misha's awakening would attract attention. If the patriarch were to discover the truth behind his awakening, Bjorn would need a solid excuse to be released on bail. But none of that matters now because the family still treats her like... Trash and the old man came swaying in, trying to flex his muscles with our boy. The patriarch looked stunned and asked if Bjorn wasn't afraid of death, but Bjorn replied that at least he wasn't afraid of any cats. Old and ruined. He knows the guy was once a great explorer, but he also knows that if he doesn't answer, the boss will raise this place in seconds. Bjorn grins and asks if the Veget really thinks he can face him, all the while pondering how deep he is in the territory. Enemy. However, he is certain that the old man will not misbehave because the moment Bjorn dies, the barbarians will declare war again, as they did 10 years ago, because that is how his people behave. Unexpectedly, the patriarch starts laughing as if he were the one in the room and says he knows Bjorn used the object. Bjorn decides to play dumb and asks what he's talking about, but the old man insists, especially thinking that he has deceived her. Our boy bends down and tells him to explain what he means, and Mr. Karsten tells him to just confess about the Skadian artifact. He keeps pressing Bjorn, but our hero realizes something critical. The old man doesn't even know the artifact's name. The patriarch pretends to name the item once Bjorn confirms it, which sends off powerful vibes. Bjorn instantly realizes the vegetate is closing tightly, and only suspects that some object might help him awaken, but he has no idea what it is. Misha Sabrilla's father says that if Bjorn simply says the word, everything will be fixed. That's when our guy realizes that this whole program was just a setup to extract the information, which is really... It bothers him when he realizes that it's time to act. Bjorn beats his chest and activates his most powerful ability. Yutsu is not lying and takes the warrior's oath that he knows nothing. That phrase takes the old man completely off guard and leaves him no choice but to accept it. Bjorn seals the deal by saying that one day he will go and retrieve that object. But when he does, the patriarch had better sort everything out with Misha, who simply watches the unfolding events with wide eyes. After Bjorn, the patriarch, lost in thought, is surprised that Misha woke up naturally. But the fact that he was Scandian, this makes him suspicious. He glances through ancient records that mention a special object that can induce awakening and admits to himself that the real reason he invited the barbarian was to see if such an object existed. He doesn't care about the oath, but from what he saw, the barbarian really doesn't know anything, but he clearly cares about Misha. He closes the book and laughs to himself, saying that he never expected that a barbarian with so much talent existed. At that moment, a voice interrupts, informing him that Misha has returned. Sonshua Tsunu, she tells him. She says there's something she wants to say, but her father intervenes and tells her that no one will see her as a stranger anymore. Misha remains. She remains silent while continuing to say that she is now officially his daughter, though she seems completely uninterested, which makes him ask why she remains silent. Moments earlier, Misha had called Bjorn to confirm that he had lied outright about the warrior's oath. After a moment's pause, Bjorn admits he did, subtly hinting that she matters more to him than any oath, and you can't imagine how difficult it is, that things have been like for her, which makes her melt like butter. Back in the present, Misha tells her father that he didn't come because of his silly promise, and she mentioned something her mother told her before she died. She reveals that he isn't her real father, and the old man immediately explodes, shouting that if he had kept his mouth shut, he would already be part of the family, and asks her why she's throwing that away. Misha calmly says that he simply felt like it, and leaves while the old man remains frozen, unable to process the bombshell of reality that has just hit him. Of throwing. 10 days later, Bjorn sits in a tavern with Rod Miller, complaining about how annoying it is not to fully trust a member of the group. After hearing a certain warning, he finds it hard to believe that Rod Miller would betray him, so he decides to deal with it head on. He directly asks why he went to the guild, makes Rod Miller put down his cup, and realizes why he's been eyeing him suspiciously all day. He asks how. Our hero found out, and Bjorn says he knows someone in the guild, Rod. Miller explains that the district director called him and offered him a reward for betraying the party, but he refused it. Bjorn then asks why he kept it to himself. And Rod Miller says he thought it would ruin the vibe of the group. Bjorn thanks him for being honest, and they tap their cups together as he decides nothing needs to change because Rod Miller is still a loyal top member. Finally, the next day arrives and the maze is ready to open. Irvin wishes Bjorn luck and leaves. But before he can relax, Misha bursts in demanding to know what the elf was doing there, and our hero nervously explains that he just stopped by to say hello. He tells Misha that he's about to take a nap until the time comes and asks her what she plans to do, but she's still angry around. 7 hours later, it's finally time to leave, and Bjorn notices that the wizard and the dwarf are late. At that moment, Misha points to a group of barbarian babies and our hero. He runs around like a worried grandfather, asking if they're lost. He tells them to follow the explorers for directions, but they give him a strange look because all of that is already obvious to them. Bjorn is confused, but he introduces himself just so that the group gets completely lost after realizing they've met their celebrity crush. Then he asks how they know about the explorer's GEPS technique, and one of them says they learned it at the sanctuary. That completely stuns Bjorn, and he asks if they weren't shown a strange map like he was, but the boy just looks puzzled. Bjorn then warns them to protect their hearts from the nasty looters, but they know that lesson too, which makes him wonder who taught them. It turns out it was Karen all along, and the children say goodbye to their idol and plunge into the abyss while Bjorn, he smiles like a proud old man watching his chicks fly, and as if it were the perfect moment. The other two finally appear. Hikrat explains that Dualki ate too much and had to throw it all up, which made the wizard blush as the dwarf casually told him it was nothing to be ashamed of. Bjorn interrupts them and tells them they need to move. The Deem finally crosses through the portal with Dualki riding on Bjorn's back as they speed forward. A few days earlier, Rothmiller he proposed the idea of a speed run, hoping to be the first to open a portal, although it seemed unlikely. Now, back in the present, the group runs through the crystal cave while Bjorn thinks it's much more fun to do it in real life. Rothmiller sees another team ahead and takes a shortcut, ignoring Misha's shout to wait. At that moment, a group of goblins leaps out, freezing Rothmiller, but Misha leaps and cuts them down. In seconds, like a pro, Rothmiller, he clenches his fists as bad memories begin to flood back. He shouts to the group to continue and advances again while shouting instructions. Even with its improved resistance thanks to the essences, the equipment is soaked with sweat after hours of running. Bjorn yells at Dualki that he has gained weight, and Dualki reminds him that he was the one who said that Misha likes bigger men. Our hero remembers that conversation, but it was just a silly excuse to avoid confessing while the magician turned it into a live stream of mukbang. Everyone does their best, but despite everything, the portal is already open when they arrive. Rothmiller collapses. He pounds the ground with his fists as he spirals into total collapse. Meanwhile, Bjorn watches silently and realizes there's a clear skill gap, and that the time to leave this team with Misha might be too late. Arrive soon. Rothmiller is beginning to convince himself that he hasn't yet. He's finished, reasoning that the first team will probably get in sooner, and if they press hard enough, they could still overtake them. The rest of the group nods nervously, but Bjorn immediately turns it off and shouts that they're acting like lunatics and that everyone is already exhausted. He drops Rothmiller's full name and tells him to calm down already, which almost made the explorer give up, but she manages to calm down and apologizes to the group as they all let out a sigh of relief. Then they go inside, to the second floor towards the stone desert, and fortunately, Rothmiller is still guiding them well. Without. However, Bjorn still decides to keep a close eye on him because the encounter with the district manager and the earlier breakup of the scouts seemed too murky. As they pass through the area of the starry sky again, Misha gets lost in the view as Dualki says a cheesy line about wanting to enjoy it with someone that instantly makes her shudder. He tries to get used to it while Ikarad stirs the pot from behind with some jokes. Later they reach the 4th floor sky tower, and Bjorn claims he knows all these monsters, then lets out a war as the team launches into the fight. They eliminate the monsters as if they were made of paper, and so the first test is complete, and now they have to decide which door to choose. The door of bravery is the standard route, although it forces you to wait 4 hours before the next stairs. Wisdom Gate is riskier as it is full of traps and puzzles, but it allows you to jump up to 5 floors without getting cold. Then there's the dreaded door of patience where you relive your worst memories, but completing it can give you a numbered item or a 6th essence. Range. Finally, there's the Door of Destiny, but before Bjorn can explain, Rottmiller interrupts with a bombshell, saying he plans to leave the team after this expedition. Bjorn asks if it's his fault, it takes him by surprise. Although not entirely surprised, Rottmiller says no, as it's his personal decision. Bjorn asks what that means. Rottmiller pauses and then orders a piece of killer with a smile. He explains that the district manager isn't entirely innocent in this, as he offered Rottmiller a place in a top-tier clan, and that kept messing with his head. She finally realized it was time to move on, because those with natural talent, like non-human species, always grow rapidly. He admits that teams have abandoned him before because he couldn't keep up. Sometimes they were kicked out, and other times they left simply out of shame, but this time, things are not so simple. Bjorn gets confused. Rottmiller explains that he really likes this team. He wishes his trip could last longer, but deep down he knows that all good things eventually come to an end. Bjorn starts to speak, but it sounds the alarm clock in Rottmiller. He tells her it's time to go. Bjorn. He decides that in the city he will explain that he and Misha plan to leave anyway, so that Rottmiller doesn't have to go. They press on and fight their way through a tough group of monsters while Duel reminds himself not to let his guard down. The labyrinth. Now only the last chamber remains, but everyone freezes when they see that all 3 staircases lead to the Door of Destiny. This immediately makes Bjorn nervous, since no one chooses the Door of Destiny because it is uncommon, unpredictable, and very risky. Misha asks if they can choose one at random, as she remembers entering one before, and all she got was a bunch of monsters. Bjorn believes he must have triggered a test of courage, wisdom, or patience within the realm of fate. He also says he was lucky because the outcome is always random. Meanwhile, Bjorn switches to full analysis mode when, remember that there are more than 30 tests related to the destination, but that's not the biggest problem here. Hikarad speaks, saying it's a waste to just stand around, and then motivates the team with the idea of earning more money. Misha asks what Bjorn thinks, and he says with a smile that they're going in thinking that if 3 staircases lead to the destination, this has to be a special event. Misha. He opens the door and the group is transported to Laracasmice, Rod. Miller quickly scans the area and confirms there are no enemies. But he says he's never seen this place before, but Bjorn, however, already knows what it is. At that moment, the field effect activates and the Guardian of Balance comes into play. Duel nervously suggests they camp out until the maze closes, but Rod Miller points out they don't even know how this place works. Bjorn is more concerned about whether they can clear the place with this current team and asks if anyone feels differently. Misha says she feels lighter, but Hikarad feels nothing. Then Rod Muller and Duel say they feel stronger and start wondering why. Bjorn reconstructs it and calculates that the Guardian of Balance must have redistributed his dominated stats to the rest of the group. She doesn't say it directly, but drops a hint, moaning that her body feels strange. Rod Miller switches to detective mode and realizes it must be a stat combination condition. He asks them what they should do next, and Bjorn tells them to explore and look for one. Exit. Our hero states that if no one knows about this place, then the reward must be worth it, and Rod Miller replies that he respects the routine. Hikarad begins to offer some strategic advice, but Dualki suddenly shouts that this must be a Gabrielius arrangement, the work of the last great sage. Even Rod Miller admits it seems possible as Hikarad begins to sweat, nervously asking if there are monsters to contend with here. And with that, the Outcast team begins their final expedition as they delve deeper into the labyrinth. Misha says something about the whole place feeling incomplete. Dualki declares aloud that he will protect her, but she immediately reminds him that she is the one he was protecting. He doubles down on his promise that they will both protect each other while. Bjorn is dying inside from shame, but Hikarad silently supports him. Sometime later they come across a 6th-rank goat monster that immediately starts throwing hands. Bjorn tells everyone to prepare as the monster brandishes its weapon. He blocks, but feels the difference in power. Here he is stronger than him due to the field effect. Suddenly Dualki casts an ice spell, and Misha yells at Bjorn to move as the explosion hits the monster, crushing it in one blow. Which leaves everyone speechless. Bjorn sees the enormous ice spear and realizes that in this area, Dualki is no joke. The mage's eyes gleam. A feeling of pride at the thought that cleaning this place might not be so difficult after all. The rock labyrinth. It's constructed in such a way that even the talent of an experienced guide is practically useless here, so anyone could end up hopelessly lost. But Rottmiller picks up quickly, marking his trail with his knife, while Bjorn quietly notes that the scouts have incredible skill as the guy updates the map about the... He walks as if it were second nature. Bjorn says it's crazy how easily he draws such an accurate map, but Rotmiller just ignores him as if it were nothing. After he finishes, he tells him, to the group that are moving in, but almost immediately the scout detects incoming monsters and gives the signal, but Dwalki leaps forward while launching 2 ice spears that curve around their teammates, and they hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Everyone is stunned, and Bjorn begins to wonder if it was Dwalki's mana that stopped him all this time. Then, Rotmiller advances again, and our hero feels a little guilty because even after all this time, he never tried to understand his companion's strengths of the team. Meanwhile, Dwalki gets all puffed up with self-importance and loudly declares that he can handle all the enemies by himself. In this area, the field effect clearly benefits wizards more, and since they can't absorb essences, it makes sense that their mana capacity multiplies, but even so, things are going too well. Dwalki feels completely. He's free for once and lives for it, while Bjorn spends his days quietly analyzing the team and realizes they're at least twice as strong when everyone plays their part properly. It makes sense, since later. This is a team game, since getting people to fulfill their roles is better than one man doing everything, which is exactly why Bjorn wants to leave. It feels a little strange to think that this will probably be the first and last time I experience real teamwork. But Misha brings him back to reality and tells him to stop getting distracted and keep his eyes wide open for his shift on guard duty. Nocturnal, and Kurad snores like a chainsaw. While Bjorn thinks deeply, knowing you're close to getting his article, they just need to find the boss's room, though the mint they'd grown just one more week could have yielded much more. Then Dwalki breaks the silence and says that he has been thinking about Misha's preferences, which instantly sets off alarm bells in Bjorn's head. The magician says he was going to ask if Bjorn was serious about what he said about her, but decides that it doesn't matter anymore because now she just wants to show her true self. He admits he's very much in love with her and begins to ramble until Bjorn interrupts him, which instantly makes her fear that Bjorn likes her too. Bjorn tries to explain, but the guy remains stubborn, and he says nothing will change his mind and that he'll confess once they get back to the city. Bjorn hears this and knows it, and he sweats nervously because it's the classic death flag move. Sometime later, the group stands in front of a wall and begins to wonder if they have reached a dead end, but Bjorn knows that this is the boss's room. However, he's not sure how to activate the hidden mechanism without seeming suspicious. But fortunately, the Rotmiller's sixth sense kicks in when he inspects the wall and presses the hidden switch, saving Bjorn the trouble. A door opens with there's a squeak, and Bjorn points his shield upwards and enters the chamber. Inside, he sees a sinister magic circle on the floor next to a goat's head. Michelle murmurs that this place gives her the creeps, but Bjorn smiles, thinking it's much better than the alternative because finding the boss now should be a walk in the park. Even so, the problem of activating the circle without warning anyone remains, since it needs to bleed and there's no way that won't look suspicious. Before he knows it, his eyes open when suddenly he feels as light as air, as if he could press from a bench on a mountain, and everyone else seems to feel it too. Bjorn panics after receiving such a large energy blast, and he calls Rotmiller, who he confirms his suspicion that another team has entered the maze. Only 5 people can enter this place at a time, but one thing he's certain of, no matter how many there are, they are incredibly strong and unleash such a power surge. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the labyrinth, a group of 3 people emerges, and the horned man smiles, saying he has finally arrived at this place. Behind him, the old priest looks up and wonders why the heavens would give so much power to someone so evil. The horned man casually threatens to rip out the priest's tongue, but the old man remains unfazed and states that pain doesn't. It scares him, then the threat passes to his grandson, and that brings him down instantly. The horned guy looks at the third member, who's curled up in a ball, and tells him that. Get up and stop acting like you just lost an arm. He laughs at the thought that all it took to open this place was the arm of a 5th-rank adventurer. The priest looks at him in horror and asks if that guy isn't his teammate. The hooded figure simply shrugs and kicks the explorer to get him up. The old man tries to reason again, saying that the guy literally lost an arm, but the hooded figure gives him a murderous look and tells him that. He shuts up. The explorer recovers and tells the priest he's okay, and right at that moment, the field effect activates, causing the horned guy to freeze upon noticing a change in power. He turns to the old man and asks him what just happened, who replies that his divine powers diminished slightly. The horned man makes sure he heard correctly and then turns to the explorer, who also says he feels weaker than the usual. He figures that if even a 5th-rank scout is losing strength, that means there's someone else here. He pulls off his hood with a twisted, sweeping motion across his face and says it's time to find out where the little rats are hiding. Bjorn discovers that other explorers have entered the labyrinth and that they are far stronger than anything they have encountered so far. His own stats have almost doubled, which means those guys must already be on the 6th floor. Misha seems a little confused, but still says they should probably work together. Hikarat thinks it's a little strange that Bjorn seems so scared. Even Dewalki seems overconfident, but Rod Miller breaks the noise and says they need to find a way out of this place. They ask Bjorn what he wants to do, but he doesn't answer. He simply moves first, activates the demonic circle with his own blood, and summons the monster. The rest immediately begin to panic, realizing that Bjorn must have provoked him somehow. Baphomet is supposed to be a very tough boss, but somehow everyone manages to defeat him in less than a minute. Once he falls, the group finds a new item known as the Ruka Labyrinth Map. Bjorn starts freaking out because that fight was too easy, and now he wonders just how broken those other explorers really are. Deciding he's had enough, he tells the others they need to get out of here quickly. They can all see he's acting badly, but Bjorn tells them to assume the worst. Based on that fight, those other guys must be ridiculously overpowered. Even if their stats are the same, the gap in terms of equipment and skills must be enormous. The others. They start to get nervous when Bjorn makes it clear he's seriously worried someone might get hurt if they don't move now. A few seconds later, the team is running through the maze as Rottmiller shouts instructions. Some large mobs appear and Bjorn shouts at him, to Dewalki, who unleashes enhanced ice magic that shatters them with wide-ranging damage. Reach. Bjorn smiles as he thinks that at first they could only achieve this with small fish, but as the mobs thaw. In a second it moves its mass and reduces them to dust as they advance. After running non-stop all day, Bjorn finally gives the order to rest, Hikurat. He's breathing heavily, like he smokes 40 packs a day, but still claims he's in better shape than when they were on the 1st floor. He turns to ask Bjorn something, but stops when he sees the guy looks like he's seen a ghost. The dwarf points out they've been running for 6 hours straight and asks if Bjorn is still feeling anxious. Previously, just before the fight with Baphomet, Bjorn had admitted that something felt wrong and that it was the same. The kind of tension they felt just before meeting the man from the apartment on the 3rd floor. He had begged the team that they should trust him just this once. But even Dewalki had doubts, saying that they must have gone far enough to lose the one who was following them. Nisha looks exhausted, but still asks if they should continue, to which Bjorn says yes, and she nods without complaint. Rod Miller frowns at the map and asks why Bjorn thinks heading for the center would help them escape, but our boy already knows that. That's the chief's room. The one who got cocky says quietly that he also feels something bad is going to happen if they ignore Bjorn's instincts, and as soon as he says that, the rest of the team immediately goes crazy. Bjorn points out that even Rod Miller's 6th sense must have improved a lot, and Dewalki asks him if he's serious. Our hero realizes that the explorer's words suddenly made his own warning sound much more legitimate. Meanwhile, Misha panics and says they'd better keep going. They're moving. The rest of the team starts getting ready as if they have new legs, which somewhat annoys Bjorn since they didn't believe him before. With that, they set off again, running at full speed for the next few. 12 hours, and along the way they face wave after wave of mobs until they finally reach the room that belongs to the owner of the labyrinth, suddenly a huge. The door lights up in reaction to his presence, and Bjorn immediately shouts to everyone to get ready for battle. A huge minotaur begins to emerge from the ground, and our barbarian lets out a savage battle cry. He estimates this beast must be at least a rank 4.5 monster, as it's clearly an advanced mutant variant. Bjorn takes a direct hit from the monster's charge, thinking he won't even need to go into full gigantification mode to. Then, the minotaur bursts into flames and lunges at him again as the team yells for him to dodge. Bjorn stands firm as he blocks the blow and suffers some burn damage, but it's manageable thanks to his 3rd level seal. Dewalki activates an ice spell that increases Bjorn's flame resistance, and what really surprises Bjorn is that he didn't even need to ask for it. The rest of the crew jumps in while Dewalki continues to apply curse magic to weaken the beast. Misha rushes forward with her poisoned sword and makes a deep cut in Bjorn's chest as he freezes for a moment, trying to process where this absolute unity came from. A team. Somehow they defeat the advanced mutant monster. In less than 10 seconds, our hero stands there, stunned. He starts to think that this must be what his team looks like in its final form, since they have all the elements of a top-tier team, and he wishes he could be like this outside of this dungeon too. She returns to reality when Misha says that this time there is neither essence nor portal, while Rotmuller suggests that whatever they are looking for might be behind the nearby doors and that they should check it out. Dwalki mentions that he can feel a strong mana radiating from the jewel, so Bjorn kneels down and picks it up, thinking this might be useful when things go completely off track. Regarding the portal, Rotmuller speaks and says it's probably the blue dot on the map, and Bjorn silently applauds his sixth sense once more. But just as they prepare to move, a voice sounds nearby. Someone shouts that they have nailed him and begins to warn the old man, telling him that if they had not sacrificed another arm, they would have completely lost the trail. Lager crosses his arms and demands that Bjorn at least thank him for using his powers. The priest begins pleading with the man to take whatever he wants and forgive the others, but Liger doesn't believe him and asks why the whole group fell silent as if they'd just seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Bjorn is frozen in shock, because in just one sentence, this man somehow sends a shiver down his warrior's spine that makes his body instinctively tense. For the worst, Bjorn knows that every second counts now, so he sharpens his senses to gather as much information as he can. He knows this guy clearly has prior knowledge of the area, but it's too suspicious how he got here so quickly. Then he recalls the part about the sacrifice of an arm and connects the dots, realizing that one of them must be a follower of Karui. He imagines the priest is forced to accept this spectacle of phenomena, and now he wonders what kind of filth the dragon type has on him. With the tension mounting, Bjorn decides this guy is absolutely crazy, so it's time to switch to Plan D, our hero. He finally says he didn't expect to see other explorers around. The guy scoffs from him, because after all he's not deaf, and Bjorn asks him if he knows how to get out of here. Bjorn plays the rookie to gain an advantage, but his plan is instantly ruined the moment the guy points a ring at him that glows yellow. Bjorn instantly starts sweating profusely when he realizes he's a target tracker. A numbered item that turns green if you can clap someone, and red if you're about to get slapped. Right now it's yellow, which means things could go in any direction, which sucks, because now the dragon will be on high alert. The guy thinks Bjorn knows exactly what the ring is, and right after. From that he begins to pull a sword from the ground, which Bjorn immediately identifies as an arc sword, the kind that can cut through almost anything, confirming that he is at least an 8th level explorer with high essences. Degree. The Draconian then demands that Bjorn hand over everything he found there. Knowing that bluffing is out of the question, Bjorn decides not to play dumb as he pulls out the high single stone and offers it. The guy smiles and tells him to hand it over if he wants to leave safe and sound. And even the others begin to urge Bjorn to simply hand it over, but he realizes that there's no point in negotiating. With a maniac. Then our boy. He does the most logical thing by saying that he suddenly feels extremely hungry and swallows the jewel like that. As such, and even lets slip a burp to rub it, the dragon clicks its tongue and runs towards him with his sword that Bjorn tries to block, but the blade stops just before his body, leaving him even. He was confused for a second. Then Bjorn smiles and says that if the guy had dug in 1 more centimeter, he could have stabbed the jewel inside him. The lunatic backs away and demands to know what Bjorn wants now while Bjorn taunts him, saying he gave up pretty quickly, but the guy warns that his friends will be next. Bjorn raises a finger and says he only needs 1 day and swears never to do anything clandestine again. The dragon boy seems bewildered and asks if he doesn't want to beg for his life, but Bjorn realizes that that phrase means nothing to someone like him and decides to take a completely different route. Different which the boy seems to find. Amused, Liger smiles and asks how he's supposed to trust them, but Bjorn abandons the warrior's oath and tells him they're too tired to fight. This moment, the guy's eyes begin to glow and he asks if Bjorn really thinks he can beat him. But Bjorn replies that even in the face of defeat, a warrior should never give up. A little later, the squad is seen running at full speed in the opposite direction while his healer asks a break. They finally take a breather, and Rodmiller asks Bjorn if that lunatic will really keep his word. Bjorn reminds them that they were only given 12 hours and warned not to try the same trick again. He curses that if it weren't for that cursed ring, he could have carried out a better plan. Then he organizes his thoughts and reminds himself that he has to stay alert for everyone's sake. Rodmiller checks the map and says they'll arrive at Bjorn's destination at 11, but he wants to know what's there. Dwak intervenes, saying it's a bad idea to fight that guy. And even Hikarat. He agrees, but Bjorn resorts to the classic jutsu-less speech and asks them to believe in him only once. More and more, emotions start to rise as everyone remembers all the times Bjorn supported them. So they agree. Rod. Miller interrupts, saying there's one more thing Bjorn needs to hear. Going over the scar and that bow sword, I'm sure the guy is the dragon hunter. The whole team immediately loses their minds when they realize that the name belongs to one of the members of the oracles. Bjorn's eyes widen as he remembers that those guys are absolute maniacs who exist solely to destroy the king. The worst part is that so far, only 7 members have been captured, and each of them is disgustingly dominated. Putting aside his growing fear, Bjorn asks Rod Miller for all the details. The explorer explains that Ligger Bagos is a draconic human who was cursed for killing the former king and then joined the oracles, becoming a real nightmare to deal with. The curse also sealed his unique draconic ability, and from then on his longbow sword became known as the dragon-slaying sword. It is also rumored that while her essences are incredibly powerful, she collected them randomly. Bjorn instantly goes into analysis mode and realizes that the guy must have come here to reconfigure those essences. That ensures the decision that he has to get things done before Ligger gets there first. The team gets going again, and Bjorn yells at Rod Miller to open the passageway. Deep down, he's still reeling from the thought of having to fight someone like Ligar as an enemy. He figures that if it weren't for the Guardian of Balance, they'd already be 6 feet under and halfway to the afterlife. And the mere thought of their upcoming fight is enough to send shivers down his spine. But that thought only sharpens his resolve. Without intending to run, he activates another demonic circle and prepares to face the demon Argos. As he prepares for what's to come, Bjorn remembers a saying, "There's no paradise for those who run, so we'd better fight for now." A few moments later, they manage to defeat Argos, and after defeating 2 mid-bosses, they somehow unlock a hidden room within the labyrinth. Then, seizing the flames of the Scroll of Greed, Bjorn instantly decides he'll use anything to win. He tells Rod Miller they need to locate the real room. It's hidden now, and the explorer enters. In action, sniffing out secret rooms every 2 hours like. If it were built for it. The only problem is that time is running out quickly, and just when it seems like they're out of luck, Rod Miller spots something on the wall. He pulls on a nearby torch, and sure enough, a hidden passage opens, and Bjorn finally sees what he was waiting for. They closed the door behind them as Bjorn told everyone to rest, which instantly confused the group. He promised to explain everything if they managed to survive this mess. Sometime later, everyone is unconscious, and Bjorn breathes a sigh of relief that no one pressured him for answers. Though now he dreads what kind of lame excuses he'll have to come up with later. He realizes it will fix itself and pulls out the glass he vomited. Before, crushing it in his palm, he instantly teleports to the balance chamber. Bjorn finds it all fascinating, as it was a quick choice in the game, and steps forward. At the doors that drive him to carefully choose which essence he wants to exchange. The pent-up hope allows him to exchange essences at the 4th rank, so he assumes he only needs to open the door and do it. The call. He walks forward. And passes through the Orc Hero Gate as it's crucial to its construction, and also ignores the Corpse Golem Gate because changing the time would be completely pointless. But right then, Nothingness chooses the Vampiric Essence. Although it's full of tank-friendly abilities, he sacrifices it anyway, knowing that Restricted Hope has a hidden mechanic when used with essences of the Guardian type. Suddenly, the system announces that no one currently possesses this essence, and then offers a strange variety to choose from. First up is Leech, who is a 4th rank essence. Then there's Soul Colossus, and Bjorn blinks. He's dreaming because all of these are beyond strange. But what's really interesting is when it unleashes the essence of a 3rd rank ogre boss monster. A brutal power built entirely for brute force. He realizes it's not luck, but rather characteristics he simply didn't know existed, and without hesitation he crosses the threshold and takes the essence of the ogre. 4 hours later, our boy begins to remove his broken equipment. Thinking. Who would never consider the ogre and its structure despite its absurdly broken nature. It is a tank to the point of being pointless, and its drop rate is so bad that nobody tries to farm it, which makes sense because it's so unpopular. However, there is also a 4th rank steel giant that boasts a better defense, but it always comes down to preference. Do you want a tank that hits hard or one that just won't die? Bjorn usually chooses the latter since the defensive structures. They were simpler, and that's how he single-handedly reached the Abyss Gate in the original game. But now he realizes the ogre is better. He grips his dough tightly, surprised that things have gone so well. He imagines that their chances of survival simply increased until Rod Miller suddenly shouts that something is approaching. Everyone tenses up, weapons in hand as Liger comes into view. They are clearly surprised that everyone is still alive. He admits that he felt some of his power fluctuate and assumes that someone must have died, while Bjorn is relieved that the priest isn't there with him. Meanwhile, Misha looks at the exhausted man beside her and mutters that Liger is a complete psychopath. But Liger keeps saying that if they are all still breathing, it means that one of them must have absorbed Besendret's essence. Bjorn silently panics upon learning that he swallowed the third-rank essence and is now being tested. Liger draws his bowsword and demands that Bjorn hand over the jewel as they agreed. Bjorn tries to stop. Acting as if the jewel had broken because he was playing with it, he begins to troll the Draconian. That doesn't sit well with him, as Liger's eyes turn cold when he realizes that Bjorn never meant to give it back. Run forward with. He swings his sword, but Bjorn blocks with his shield, and jumps back as Duelka fires a spell of ice. Liger doesn't let it fall while counterattacking with a high-level fire spell, and completely nullifies it, but Bjorn has his own trap in mind. Activate the Scroll of the Flames of Desire and seal it away. The essence of Liger's lava giant for 48 hours, which takes him by surprise. The ice. Duelka finally connects and hits hard, but Liger simply smiles and asks if that's why they were so close. Bjorn starts sweating profusely again when the guy. He has just opened the Dark Curtain, which is an ability that Bjorn didn't even know he had, and it completely changes the playing field. In the blink of an eye, Liger's sword strikes again, and Bjorn barely blocks it with his shield, but he doesn't have time to breathe before another blow comes. But this time the sword gets stuck in Bjorn's arm, and that's when Liger realizes he's been tricked again. Bjorn is annoyed that he's been forced to reveal himself so early, but it's too late because his Ironhide passive ability grants him resistance to slashing attacks, and he knows Liger is already plotting to circumvent it. Seeing no other option, Bjorn goes on the offensive, channeling his first real attack ability, swinging and bringing down his opponent with everything he's got. Liger reacts. 1 second late, and he gets a clean hit. From the attack jumping back to, he recovers, but Bjorn wastes no time, yelling at Duelka not to give him a second to breathe. The magician continues, with curse magic that instantly worsens the damage, and that's enough to eliminate the Draconian. He attacks backwards and manages to cut Bjorn's arm slightly, grabbing it. It's surprising how fast the guy still is, even with a curse hanging over him. Bjorn begins to back away as he barely manages to dodge blow after blow, since it becomes more difficult to keep up the pace. At that moment, Liger uses the afterimage technique and shouts that he will not let them die easily. Bjorn manages to block the next cut with his arm while Misha. He slips in and delivers a clean stab to Liger's side. That makes the boy get lost while he roars and heads straight for her. Now, Misha Asa. His horns know, coinciding, which infuriates him even more. And he yells at him not to get arrogant and charges while his clone keeps Bjorn busy. Hikaroth begins to summon lightning from behind and shouts that he is here too before launching it at him. Liger tries to approach the guy, but he dodges him halfway and tells the dwarf to mind his own business. Matters, he quickly uses the hallmark of terror to try to paralyze. The group is terrified, but Hikaroth is ready and activates his wristbands to cleanly block it. The shockwave sends Liger flying backward. Meanwhile, Bjorn realizes that the Guardian of Balance is still active, since that wasn't a negative ability. He drops his shield, which is practically useless against the Arc Sword, and decides to rely on his Ironhide and charges. Our boy then activates a wild alarm, boosting his stats, and teams up with Misha as they attack the Draconian together. But Liger doesn't stand there and counterattacks with his sacred sword. Bjorn instantly yells at Misha to get out of the way as the two barely manage to dodge the explosion. Misha shouts that she's okay, but before she can recover the breath, Liger comes up behind her and shouts that he has one as he lunges forward. At that exact moment, a rain of arrows. He forced him to retreat and cursed under his breath. Bjorn silently praised Rothmuller for the perfect timing, and then he looks back at the dominated trash can as the fight begins to drag on. Though at least, he is relieved that Liger doesn't seem to have any regeneration abilities or numbered items with him. Rothmuller. He continues to support him from behind like a pro, throwing potions at just the right moment while Liger looks genuinely confused, seeing how Bjorn doesn't even seem to feel pain. Bjorn suddenly decides this has to end here, as if it weren't already over. There's a risk Liger will bring that priest back. Seeing a narrow opening, Bjorn rushes in, forcing Liger onto the defensive, and he quickly notices that the traffic light ring is now illuminated in red, without. Don't waste a second, let go. A war cry activates the gigantification in his arms, with. His increased size and strength allow him to grab Liger and shout that it's over, striking with. A blow with the aim of ending everything, but just before the impact. A monstrous hour stretches across the battlefield. Everyone's magic points plummet, and even Bjorn's gigantification fades away. Halfway through the movement, their attack falls short as they blink. They were in a state of shock, wondering what had just hit them. It didn't take them long to realize, as Ligier had somehow managed to use the draconic ability. Silence of the soul, the same one that was supposedly sealed. And to seal it, Misha shouts that suddenly he feels weak. Bjorn begins to think that the Keeper of Balance matched his stats. He even had a way of dealing with the sword, with the bow, and with that hidden card up his sleeve. Bjorn genuinely believed they had enough to beat even an 8th rank scout. He calls himself an idiot for thinking their stats were rapidly collapsing and realizing he'd forgotten the most important lesson. Desperation. It doesn't arrive first, whether it's an illness or not. A strange event that paralyzes him. A bizarre car accident that takes a loved one. A fire that burned. Accidentally breaking into a relative's house. Or a mother disappearing into thin air. These are all things that can happen without warning. Ligier starts to catch his breath as Bjorn realizes his master plan. It has failed, and panic grips him as he wonders what the cost of that will be. Failure. Out of nowhere, the arc sword begins to resist Ligier's grip, and the guy mutters that he won't be able to use it for now and casually. The guard. Getting up again, she says that they really don't understand how much time they've wasted. In an instant, he kicks Bjorn directly in the chest and sends him flying. Before anyone can react, he appears behind Misha. He grabs her by the wrist. He takes her halfway and makes her drop her sword before kicking her to the side as well, ensuring total gender equality. Pick up the sword and start walking forward again. But Rotmiller shouts to everyone to move as another volley of arrows rains down. Ligier cuts them down effortlessly while Bjorn struggles to his feet. As the team tries to sort things out, Bjorn realizes that the Draconian isn't doing much better either. He's lost access to his arc blade. But the big question now is whether he still has healing potions. Even with that advantage, his current situation is utter garbage. The worst part is that they can't even run anymore. At that moment, Dwarki shouts that he will be the one to protect Misha and begins to charge. Suddenly, Bjorn realizes something difficult and curses himself for forgetting something so simple. Dwarki summons an ice spear, and the truth fits. Mages don't use magic points, but mana. In other words, it's too soon to give up, because after all, they have a broken level mage on their side for now. Meanwhile, back in the central chamber of the labyrinth of the Rukas, the old man has reached the limit of his endurance. He was once a revered high priest of Late Leg, but he fell long ago and is now being forced to serve the evil deity by none other than the hunter of dragons. That twisted spirit whispers in his ear, questioning them, still clinging to deception, but the old man murmurs that the stars in the sky will guide them. At that moment, his mind returns to the memory he most regrets. The day when. Ligier held his grandson in the air, and the boy fell to his knees begging the Draconian to stop. He blames himself because if he hadn't given up, perhaps those lives wouldn't have been lost, and perhaps that monster would never have gone so far. But there's no point in dwelling on it now, because even if he could go back, he knows he would still choose the same thing. The spirit doesn't stop as it fills their minds with images of the fight and tells them that all their suffering is their own fault. Meanwhile, Bjorn's voice echoes across the battlefield as he shouts to everyone to protect Dwalki. Dwalki knows this is not a random surge of courage. The moment the battle shifted, he noticed something strange. Everyone around him was hit by a wave of negativity. While Rotmiller treats Misha, Dwalki realizes that if he doesn't act, they will all die here and now, and it's finally his turn to protect them. With that clarity, the wizard summons a barrage of ice spears, and instant dating marks it as the first. The Draconian charges as the rest of the team moves to intercept. However, Dwalki still feels that he is the one who he is protected. His mind recalls an old memory of a conversation with a barbarian at the orphanage who warned him against becoming an explorer. At the time, he had replied that, in any case, he never wanted to. Do it. They retrieve it from memory when Bjorn shouts at him to hurry up and cast the next spell. Dwalki does exactly that. And while Ligier easily dodges the spear, he doesn't realize he's changing direction midair, but still. The guy somehow manages to evade her again. Bjorn. He asks Rotmiller how he's doing, and the explorer replies that he'll get up soon, even though he has a broken rib. Dwalki looks back and sees her injured, which brings them together. But then they all start yelling at him to retreat. She clenches her teeth and feels herself falling back into doubt. Another memory strikes him when he once asked that same barbarian if he would ever be big and strong. But the guide told him to instead aspire to be a great person. At that moment, Bjorn receives a direct stab to the stomach, but he remains standing while his regeneration kicks in. Ligard doesn't waste the moment, leaping onto the barbarian and heading straight for the mage. Hikarote yells at Dwalki to return, but Flirting just kicks it out of the way, like out of bounds. Rod Miller rushes desperately to help, only to receive a sword in the chest. Despite the discomfort, even as he bleeds out, Rod Miller grits his teeth and activates his pocket dimension as he retrieves the Sword of Mass. Dwalki finally understands that no matter what he went through, he just wanted to be someone special. And realizing this, he casts a massive spell that forces Lager back. And Misha reunites, shouting that he won't let him near his wizard, but the Draconian. He brushes her aside like a fly, Bjorn feels. Somewhat excluded, he joins the fight while hitting his bricklayer again, but Lager jumps back and mocks that the barbarian could also resign, claiming that Dwalki is a trash mage who can barely use curses and ice spear magic. That blow lands hard, and all the painful memories of people ridiculing him over the years return as doubt begins to surface. Lager notices the change and laughs, saying that the magician has already surrendered, and he tells Bjorn it's over, but Bjorn just stares at him, fixedly. At that moment, Dwalki's mood changes again as good memories. They come to the magician's mind, the time spent with his team, and for the first time it feels like a salvation, that maybe the last 20 horrible years have just been preparation for finding out. To these people, the Draconian strikes Bjorn's shield and admits he has never met anyone like. While Bjorn plants his feet and refuses to move an inch. Dwalki sees him fighting and realizes that despite everything, they keep fighting. So she grits her teeth and begins to charge her next spell, her thoughts. They return to an old moment when a veteran mage was mocking him for how happy he seemed lately with his team. Dwalki had asked that wizard how to defeat a troll and even offered to pay. The man told him he would share the answer, but warned him it was a last resort. It had no official name and was only transmitted orally. He jokingly called it sacrifice, but that didn't sit well with Dwalki, and he decided to give it a new, fitting name, Awakening. And with that, our glorious wizard finally fixes himself and his. His body begins to glow as he sends mana arrows flying toward the trash lizard, Lageress, taken by surprise when a mana shot lands clean, and immediately begins slashing the rest in midair while hurling insults at Dwalki, demanding to know if he's trying to take his own life. Moments later, the dragon hunter is covered in ice shards as he tries to catch his breath, and Bjorn is surprised to learn that he still managed to protect all his vital points. Our glorious wizard approaches and apologizes for taking so long to make a decision, interrupting Bjorn mid-sentence and telling him to go treat the others, especially Rod Miller, who is seriously injured. He reminds her that the higher-level potion is in the backpack behind Lagar's, This causes Dwalki to change the subject and say that they will deal with the lizard first and talk later. Lagar's gives a nasty smile and asks if Bjorn realizes what the magician has just done. But Dwalki interrupts, saying that he will not allow him to buy time, as he clearly doesn't have much time left. The glorious wizard casts another enormous ice spell that finally forces Ligger to draw his bowsword even though the curse resists him. He struggles to lift it and then performs a wide blow that cleanly cuts through the spell, taking even Dwalki with his guard down. Ligger attacks again, but Dwalki. He grits his teeth and unleashes another massive ice spell, pushing him back once more. Bjorn notes that this guy will be a thorn in his side until the end, although this level of bad luck is starting to seem routine. Without hesitation, he grabs its mass and charge directly against the dragon hunter. Ligger clenches his teeth in anger and he rushes to deliver a fatal blow, and Bjorn panics for a second, but luck plays its hand when the arc sword begins to resist its bearer, which forces. Ligger tells her to let go. Shouting in frustration, he pulls another sword from his pocket dimension, and Bjorn realizes that she must be rejecting him for using the draconic tongue. Suddenly, Dwalki yells at Bjorn to move while casting cursed magic at Ligger as Bjorn. He continues dodging the attacks, bewildered by how desperately the Draconian seems to want to stay close and finish early, almost as if he were terrified of Dwalki. He feels bad because Dwalki can easily back him up, since he has plenty of mana for curse spells and mana units, but then his eyes widen as he remembers Dwalki's warning not to leave. That Ligger buys time. That's when he realizes that time is the answer because Dwalki's current magic is terminal. He immediately yells at the mage to use. A cold storm and words make Ligger sweat. Dwalki tries to argue, but Bjorn, just scream again, and the wizard finally unleashes a massive blizzard. Bjorn assumes a battle stance and taunts Ligger, asking him how. He handles the cold, Realizing they need to finish this now, Bjorn fights like he has nothing to lose. The two exchange heavy blows, and somehow he even manages to get a couple of good ones. Shots. Then, using everything he has, he slams his mass against the Gar's chest, sending the Draconian flying backward. But just as he looks up, something unexpected happens. The Gar's second cardiac ability is activated, and a thick protective shield forms around it. This leaves Bjorn gasping for breath in frustration as he shouts racial slurs at the Draconian for using such a numbered object. Then his eyes shift back, and what he sees makes his blood run cold as Dwalki. He struggles to stay still and is bleeding everywhere. Bjorn arrives at it's a dead end, since now he has to choose who receives the higher level potion. Logically, I should go to Rod Miller to get the other potions, but the wizard seems to be hanging by a thread, so he divides the potion in half and prays to whoever is listening that it works. Bjorn. He knows it's probably a terrible decision that could doom them all, but now the line between life and death has been drawn. A moment later, everyone's magic points return, giving him some relief as he regains his strength. Dwalki. Then he cries out weakly and asks, "What happened to the dragon hunter?" The others tell him to hold his breath, but the magician doesn't care and asks again. Bjorn explains that Legar isn't dead, but he's not well either. Misha and Hikarad shout at Dwalki to hang on, even though Bjorn realizes that no potion will fix this. However, the others keep trying to feed him more. Dwalki shouts their names and Bjorn takes his hand, promising to convey his last words to Rod Miller. Dwalki enters dramatic mode and says there's something he wants everyone to hear. Her mother loved the ocean, even though she never got to see it and had always wanted to see it just once. She never understood that when she was younger, but now she understands that sometimes you want something even more because you know you can't have it. Some things in life just shine brighter that way, and right now he is the friends he made along the way. He thanks them for being his teammates with. A smile, but Misha breaks down and begs him to stop talking like that, while Hikarad, on the other hand, calmly accepts it. Then Bjorn calls him by his full name and tells him directly that he is the best teammate and the best mage he has ever known, and that it has been an honor to fight him. His side. It's the eye of a warrior like Bjorn that hits hard, especially when Dwalki barely sees himself as a mage. Still he feels crushed because everything still seems meaningless, as if his whole life were about to disappear without a trace. Misha. She sobs louder and begs him not to die. And Bjorn decides to step back and give them a moment alone while she continues to beg him to stay. Dwalki reflects that all this time was just greed, and calls Bjorn, calling it denser than concrete and telling him not to look any further. Bjorn. He agrees to grant the last wish, but right at that moment, he notices the flesh cocoon moving slowly as he realizes the monster inside is about to awaken. Dwalki asks if Bjorn will be able to beat him, and our boy tells him not to worry. He promises her that he will get them all out alive. With that, the legendary magician finally closes his eyes. Leor Werf. Dwalki takes his last breath after protecting his team from death, becoming a true hero. Meanwhile, Rod Miller hears everything as clearly as day, but not a single muscle in his body moves. He watches them. All stand firm in the face of a desperate struggle, and he still can't understand why they haven't given up when the outcome is painfully obviously. He keeps wondering what kind of deception is pushing them forward. But deep down, he begins to wonder what it would take to get moving again. Not far away, the Draconian is still curled up in its cocoon and is annoyed that it had to burn a high-level object to do so. He considers himself lucky that Bjorn didn't aim for the head and then slide into an old. I remember. He recalls a partner mocking him, saying he always loses because he only starts acting when he sees the way, even when he needs to win. That thought makes her blood boil as she realizes she wasn't enough. Determined. Bjorn clutches his dough, the weight of his loss still hanging in the air as the others weep, and in his mind he knows there is no paradise waiting for him, whether he fights or flees. He secures that everything ends now and that the Draconian has to leave while his statistics still match. He tells Hikarad to stand up. Then he stares at the monster, who smugly tells him to come closer while brandishing his sword. Of Bo, Hikarad is about to explode, but Bjorn orders him to stay calm and fight intelligently, or else. Otherwise, they'll all be finished. The dwarf nods as he casts emergency restoration on the. Bjorn shields him and assures him that he knows exactly what Dwalki wants them to do. With that, both tanks advance, ready to put an end to this mess once and for all. What follows is a brutal fight in which neither side throws a punch. The title of Dragon Hunter is not something to show off either, as the Draconian launches itself with force. and it shows that he has that bestial instinct. Lagar unleashes a ferocious blow that cuts off Hikarod's hand, but Misha. He immediately jumps to take his place as Bjorn dives, and attacks the lizard, but it backfires when Bjorn is flung across the field, losing a hand in the process and his health dropping below 20%, triggering the hero's journey. Liger smile, while claiming victory and activating the sacred sword once more. It seems that everything is over for Bjorn, but then, out of nowhere, the protagonist's protective armor springs into action, and with a flick of the wrist, Liger is thrown backwards and drops his sword. The mysterious figure turns out to be none other than the priest, which instantly drives Liger crazy as he demands to know what the old man thinks he is doing. The priest simply replies that he finally saw the answer as blood drips from where his case used to be. As he watched them fight, he realized that the answer was courage, as he believes it is a sign from Lethless. She kneels and begins to chant dark magic. Knowing full well that he can no longer return to Lethless, he calls upon Karui, the spirit. The evil one answers the call, and the priest tells him to send him back to the others, but Karui just laughs, saying his grandson won't receive salvation. The priest is unfazed when Dwalki tells him he taught that anyone can choose to be noble at any time if they truly wish to be so. At that moment, Liger recovers him and uses a mind control ability while trying to force the priest to heal him, but the priest resists the order. However, it costs him his other arm as payment to Karui. This takes Liger by surprise, but then the priest begs Karui to give him the power to destroy the dragon hunter. However, the spirit declines that it cannot be done. Meanwhile, Vion recognizes the voice and realizes that the voice speaking is none other than the infamous evil deity. So the priest changes his request and instead asks Karui to protect everyone from the Draconian. Karui agrees, and just then shadowy arms explode, devouring what remains of the priest's limbs. When a portal opens directly above Liger, the Draconian begins to be pulled in and shouts to the priest to stop. Otherwise, his grandson will be gone forever. But the old man simply replies that he has already made peace with the loss. Liger clenches his remaining teeth and begins shouting insults as he is dragged towards the portal, desperately reaching for the bowsword. Vioen instantly knows what she's trying to do, and he lunges forward and holds the sword with all his might. The Liger has nothing left in its tank, and he yells at Venom that they will meet again. Vioen doesn't lose his rhythm and tells him that he can count on it, that will survive each day and grow stronger until it no longer needs luck to bend it. Like an omelet, he promises that when that day comes, he will find the Draconian in person, because he's not the only one who lost something today. At that moment, a golden aura begins to envelop everyone, and Vioen quickly discovers it is divine power. Her wounds. They disappear as if nothing had happened, leading our protagonist to believe he has mastered this ability. But this sense of calm doesn't last long as he remembers he can't heal wounds. Karui's grief and the weight of the priest's sacrifice settle in. She kneels beside the old man, who can barely whisper about a letter in his robes. Vioen promises to deliver it to Lethless's followers, though what truly torments her is the priest's decision to save them. The old man simply exhales the word magician, but that's just enough for Vioen to understand as he lowers his head respectfully. When Vioen returns, the equipment is now healed, and I'm starting again. He is overcome with relief because no one else died, although deep down he knows that he didn't really keep his promise. Remember what he told Dwalkian, that he had been too self-assured. In the end, it was Dwalki who protected everyone, and that legacy is the only reason they are still alive. Later, everyone gathers around the wizard's body while Rothmiller collapses silently, saying he wanted to show her more of the world. After Rothmiller finishes paying his respects, Vion flips a nearby secret switch. Hikrod asks what this was supposed to be, and Vion explains that it's a trap camera that launches them straight into the wizard's center. He admits it was his escape route from the dragon hunter, but it doesn't matter since Liger would have caught up with him anyway. Hikrod nods as he looks at the corpse missing its arms, knowing that there is no way to escape that kind of evil. With that, the group enters the Sky Tower and sets up camp. Misha stays close to Dwalki while Vioen watches silently. She asks if there's any way to bring the body back to the city, but Vioen tells her, no, anyone who dies in the labyrinth is classified as an object and would need a distortion spell. The only exception is the heart of a barbarian, which explains why the tower is so interested in it. Vioen clenches his teeth because reality is so cruel that they can't even offer him a proper funeral. He asks Misha if she plans to rest, but she refuses, wanting to stay with Dwalki a little longer. Vioen gives him space and shifts his attention to the letter, reading about the priest's grandson and how he was taken to an underground city called Noark. He's surprised that something like that exists beneath the sewers and supposes they might be working with Orculus. Suddenly, it clicks when she realizes why the sewer looting girl had been so agitated and figures out that she's probably with them too. The real twist comes when she discovers a mention of an underground portal and go over all the juicy details of the letter. Vion knows he'll have to go into full NER mode to investigate everything further. It's late, but for now rest comes first, since this place is safer than the city anyway, and there's plenty waiting for them once they arrive. That they return. However, it felt really strange that they had been fighting non-stop for 2 days, and somehow none of them can reconcile the dream. Finally, the labyrinth closes, and they are transported out as Vion begins to plan her next move. After exchanging the magic crystals at the guild branch, Master Ken also reports the death of Dualke, and Vion thinks that it only takes 3 minutes to summarize the entire life of someone. The cleric observes their faces and remarks quietly that Dualke must have had some companions of solid teams, and then everything says goodbye with nothing but the loneliness that accompanies them. After that, they head to the temple where a familiar paladin greets them, and asks them for proof about the high priest Ludwig, who had disappeared years ago. Vion seems a little lost, but Krovitz explains that it's a delicate matter since they've received many false reports from people trying to profit from the reward. Vion perks up at the mention of money, and Krovitz confirms that the reward is enormous. That's all Vion needs to hear to switch into business mode and ask how much it costs. The rest of the team give him strange looks, which makes him lower his attention a bit, considering what they just went through. Krovitz clarifies that the reward depends on the information they can provide, so he cannot yet give an exact number. Vion hands him the letter, and Krovitz's expression changes completely when he realizes that this is no ordinary statement. He asks them to stay there for a moment and some time later, and finally they are led to the second-floor service room where the entire upper circle is gathered. Temple. Rod Miller immediately recognizes the Archbishop and bows in greeting, surprising everyone. Vion's heart leaps when she realizes it's the Archbishop, and remembers a book he once read. He realizes they are now in the presence of the highest religious authority, but he still wonders. Why is a random child also there, as if it were the day to bring your child to work? The Archbishop gives them a warm welcome, and Vion responds awkwardly, earning a withering look from Rod Miller. Then the bishop asks how they arrived at Ludwig's final message, and explains that he was deeply important to them. Vion agrees to explain, thinking that this must be huge if even the bishop is so serious about explorers like them. He gives them a rough summary and overlooks an object that Ludwig left behind. The bishop inspects it and admits that it is not the relic they were looking for, but it is enough to bring peace to Ludwig's soul. Vion sighs, thinking that the dragon hunter probably stole the divine relic before everything fell apart. Then the bishop turns to the cardinal and asks about their reward, who replies that although the relic was not returned, delivering Ludwig's final message still qualifies them for the full reward, which is approximately 70. Millions of stones, the group. She freezes in disbelief, and Vion jokes quietly, saying that she's starting to. He believes in the faith, but then he gets serious and asks what the temple plans to do next, in honor of the high priest. The bishop begins to make excuses, saying that it is not something he can reveal yet. But then the boy begins to glow randomly. The boy calmly tells the warrior not to worry while Vion stares at him, trying to figure out what the hell. It's happening. Everyone loses their minds when they realize that Vion has just received an oracle, but he remains serene as a bright ring forms on his finger. The boy joyfully announces that the spirit has spoken and granted Vion a ring that will protect him from his strong and bad connections up to 3 times. And our child immediately realizes that it is a new divine relic. Vion asks if the boy meant the dragon slayer, and the boy nods, since that is the only bond the ring can sever. Now Vion must prepare to defy fate once the 3 rings of the ring have vanished. Even so, he is still recovering from the fact that he was actually struck by an oracle. The group immediately bombards him with 100 questions, frying his poor barbarian brain until he notices the child suddenly collapse in the arms of the older priest. He realizes that this must be the consequence of using such crazy powers. And once the meeting is over, everyone heads to the inner chamber of the temple. The gang naturally poses the big question, but even Krovitz doesn't know why a human deity would cast an oracle upon a barbarian. This is only the 3rd time in history that something so wild has happened. Vion understandably suspects and asks what happened in the previous cases. Apparently, those poor souls were branded as traitors and expelled from their clans. Since a barbarian's growth depends on the spiritual seal, being exiled would essentially mean reaching a limit. Maximum. Krovitz becomes very serious and swears to keep this a secret. And one by one, the rest of the team promises the same until Viowen's gaze falls on Hikarad, who is out here casting a shadow. The boy huffs, but finally promises not to drink anymore as he tries to put the matter aside. Trying to focus on the positive aspects, Viowen thinks it's great that the ring protects him from the dragon hunter. But now he wonders how long that shield will hold. He faces the palms with determination and realizes he has to prepare for the worst, while Hikarad pleads for a little faith. In the end, Viowen bets that he has at least 6 months of security until Misha. Nervously, she lets slip that one of the ties has just been broken, which almost made Viowen lose control. Meanwhile, in the underground city, Emilia stumbles upon a wrecked ledger and asks him what he's doing there. She immediately suspects he threw his equipment under the bus and begins to wonder who damaged it so badly. Her body looks like a pile of regrets, and she can't help but smile because she always wanted this boy to leave and plans to enjoy the slow process. At that moment, the ligature awakens and asks for healing, but she replies coldly that she has no reason to do so. He reminds her of her contract and asks if, while it forbids taking anyone's life within Noarchs, it says nothing about letting the other person die, so it just so happens to begin to loot her things. She takes a seat nearby to make sure that he fully grunts before leaving to make sure this doesn't bite his back. But of course, some guards begin to head towards them. She curses the dragon hunter's plot armor, and he tries to threaten her. However, Emilia scoffs and asks him if he remembers who to report her to, which throws him off. Without wanting to take risks. Nothing. She pulls out the memory-erasing drug that destroys up to a week's worth of memories. Liger keeps cursing her, but she shoves the potion down his throat anyway, and leaves him unconscious, and now it seems that the poor idiot was mugged in the labyrinth. Back at the temple, Bjorn tries to calm himself, thinking he still has time before the final tie is broken. At that moment, someone calls from behind the door, and it turns out to be Erwin asking to come in. He feels a little curious at first, but quickly regrets it when she launches into a rambling session about her recent adventures. He finally interrupts her and tells her bluntly that he is tired and wants her to leave. Her mood immediately collapses and she leaves silently with tears in her eyes. The next day, the team visits the Explorers Guild and discovers that Dualki had written them in his will, and the news hits the team hard. Bjorn is puzzled because Dualki has always been a ball of sunshine, but clearly he was preparing for the worst. They end up obtaining the rights to Dualki's old house, which makes them feel even more guilty, and they wonder how they'll be able to pay the guy back. After collecting the temple rewards, Bjorn stays behind because he has something to ask. He takes Krovitz aside and makes him promise to keep everything the paladin agrees to a secret, as long as it doesn't go against his deity. Then Bjorn pulls out the bowsword and asks what the hell it is, and Krovitz instantly identifies it as the dragon hunter's weapon. Bjorn explains how the sword repels anyone who tries to use it and asks if the curse can be lifted. But Krovitz makes it clear that the sword's true name is Dragonsword, intended only for Draconians. The name Dragonsword originated after Liger used it to slay the ancient dragon and somehow lived to boast about it. Of that, but the twist is that Ligar should never have been able to handle it. The ancient dragon cursed him with his dying breath and sealed away most of his powers. The guy basically paid with his skills to steal the sword, and now he can't even use it. Which makes Bjorn connect the dots about flirting. He's the damned one. Krovitz advises him to return it to the Draconians, who will probably reward him handsomely. Bjorn thanks him for the idea, and when Krovitz dismisses him, he calls Bjorn his savior, which gives him an idea while he asks for some free blessings. But Krovitz throws another curveball that a second oracle dropped this morning, saying that everything will flow as it should. Bjorn knows instantly that it's directed at him. A clear warning not to defraud the temple too much, but the paladin still offers to listen to any concerns if Bjorn ever wants to vent. After that, Bjorn heads to the tavern where the rest of the team has already had 3 drinks and is unable to cope. He joins them in silence and lets the pain and the alcohol mix freely. Finally, the gang splits up to spend the night. And Misha, incredibly drunk, keeps bumping into Bjorn as she tries to walk straight. He ends up offering her some support and practically drags her home. At his front door, he murmurs a tired god and turns to go inside, but Bjorn, he grabs her arm. With a serious expression, he calls her by her full government name and simply hits her with the most direct line of her life, asking if she likes him as more than just a teammate. Misha freezes in total shock as, in his head, Bjorn hears Dualki's voice calling him denser than concrete. Misha lowers his eyes and admits that, in fact, Bjorn likes him as a man, and she silently wonders if he had already noticed that. Somewhere far away, Erwin suddenly detects something on his husband's radar. His instincts tingle like a faulty radar, and his sister immediately... Tarisha narrowed her eyes and commented that Erwin had been acting badly ever since the day he ran into Bjorn. He quickly offers some weak excuses and insists that everything is perfectly fine, even though it clearly isn't. Internally, she can't help but think that Bjorn didn't look well when she saw him, though she keeps that concern to herself. When Tarisha offers to investigate, Erwin lights up with too much enthusiasm, which causes his sister to put an apple in his mouth in response to calm him down. Back with Bjorn and Misha, he finally admits that he never knew for sure how he felt about her, and that he's simply been using that uncertainty as a shield. Misha isn't satisfied with that answer, so she presses him further and asks what he really thinks of her. After a brief pause, finally, he replies that she's important to him and that he sees her as a valuable teammate. Hearing this, Misha's heart breaks as she quietly asks if it means she isn't good enough in his eyes. But Bjorn simply points out that it's the same for everyone else, since death in this world is always lurking around the corner. In response, Misha wonders if his philosophy of life really boils down solely to survival. Bjorn tries to remain firm and tells her again to consider him just a teammate. However, Misha interrupts him and repeatedly hits him while shouting over and over why he should continue that. Logic. She confesses that she never planned to say any of this today, and now that it's out in the open, she can't help herself. The blows continue, each one laced with a gentle magic, from ice until it finally collapses and lets slip that it doesn't even want anything in return, as it just wants things to stay the same. She begs him not to take away this simple happiness. With that, she bursts into his house and announces that she will not cook for him tomorrow. The next day, Bjorn finds himself staring at a pot of carrots being served and wonders if this is revenge. Misha watches with narrowed eyes as he eats, reminding him to chew everything properly. He does so without complaint and finishes the pot as a silent apology, even praising his food and asking what. He continues. She replies coldly that she does all this because she wants to and that his opinion doesn't influence her decisions. Bjorn. He silently accepts that she is more mature than he has ever been. He will be and accept everything she says. Then Misha establishes the rule that the subject of his feelings will never come up again. After that awkward morning, they regroup with Hikaroth and Rothmiller, who go to the administrative agency for a reason that quickly becomes clear. Misha checks again to see if Hikaroth is serious and assures them that this has always been his dream. He wants to buy Dwalka's house, which costs a hefty 24 million stones. The group collectively decides to take only 5 million stones each from the reward. Once the deal is closed, Hikaroth suggests a drink and the four of them head to the tavern. After a while, Bjorn finally breaks the silence and announces that it's time to talk about the team. But before he can... Continuing, Hikaroth raises his cup and drops the bombshell that he plans to either retire completely or become an explorer. Rothmiller immediately asks what his next step will be, and Hikaroth reveals that he wants to return to his original goal of becoming a blacksmith. She confesses that the labyrinth had only been a way to avoid facing her real problems, but now that Dwalka is gone, she doesn't want to live with any more regrets. Rothmiller raises his cup in support and wishes him well, and Bjorn. He jokes that he will soon depend on him for his team. Rothmiller then also reveals that he is also thinking of leaving because he doesn't feel good enough to. Keeping up with the rhythm, Bjorn continues drinking silently as Hikaroth expresses his hope that Rothmiller finds what he seeks. After a long sip, Bjorn finally lets go. He takes a mug and declares that he and Misha are forming their own team and plan to go even further. He teases that she'll find it hard to keep up, but Misha just shrugs and says it's karma. Bjorn then urges everyone to stop wasting time and raise their cups. At once, Rothmiller takes the lead as they toast the graduation of the underdog team. Several cups later, both Misha and Hikaroth faint at the table, and Bjorn is smiling, but Rothmiller breaks the moment with a sudden question, without warning. Warning, direct questions and Bjorn is a spirit. Evil, Bjorn thumps his fist with. He gets angry and demands to know if it's some kind of joke or accusation. Rothmiller simply smiles and says he knew Bjorn would react this way, which only confirms his suspicions that it's one of. Rothmiller goes on to point out that Bjorn never appeared to be the typical barbarian. He had no obsession with honor, nor blind loyalty to oaths, and he seemed strangely patient for a bloodthirsty warrior. Then, that's when Bjorn realizes that maybe he needs to change his approach if he wants to. Get over this. Close your eyes and say you don't like being accused by a friend, but... Rothmiller continues and takes a sip of his beer before saying that Bjorn is too special. He calls him a bookish barbarian, maintains. He remains calm under pressure, values profits over glory, and even possesses great mental energy. Bjorn listens silently, but the explorer continues, saying he couldn't believe it when Bjorn said he received a revelation from an ancient deity. Rothmiller claims that evil spirits treat the people of this world as trash, and at that moment a memory comes back to Bjorn of agency. However, the spirit of the stars gave Rothmiller an oracle, so now there is no doubt left in his mind, and he apologizes, saying that he judged Bjorn with the eyes of a criminal and never gave him a real chance. He goes on to say that some people are simply more loved by the heavens, and history calls them heroes. But Bjorn ignores him. Rothmiller insists he believes in him and calls him a hero, only for Bjorn to respond by asking why he bothered questioning him in the first place. Rothmiller stands up and says that he came to warn him that, although Bjorn is intelligent, he's new to this world and needs to keep his cool. As he helps Hickarod up, he adds that being too special puts a target on your back. Therefore, it is best to hide that spark and never mention the oracle again. His final words are that, as someone who lived a normal life, he hopes Bjorn's path continues to be filled with joy. Of light. Bjorn looks at the nearby statue and wonders what he's supposed to do if even a teammate manages to figure out that it could be an evil spirit with just a little evidence. He imagines he will do whatever it takes to survive, no matter the cost, but then Misha suddenly pulls him out of his thoughts and asks him what he is thinking about. She begins to panic as she wonders if she said something strange while she was drunk, but Bjorn mocks her with a vague answer and says they should go find Krovitz and head to Kommelby, leaving her completely shocked. They connect with the paladin and ask him to arrange a meeting with the dragons, since Bjorn decides that returning the sword and receiving a reward is the smartest move. Later in Kommelby, he spends all his money on the ingredients needed for the 6th seal, already regretting the blow to his wallet. They start shopping for Misha, who can't believe she's about to buy a sword worth 12 million stones. But he still hesitates because he plans to save the rest, but Bjorn advises him to buy beast blood first and then save up, as investing in his spirit beast power is better. Finally, they completely empty their wallets and drag themselves back to their neighborhood like two ruined vagrants. Right outside Bjorn's apartment, Misha wishes him good night, but he stops her and asks if she has a preference for a partner. Team? She thinks for a moment and replies that anyone is fine as long as it's not. Nothing, which greatly puzzles Bjorn. After that, he heads to the Bearman Cafe and still can't believe that Misha is a full-blown racist, since he was so surprised that he simply ran away. Mama Bear lights up the moment she sees a customer, while Admin seems a little horrified to see who entered, but once. When he realizes it's just a friend, his mood quickly plummets and he starts ranting about how empty the place is, so Bjorn orders some food anyway out of fear. Then, after eating some ridiculously good food, Bjorn jokes that Abman seems strangely at home working in a restaurant, which clearly bothers him. But our guy goes on to say that there's no shame in being a full-time family man, but Abman tries to change the subject and asks if Bjorn came to talk about the team. Bjorn explains that his team disbanded, and Mr. Bear assumes he lost someone and mentions that this world is a messy place. Bjorn drinks a beer and orders 2 more, which instantly lifts Mrs. Bear's spirits. Abman asks who else will be joining besides Misha, and Bjorn replies that he's looking for a wizard and ideally a priest. But then he remembers what Captain Paladin said about needing at least 3 members above the 5th rank and having to complete the temple missions. So, our boy, he backed down. He decided they needed at least 1 guide, so for now they would hire a temporary explorer, and everyone would receive equal shares except for the explorer. At that moment, Abman casually revealed that he was a guide and asked for a raise, taking Bjorn completely by surprise. Remember that Abman got lost on the 1st floor and Bearman starts to sweat. It turns out he is. He's really terrible with directions, and Bjorn awkwardly replies that he'll think about it after consulting with the others. Mr. Bear tries to strike up a small talk, but Mama Bear interrupts him and asks how long he plans to waste his time. He starts to panic, but then she finds out he's joining anew. The team lights up and celebrates that little Vulcan is recruiting her husband. He even says he hated his old party because they cheated on him for 18 months, which takes Bjorn down. Hoffman starts drinking beer again, completely destroying the mature image Bjorn had of him. The next day, Bjorn visits the barbarian sanctuary and is surprised to find it completely empty. A voice calls to him and asks if he is there for Cadbia's funeral. The news hits him hard, and he immediately realizes that Enar's training must have. It's over. Bjorn admits he didn't know the funeral was over. Today the guy tells her it's okay and they should leave. After walking, they soon reach a clearing where the entire tribe has already gathered around the deceased chief. Under a tree, he sees Einar looking depressed, calling him, and Bjorn approaches to ask her why she is sitting alone. She says she never would have gone through with it if she had known this would happen, which catches Bjorn off guard because no one told him. The ritual that completed Enar is called tempering. It greatly increases physical stats and grants the right to partnership. Spiritual, a sorcery exclusive to barbarians that transfers one essence to another. However, it can only be done once as the donor dies, Bjorn says. The old man must have really believed her, although she's still very upset that no one warned her. Then, the deputy chief intervenes and calls Kaduba a coward, which instantly, it makes Einar angry. She yells at him not to disrespect the boss, but he coldly replies that this makes her the coward since Kadba never explained the spiritual association. Einar. She tries to argue, but he does. He silences her with a brutal headbutt and tells her to stop mocking him. Of his death, everyone feels pain. But what matters is how you face it, for that is what it means to walk the warrior's path. The shaman declares that Kaduba's soul has now merged with the forest and calls out to anyone who wishes to be remembered by him. Of their conversation, while Einar still seems slightly irritated. Shortly after, Bjorn visits the shaman in his tent, who seems amused that our boy managed to gather all the ingredients and asks him how much they cost. Bjorn finds that. She asks a somewhat dubious question, while the shaman laughs because money simply favors him and takes the ingredients anyway. He seems annoyed when the memory hits him, and the shaman assumes that he must have exchanged something valuable for it. Our hero refuses to answer, but the shaman casually says that for a warrior, losing precious things is part of the journey to becoming stronger. Instead, Bjorn asks if he can get the seal today, which the shaman confirms. So Bjorn makes a conceited request to start. Not long after, screams echoed from the store when Bjorn finally unlocks the 6th seal along with the unity and ability of the soul of the armor. He pants heavily, celebrating that he has achieved unity, which is already quite a feat on its own, but what drives him crazy is that he secretly allows his team to grow with gigantification as well, saving you the trouble of showing your products to everyone. In addition to that, he can now also assess his weapons and begins to get distracted with joy while the shaman thinks our boy has gone crazy. Bjorn ends up having a bad crash that night and only wakes up the next day, but the shaman enters with a serious look and asks him how he ended up being chosen by the deity of humans, taking him completely by surprise. The shaman points to the clearly linked ring, to his destination, but tells her not to stress, saying that no one else would notice anyway, and that he doesn't plan to today. Tell no one. Switch to story mode and begin explaining how they left their homeland years ago, following the souls of their ancestors until they landed. Here they discovered the existence of superior beings in civilization itself. Bjorn sits down and asks what that's supposed to mean, but the shaman just laughs and says that the spirits of their ancestors led them to Ravdonia, so there's no reason to doubt the existence of the spirit of Ravdonia. Bjorn then wonders what the chief would say about this, and the shaman replies that he'd most likely kick him out, or worse. Still, I would finish him off in the act. Then he asks why Bjorn is even concerned about it, since all other species have already abandoned their outdated traditions, while Bjorn reflects that it probably happened for the same reason it happened on Earth. The shaman presses again, asking him if he is afraid of being exiled, and that's when Bjorn realizes that even as a shaman, he's still a barbarian at heart. The shaman offers a compelling solution to becoming the chief, which fits perfectly into the warrior's path, while Bjorn grins and finds the idea quite tempting. Sometime later, he walks through the forest, thinking that generating influence would help either way, so he should probably start gathering followers. At that moment, she sees Einar unconscious, looking like a true barbarian, and wonders if he's been outside all this time. He wakes her up, and she charges, life like a wind-up box, and she starts barking that she had no intention of falling asleep while her head is still tilted. She steps aside, and Bjorn, with tests, now feels better. She takes a moment and replies that she's much better, although still a little irritated. Einar begins to remember all the brutal training he endured under Ketuva, and he's still upset because he didn't say anything to her, thinking that it made her look like a coward, in front of everyone. Then she changes the subject, and asks Bjorn if something happened since he looks different, and not as cheerful, guessing that it might be because of her. He recounts that one of his friends passed away, and Einar. He softens when she asks him what happened. After he gives her a brief explanation, she repeats Dwalki's name and promises that she will remember it. She says it's a shame it would have been nice to meet him once, but then he goes on and asks if Bjorn wants to fight, since he's curious to test his current strength. Bjorn asks if that means he's trying to join the team, and she says that if she's strong enough, she'll do it, So far, Bjorn's team has been complete, but there's still one spot open as Avman takes on scouting duties and starts thinking about whether to fill it with a mage, a ranged fighter, or another melee fighter. Body. He taunts Einar by telling him that he was planning to put a magician there, but since his potato brain can't process long sentences, he needs him to say it in a way he can actually understand. He simply tells her everything, and with that, Einar. Enter to start the game. Bjorn raises his shield in time, but he doesn't give up and keeps pressuring him with quick cuts. He is disconcerted when he realizes that she has become stronger, and somehow inherited the essence of the successive cut. Decide to press the most, and it activates gigantification, which instantly puts her on alert. She recalls how that exact spot had a gentleman crying for his mother, and wonders how Einar will react now. But the next thing she knows, she's already standing in front of him without hesitation, and he delivers a solid blow. Bjorn clenches his teeth, grateful. If she had skin of iron, that last blow would have hurt more, but then she quickly tells Einar to stop, which makes her say that she must not be good enough. He clarifies by saying yes, thinking about how she managed to assist a hit even while he was using gigantification. She perks up and eagerly asks if she can join the team, even though Bjorn. He says he'll need a moment to think about it. She generously offers him a full minute, but he asks for 3. He boasts about being super patient and being able to wait that long while he starts holding his breath, as if to somehow prove it. Bjorn goes into detective mode and realizes that even if he fights at close range, his potential is too good to ignore. As he tries to talk, she still stubbornly holds on, breathing, so he tells her they'll work together and she'll fall like a dead, muttering nonsense due to lack of oxygen. Bjorn leaves thinking that all he needs now is a wizard, and then he'll help improve both girls' ranks. After he tells Einar that he has passed away, she runs out to pack her things. Sometime later, he runs into Karen, who seems very excited to see him, and asks him what's going on. Doing this way, Bjorn mentions that he came to visit the shaman, and Karen ask him if he has some time since he was about to train the young warriors. Bjorn doesn't think he'd normally join, but as he aspires to be the boss, this seems like an opportunity to gold. Moments later, Karen is lecturing a group of enthusiastic barbarian babies about how humans are enemies and that they must protect their hearts. Bjorn observes while thinking that it is less a lesson and more a discreet brainwashing session, but he also admits that it is crucial for survival. Karen's tone then turns serious when she states that if a human ends up being a looter, they'll crush his head, and even Bjorn has to tell him. After the speech, Karen calls Bjorn's name and the crowd erupts, chanting his name. Bjorn starts to feel the adrenaline rush. His heart is pounding. He shouts forcefully, letting out a war cry that silences everyone. Then, he becomes completely manic and starts throwing out random battle tips, shouting that a good looter is dead and warning them never to trust the guild or in no one named Hans. Just as he's about to continue, he feels a chill run down his spine and turns around to see the boss lunging at him, like a missile, and immediately considers it bloodlust. The boss clashes with Bjorn like, "It was the Twin Towers, but our boy manages to dodge it and asks what the hell is going on." The boss accuses him of being behind the guild's letters and demands an explanation. To know if lifeless humans instead of monsters is now the barbaric path. Meanwhile, Bjorn's enthusiasm quickly fades. He looks him straight in the eye and replies that the chieftain should have been teaching these things from the start. Bjorn's voice rises as he asks how many barbarians have died in the labyrinth, while the chieftain responds that warriors must not fear death. He asserts that only the survivors grow stronger and says that Bjorn is proof of that. Bjorn clenches his jaw, remembering how almost half of the tribe was wiped out during their first expedition. And only a few remained 6 months later. He responds and asks if many died during the chieftain's time, and if they are all weak now, which the chieftain denies. Bjorn then becomes honest and says that the monsters with human skin treat them like garbage, but the chieftain argues that only the mages want their hearts. Bjorn interrupts, saying it was the boss's weakness that allowed it all to happen, leaving the boss stunned. Bjorn continues, and he says that he should at least have warned the young warriors what to expect and how to respond. The chief clings to old traditions and claims that warriors need to learn on their own. But Bjorn shouts at him to open his eyes. He shouts that they are no longer warriors, only servants of others. They hunt and ask if this disaster was really what the founders had in mind. The boss tells him to calm down, but Bjorn is already fired up and blurts out that if he were the boss, he'd handle things differently. That catches the boss's attention as he stamps his foot and demands to know what Bjorn just said. Bjorn clenches his fists and tells him that if he can't do it right, his work will do it for him, both for him and for the tribe. Sometime later, Bjorn, He wakes up and slowly rebuilds things when he realizes he's in the boss's store. Remember that after that little outburst, the boss didn't say a word at first. But suddenly he swung his axe so hard that he almost shaved half of Bjorn's face off. Bjorn tried to defend himself using gigantification, but it still remained. Unconscious, although he managed to land a solid blow. The chief enters and is slightly surprised to find him awake, while Bjorn shudders at the sight of the chief's mangled nose but the man. He replies that Bjorn shouldn't be talking with that bruised face of his. The boss takes a seat and says he wasn't actually angry. However, Bjorn was being too irritating. He then asks if Bjorn desires the position so much and points out that, unlike others who pursue the title for glory, Bjorn seems to want it for the tribe. He goes on to say that the former chief was the same, and then asks if our hero knows what happened to the last man, and Bjorn correctly guesses that it was something related to the Holy War. At that time, the barbarians found a divine fairy relic in the labyrinth. The fairies thought it was stolen and captured whoever found it, but they accidentally killed him during the interrogation. The old chief lost him and started a war that lasted for more than a year until the royal family intervened, but the old chief did not survive. Many warriors died, and that was when the magic tower decided that the barbarian hearts were the best option. The current leader had gone to protest, but the mages were too steeped in their egos to listen. Bjorn tries. He tries to say something, but the chief interrupts, saying that if he had told the warriors all this, perhaps more of them would have survived. But if he had done so, then the barbarians might have begun to hate all humans. Bjorn argues that it's only the raiders, but the chieftain replies that they're too foolish to tell the difference. He adds that if the barbarians start hating all humans, there will be nowhere safe for them. Bjorn believes he's simply afraid of him. To royalty, and the boss readily admits that anyone would have it. He says that if Bjorn ever stands before the king, he'll understand why that fear runs so deep. But Bjorn can already see that it's not the throne he fears, it's the man who sits on it. The main reasons are that while it does not warn about looters, it asks that they not be taught to hate humans. As he leaves, he replies that if Bjorn really wants the position, he'd better get stronger. Which leaves our boy with the feeling that maybe there's a possibility. Real. Bjorn gives him a smug smile. Faced with the challenge, the chieftain gives him one last boost of confidence, saying he lands a solid punch as he wipes the blood from his nose. Outside, the barbarian mob has already gathered and begins to whisper the moment they see him. Surprised that he even looks alive, Einar appears, asking if he's all right after hearing the news, and the others rush in with even more enthusiasm, claiming they heard he'll be the next chieftain. Bjorn clarifies this by saying that he still has to prove himself worthy, and the crowd instantly begins to doubt him, wondering how he plans to beat the boss. Our boy flashes the most unholy grin and tells them it won't take long, leaving everyone speechless as the chief silently cultivates Laura behind him. Before leaving, Bjorn meets with Karen and tells her he doesn't teach barbarian babies to hate humans. Karen tries to object, but Einar intervenes, saying that not all humans are bad, and brings up the story of Dwelke. Soon after, Karen ends up sobbing over the tragic glory of the story, and asks if it's all right to share it with the young warriors. Bjorn seems a little puzzled, but Einar considers it a great idea, and says it will serve as a good example. Bjorn tries to argue that Dwelke was a mage, not a warrior, but the two have already made a decision, so he leaves him. After leaving the sanctuary, she takes Einar to her house and shows him the room with you in hers. She immediately lights up like a child in a candy store, amazed at how luxurious it is. She jumps onto the bed and declares that she will stay with him forever, but Bjorn quickly covers her mouth with one hand and reminds her that this is no longer the sanctuary, so she must keep the volume down, which makes her face instantly light up like a tomato. At that moment, Misha enters at the worst possible time and demands to know what is happening while shooting an angry look directly at Einar and asking, "Who is this woman?" Bjorn starts sweating like crazy, but Einar starts barking that she is absolutely excited and guesses Misha's name, saying that it is an honor to meet her. Misha immediately drags Bjorn away, and he says they need to talk and demands to know where the barbaric girl he promised is. She refuses to believe that someone with such a thin body could make a barbarian. But Einar. He kicks open the door as if he owes her money and shouts Misha's full name. She demands to know if they are making fun of her for being short, and warns that she hears everything. Misha tries to back down by saying that Einar is too pretty to play a barbarian, which only makes things worse. Meanwhile, Bjorn just watches the chaos unfold and mentally checks it. As the two girls do, he leaves silently through the door. The next day, he heads to the bakery for Siobhan's monthly friends meeting, which he attends mainly to stay on good terms with her. He imagines she's only arranging these meetings to bring Lagna closer to him. Out of the blue, he asks Lagna if she's ever considered becoming a scout, but she immediately reminds him that he already asked her. That's it. Shaben slams his hands on the table. In a state of shock, and frantically asks Lagna if she is considering it, but Lagna calmly assures her not to worry and tells her that she enjoys being a librarian. Bjorn hadn't expected that, and she feels a little discouraged since she is at least a 5th rank mage and must have some powerful reason not to join. Shaben notices and asks about the current mage on Bjorn's team, to which he bluntly replies that he died, destroying the entire atmosphere of the meeting. Later, he visits the magical order, and Raven isn't very excited to see him back, and she asks him if he remembers the conditions she gave him. However, Bjorn repeats them perfectly. She continues to ask him if he fulfilled them, and Bjorn admits that he hasn't yet recruited a priest, but says, Misha is a 7th rank close quarters combat fighter and will soon reach 6th rank. Raven narrowed his eyes, but Bjorn then mentioned Einar, who it inherited a 4th rank essence and is now effectively 6th rank. He completes it by bringing Avmen in as a 5th rank scout of the Black Bear tribe, calling him a high-ranking trader who can summon a tank, which makes Raven suspicious since someone like that might join. To any team, Bjorn explains that he doesn't believe Avmen will betray them, and Raven decides to trust his word. Then she asks about the scout, to which Bjorn gently mentions that Avman also acts as a scout, leaving her absolutely stunned. When Bjorn asks if she wants him to take an oath or something, Raven simply raises her hands in a gesture of surrender. He sweetens the deal by mentioning that joining them would give him solid funding for his research as they are about to reach the 6th floor. That makes her stop, thinking that they might find hidden breaks and points since they'll have a guide with them. He keeps flattering her, calling her an expert magician who already knows all this anyway, and she falls for it when she agrees to join, but on one condition. It makes it clear that exploration is always secondary, and that it can disappear for months at a time. Bjorn accepts that, but asks her to at least let him know if she plans to quit smoking. With that, she shakes his hand and officially joins the dominated squad while he mentally celebrates that the exploration mission is complete. Thereafter, life begins to become a routine in Rafdonia, but one day Mama Bear starts cracking her knuckles when she discovers her husband has been sneaking around alone in the dungeon, and the mighty Bearman immediately begins to apologize. In the background, Misha apologizes for revealing the secret as the two sit in the front row to witness the most terrifying domestic beating imaginable. A few days later, the clock strikes 12 and reaches midnight, and our child prepares to be transported again to the spirit realm. Hansu aims to keep the community forum active for 12 hours. He needs to unearth something useful about Orculus, not Ark. He sees the high price, but considers it fair since this information could make or break his survival, as books only go up to a certain point and are not updated as quickly as these forums. Immediately after submitting her application, she sees a family group channel and clicks on it. Seconds later, Sergeant Lee greets him dramatically, tears in his eyes, demanding to know why it took so long. Hansu replies that he arrived immediately, but Beiko spouts nonsense and starts ranting as if he thinks something bad has happened. Our boy shudders slightly, wondering how hungry this guy is. What kind of attention is this getting while Beiko keeps barking about not even getting the chance to badmouth politicians or their military? Hansu awkwardly invites him to take a seat and blames himself for expecting Beiko to act like a normal person. The guy was dumped here the moment he left the army without any interaction, but then again, he could be acting since he's a 10-year veteran. He starts sweating a little as he remembers the sergeant is still a stranger and decides not to reveal too much. The sergeant smiles and says he's really glad Hansu is back, who smiles back as he reminds him that he said he would. Then Beiko spirals into a discussion about what they should talk about, randomly dismissing Korean celebrities, while Hansu seems more lost than a politician in a competition for the truth. Instead, Hansu suggests they start with the military, which ignites Beiko's interest until he becomes slightly suspicious since Hansu mentioned he was in the public service. Beiko dismisses this, saying it's better than talking about idols. Hansu clearly knows nothing about them. This surprises Beiko, who had described Hansu as a nervous fanatic. A little later, Beiko suddenly bursts out laughing, taking Hansu caught off guard. Then the sergeant says the whole conversation reminded him of Korea in a way he can't explain. They go completely into barking mode, jumping around between random topics and laughing until Beiko suddenly changes the mood and says that when they get back home, they might need a trip to the psychiatric hospital. He talks about how ending someone's life on suspicion, or simply for being an obstacle, has become so normalized that it's terrifying. Hansu remains hopeful, suggesting that they will eventually readjust, and Beiko nods, although not entirely convinced. He thanks him. Hansu confesses that he had been considering not returning at all, fearing that they would simply be labeled as lunatics. He changes the subject, saying that having this conversation gave him some hope, and that if he can laugh here, maybe he can do the same on Earth. Meanwhile, Hansu keeps his guard up and decides not to push any further, instead directing the conversation towards Orculus. Beiko seems surprised, but then asks why Hansu's curiosity takes him by surprise. Hansu follows his rehearsed script and says there's a rumor that Orculus stole the 6 treasures needed for the top floor. Beiko relaxes upon hearing that and reveals that the treasures were actually stolen half a year ago, and all on the same day. Hansu quickly connects the dots and realizes the chief was right that the other races are also being attacked, and there's no way Orculus could have pulled this off alone. Beiko says he investigated but found nothing and asks Hansu to share anything he finds. Hansu realizes Beiko probably has nothing to do with it, and the sergeant nervously adds that 5 people could open the door anyway, so our guy doesn't need to think of him as competition. Our hero then asks how he's supposed to find something even Beiko couldn't, and when he doesn't get an answer, Beiko simply calls him special. Hansu also has no answer, and Beiko. He mentions that Hansu won the game 10 times on easy mode, saying that he too will be dominated like him in 10 years, and our boy realizes that Beiko's mental resilience is no joke. Our boy delves deep into his thoughts and realizes that the sergeant basically just said it would take 10 years to find those 6 treasures, and he starts wondering where that kind of stubborn optimism comes from. Then Beiko casually mentions that if he gains enough fame, the Revolutionary Front will appear with a warning. However, if he accepts it, he will meet a bad end. Also, he says that royalty might be pursuing Orculus since the Dragon Slayer made a mistake by kidnapping a high priest. Hansu's interest grows when he asks where it happened, but Beiko admits he doesn't know any more details. He adds that Liger lost his memories and doesn't even know he hit him, leading Hansu to wonder if it's related to the vine that broke in the wood. Beiko goes on to say that someone picked up the letter and took it to the temple, which exposed everything and could lead to an actual raiding party, but Orculus is no joke either, so he warns Hansu never to join that raid. It suddenly starts to fail when its time runs out. However, Hansu is not finished with his questions yet, but the sergeant disappears from everyone's sight. Modes. After that, Hansu returns to his room while trying to process everything, as it's only a matter of time before he's caught. The ring can only delay things for a long time, so it's just a matter of time before it's exposed. Assuming Orculus turns hostile, he plans to gather as much information as possible, and without further ado, it's time for the round table discussion. Enter. Elegantly late, playing the arrogant card as planned while the others whisper if he's even going to show up. A new boy asks who he is, but the others can't explain and simply tell him to shut up. The goblin suspects they are messing with him since this type cannot physically attack, but the jester mentions bloodlust, which the new one has not yet. He believes it. Then comes the silence as Hansu walks by, radiating alpha male energy. The goblin tries to act like a fish. Fat, but Hansu doesn't waste a second and hits him with the bloodlust, making the guy choke in midair. The goblin begs him to stop while Hansu thinks, since this guy is a frequent user. He should have listened to his elders. Leave. He goes bloodlust and says he was just curious about the new kid, but decides, who is as boring as the rest while the jester. He intervenes, saying that he has prepared something that even Hansu will find interesting. Hansu takes his seat like the main character he is and smiles in anticipation of what juicy information will grace his ears. The deer and the fox mock him to make him recover, as things are about to. To begin, while the jester laughs and says that this time Hansu is talking and is embarrassing him secondhand. The hooded figure and the fox agree that it wasn't as bad as before. Although Hansu knows that he had to regain control of it in order to maintain control, a trick he learned from the boss. The goblin apologizes as he regains some composure, and Hansu calculates that he is definitely one step below the other 4. The jester gets excited when he wonders who should start and asks the lion to go last. However, somewhat confusing Hansu, he explains that he simply likes to save the best for last. The first round begins, and the goblin thinks he has struck gold when he drops the hint of Orculus's alleged involvement in the disappearance of the high priest. But the glass glows red, showing that most of them already have it. They knew. Hansu wonders how that turned out while the fox comforts the goblin, who says it will take more to impress those two. The hooded man admits that he didn't know either, and Hansu suspects that the servant and the jester were the ones who already knew. The lion clicks his tongue in annoyance while the jester... She scolds Miss Fox for breaking her unspoken rule of not revealing who didn't know what. He reminds them to keep their slip-ups under control, although Hansu recalls that last time it was the jester himself who betrayed someone, and believes that he is less calculated than he lets on. Our hero remains alert when he begins to suspect that this information might be related to identity of the jester and that he could be at odds with the temple or the underground city. The goblin sits down, saying that the deity gave an oracle, and this time the crystal shines green. Interest. The jester's offer increases, and he offers to buy the information, but the imp says he's keeping him out of the loop. Jester makes a mistake and reveals that not even the paladin knows. This sends the leprechaun into a panic, as everyone now knows he's connected. They start freaking out over the new kid. But the jester simply replies that Leon probably doesn't care, but Hansu silently takes note of that. Next, it's Miss Fox's turn. She mentions that a double-numbered item is being auctioned at Sky Auction House, which catches Hansu's attention as he realizes he needs to go there. The servant goes on to say that the royal family is preparing to attack Noark, confirming what Bako had said. Then, the hooded man reveals that the equipment stolen from the dragon hunter is now on the black market, except that the bowsword is still missing. That hits Hansu like a truck when he realizes that someone must have looted the guy after he was folded like an omelet. Beko had said that he didn't even hit his head, but he lost his memory, and now Hansu suspects that the memory loss might be related to that. The previous drug meant that whoever gave it to her could be causing chaos, internal at Orculus. Then the jester turns to the lion and asks if he would like to go, but Hansu notices how conceited he looks and replies that he seems too confident. Jester claims that this time he has gone deeper, and Hansu tells him to sculpt it already. The jester declares that in 3 years, unity magic will be created for up to 6 people at once, and all immediately. They will begin to lose it. The crystal glows green, and Hansu realizes it's true, or perhaps the jester truly believes it is. The servant. He gets up in disbelief as Miss Fox begins to panic, rambling about how this changes everything. Hansu. He knows this could be a game changer, as groups of 6 people would create new formations and synergies, perhaps even making cleaning up the game a real possibility. The jester proudly asks for Hansu's opinion, and our guy just smiles and gives the guy in need a little compliment. When it's finally his turn, Hansu begins to think about what to leave behind now that the stakes have risen. He decides to reward their efforts and drops the bombshell that the oracle has given birth to a new relic. Divine. The goblin loses control and yells at Hansu, demanding to know something. He doesn't know, but the jester interrupts and asks for details, but Hansu silences him and tells him to bring better information next time. The jester laughs and says he's glad the lion is staying and promises to bring something even juicier, while Hansu believes he's just secured another source. Meanwhile, the jester acts. As if the person he likes had just sent him a text message, Hansu believes that next time they'll ignore him as if the information weren't interesting at all. Miss Fox asks him if he knows where the master is, but Hansu only makes a vague gesture that his answer depends on the type of information she brings. This leaves her frustrated, as her advice isn't as exciting as the others. With that, Hansu asks if they're down for another round, and a few moments later, the goblin jumps again because his information fails again. The hooded figure says he needs to do better, and the goblin coughs something related to the temple. Miss Fox finally reveals what the double number is, but that still doesn't impress the servant, who tells him news about the royalty. Then, the Crescent mentions that Lotta's successor committed a serious crime and was stripped of his title. When it's the jester's turn, he says that masks are not chosen at random and reflect the wearer's destiny. He hits the goblin while calling him weak, and the servant finally understands why the jester kept the clown mask. No one agrees on what constitutes crystal-worthy information, and the jester fills in the gaps by mentioning something about the Explorers Guild. Then it's Hansu's turn again, and he casually drops something so advanced in the game that it's almost pointless for anyone else to know about it. He reveals that the Resurrection Stone exists, and the room erupts in chaos. Everyone except the goblin, who cluelessly asks, "What's that?" instantly killing the mood. The Resurrection Stone is nearly impossible to obtain, and Hansu only managed to grab it once during 9 brutal years of gameplay. Fox explains what the Resurrection Stone and the goblin obviously do. Call it cap, since a revival element shouldn't exist in a roguelike game. Crescent. He gets up and asks if it's really possible to bring someone back. Hansu confirms that yes, although there are some complex conditions. The hooded figure. He tries to pressure Hansu for more, but Hansu interrupts, saying she's already shared enough for one day. However, the guy doesn't back down and asks what kind of information Hansu is interested in, since he desperately needs that article. Our guy caught us off guard. He started searching for an answer and then blurted out the coldest thing he can say, admitting he's not even sure what interests him. He feels a little nervous in his head, but he hopes it will be enough to push them to start throwing all sorts of information at him. He realizes that this way he can dismiss anything halfway through and pretend he's hard to please. The hooded figure calms down, now wondering what kind of information could impress. A guy like that, but the silence. He fills the room when Hansu. He gets up to leave, sees that everyone is still looking at him because they clearly expect more. Which irritates him a little. Even so, he gently says that he's looking forward to their next meeting, and emerges emitting a pure aura. Meanwhile, the goblin is in a complete panic, muttering that Mr. Lion might be one of them, confusing the rest. He claims that only 10 people in the order know the oracle, and wonders if Hansu is one of them. The jester immediately begins to do so, but the goblin insists, saying that nothing else makes sense. The jester bangs his fist on the table and says that's precisely why nobody takes the goblin seriously. He points. It never occurred to him that one of the 10 could be his own subordinate, but the goblin refuses to believe it, since those people are chosen by the spirit. The rest of the group doesn't seem convinced either, which catches the goblin off guard. The hooded figure says he thought Hansu would be the moralistic type, but he's clearly something else entirely. Even the deer admits that Hansu feels like he's on another level. The hooded figure. It points out that Hansu already knew about the attack, so he may have connections in the palace. Miss Fox adds that she wasn't even tempted by the double-digit item. The jester intervenes and says he's sure Mr. Lion has probably killed thousands and doesn't even know what he is anymore. What excites him? The hooded figure suggests that perhaps they already know who he is, since Hansu looked directly at him before revealing the resurrection stone as if he knew. The goblin tries to ignore it and says they're making too much of it, but he starts to wonder if he's falling behind again. Then the jester adds that it makes sense why Hansu would be the one to bring out the resurrection stone in the first place. Suddenly Miss Fox has an idea and asks if they can track someone through the mask. Even the deer agrees it's possible, assuming the jester's earlier statement was true. Miss Fox enters the mode. The story unfolds as our child recalls the tale of lions throwing their clubs off cliffs to harden them. But the deer remarks that Hansu has probably endured much worse. Much worse. The jester speculates that perhaps this means Hansu will be king someday, and grow up, nodding, saying that he doesn't seem like the type to serve under anyone's orders. The group continues theorizing, and the leprechaun has a sudden great brain moment when he wonders if the lion mask is about Hansu having a lot of women like real lions. Wisely. He keeps that thought to himself. He's not in the mood to roast again. 2 days later, the newly formed group held its first meeting, and Bjorn was a little worried at first, but it ended up going surprisingly well. Raven gets straight to the point and says they need to talk about the distribution of the loot, and Einar immediately offers Bjorn as a volunteer to handle it. Raven disagrees, and even Avman chimes in, stating that Einar doesn't deserve the same pay because she's less skillful, which angers her. Before she explodes, Michelle silences her by covering her mouth with one hand and tells her that Bjorn will take care of it. Raven explains that with their advanced distortion abilities, they can store essences in test tubes and extract more elements, so he wants around 30% as recommended by his superiors. Bjorn replies that his superiors probably worked with low-level equipment, but she answers him and asks if that isn't the case for her now. She's a 6th grade mage. Rank, which counts as a 5th rank explorer level, which technically puts her above the rest. Bjorn says they'll sort it out in the labyrinth, but Raven keeps insisting that Michelle and Einar aren't that helpful. Our guy resolves the matter by offering her 40% of the special loot obtained through magic, which she happily accepts, unaware that it's only the standard cut for mages. Bjorn tells Avman that he can only take 5% of Einar's share because he's an explorer, which clearly annoys him. But some dirt prevents him from arguing. With that, the biggest conflict is solved, and Bjorn points out that it's actually easier when a background check has been done beforehand. However, just when you think they're done, Raven starts talking again, delving into issues of registration, funding, and splitting the loot in case of a breakup. She continues while everyone else pretends to be busy, and Bjorn forces himself to stay awake. Finally, he asks how long it will take. To this, the little witch replies that they have only covered half of 35 topics. Bjorn decides to call it a night and promises to sort things out later. She's still pressing him to set a date. Specifically, Bjorn swears he has never been more grateful to be a barbarian and not a magician. The next morning he finishes his check-in and they return home early, so he tells the girls to get some rest. Then he goes into his room and sees a letter from Leatlis's followers. He wonders. If the encounter with the draconic humans is taking place, it's assumed they must desperately want to recover the dragon-slaying sword. As soon as he opens the letter that only says he will call him, a bright light. It envelops him and drags him into an unknown space. Bjorn looks around, while wondering if this is the dragon's temple, and guessing that the card was a container for a teleportation spell. At that moment, a voice asks him if he knows that he is not the first barbarian to set foot in this place. The pressure hits him hard, but it's different from bloodlust because it's stronger, which our boy considers fear. To the dragon, the man on the throne tells him that if he survives, he will be the first barbarian to do so, Bjorn. He quickly realizes that this higher-ranking creature is using the fear of the dragon to exert some intimidation. And since those of his kind are too proud to retrieve the sword without a reward, they still feel the need to make things dramatic before even speaking. It bothers him as he wonders why everyone keeps trying to scare him, which clearly baffles the Draconian, as he has never seen anyone react like that before. Bjorn. Take a deep breath and he lets out a full-blown war cry since he doesn't even recognize the fear of the dragon. The Draconian is too stunned to speak for a few seconds, but finally asks what it's about, and Bjorn replies that he simply felt like screaming. The man smiles and says there's no problem while snapping his fingers and apologizing, claiming that it was the elders who told him to act this way to facilitate the negotiations. Bjorn decides to clear a few things up while introducing himself and asks if the guy is the boss here. The man gets up and says it works, but it's easier to call him Furzere Dormith, leaving Bjorn completely stunned. The Draconian laughs because he's joking and tells him to just call him Lafir, although Bjorn clearly doesn't. He cares. Leifr narrows his eyes slightly and asks Bjorn to show him the dragon sword, finding it hard to believe. Now that he has it, Bjorn feels a little annoyed by the doubt, but realizes that showing is better than talking and pulls it out. Before she can react, Leifr Flash steps forward and cleans the sword, holding. Leifr wants to inspect it while she looks for something. The full story of Ligar, so Bjorn gives him a brief summary, carefully omitting some things. The Draconian seems a little shaken by Ligar's actions, but agrees to keep the whole matter a secret as Bjorn requested. He then reveals that Ligar is his younger brother, which he couldn't stop, and he remembers the day he found the body of the ancient dragon and that the sword was missing. Upon recovering, Leifr lowers his head slightly to thank Bjorn for returning the sword and calls him his savior. Bjorn feels. He's a little uncomfortable, because he only did it for a reward, and believes he could also continue. Leifr asks what he wants, and Bjorn returns the question by asking what is offered. Leifr starts with enough treasure to fund his advanced armor and more, but Bjorn rejects it. Then comes the offer from a teammate for 2 years, which sounds tempting, but Bjorn doesn't attach much importance to it either. Although the fierce woman lets him go, she is also very beautiful. Next up is the bow armor, which is still in development for next year, but if our hero wanted some gear, he'd simply have. Taking the gold, playing like a true. Barbaric, Bjorn says that none of that works and demands a tattoo, which leaves Leifr completely unprepared. What he wants is the dragon's blessing, the code, of the ultimate trap that makes Draconian so powerful. Tension rises when Leifr mentions Bjorn's name and demands to know where she found out about it. But Bjorn shrugs and tells him to stop being stingy and end this nonsense. He argues that since Leifr is a descendant of a dragon, he should act like one and hand it over now. Leifr is clearly shocked and wonders if all barbarians are that crazy, and says that giving him away would get our hero expelled from his own clan. Bjorn responds by calling him stingy after all that talk about being his savior. Then he gets serious and says that the Spirit of Light affirmed that Liga would return soon and that they are bound by a powerful destiny. The dragon doesn't seem surprised, but Bjorn insists that he has to get stronger so that no more of his friends end up dead because of that guy. He plays his most unpleasant card when he points out that, since Leifr can't stop his own brother, I should invest in someone who can, and I declare that I will destroy that Draconian rebel. Leifr tells him that he will first confirm with the Oracle, and with that, Bjorn emerges unscathed. However, the peace doesn't last when Julie reappears, and he asks if he's changed his mind now that his team has fallen apart, assuming his father had something to do with it. Bjorn admits. The old man tried something, but Rod Miller wasn't fooled, which takes her by surprise. Bjorn can't help feeling it's highly suspicious that the district administrator asked to meet with Rod Miller right after Julie visited him. Something about all this sucks. So he grabs his dough and asks where his dad is, claiming he just wants to talk. Julie tries to ask him why he's taken a gun, but he walks away as if it were the dumbest thing anyone could ask in the world. Moments later, he opens, kicking down the district manager's door, and everyone stares at him in shock. The guards prepare to act, but the district administrator stops them and tells them. He tells them to leave. They hesitate, but the man insists, and they finally back down. Bjorn congratulates him on being smart, but the man asks him why he broke down dragging his daughter, and Bjorn complains that they should handle the family drama themselves, leaving him. Surprised when she asks if Bjorn is turning against her now. Bjorn. He says that, to begin with, he was never on their side and doesn't plan to be, but when asked about what brought her here, she explains, is that she followed him and kept bothering him as she buzzed around his apartment, which made her completely nervous. The district director believes him without hesitation and then asks him why he had to be so destructive, pointing to the broken door. Bjorn. He pulls a stunt to make people think he's a very open district manager who values communication, which clearly annoys the man when he threatens to go to jail, but Bjorn warns that if he falls, the guy's secrets will also come to light. The district administrator scoffs that no one will trust that scout, but Bjorn drops the bombshell that he's the barbarian heir, and any harm he suffers would affect next year's election. He reminds him that the barbarians support him, and that his political enemies would love to see him succeed. The chaos drains the color from the man's face, and instead of pressing further, he simply asks what Bjorn wants. For a second, Bjorn thinks about smashing his skull, but the whole dragon hunter mess is enough for now. Activate. The thirst for blood. And he tells the district administrator to look him in the eyes. He says he doesn't care about misunderstandings or personal hatred. But if the boy tries something again, next time it won't end with just a conversation. Both begin to tremble as Bjorn walks away with utter arrogance, leaving. Nothing but crude gifts while he decides he might as well go and get something to eat. After what was supposed to be a peaceful negotiation, Bjorn is preparing for the expedition again, although first he has to deal with the 39 questions Raven posed. After a few exhausting hours of non-stop talking, she finally lets him go while Bjorn barely clings to life. Later, the team gets drunk trying to find a man for the team. Einar enthusiastically suggests apple pie, while Raven leans towards something avant-garde like Narak, which means those who walk in. The darkness. Bjorn doesn't argue, and decides on the combined apple named Narak, and Einar looks like he's just won the lottery, while Raven seems to want to evaporate. After that, Bjorn visits the training facility to help Misha and Einar. Train. Those who run forward in perfect synchronization and destroy. His strawman goals. Every time he finds the time, he stops by the library, and at one point Hikarat stops by to visit him, but our boy instantly knocks out the dwarf on the left. The days go by, flying until it's time for the newly formed team to plunge back into the labyrinth. Sometime later, in the center of the crystal cave, Raven explodes and demands to know what Afman is doing, as he seems completely lost. Bjorn tries to calm her down, admitting that he didn't know the boy's sense of direction was so bad, while secretly thinking that the bear man couldn't find his way out of a bag of paper. Raven already thought she was worse with the instructions than Zoro, since she managed to arrive late despite, from living near the plaza since she demanded a late payment fee. While Afman makes a pathetic excuse about it being his first time out at night, Bjorn quickly cools things down before the bear can get any more embarrassed. Raven begins to bite her fingers in frustration, and Bjorn realizes he needs to start telling him it's okay for a boy to have no sense of direction before things blow up. He tells Afman that he will take the initiative and that he only needs directions to get there. Portal. And with that, they set off, and Bjorn decides to follow the wider paths based on his experiences. Previously, although he was leading for the first time, he knew how to avoid hills and follow darker routes with fewer crystals, something he learned from his time with Rod Miller. Thanks to that, they reached the second floor in just 12 hours, which even earned Raven's approval. Fortunately, this level is easier to navigate since there are 8 portals, but the problem is that once one opens, the rest turn to stone. Normal. That's why teams that arrive late end up running in circles, but having a guide makes all the difference. Bjorn asks Afman for directions, and the boy confidently points it out to him like a tracking dog. He then tells Raven to increase the number of light spheres, which she does effortlessly, thanks to her high mana regeneration. Afman mentions that the last mage he worked with wasn't very good, and Misha's mood plummets when he finally understands why Dewalki always promoted other magicians. This place generally requires a professional explorer due to all the traps, but the spheres of light handle that. The problem is pretty good, however. The light attracts the goblins, but Bjorn simply crushes them like if I were hitting a home run. On the second day, they reach the third floor and land in the forest of the witches, where the special effect is activated, and Raven immediately looks like she's going to vomit. On the eighth day, Einar suddenly lets out a war cry out of nowhere that scares Misha to death. But she's excited after seeing the castle in the middle of the forest. Bjorn stands there silently, realizing they did it as quickly as they did with Rod Miller. But Raven interrupts her train of thought to mention that the sinister mana is becoming difficult to handle, but Bjorn tells her they're waiting for it to change color. Einar asks if it's because there might be another team waiting inside, and Bjorn confirms, and just then the light turns green and they go inside. On the fourth floor, they're invaded by a variety of monsters, which Bjorn considers perfect training. It's basically the best place to see how strong they've become. And with that, a giant Bjorn crushes a half-troll with his mass while the other monsters charge. Admin covers him with special corrosive arrows and destroys the enemies while Raven fires high-level flame spells that turn monsters into roast meat. Bjorn smiles at how good it feels to finally have 3 capable teammates. And he believes that the 2 girls can handle things well too, and he thinks they should soon be ready for the 5th floor. However, the problem is the route, as they have to go through the Sky Tower's Stairs of Wisdom. It only took them an hour with Rod Miller. However, with Bjorn, it took 5 times as long. It's 10 p.m. when he checks the time and admits they won't finish the Sky Tower on time. He calls her and tells everyone to rest while Raven seems a little depressed. Einar is in a very good mood since they don't need to stand guard at this empty tower, and Misha explains that she felt the same way the first time, but Einar faints mid-bark. Misha notices Bjorn watching them and asks him what he's looking at. However, Bjorn replies that he wasn't looking at her, which upsets her and she storms off. Catch Bjorn off guard. But then Raven chimes in, saying she's done the calculations and there's no way he'll clear the 5th floor in time. However, Bjorn reasons that it's only his first expedition. Raven narrows her eyes, but Bjorn explains that they will get faster over time and then returns to her sleeping bag, satisfied with the answer. Only a few minutes have passed when Raven wakes Bjorn and tells him there is an intruder among them, which he reads in the blood. He reaches for his weapon, but Raven warns her not to move, as that person is standing right behind her while she tries to act as if nothing is wrong. Bjorn thinks it's crazy that his mage's life is at stake, but he still manages to keep. He remains calm, though he's caught off guard when he realizes she can hear his thoughts too, which surprises her greatly. She reminds him that his life is literally in her hands. Bjorn realizes he needs to stay calm to get through this, and he imagines that the intruder must have gone unnoticed. When they entered after the first stage, Raven had used detection magic and found nothing to make him even more suspicious. Now, the only explanation is that the guy used some kind of high-level stealth device to pass undetected, but at that moment, the invisible intruder pulls out a knife and immediately tells Bjorn that this guy has no faith in his own fighting ability. Bjorn tells Raven he's made a decision and warns her to duck when he gives the signal. She nervously tells him to be careful. But he interrupts her words as he lets out a war cry and throws his shield as if he were a time travel version of Captain America. Raven dives for cover, while the shield strikes the intruder with enough force to cancel their invisibility, which makes the guy groan in pain when he comes into view. The rest of the gang wakes up with a start and instantly realizes there's an enemy among them. Bjorn charges forward using gigantification while grabbing Raven by the arm and trying to slap the invisible guy with the other one. The man narrowly dodges him and disappears again while activates its stealth once more. This infuriates Bjorn. Raven whines for him to be a little gentler, as being harassed like a rag doll makes her want to hurt herself. Bjorn yells at everyone to prepare for a fight as a rat tried to eliminate Raven. The whole team springs into action as if they've stepped out of a blockbuster movie. And Einar shouts how great it is that Bjorn can even find rats. He clarifies that he means a real enemy and knocks Raven down. Then he asks Raven to keep using her detection magic, even though she says she still can't locate him. Bjorn tells her he's still scanning, while Admin asks how much they are being paid. Bjorn assumes it's just one for now and warns everyone to be vigilant. They pass. The minutes tick by as they sweep the area in a tight formation while Einar yells at the hidden rat to come out, even promising to do it painlessly. But right at that moment, Raven sees something near the door. She screams that he's there and activates her tracking spell, breaking invisibility when the figure is exposed again. Einar yells at him for ruining his dream while Admin coldly knocks an arrow and shoot. But it narrowly fails when the intruder crosses the portal, leaving Misha furious. Bjorn tells him to calm down since the boy has climbed the stairs of courage, which means he's now locked in the dungeon until the rest follow. While he gets ready, Raven runs over and shows him a wallet she found on the ground, which turns out to be an expandable bag. Upon seeing the entire elite assassin team inside, Bjorn concludes that the guy must be a professional and believes he was lucky thanks to Raven's detection. He tells everyone to join in and warns that the killer might still have something up his sleeve. Bjorn decides to go first and tells the others to wait for his signal. Her eyes open once she enters and calls the team, asking him to Raven to keep detection active. And if you can put out the fire in the rainbow. The monsters line up next to the fire user, and Bjorn orders them to deal with the creatures first, while remaining alert for the assassin. Once the fight is over, everyone stares at a burned corpse with the same thought. Bjorn asks if it's real, and Raven confirms that he is the killer, and that he is not even a double, since the mana remains the same. Edmund raises the obvious question about whether the guy really didn't live, and Bjorn feels a bit sick about it. I've known many people who cling to life on the brink of death, but never anyone who has given up so quickly. There is no identification tag on the wallet, and Raven confirms that there was none on the corpse either unless it was cremated. Bjorn checks on Raven, who seems bewildered until he mentions the corpse of Golem. She gets flustered and shouts that it was just the smell that time and that she's used to this kind of thing. Misha points out that Einar is sleeping and tells Bjorn that everyone should get some rest. So the group lights a campfire to spend the night while Bjorn takes the first watch. He sits there wondering who the guy really was and narrows it down to two suspects, the dragon hunter or the administrator of the district. The lack of an identification tag makes it appear to be the hunter of dragons, but the fact that the guy did everything he could to erase all the evidence makes the district manager seem much more suspicious. Bjorn realizes that the previous conversation hadn't convinced him enough, but then he notices that Raven seems restless and begins to wonder if she's having a nightmare. Suddenly she calls him and he assures her that he is on duty, but she says she has a question. She asks what would have happened if she hadn't used mana detection on that. Then Bjorn asks him if he wants the honest version. He tells her directly that there was a real possibility they all died, or at least lost one or two people. Raven asks if all expeditions are that brutal and wonders how twisted things are. The world? Bjorn tries to reassure him a little and tells him that not all missions are so complicated.